Most importantly, Chu Shi was also at the youth table. Su Dazhuang saw Chu Shi as an enemy. If it weren't for Chu Shi, his son wouldn't have been tricked into marrying the unlucky star from the Gao family. Yang Hongli looked at the youth table, where everyone was young, a few years younger than her. As long as she could stay away from Su Dazhuang, she was fine. So she nodded and agreed. Su Dazhuang was very happy. He rubbed his hands, finally about to get close to the little beauty. Gao Xiaoyan, as the bride today, felt a bit wronged.
Why?
Because her father-in-law wanted to put the widow from the village at their table. First, the widow was considered unlucky. More importantly, the main table was reserved for elders. Yang Hongli, a woman under 30, why should she be considered an elder? She really couldn't understand what her father-in-law was thinking. Gao Xiaoyan had already moved into the Su family home, but she had no status there. She dared not complain. Seeing Yang Hongli seated next to Chu, she made her feel a little better. She hoped the widow's bad luck would pass to Chu Shi, so she would also suffer misfortune. Her sister, though not kind to her, was still her real sister. So she also regarded Chu Shi as an enemy. Yang Hongli approached Chu Shi, smiled kindly, and sat down. Chu Shi nodded in response, and they didn't say much more. This was Chu Shi's second wedding she attended. The difference was that this time it was at a state-run restaurant, which was more upscale. After the boring formalities, it was time for the groom's parents to toast. Su Dazhuang and his wife went to the youth table. After toasting everyone there, he approached Yang Hongli alone. "Little Yang, I feel a bit bad putting you here. Come, let me toast you with a drink." Su Dazhuang saw Yang Hongli raise her glass and said, "Hey, comrade, it's better if you don't drink alcohol. I'll pour you some water instead, and you can drink water." With so many people watching, Yang Hongli didn't think much and took a sip before putting down her glass. Seeing that she drank, Su Dazhuang was satisfied and left. After the groom's parents finished their toast, the newlyweds also toasted. Chu Shi, feeling a bit bored, picked up the water glass next to her, planning to drink water. Just as she was about to drink from the glass, Bawang suddenly spoke. "Chu Shi, don't drink." Chu Shi quickly stopped and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the water?" "Yes, it has been drugged," Bawang replied. "Someone is trying to harm me again? I don't remember making any new enemies," Chu Shi thought, confused. Bawang noticed the glass in Chu Shi's hand. "This time it might not be aimed directly at you, or maybe not mainly." Huh. Chu Shi looked at her glass and realized it wasn't hers but belonged to Yang Hongli nearby. Chu Shi and Bawang said, "Is it aimed at her? Or at the Su family?" "Yes, probably at her for now." "It seems to be related to Su Dazhuang," Bawang said.
Ha.
"He's old enough to know better, but he's still so scheming." Chu Shi couldn't help but complain. "Exactly. When the top is crooked, the bottom follows," Bawang added, criticizing such behavior. Even as a robot, he felt ashamed of it. Chu Shi put down her glass. She had just seen Yang Hongli drink the water, so she told Bawang, "Since this is the Su family's doing, I have to help her." But how? If she told Yang Hongli she had taken medicine, she probably wouldn't believe her. So Chu Shi decided to stay alert during the banquet. Her main task was to watch Yang Hongli and see when the medicine took effect. Sure enough, near the end of the banquet, Yang Hongli started feeling strange. She suddenly felt dizzy, weak, and her head was heavy. Chu Shi kept an eye on her and noticed something was wrong. Then she saw Su Dazhuang talking to someone at his table and walking over. When Yang Hongli felt unwell, she tried to stand up but couldn't. Seeing Su Dazhuang approaching, she became even more anxious, sweating profusely. She looked around and saw only Chu Shi nearby. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to ask Chu Shi for help. Yang Hongli suddenly grabbed Chu Shi's hand, leaned close to her ear, and said with all her strength, "Chu Jiqing, save me." After saying this, she collapsed onto the table, looking like she had fallen asleep. At this moment, Su Dazhuang had already reached her side and gently patted her. "Little Yang." Yang Hongli now has a clear understanding of the outside world, but she cannot do anything about it. Seeing that she has no reaction, Su Dazhuang calls over two young men from the nearby table. Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu, your sister-in-law Yang is drunk. Take her back. Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu exchange a glance, both understanding what to do. They take Yang Hongli from Su Dazhuang. Yang Hongli feels the situation and immediately thinks it's over. She is unlucky and has fallen into the hands of this old man. Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu are Su Dazhuang's men. Chu Shiji is just a girl and can't compete with 3 men. She realizes she has asked the wrong people for help. For a moment, Yang Hongli feels very sad inside. When Su Dazhuang was in charge, she avoided many dangers. She didn't expect to end up in such trouble now. After they help Yang Hongli leave the banquet hall, they do not take her home. Instead, they go to their own place, as Su Dazhuang ordered. Brother, why do you think Uncle Zhuang wants us to bring this woman here? Xiao Wu, the younger one, asks his older brother Xiao Wen, confused. Xiao Wen replies, you don't understand. Uncle Zhuang wants to do something fun. Something fun? Xiao Wu scratches his head, confused. Forget it. Today, I'll show you a good time. Uncle Zhuang said once he's done, it'll be our turn, Xiao Wen says proudly. Chu Shiji follows behind them, listening carefully to their conversation. After they put Yang Hongli in a room, Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu close the door and wait outside. Chu Shiji thinks that the wedding can't be finished for now. So, she decides to prepare some things to make Su Dazhuang remember this lesson well. As the father of the groom, Su Dazhuang only sends off the guests near evening. Then, he hurriedly goes to the place they agreed on earlier. Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu wait all afternoon until finally Su Dazhuang arrives. Uncle Zhuang, you're here. If you don't come soon, she might wake up. Haha, she won't have the strength to wake up even if she does, Su Dazhuang says proudly. Su Dazhuang proudly talks to Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu. He explains that last time, Su Guoqiang's mistake was due to medicine. This time, he has the best quality. I'll go in first. When I call you, come in, Su Dazhuang tells them. Okay, Uncle Zhuang. We promise not to bother you, Xiao Wen says with a sneaky smile, implying something mischievous. Young troublemakers, you two are definitely benefiting from this. Su Dazhuang was in a good mood now. He had been thinking about Yang Hongli for a long time and was finally going to get what he wanted. Before the wedding ended, Chu Shi left quietly while Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu weren't paying attention. She slipped into the room and waited for half an hour until Su Dazhuang arrived. Yang Hongli, lying on the bed, was fully aware of her surroundings. She watched the sky gradually darken but felt helpless. Suddenly, she heard the door open. Nervously, she clutched the bedsheet and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The person didn't answer. Yang Hongli's tense mood turned into determination. "I don't care who you are. Let me out, and I won't say anything happened. Otherwise, I won't let you go, even if I have to become a ghost." Chu Shi entered the room intending to rescue her and heard Yang Hongli speak like that. Chu Shi thought, "She is a brave and beautiful woman. I like her very much. Yang's sister-in-law, don't be nervous. I'm here to save you," Chu Shi said while gently giving Yang Hongli medicine. When Yang Hongli saw Chu Shi, she was shocked. She had already felt disappointed when she was brought here and had even prepared to fight to keep her dignity. Now, seeing Chu Shi, she hurriedly said, "Chu Jiqing, you must leave quickly. They are all men. Don't suffer any losses." Chu Shi didn't expect Yang Hongli to say that first. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Later, I will show you a good show," Chu Shi said while helping Yang Hongli with the medicine. After rescuing her, Chu Shi didn't rush to leave with Yang Hongli. Instead, she quickly disguised the bed and hid inside the room, waiting for Su Dazhuang. Sure enough, after a short while, they heard some noise. Yang Hongli was nervous and wanted to leave, but Chu Shi signaled for them to hide behind the door. "Little beauty, I'm here," Su Dazhuang said, rubbing his hands. He opened the door and rushed toward the bulge on the bed, not paying attention to anything else. However, after rushing forward, Su Dazhuang realized something was wrong. He lifted the blanket and found no one there, only clothes and pillows. "Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu," Su Dazhuang angrily called out to the two. How could they let a woman slip away? Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu had been waiting outside, planning to eavesdrop. Suddenly, they heard Su Dazhuang's voice. Huh? Uncle Zhuang, why are you calling us so soon? Xiaowen asked, confused. Little Wen and Little Wu cautiously walked into the house, calling out, Uncle Zhuang? After calling out, Su Dazhuang was suddenly attacked by Chu Shi, who knocked him out. Once he was unconscious, Chu Shi, together with Yang Hongli, stripped Su Dazhuang and covered him with a blanket. Hearing the voices outside calling for Su Dazhuang, Chu Shi handed her a mask and then took out a special incense, lighting it behind the door. Little Wen and Little Wu, hearing no movement inside, felt confused. They quietly pushed the door open. The room was dark, with no lights on, so they couldn't see clearly. They groped near the bed and felt a person under the blanket, a beautiful person with smooth, fair skin. Under the influence of basic instincts, the two of them instinctively started to act. Yang Hongli, standing beside Chu Shi, saw what the two brothers were doing and was stunned. What's going on? Are these two blind? She was shocked to see them kissing and touching an old man. Chu Jiqing, what's happening? Yang Hongli remembered Chu Shi lighting something earlier and asked quietly, a bit nervous. Chu Shi patted her hand and said, This is my family's special incense. It makes them see what they want to see. It's like weaving a beautiful dream for them, and when they wake up, they won't remember anything. Yang Hongli suddenly understood and looked at the two's actions with disgust. She waved her hand and said, Ugh, this isn't suitable for children. Chu Jiqing, let's go. Chu Jiqing was still a young girl and shouldn't watch such inappropriate things. She didn't refuse. Following Yang Hongli's suggestion, they left together. After they left, the three inside the room were caught in chaos and passion. Chu Shi turned back and looked into the room. Since they enjoyed doing this, she thought, well, then just enjoy it. The next morning, Su Dazhuang, who had been restless all night, woke up feeling sore all over. Ow! What's happening to me? He wondered, confused. He tried to get out of bed to put on clothes, but suddenly saw someone on the bed. He looked closely and was shocked to see it was Little Wu. He then looked at the other person, Little Wen. Thinking about the marks on his body and how he felt, a terrible thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Little Wu, hey, wake up! Su Dazhuang woke Xiao Wu. Compared to the more clever Xiao Wen, he preferred the simple and honest Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu opened his sleepy eyes and asked, Huh? Uncle Zhuang, why are you and Xiao Wen sleeping here? Su Dazhuang asked. He didn't remember calling them in. Didn't you call us in, Uncle Zhuang? Xiao Wu asked confusedly, then excitedly said, Uncle Zhuang, I finally understand what you and Xiao Wen were talking about, the happy thing. I was really happy last night. Xiao Wu spoke honestly, without any hidden meaning, not noticing Su Dazhuang's face suddenly turning pale. After hearing Xiao Wu, Su Dazhuang's heart skipped a beat. He was about 70 to 80% sure of his suspicions. Could something so disgusting have happened last night? Su Dazhuang tried to calm his face and said calmly, I see. You can keep sleeping. Xiao Wu didn't think much of it and nodded, then continued to sleep. Su Dazhuang looked at the marks on his body and at the two people on the bed. Xiao Wu might not notice, but Xiao Wen, being clever, would definitely see if he saw his current appearance. He couldn't let them find out. Su Dazhuang thought, he absolutely must keep the secret. How could he make them stay silent? The first idea that came to his mind was, only death can keep a secret forever. But those are 2 lives. Su Dazhuang hesitated again. If it got out, he would lose all his face for the rest of his life. Just as Su Dazhuang was struggling, Xiao Wen moved, seeming to wake up. Thinking of the possible consequences, Su Dazhuang didn't hesitate anymore. He quickly grabbed a blanket and covered Xiao Wen. Xiao Wen, still asleep, was muffled and felt unable to breathe. He struggled constantly. But Su Dazhuang had already done it. There was no way he would give up now. He pressed the blanket harder to silence him. At this moment, Su Dazhuang had no thoughts. He just wanted to keep this secret. Gradually, Xiao Wen stopped struggling and lost his breath. Xiao Wen, Su Dazhuang patted his face. Seeing no response, he reached out and felt under his nose. There was no breath. Su Dazhuang thought, now no one will know the secret. But as soon as he thought about causing a death, he became very scared. He quickly put on his clothes and prepared to leave. He was anxious to find his clothes, but couldn't find them anywhere. Of course, he couldn't find his clothes because Chu Shi had already thrown them away before leaving. Just as Su Dazhuang was anxiously searching for his clothes, Xiao Wu woke up. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "Uncle Zhuang, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu's voice startled Su Dazhuang. He suddenly turned around and looked at Xiao Wu. "I'm not doing anything. I'm looking for my clothes." "Oh," then asked Xiao Wen. "He was making a lot of noise yesterday and might not remember where he threw them." "Okay, I'll ask him later. You should go back to sleep." "Come on, Uncle Zhuang, there's no need to wait. Just wake him up and ask," Xiao Wu said without much thought. He even planned to help wake Xiao Wen. Xiao Wu grabbed Xiao Wen's arm. "Brother, wake up. Where did you throw Uncle Zhuang's clothes?" Xiao Wen didn't respond. Xiao Wu kept shaking him. "Brother, Xiao Wen, wake up and help us find Uncle Zhuang's clothes." Without a doubt, Xiao Wen still didn't respond. Su Dazhuang watched Xiao Wu's actions coldly, ready to act at any moment. Xiao Wu noticed Xiao Wen hadn't moved and found it strange. "Uncle Zhuang, what do you think is wrong with Xiao Wen? Maybe he was too tired yesterday. Don't bother him. Let him rest," Su Dazhuang said. "Xiao Wen, if you don't get up now, I'll go eat the meat myself." Xiao Wu tried to tempt him with Xiao Wen's favorite food, but the person on the bed still didn't move. Xiao Wu started to have a bad feeling. Could Xiao Wen be in trouble? He looked at Su Dazhuang, then tremblingly extended his finger to Xiao Wen's nose. He didn't feel any breath. "Ah!" Xiao Wu shouted in surprise, quickly pulling his finger back and sitting down on the bed. This is... Xiao Wu pointed at Xiao Wen's body, speechless with shock. He turned around to ask Uncle Zhuang what was going on, but when he looked back, he saw Uncle Zhuang's face was pale and grim, staring at him with a sinister look. "I was going to keep you here, but you insisted on risking your life," Su Dazhuang said. Taking advantage of Xiao Wu's distraction, he covered him. Little Wu is young and has more energy than Su Dazhuang. Because Su Dazhuang was exhausted the night before and is older, he couldn't catch Little Wu easily and accidentally let him run away. "Help! Someone's been hurt!" Little Wu, without bothering to put on clothes, ran outside shouting. Su Dazhuang wanted to chase after him but had no clothes and couldn't catch Little Wu. Little Wu will definitely call everyone over. Su Dazhuang was very worried. He couldn't wait for others to come and catch him. He needed to leave. So, he quickly found a piece of clothing to wear and left while there weren't many people around. Little Wu never expected that. Although they were happy last night, by morning, Xiao Wen was dead and Uncle Zhuang wanted to hurt him. Why did this happen? With his limited understanding, he couldn't figure it out. When Little Wu ran out, he was only in his underwear, with nothing else on. His shouting also drew attention. Xiao Wen and Little Wu usually lived in a house in town, left by their parents. When Su Dazhuang had power before, he helped them. "Hey, Little Wu, why did you come out without clothes? Go back and put some on," a woman who knew the brothers called out to him. Usually, Little Wu was a bit slow, but he didn't seem stupid. "What was wrong today? Sister, help me. My brother." Little Wu was gasping for breath and quickly asked for help when someone spoke to him. The woman was surprised and asked gently, "What happened to your brother? Take your time and tell me. My brother is dead." "Boo-hoo," Little Wu started crying. "Your brother was fine yesterday. How could he be dead?" "Really? Boo-hoo. He has no breath." Little Wu cried even harder. The woman was a bit skeptical, but saw that Little Wu was only in his underwear and had come out in a hurry, so something must have happened. She called a few people nearby and said, "Take us to see." Little Wu nodded quickly. Yes, follow me." The woman and 3 or 4 others followed Little Wu to his house. As soon as they entered, everyone smelled an indescribable odor. Experienced people knew what it was. The house was messy, making people's imaginations run wild. Seeing Xiao Wen lying naked on the bed, older sister approached him and called him the same way as Xiao Wu, but he didn't respond. Older sister reached out to push Xiao Wen, but her hand felt something cold and hard. Xiao Wu's words confirmed her suspicion. It's true, Her heart skipped a beat at this realization. Xiao Wu, do you know how your brother died? As soon as she asked, everyone around was shocked. Turns out the child was really gone. Right now, Xiao Wu was only crying boo-hoo, and he didn't know anything when asked. Forget it, let's call the police first. The two children are still here without any adults, said older sister. Some of the people who came with her felt uneasy and left immediately. Only she and Xiao Wu went to the police station. Officer, I want to report. Xiao Wu's brother has died, she said directly when she arrived at the police station. Ma'am, how did the person die? We only accept reports of unnatural deaths, the officer replied. Older sister hesitated. Did Xiao Wu really die from an illness, or was he murdered? Xiao Wu hadn't said anything. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu stopped crying and, hearing the officer's question, said, I know. Xiao Wu was suffocated by Uncle Zhuang. He also wanted to suffocate me. The police officer, hearing this, took it seriously and asked Xiao Wu to explain in detail. Maybe because they were at the police station, Xiao Wu felt less scared than before, so he told the officer everything about what Uncle Zhuang had done. Did you say you brought Comrade Yang Hongli into the house? The officer asked. After hearing Xiao Wu's story, the officer could tell that the young man and his brother were not good people. But since they came to report, the officer had to take responsibility. Where is Comrade Yang Hongli now? I don't know. When I woke up, she was no longer in the house, Xiao Wu answered obediently. And last night? The officer inquired. Last night, Xiao Wu and I had a good time. Uncle Zhuang said I should try some and I really did, Xiao Wu said, starting to reminisce. The officer interrupted him impatiently. Focus on the main matter. Oh, last night Uncle Zhuang called us in, and Uncle Zhuang also woke up with us this morning. That means your Uncle Zhuang stayed overnight with you two brothers? The police asked again. Yes, Xiao Wu nodded obediently. The older sister, who came with Xiao Wu, was angry when she heard Xiao Wu tell Uncle Zhuang to take Yang Hongli home after hearing what Uncle Zhuang said. She used to think Brother Wen and Brother Wu were pitiful and often took care of them. Now she sees that those who are pitiful may also have some faults. She decided she would no longer help them. After the police took Xiao Wu's report, they immediately sent someone to his home and found Xiao Wu's brother's body. They didn't find any other evidence in the house. Since a case was opened, the investigation had to go on. Go back first. We will investigate this case, the police told Xiao Wu. Seeing that Xiao Wu was still not dressed, they urged him to hurry home. Go back first. Xiao Wu listened to the police and seemed to find his direction. He obediently went back. How do you see this matter? After Xiao Wu left, one police officer asked another. Let the facts speak. The colleague rolled his eyes and said. After hurriedly returning home, Su Guoqiang just got up. Seeing his father rushing around packing, he was curious. Dad, what's wrong? Where are you going? Qiangzi, I've done something wrong. I need to hide for a while. Just pretend you didn't see me. Su Guoqiang was confused. Dad, what exactly happened? What if you leave? What will we do? His father was the main support of the family. If he left, who would take care of him? Without me, you wouldn't survive. Uncle Zhuang was very annoyed now. He had been humiliated and also had a son who couldn't help him. I won't talk to you anymore. If I don't leave now, it will be too late, Uncle Zhuang said, and was about to leave without looking back. But he didn't expect that at this moment, the police officers also arrived at the production team. Comrade Su Zhuang, right? There's a case related to you. Come with us, the police said. The police came so quickly that Uncle Zhuang was very suspicious. He stepped forward to meet the two officers. Two police officers only wanted to summon him to ask about the situation. The other two colleagues had already gone to find Yang Hongli. But unexpectedly, when Su Dazhuang walked up to them, he suddenly pushed past them and ran away. Hey? Su Dazhuang, why are you running? One officer asked, confused, as he chased after him. Su Guoqiang also followed, calling out, Dad. Where are you going? Su Dazhuang had no other thoughts. He just wanted to leave quickly and avoid being caught. He was frustrated with his son, who was calling after him, feeling disappointed. Other people's sons can help out, but his son only knew how to hold him back. The The police officers were trained professionals, so catching Su Dazhuang was easy. Soon, Su Dazhuang was caught. One officer said, "Old man, why are you running? Are you feeling guilty?" Another officer added, "That's probably why he ran." Seeing himself caught, Su Dazhuang looked down, feeling very discouraged. As the police took him away, he shot a sharp glare at Su Guqiang. Su Guqiang was confused. What was his father doing all morning? Why did the police get involved now? "Dad, what's really going on?" he asked. "It's all because of you. Otherwise, I would have run away," Su Dazhuang said angrily, blaming Su Guqiang for holding him back. Su Guqiang wanted to say more, but Su Dazhuang was already being taken away by the police. "We'll talk later. For now, come with us." Besides Su Dazhuang, Yang Hongli was also summoned by the police. Since Yang Hongli was rescued by Chu Shi yesterday, she had been holding on to Chu Shi, insisting that Chu Shi stay at her house overnight. So, when the police arrived the next day, Chu Shi was there too. "Who is Yang Hongli? There's a murder case connected to you. Come with us," the officer said. Chu Shi and Yang Hongli were shocked when they heard about the murder case and exchanged surprised looks. Hadn't they been fine when they left yesterday? "Officer, is there a mistake? I've always been honest and have never done anything illegal," Yang Hongli said nervously. The officer replied, "No need to worry. We just want to ask you some questions." Yang Hongli held Chu Shi's hand and said to the officer, "Officer, she's my lifesaver. Please let her come with me." So, Chu Shi followed Yang Hongli to the police station. After Yang Hongli recounted what happened yesterday, the police officer asked, "You said you were drugged and taken into the house, but she saved you." The officer pointed at Chu Shi, and Yang Hongli nodded. "How did she save you? How did she know you were in danger?" "Officer," Chu Shi said, "at the banquet, Hongli asked me for help. As a weak woman, I didn't dare fight them directly, so I secretly followed them, looking for a chance to sneak in and rescue Hongli." Yang Hongli and Chu Shi's stories were similar to Xiao Wu's, so the police didn't press further. After all, Yang Hongli was also a victim. The situation with Yang Hongli and Xiao was not too complicated, but with Su Dazhuang, the police were really having a hard time. Since Su Dazhuang was brought back, he refused to speak or admit anything. According to Xiao Wu, there was no evidence that he had committed the crime, and currently, fingerprint technology couldn't prove his guilt. Only his own confession could. The police spent a long time questioning Su Dazhuang, but gained nothing. The officers were so frustrated they kept banging on the table. "Boss, is there no progress?" one asked. "This old man is really stubborn, he won't say anything." "Should we use some special methods?" a young officer whispered to the boss. "Don't talk nonsense. The higher-ups haven't allowed that," the boss replied. During previous interrogations, if the suspect refused to cooperate, some methods could be used. But now, they could only do it secretly. After a short break, the police resumed questioning Su Dazhuang. "I don't believe we can't get him to talk." Although official orders prohibited using other methods to interrogate, police often had their ways around rules. So, they thought of many tactics. For example, now Su Dazhuang was placed in a small interrogation room with walls all around. When he sat down, he noticed the chair was different. It wasn't flat but tilted to one side. His body was restrained, and to sit properly, he had to support himself with his legs. Sitting like that for a long time would make him very tired. Opposite him, the police officer looked at him calmly. Even the toughest person couldn't withstand that chair for long. "How about now? Can you cooperate properly?" The police officer looked at Su Dazhuang, who was exhausted, and finally spoke. Su Dazhuang just wanted to curse. He had done a lot of farm work, but he couldn't handle this chair. He lowered his head, his face pale like his hair, and sighed. Sigh. "I'll tell you." So, from Su Dazhuang's words, the police officer heard a different version. Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu fought over a woman, even causing a death. This put the police in a tough spot. The first part of the story was the same for all three, but the second part clearly had one person lying. Once again, the police officer looked worried. "Boss, isn't that old man the one who confessed? Why do you look so worried?" Don't mention it. He did confess, but what Xiao Wu said is the opposite. Then it must be the old man lying. Look how silly Xiao Wu is. You need proof, the police officer said angrily. Just then, Chu Shi, passing by, saw this and decided to help. After all, it's good to see wrongdoers get punished. Plus, this person was an enemy. Officer, Chu Shi said to the police officer questioning Su Dazhuang. I have an idea. Maybe we can try it. Oh? What idea? Officer Li was very interested. He had been a police officer for many years. Although he could tell Su Dazhuang wasn't telling the truth, he had no proof. Chu Shi explained simply. Officer, have you heard of something called a lie detector? Lie detector? What's that? Officer Li hadn't heard of it before. It sounded impressive. Chu Shi explained briefly. It's a device that can test if someone is lying. Are you suggesting we use this device on Su Dazhuang? Officer Li asked cautiously. But we don't have that device. Officer Li hadn't even heard of such high-tech equipment. Chu Shi had thought of that too. Officer, I've only heard my dad mention it. We don't necessarily need the real thing. Chu Shi's dad is a professor and has access to some inventions, so her suggestion wouldn't seem suspicious. So, what do you mean? Chu Shi rolled her eyes. Why is Officer Li so slow? Of course, I was cheating him. Chu Shi told Officer Li about her plan and used the materials they provided to make a strange-looking box. All right. This can be used now, Chu Shi said as she finished making the lie detector in front of a few young police officers. Just like this? Officer Li was a bit surprised. The device looked very strange. Officer Li, I told you, I was just making things up. As long as I can fool people, that's enough. Okay, I hope it works, Officer Li said with a smile. He didn't know why he agreed to go along with this young person's silly idea. But since it was already done, he decided to give it a try. Maybe it would work well. Officer Li took the lie detector for the third time and carefully placed it between Su Dazhuang and another person. Su Dazhuang looked at him with disdain and snorted. He had already decided that as long as he didn't talk or admit anything, they couldn't do anything to him. Su Dazhuang, it seems you're not planning to cooperate properly, Officer Li said sternly, looking at him. Comrade Police, I already told you I don't know how Xiaowen died, Su Dazhuang said. As soon as he finished, the lie detector beeped loudly, and the red light on it kept flashing. You're lying, Officer Li said firmly. He was surprised because he didn't expect it to actually react. Outside, Chu Shi kept her skills hidden. Thanks to the support of the Overlord, even without being in the interrogation room, she could hear Su Dazhuang's voice. So, controlling the lie detector was no problem for her. Now, the device had truly become a real lie detector. Su Dazhuang was shocked inside. How does he know I'm lying? And so sure about it. I didn't do it, officer. I really didn't. Su Dazhuang continued to pretend to be innocent. The machine on the table beeped again. Beep, beep, beep. Still lying? Officer Li said with a sneer. This person really wouldn't give up until he was cornered. Su Dazhuang also realized now this device could tell if he was lying. Did the police really have such a thing? What should he do? Just as Su Dazhuang was determined not to admit anything, Officer Li spoke. Su Dazhuang, if you keep lying, we can still use that as a reason to consider you a suspect. That could add another charge against you. Officer Li shifted his position and continued, but if you honestly confess and cooperate, you might get a lighter sentence. The choice is yours. Officer Li felt unexpectedly happy, probably because he saw Su Dazhuang struggle. After experiencing the lie detector twice, Su Dazhuang believed it was somewhat reliable, but he was experienced and cautious. He quickly thought and said, this matter is indeed related to me. I asked Xiaowen and Xiaowu. Su Dazhuang honestly explained about giving the drugs, without adding any falsehood. After speaking, he patiently waited to see if the machine would beep again like before. But it didn't make any sound, which disappointed him. Now, Su Dazhuang had no hope left. This device is real, was his last thought. He couldn't keep pretending he knew nothing anymore. Officer Li saw the lie detector's reaction and felt a bit proud. This thing really works. Did you see? No sound. You're telling the truth this time. Are you ready to cooperate properly? Officer Li said. I swear. I killed Xiaowen. I wanted to kill him. They deserve to die. Su Dazhuang suddenly became very emotional. Thinking about the humiliation from last night made him furious. He felt like destroying everything, which was one reason he later wanted to kill Xiaowu. Officer Li held his shoulder and said, "Sit down. Speak clearly." Su Dazhuang was so excited he couldn't calm down. He looked like he was going crazy with red eyes and shouted, "They deserve to die. I want to kill them." The police in the interrogation room looked at each other, confused. Su Dazhuang and Xiaowen and Xiaowu didn't seem to have any real hatred. Why did he suddenly want to kill them? Why did they have to die? Officer Li asked the key question. Hearing this, Su Dazhuang froze as if the pause button was pressed, standing still. After about 2 minutes, he slowly raised his hand and covered his face, crying. For the next hour, the police listened to Su Dazhuang's story about that night. Officer Li sighed deeply. This is what happens to those who do bad things. The old man in front of him looked kind and gentle, but inside, he was very cruel. That's why he caused someone's death. Chu Jiqing, thanks to the little device you made, we didn't have big trouble. Officer Su Dazhuang relaxed and smiled as he spoke to her. Chu, she said, I'm glad I could help. Serving the people is what we should do. I'll go handle this matter first. After it's done, I'll thank you properly. Officer Li said. You're too polite, Officer Li, Chu, she replied politely. Honestly, Chu, she didn't expect how harsh Su Dazhuang's way of handling things was. She only wanted to ruin Su Dazhuang's reputation, but she didn't think he would be so ruthless. When Chu Shi left the police station, she saw Yang Hongli still waiting at the door. Seeing her come out, Yang Hongli hurried over and said, Chu Jiqing.
Huh?
What's wrong with Sister Hongli? Chu, she wondered. She had already thanked her yesterday evening. What's going on today? Yang Hongli paused for a second and said, I'm leaving. Chu, she was surprised. Her husband had passed away, and living alone in the village was not easy. Now something like this happened. It was understandable that she wanted to leave. Where does Sister Hongli plan to go? Chu, she asked. Yang Hongli looked into the distance. The willow branches swayed in the wind, uncertain, just like her feelings now. She hadn't decided where to go yet. She just knew she couldn't stay here anymore. I don't know. Maybe I'll just drift somewhere else. Why not go to Guangshi? Chu, she suggested. The city there would develop well in the future. Guangshi? Sister Hongli looked confused. She hadn't thought about that. Yes, I heard the climate in the south is nice, and the scenery is beautiful. Going there might help you relax, Chu, she said kindly, like a little sister giving advice. She liked Yang Hongli and was willing to help. Yang Hongli listened and nodded. Okay, I'll go there. Chu, she nodded happily and added, Sister Hongli, if you have enough money, you could buy a few houses. Hearing this, Yang Hongli remembered and followed Chu Shi's advice. When she made some money later, she bought houses with it. One day, when she earned a lot, she would understand why Chu Shi told her to do that. Her gratitude for Chu Shi grew even more. Of course, these are just future plans. Right now, Yang Hongli is facing other problems. Chu Shi, Yang Hongli hesitated, unsure how to start. Go ahead, Sister Hongli, Chu Shi said calmly. Yang Hongli either needs supplies or money. Sure enough, Yang Hongli finally spoke. Chu Shi, I plan to sell the house at home. Do you want it? Chu Shi knew that Yang Hongli didn't have much money but was too shy to ask for a loan, so she said this. That's great, Sister Hongli. I've been thinking about moving recently. It's not convenient for my boyfriend to visit if I keep staying at someone else's place, Chu Shi said happily, easing Yang Hongli's guilt. Yes. My house was renovated just a few years ago, before her husband passed away. Chu Shi didn't care much about the house. How much do you need, Sister Hongli? Yang Hongli thought for a moment and said, just 100 yuan is enough. That was a very low price. Chu Shi nodded without saying much. Sister Hongli, come back with me. I'll give you the money, Yang Hongli said. She followed Chu Shi back to her place. After giving her the money, Chu Shi also handed her a package with some supplies like malted milk powder and secretly slipped 100 yuan into a shoe inside the package. Since Yang Hongli was thinking of her, Chu Shi wouldn't let her suffer any loss. After seeing Yang Hongli off, Chu Shi reflected on recent events. According to the laws of this era, Su Dazhuang should be sentenced to life imprisonment or the death penalty. Su Guoqiang had lost his father and had no other skills. He was useless at everything, and his future life could only be described as poverty-stricken. Currently, Chu Shi was living quite well. She was familiar with farm work and finished her tasks quickly. The rest of her time was spent studying. Time flew by quickly, and before she knew it, the year was coming to an end. After Yang Hongli left, Chu Shi moved into her house. Sister Su felt a bit regretful but understood. Living with others was never as comfortable as living alone. Chu Shi, wake up. On the 28th, Wang Xiyu came early in the morning to wake Chu Shi. Today was the big day for slaughtering pigs in the collective farm. The pigs raised for a year would be slaughtered at the end of the year and divided among everyone. On this special day, everyone is very alert and arrives early in line, hoping to get a better piece of meat. Under Wang Xiyu's call, Chu Shi, sleepy and groggy, puts on her clothes and follows Wang Xiyu outside. Hey, why is it so bright and early? Chu Shi notices outside is snowy and very bright. Wang Xiyu giggles and pokes her forehead. I think you're still sleepy. That's snow. It's snowing. While saying this, Wang Xiyu grabs a handful of snow and, without Chu Shi noticing, pats it on her face. The cold snow touches her face, and Chu Shi immediately wakes up. Wow, you dare to surprise me, Chu Shi says with a gritted teeth tone. Over the past few months, she and Wang Xiyu have become good friends. They often study and discuss problems together when they have free time. So, on the way, they start joking around. She throws snow at me, I throw a snowball at her, and their laughter fills the street. All right, we're almost at the team office. Let's stop fighting. Wang Xiyu, panting and tired, sits on the ground and makes a pause gesture with her hand. She usually appears very serious in front of others, so she can't ruin her image. Chu Shi, annoyed, pokes her. You're so useless. When they arrive at the team office, many people are already waiting in line. Chu Shi counts. There are at least over 30 people. Without overthinking, Chu Shi and Wang Xiyu patiently wait in line. Bored while waiting, Chu Shi starts talking about studying with Wang Xiyu. Comrade Wang Xiyu, have you fallen behind in your studies lately? Chu Shi worries that Wang Xiyu, busy with team affairs at the end of the year, might not have time to study. Of course not, Wang Xiyu confidently replies. I'm planning to take the college entrance exams with Qin Xiangjuan. Then Chu Shi asks her about the biggest thing in the world. They chat back and forth, asking and answering, and time passes quickly. Soon, it's Chu Shi's turn. The team leader in charge of distributing meat sees her and almost smiles widely. Their production team has a stable partnership with a machinery factory, and the villagers have earned a lot of money. The team leader was praised at the meeting upstairs. Chu Shi, come and see. Which piece do you want? The team leader says. Chu Shi is lucky. There's a new pig, and she can choose any part she wants. Chu Shi isn't particularly obsessed with pork, but seeing some nice pork belly, she thought about making braised pork. Shen Yi also said he plans to come over for the New Year this year. The team leader said, Chu Shi, which piece are you eyeing? Your work points can get you 2 pounds of pork. How about this piece? It will definitely produce a lot of fat. Chu Shi looked at the white, fatty pork the team leader was holding and felt a chill. She quickly refused. No need, team leader. I just want pork belly. Pig belly? That's fine too. It's very tasty when cooked, the team leader said, then decisively asked someone nearby to cut some meat and give it to Chu Shi. Thinking about enjoying hot pot in winter, Chu Shi asked, Team leader, do you have any pig bones? I'll buy a few at market price. The team leader silently looked at the bones casually thrown in a basket behind him. He thought, how can you eat these? They don't have much meat, and boiling them wastes firewood. You want bones? There are plenty here. You can pick some yourself later, no need to pay, he said. In previous years, these bones were taken home to feed the dogs. But of course, the team leader didn't say that. After choosing the bones, Chu Shi and Wang Xiyu, who had just finished dividing her meat, happily headed home together. At Chu Shi's door, Wang Xiu took a wooden hairpin from her pocket and handed it to Chu Shi. What's this? It's so pretty. Chu Shi looked at the lively butterfly carved on the hairpin and felt a surge of liking. Wang Xiu puffed out her chest. Of course. I learned from my dad for a long time before I made it. Did you make this yourself? Chu Shi was surprised. She liked Wang Mujiang's craftsmanship very much, and the 2 cabinets he made are still in her room. Now it seemed that Wang Xiu's skills truly inherited her father's talent. Yes, it's my New Year gift for you. And you've helped me so much. I wanted to do something to thank you, Wang Xiu said. Just as she was unsure what to say, a figure appeared nearby. Seeing him, Wang Xiu immediately brightened up. Qin Xiangjuan, you're here, Wang Xiu said happily. Qin Xiangjuan patted her head. I was worried you'd be cold and couldn't carry things, so I came to pick you up and take you home. Their interaction shocked Chu Shi. She pointed at the 2 of them. You too. Wang Xiu blushed and nodded. Qin Xiangjuan looked a bit uncomfortable, coughed lightly, and nodded in agreement. When did you 2 start dating? Chu Shi really didn't expect that. By the way, Wang Xiu should thank Chu Shi even more. Wang Xiu quietly told Chu Shi about their story. At first, Chu Shi told her that if she liked Qin Xiangjuan, she should work hard and become someone who could stand beside him. So she studied seriously, asking Chu Shi questions when she didn't understand, and when Chu Shi was busy, she would go find Qin Xiangjuan. Over time, they often studied together, and after a while, they started to like each other and got together. Finally, Wang Xiu shyly said, Chu Shi, anyway, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the courage to do these things. Chu Shi was happy for her too. Haha, congratulations. Now I just wait to drink your wedding wine. Oh, that's not certain yet, Wang Xiu said shyly. If I don't get into university, I feel I wouldn't be worthy of him. Then you should work hard. I'm sure you'll succeed, Chu Shi encouraged. Hard work pays off. With Wang Xiu studying so diligently and Chu Shi sharing her materials, she will definitely pass. After teasing her a little more, Qin Xiangjuan took Wang Xiu away, and Chu Shi happily went back with the meat. Looking at the time, Shen Yi and Chu Wang should be arriving soon. After putting down her things, Chu Shi went to the village entrance to wait for them. Sure enough, just as Chu Shi arrived at the village entrance, she saw a military green car slowly approaching. Chu Wang saw Chu Shi from afar, stuck his head out of the window, and waved happily. Big sister. Big sister. Big sister. Chu Wang was very happy. A few years ago, he could only spend the new year with a bunch of soldiers. Later, his sister came, and she didn't let him join. This year was different. He could finally celebrate the new year with his family. In the past, Chu Shi spent her first new year with Gao Xiaodai, often bringing gifts to her family, but her own family was absent. You're here? Come on, let's go home. Chu Shi hugged Chu Wang as he jumped down and led him home. Ignored Shen Yi. You guys could at least look at me. But the siblings happily chatted in front, ignoring Shen Yi who was driving behind them. Big sister. Is this your new home? It's so warm. Chu Wang looked at the bright room and the stove in the middle of the house, unable to help but marvel. Of course, to welcome you. I prepared this meal long ago. After Chu Shi returned, she washed the big bones thoroughly and put them on the stove to simmer. Shen Yi parked his car and entered the house. He wondered, can I not have a name? Shen Yi quietly took off his clothes, hung them up, and then hurried to bring in the rice, flour, meat, and vegetables he had brought. Following the smell, Chu Wang opened the lid of the clay pot on the stove and saw milky white bone broth and some overcooked meat. While secretly snacking, Chu Shi approached Shen Yi and gave him a quick kiss. Shen Yi's previous feelings of resentment instantly disappeared without a trace. However, he still acted proud and said, "Finally, you saw me. Oh, such a brave and handsome Captain Shen. How could I not see you?"
Chu Shi smiled.
Shen Yi looked expressionless and turned his head to the side. Humph. But just out of sight, his lips curled up slightly before returning to normal. "Captain Shen, are you jealous?" Chu Shi asked, staring at his face. Humph. Shen Yi turned his head away again.
Chu Si chúc cười.
Is Shun-yi only 3 years old? But she still comforted him. Later, we'll make hot pot. I also prepared braised pork just for you. All your favorites. When Shun-yi heard, prepared just for you, he finally smiled. Although Shun-yi knew that Chu Wang was his younger brother and that he should be kind to him, he couldn't help feeling a little jealous.
Huff.
Sister, this soup is so delicious. Chu Wang held his bowl, drinking the soup and fishing out the ingredients inside, eating happily. He didn't notice his sister and Shun-yi's little gestures. Don't finish it all, or we won't have enough for the hot pot later. The bone broth was simmered in one clay pot. Once it's gone, there's nothing left. Chu Wang paused while scooping soup, then quickly added another spoonful before happily setting the lid back on, carrying his bowl away. Chu Shi watched him and shook her head, then turned to walk into the kitchen, calling out, "Captain Shen, come help." In the kitchen, Chu Shi rolled up her sleeves, ready to work hard. Shun-yi couldn't eat spicy food, but she and Chu Wang loved spicy hot pot, so they would definitely prepare a yin-yang hot pot. Chu Shi took out a prepared chili pepper, a new variety from her space, much spicier than the ones outside. Besides chili peppers, there are also Sichuan peppercorns, and other ingredients. Now, she is ready to start cooking. Shin Yimo quietly helps her, choosing, washing, and preparing vegetables in the corner. Both of them are busy with their tasks. Although they don't talk, they seem very harmonious. When Chu Shi is about to stir-fry the chili peppers, she says to Shun-yi sitting on a small stool, "Captain Shen, I'm going to cook the chili peppers. You should go outside now." "No, I won't go out," Shun-yi replies simply and firmly. "Why not? What are you doing here? You can't eat spicy food anyway." Chu Shi finds it strange. Shun-yi purses his lips. "I want to watch you. If I go out, I won't be able to see you anymore." Chu Shi. "But you can't smell the chili peppers, silly." "Silly? Chili peppers are very strong. You can't handle it." Chu Shi tries to persuade him to go outside. But Shun-yi is determined and unmoving. "I won't go. Even if I choke, I want to see you more." Chu Shi has no choice. There will be more chances to meet in the future, so there's no rush now. However, she knows Shun-yi's personality well. She glances outside and sees Chu Wang happily eating, with no intention of coming in. She then takes a helmet and mask from her space and gives them to him. Since Shun-yi won't go out, she can only protect him here. Under the watchful eye of the helmet hero, Chu Shi begins her hot pot cooking adventure. She pours half a pot of oil into the wok, heats it up, and then adds the dried chili peppers. Immediately, there is a crackling sound, and the spicy aroma fills the air. Cough, cough. Chu Shi coughs a few times from the spiciness and can't help but put on the mask. When the chili peppers are almost fried, Chu Shi starts adding Sichuan peppercorns and peppercorns. She and Chu Wang share the same taste. They like spicy and numbing flavors. She also adds various medicinal herbs because even when eating hot pot, she wants to stay healthy. "Big sister, it smells so good. Your cooking has improved again." Chu Wang may not be good at everything, but his sense of smell is very sharp. After smelling the aroma, he calls out from outside. Chu Shi looks outside worriedly, seeing he has no intention of coming in, and then responds, "It will be ready to eat soon." Chu Wang happily stuffs another piece of candy into his mouth, feeling very comfortable at his sister's place. After the hot pot ingredients are ready, Chu Shi takes out the prepared yin-yang pot and puts it in. She also pours the bone broth that has been simmered in a clay pot for a long time onto the stove. The base of the hot pot is now ready. After preparing the basic ingredients, the rest of the cooking, vegetables, and meat was quite simple. This time, Chu Shi didn't give Chu Wang a chance to slack off. "Chu Wang, come here and cut the potatoes." Chu Shi, grown up as he was, disliked cutting vegetables the most. Chu Wang was the one always helping with that. Coming. Chu Wang replied. "Brother Shen, are you bad at cutting vegetables? I can do it." Seeing Shun-yi standing quietly to the side, Chu Wang couldn't help but show off again. "Brother Shen, look." Chu Wang said proudly as he chopped away with a kaka sound. Shun-yi resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He took another knife and started teaching him properly. Watching Shen-yi cut faster and better than himself, Chu-wang thought, Chu-wang obediently continued chopping vegetables. Shen-yi put down his knife and went to find Chu-shi. He didn't want to watch Chu-wang that fool. At this moment, Chu-shi was tidying up their room. There were only 2 bedrooms in the house, so Shen-yi and Chu-wang had to share one. Chu-shi had even prepared an extra bed because Shen-yi usually didn't share a bed with anyone. Shen-yi doesn't like sharing a bed with others.
What about me?
Chu-shi looked at the bed and thought to himself. Then he couldn't help but laugh. If he doesn't sleep with me, I wouldn't want to sleep with him either.
Who wouldn't want to?
Shen-yi, who came looking for Chu-shi, suddenly spoke. Chu-shi was genuinely startled. How can you walk so quietly? He had been lost in thought just now and was embarrassed to be caught.
So he scolded Shen-yi.
Shen-yi didn't mind Chu-shi's scolding. He continued, who wouldn't want to? Do you not like me anymore? No. Chu-shi hurriedly explained. I mean, you don't like sharing a bed with others, so I prepared a bed for you in advance. No need to ask further now, right? Chu-shi thought. Luckily, she was quick-witted. Shen-yi nodded. I really don't like sharing a bed with others, but I want to sleep with you. Chu-shi's eyes widened.
What?
Is it inappropriate to talk about this in broad daylight? Or am I just not pure enough? Shen-yi looked serious. I want to sleep with you. Chu-shi admitted that, looking at Shen-yi's handsome face and hearing him say such serious words, her face blushed uncontrollably. Clearly, such tempting words. Why does Shen-yi sound so serious when he speaks? Chu-shi pushes Shen-yi. Okay. Hurry up and make the bed. Dinner will be ready soon. While Chu-shi turns around to tidy up the bed, Shen-yi smiles. Little wildcat, you're so cute. Later, Shen-yi obediently helps make the bed until Chu-wang finishes chopping vegetables and calls them. Big sister. I've finished chopping everything you asked for. What should I do next? Chu-wang's voice asks. Chu-shi just finished tidying up with the other 2. Wash your hands, it's time to eat. Got it. Hearing that dinner is ready, Chu-wang quickly puts down his knife. Eating and sleeping are the 2 happiest things in life. So, on this snowy day, the 3 of them enjoy a warm hot pot inside the house. It's so spicy. It feels so good. Chu-wang's mouth is red from the spice, but he can't help but pick up his chopsticks. There's no way. A spicy hot pot has no soul without spice. Chu-shi smiles and hands him some sweet syrup to help ease the spiciness. Chu-wang takes a sip. Big sister, this is so exciting. You're amazing. After you leave, I'll make some for you to take with you. Chu-shi says. Yes. Chu-wang is very happy. Shen-yi, what can I bring?
I need to think about that.
But Shen-yi looks at the bone broth hot pot in front of him and falls into deep thought. Shen-yi, forget it. I'll find another chance. They finish their meal harmoniously and warmly. Chu-wang pats his full stomach and asks Chu-shi, Big sister, which room will I stay in later? Since arriving here, he's been busy eating and hasn't had a chance to see his own room. What Chu-wang doesn't know is that he's about to live with his dear Shinge. Later, Shen-yi will take you there. Anyway, you 2 will sleep together tonight, Chu-shi says. Hearing this, Chu-wang jumps up. What? I don't want to sleep with him. What a joke. He thought that coming to his sister's house would mean escaping sharing a room with a man, but it looks like he can't avoid it after all. Chu-shi. If you don't sleep with him, she pretends to think and then says, then he can only sleep with me. Chu-wang. That's wishful thinking. Absolutely not.
Okay, Chu-wang compromit.
During the New Year holiday, there was no work in the fields. Everyone was busy cleaning their houses and preparing New Year goods. Chu-shi's house had already been cleaned by the robot vacuum in the space. As for the New Year supplies, there was plenty in the space, so today Chu-shi planned to take Shen-yi and Chu-wang to the mountains. Because of time issues before, Chu-shi hadn't had a chance to visit the deep mountains. Now, with 2 more helpers, maybe they could catch some wild game. The next day, Chu-shi woke up to find Chu-wang and Shen-yi had already returned from jogging. Even during the New Year, they didn't skip their training. Big sister, you're awake? I made breakfast for you. Come eat, Chu Wang said eagerly, looking for praise. Chu Shi thought, my little brother can cook now? That deserves praise. Maybe I should give him a bigger red envelope this year. But when she saw the eggs boiling in the pot, Chu Shi thought, maybe I'll skip the red envelope this time. After a simple breakfast, the three of them dressed up fully and went out. Chu Shi wanted to go hunting. I tell you both, be careful later. The deep mountains are rarely visited, and there might be wild boars or something. Don't go too far apart, Chu Shi warned them at the mountain's edge. Shunyi nodded and moved closer to Chu Shi, signaling he would protect her well. Chu Wang couldn't cross over, and could only nod hard. They were lucky. Not long after entering, they caught a wild rabbit and 2 wild chickens. Big sister, let's go back. This is enough for us to eat, Chu Wang said, a little scared as he watched them plan to go further. Chu Shi wanted to explore more, but when she didn't know how to persuade Chu Wang, Shunyi teased him. Ha! If you can't do it, just go back first. A man shouldn't say he can't do it. Chu Wang definitely couldn't stand that. Who said I can't? I'm just worried my sister will get tired. Unlike you, who don't understand caring. Chu Shi smiled. Don't worry. Maybe I'll have to protect you later. But Chu Wang didn't believe it. In his mind, Chu Shi was still the delicate girl who needed care. Big sister, stop dreaming. You can't even lift 30 jin of meat, Chu Wang said sarcastically. Chu Shi smiled and thought, if you weren't my brother, I'd definitely punch your head. This person really can't be blindly confident, or he'll get a harsh lesson in no time. Chu Wang is a very good example. Just after Chu Wang finished speaking, a wild boar appeared behind him, glaring at him fiercely. Sister, I feel a bit cold on my back. Chu Wang looked at Chu Shi and Shunyi, who had changed their expressions, and couldn't help but ask. Chu Shi swallowed hard. Maybe you should turn around and check. This wild boar weighed at least 300 jin, around 150 kilograms, enough to last a long time, and wild boar meat is lean and tasty. Chu Shi couldn't help but drool. Chu Wang froze for a moment, then slowly turned around and saw the big creature about 5 or 6 meters away.
Ah!
Brother Shen, help! Chu Wang's first reaction was to call Shunyi. To him, Shunyi was still very powerful. However, Shunyi didn't look at him at all. His eyes had been fixed on Chu Shi, who was glowing with excitement. Shunyi shook his head affectionately. Are you ready? Shunyi asked Chu Shi. Yes, Chu Shi nodded. Then, without waiting for the wild boar to get angry first, the two of them ran toward it together. The wild boar, you guys are not taking me seriously. The wild boar pushed off with its hind legs, kept kicking the ground, and sped up, running toward the two. Chu Wang was a bit confused. Could Shunyi understand what they were doing? But he knew his brother could understand, so what was his sister planning? At the moment they met the wild boar, Chu Wang, feeling hopeless, closed his eyes. No. Sister. Oh no, what is my sister doing? Why is she so reckless? Chu Wang thought despairingly. Had he done something to upset her recently? Chu Shi and Shunyi didn't have time to pay attention to Chu Wang. After meeting the wild boar, they attacked from different sides, one above, one below, one left, one right. While Shunyi distracted the wild boar, Chu Shi aimed her arrow and accurately shot it into the boar's eye. The wild boar screamed in pain, causing Chu Wang's ears to hurt. He opened his eyes and was stunned by what he saw. The wild boar was blind, running around chaotically, but Shunyi and Chu Shi showed no fear. They coordinated perfectly, fighting as if they were playing with the wild boar. Chu Wang thought, when did my sister become so brave?
Sister.
I'll help you guys. Chu Wang, who was initially scared and trembling, saw his sister so brave and gained courage himself. Chu Shi nodded, stepped back from the fight, since the wild boar was no longer able to jump around, and let Chu Wang practice his skills. Hey, you two, don't leave yet, Chu Wang called out while dealing with the wild boar and shouted to the two people. After Chu Shi left the battlefield, Shunyi also stepped back to a safe distance. Comrade Chu Wang, now is the time to show your bravery. Keep going, Chu Shi shouted from afar. Chu Wang, if your gloating wasn't so obvious, I might actually try harder. But since the wild boar was charging fiercely, he had to focus all his energy on defending himself. Are you training him? He probably doesn't need this kind of method, Shunyi asked. Chu Shi shook his head. No, he needs it. Chu Wang is cheerful and lively, easygoing, and never thinks he might really be in danger of losing his life someday. Even if he were in danger, he believes someone would save him. So, besides normal training, he has no other demands on himself. Chu Shi once offended some people during a reception, and they are not easy to deal with. He doesn't know what they might do in the future. Also, Chu Wang is a soldier, and he must be ready to charge into battle. Having self-protection skills is necessary. So, Chu Shi wants to prepare in advance. With Chu Wang's current state, if he encounters someone more ruthless, his life might still be at risk. Is it too difficult? Shunyi asked. Making it harder now will help him survive in the future. It's worth it, Chu Shi replied. Then, Chu Shi and Shunyi watched as Chu Wang was chased around by the wild boar. While running, he also called out for help. Brother Shun, help. Save me. Shunyi remained unmoved, and Chu Shi was even less so. Watching Chu Wang look a bit funny, she even felt like laughing. Their indifference made Chu Wang feel a sense of danger. It seems he can only rely on himself now. If he keeps running, he will eventually run out of strength, and he won't be able to kill the boar. Taking advantage of the boar listening to his position, Chu Wang picked up a thick branch from the ground, about the size of a baby's arm, as his weapon. Seeing Chu Wang's change, Chu Shi nodded with satisfaction, while paying more attention to the man and the pig. She wanted to ensure Chu Wang's safety. After grabbing the weapon, Chu Wang felt more secure. He clenched the branch and faced the wild boar directly. The boar, unable to see, could only judge position by sound. After a moment of hesitation, it charged toward Chu Wang. Its tusks were exposed outside. If it hit him, he would likely be pierced through the stomach. Looking at the wild boar approaching, Chu Wang no longer showed fear. He tightly gripped a branch and relied on his quick movements to dodge as the boar came closer. When the boar was near, he suddenly sidestepped and struck it on the head with a stick. The stick snapped with a loud crack, but the boar was unharmed and became even angrier. Seeing this, Chu Wang thought to himself, the boar's skin is very thick, only its belly is soft. But he didn't have a sharp weapon in his hand, so it was hard to deal with the animal. Chu Shi took out a dagger from her space and pretended to pull it from her clothes, then threw it to Chu Wang. Use this. Chu Wang instinctively caught the dagger, swung it casually a few times, and said, Nice knife. The dagger Chu Shi gave him was really good. It was made with the most advanced technology from the end of the world, using the best materials. It was cold to the touch and very sharp. After getting the knife, Chu Wang stopped just dodging and charged at the boar. But with the boar's speed, Chu Wang couldn't dodge in time and was knocked to the ground. He was almost broken in the waist from the impact. He looked up and saw the boar chasing after him. He rolled on the ground to avoid it. However, the boar kept chasing him, determined to use its hooves to hit the person who had blinded its eyes. They were so cruel. When Chu Shi saw this, she couldn't help but want to go help, but Shunyi held her back. Wait a little longer, Shunyi said, grabbing her arm. Chu Shi was anxious. This was her younger brother, her beloved little brother. She shook off Shunyi's hand and tried to rush forward to save Chu Wang. But Chu Wang had already dealt with the boar himself. Just as the boar's hoof was about to land on Chu Wang, in a moment of danger, Chu Wang didn't dodge. Instead, he rolled toward its belly and stabbed it mercilessly with the dagger. There was a thud, the sound of the knife piercing flesh. The boar, still rushing forward, couldn't stop in time and was cut along its belly, leaving a long wound. The wound was very large, and its internal organs were visible. After stopping, the boar trembled twice and then died. Seeing this, Chu Wang also sank to the ground, gasping heavily. Only then did Chu Shi relax her tense heart. She walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, Good job. I'll cook something delicious for you tonight. Chu Wang looked at Chu Shi with weak and tired eyes and smiled. After exhausting himself to kill the wild boar, he had no strength left to lift his arm. Shani stepped forward, helped him up, and said, "Hurry up and get ready.
We need to leave now.
The smell of blood is too strong, and it might attract other wild animals." Chu Wang stood up, planning to help Shen-Yi carry the pork, but what he saw next left him stunned. He saw his sister, Chu Shi, and Shen-Yi each holding 2 legs of the pig, walking quickly. "Big sister, when did you become so strong?" Chu Wang asked in surprise. Before, she couldn't lift or carry much. Chu Shi deliberately showed her strength, revealing she was different from her usual shy self. She couldn't keep pretending to be her old, timid personality. So Chu Shi said, "Do you think being a young person working in the countryside is just for fun?" "I've carried heavier things before," Chu Wang exclaimed. "I didn't expect working in the countryside could turn you into a strong person." The pig was quite heavy. Chu Shi touched her nose, feeling a bit proud of herself. "Well, this pig has a lot of fat, so it's not really that heavy," Chu Shi explained casually. Luckily, Chu Wang wasn't thinking about that. His mind was full of delicious food. "Are we really going back like this?" "Someone might see us," Shen-Yi suddenly said. Although heavy snow covered the mountains and few people would come up the hill, going back openly was still risky. Chu Shi had an idea. She remembered the cave from that day, so she led the 2 of them toward it. For lunch, the 3 of them ate grilled meat. It wasn't seasoned, but none of them were very picky. Compared to their usual tasks, having meat to eat was already a good reward. Chu Shi processed the pork, saving some to make dried meat, some for pork sauce, and the rest for some marinated snacks. The big pig had found its purpose. On New Year's Eve, the 3 sat around the stove, cracking sunflower seeds and eating candies, feeling very happy. As midnight approached, Chu Shi took out a large red envelope she had prepared earlier and handed it to the 2 of them. "Happy New Year. Wishing you a fresh start, M." Shen-Yi took the red envelope, then took out an almost identical one from his pocket and handed it to Chu Shi. Chu Shi felt the envelope. Wow, it's filled with lots of small coins. This is a tradition that has continued since the end of the world. Many holidays were forgotten during that time, but the Spring Festival was still celebrated. Chu Shi and Shen-Yi are both without family, so they spend the holiday together every year. Because of this, they prepare red envelopes with money in advance. They are never short of money, but they enjoy the sense of ritual, the feeling of being cared for, and having someone to be with during this special time. In this world, it's no different. Chu Shi happily accepts the red envelope and then extends her hand to Chu Wang. Chu Wang. "Huh? I thought I just needed to receive the red envelope." Silently, he puts the red envelope into his pocket. Chu Wang grins and says, "Hee, thank you, sister. For your red envelope. Stop the chatter. What about mine?" Chu Shi isn't one to accept that. Their family also has this tradition. Siblings give each other red envelopes from their pocket money. "Do I have to do it myself this year?" Chu Shi rolls up her sleeves with a smile. Every year, Chu Shi and Chu Wang force each other to give red envelopes, which is their tradition. Just as Chu Shi finishes speaking, Chu Wang pulls out another red envelope from his pocket. Chu Shi smiles happily after receiving the red envelope, but then she feels a bit sad. "I wonder how Mom, Dad, and Grandpa are doing." Chu Shi sighs and can't help but say it. They are close siblings and can celebrate the New Year together, but their father was sent to a farmstead, and they don't know how he's doing. Chu Wang also sighs softly. He misses Mom, Dad, and Grandpa too. For a moment, no one speaks. Shen-Yi quietly hugs Chu Shi and pats her gently to comfort her. "Sister," Chu Wang suddenly speaks up. "I have a bold idea." Chu Shi is startled, but she can't help asking, "What is it? What's on this kid's mind now?" "Let's go see Dad tomorrow," Chu Wang says hopefully. Chu Shi, as expected. "I didn't see that coming." Their father was sent far away, and it takes 2 days and nights by train to get there. "Will you have enough time during the holiday?" Chu Shi asks. The young people don't have many days off, but she's fine. This question surprises Chu Wang. He hadn't thought of it himself. Let me think." He lowers his head and starts to calculate, but he can't figure it out after a while. There are 10 days left of the holiday. At a critical moment, Shen-Yi proved reliable and quickly gave the answer. Chu Wang hadn't even put down his finger when he shouted, Yes, yes, yes. Chu Shi looked at Shun Yi and asked, "What do you think?" Shun Yi looked back at her and said, "If you agree, we'll go. If you don't want to go, we won't." Chu Shi felt a bit conflicted. As a daughter, she definitely wanted to visit her father if she had the chance. But Chu Shi was pretending to be someone she wasn't. She was worried about being found out, especially since Chu Simin was not as easy to fool as Chu Wang. Just as she was hesitating, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door. Huh? Why would someone come at this time? Chu Wang was curious. He opened the door, and standing outside was a man he didn't recognize. "Who are you?" Chu Wang asked before the man could speak. Annoyed, Chu Wang retorted, "Who I am doesn't matter. Tell me who you're looking for, or I'll close the door." The man outside was Wang Hongjun from the youth training camp. He had urgent news for Chu Shi. Seeing Chu Wang about to close the door, Wang Hongjun quickly stepped forward to block it and said, "I'm here to see Chu Shi. I have something urgent to tell her." "Looking for my sister?" Chu Wang said, "Wait a moment." After saying that, he went to call his sister. This man was rude and wouldn't be allowed inside. "Humph. Sister, there's a man outside looking for you." Hearing that a man was looking for Chu Shi, she was a bit surprised. Qin Shengjuan and Wei Qi, who were closer to her, had already gone home for the new year. Who could be coming at this time? Chu Shi couldn't help but glance at Shen Yi, worried he might overthink or not. Shen Yi looked calm and even urged her. "Aren't you going?" "Oh, I'll go," Chu Shi admitted, feeling a little disappointed. Did Shen Yi trust her that much? To her surprise, as she stepped outside, Shen Yi followed closely behind her. "Why are you coming out?" "It's not your business," Chu Shi asked. Shen Yi replied, "I'm worried about your safety." "Okay," Chu Shi said, feeling a bit proud. When Chu Shi reached the door and saw Wang Hongjun, he was pacing anxiously outside. "Wang Hongjun, why are you here?" Chu Shi asked. Seeing her, Wang Hongjun looked like he had found a lifeline. He hurried forward and grabbed her, trying to pull her away. "Chu Shi, come quickly. I have urgent news for you." Wang Hongjun held her very tightly. Chu Shi struggled a few times but couldn't break free. "Wang Hongjun, let go of me." "Where are you taking me?" Behind, Shen Yi took a quick step forward and rescued Chu Shi. "Hurry and come with me, or it will be too late." Wang Hongjun turned back and tried to pull Chu Shi again. But before he could reach her, Shen Yi blocked him. Wang Hongjun finally saw there was a third person here. "Chu Shi, who is this? You're a young girl, and you're living with two men?" His tone was full of blame, as if Chu Shi was shameless. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Chu Shi rolled her eyes. "Speak quickly if you have something to say, and stop wasting time." "You." Wang Hongjun was annoyed, but thinking about the situation at the youth camp, he said, "You better go check on the youth camp. If you don't go soon, someone might get hurt." "So serious?" Chu Shi asked. "Be clear. What's really going on?" Seeing Chu Shi's stubborn attitude, refusing to leave without knowing the full story, Wang Hongjun had to tell the truth. "Gu Chunyan is at the youth camp." He paused, then added, "She seems to be in danger." "Gu Chunyan?" Chu Shi hadn't thought of her in a long time. When Wang Hongjun mentioned her suddenly, she hesitated for a moment. Counting back, Gu Chunyan was about 7 months pregnant now. Didn't she get married? Why is she still at the youth camp? She ran back secretly because her husband was hitting her so badly she couldn't take it anymore, Wang Hongjun said through clenched teeth. The scars on Gu Chunyan's body were shocking to see, not to mention she was pregnant. How could a husband be so terrible? "Oh, so why are you looking for me?" Chu Shi didn't want to get involved in Gu Chunyan and Wang Hongjuan's affairs. Wang Hongjuan's eyes widened. "Gu Chunyan is almost beaten to death. Aren't you going to see her injuries?" "Were her injuries caused by me?" Chu Shi asked Wang Hongjun. He shook his head and opened his mouth to reply, but Chu Shi didn't wait for him to finish. She continued, "Who is she to me? I'm not a doctor. Why should I go see her? How can you be so unkind? She's so pitiful. Can't you just go help her check her injuries?" Wang Hongjun accused her. Su Shi found it funny. Is this moral pressure? "Yes, I have no compassion." If you have nothing else to do, go back so she won't get into more trouble. Didn't expect you to be so cruel, Wang Hongjun said, and left. Xushi was amused and angry. Cruel? Does Wang Hongjun have a muddled mind? Wang Hongjun was very angry walking down the street. He used to feel ashamed for wrongly accusing Xushi of stealing money, but now he didn't care anymore. Xushi is just cruel and selfish, unwilling to help even with small favors. In the afternoon, as it was getting dark, Gu Chunyan appeared at the youth camp entrance, looking poor. This year, only Wang Hongjun was left at the camp. When he saw Gu Chunyan, she told him she was beaten by her husband, so he decided to let her stay at the camp. Wang Hongjun thought that having someone to spend the new year with was not bad. But around midnight, Gu Chunyan suddenly said she had a stomach ache. She was pregnant. This scared Wang Hongjun badly. He wanted to take her to the hospital, but she refused and insisted he find Xushi. Although he didn't understand why, Wang Hongjun went to find Xushi, but was unsuccessful. Wang Hongjun blamed Xushi in his heart and hurried back to the camp. He needed to see how Gu Chunyan was doing. But when he arrived, he found not only Gu Chunyan but also her partner, Li Lin. From Wang Hongjun's perspective, they looked happy and chatting, not like someone who had been beaten or was hurting. He cleared his throat, and they noticed him. Seeing him, Gu Chunyan pushed away Li Lin and looked at Wang Hongjun with some embarrassment. "Are you better?" Wang Hongjun asked, still worried about her health. Gu Chunyan glanced at Li Lin, who showed no other reaction, and nodded. Wang Hongjun said, "That's good." Xushi refused to come with me. Xushi refused to come, which was expected. Li Lin got a bit anxious. Why doesn't she come? How can she do this? After marrying Gu Chunyan, Li Lin often scolded or hit her because she had caused him trouble. Later, after Gu Chunyan's analysis, he now believes that Xushi definitely harmed him and caused his ex-wife to divorce him. This time, both of them came with the intention of getting revenge on Xushi. Li Lin, who is lazy and refuses to work, also hoped to make some money by pretending to be a victim of Xushi. But now it seems his plan is ruined. Thinking about this possibility, Li Lin's face darkened. He threw down what he was holding and decided to go home. Gu Chunyan over these days has learned to read Li Lin's mood. Her heart was alarmed. If she didn't handle things well, she might get beaten when she returned. "Since you came, just take her and leave." Wang Hongjun saw him about to leave and called out to stop him. Li Lin definitely wouldn't listen. "Humph, useless guy, and you still have the nerve to come back." "Hey, what are you talking about?" Wang Hongjun defended Gu Chunyan. How could he treat his wife like that? Isn't he a man? Although Wang Hongjun isn't a good person, he has been pretty kind to Gu Chunyan. Hearing this, Li Lin smirked. "Huh. How I treat her. Is that your business?"
Who are you anyway?
I'm her friend," Wang Hongjun stammered, lacking confidence. He really had no right to interfere in their matters. "Friend? Do you also have a thing with her?" Li Lin said. Before Wang Hongjun could reply, Gu Chunyan got anxious. "Wang Hongjun, stop talking." "Oh? You're defending him now." Li Lin's tone became more sarcastic. "Can you be reasonable?" Wang Hongjun was at a loss with this rascal. He was so anxious he turned red and his neck thickened, not noticing the exchange of looks between the two. Li Lin's plan to pretend to be a victim of Xushi was no longer working, but he could still try to mess with Wang Hongjun. After all, Wang Hongjun was rushing to help him. Gu Chunyan, heavily pregnant, wanted to chase after Li Lin, but her body was too heavy to catch up. Wang Hongjun didn't bother arguing with Li Lin anymore. He hurried forward to support her. At this moment, Li Lin had already left the youth commune. Gu Chunyan was about to rush out the door, but just as Wang Hongjun was supporting her to leave, something unexpected happened. Gu Chunyan suddenly collapsed beside Wang Hongjun, clutching her belly and crying out in pain. Wang Hongjun was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't she fine just a moment ago? "Oh, my stomach hurts so much," Gu Chunyan cried, clutching her belly. "Darling, what's wrong?" Li Lin quickly changed from his cold attitude and, looking worried, hugged Gu Chunyan like a caring husband. "Help! Someone's been hurt." Li Lin sat on the ground, crying loudly. As he cried, he pointed at Wang Hongjun. What did my wife do to offend you? Why are you treating her like this? Although it was late at night, everyone was staying up to celebrate the new year. Some who were nearby looked out to see what was happening. Wang Hongjun had to defend himself. I didn't do anything. Don't accuse me falsely. I don't care. My wife fell down because of you, and it's your fault. Not giving Wang Hongjun a chance to speak, Li Lin continued. If you don't pay me 200 yuan today, I will report you. You'll never be able to go back to the city. Li Lin didn't understand much about the law, but he knew what the young workers from the countryside cared about most. Few of them didn't want to return to the city, but if their records got stained, it would be hard to find a good job later. Wang Hongjun finally understood. Was he trying to set him up? But his weakness was now exposed. Gu Chunyan, say something. Wang Hongjun first looked at Gu Chunyan. If she told the truth, he would be fine. But Gu Chunyan was only clutching her stomach, crying out in pain. Come on, just tell the truth. Did you fall by yourself? Wang Hongjun was really anxious now. Look at this. Not only did you push her, but you're also threatening people. How can the young workers in your team behave like this? Li Lin's rough voice drew others' attention as they peeked out to see what was happening. Who can prove I pushed her? Wang Hongjun challenged loudly, but he was no match for Li Lin's boldness. I'm her husband. The baby in her belly is mine. Do you really think I would push her? Wang Hongjun sneered. You can hit her, so why can't you push her? Gu Chunyan, sensing Li Lin's gaze, realized he was trying to set Wang Hongjun up after failing to intimidate him. She hesitated because, among the young workers, Wang Hongjun was the only one who treated her well, even if it was with a bit of condescension. But seeing Li Lin's threatening look and remembering the injuries she received when she was beaten, her pain flared up again. So she had no choice but to pretend to be upset with Wang Hongjun. She responsibly played her part, lying half-sitting in the snow, clutching her stomach and crying out in pain. Do you have any witnesses to prove you didn't push her? When it comes to acting stubborn, Wang Hongjun couldn't compare to Li Lin. Wang Hongjun was so angry, he didn't know what to say. What? What about you? Hurry up and pay. Otherwise, if you get frostbite, you'll be responsible. The weather was so cold, Li Lin was very impatient. He was planning to go home and enjoy some hot dumplings. Wang Hongjun looked at Gu Chunyan on the ground, hoping she would help him speak. But she avoided his gaze and didn't seem willing to help. Suddenly, Wang Hongjun laughed. Haha, he's really a fool. Gu Chunyan, from flirting with a married man to getting beaten, still stays with him. What morals does she have? He was truly blind to help a treacherous person. If you have the guts, go ahead and sue me. At worst, I won't come back to the city for life. I won't let you get what you want. Wang Hongjun was close to breaking down, clenched his fists, and said with red eyes. Li Lin was stunned. Why isn't he playing by the rules? Maybe. I'll give you 100. Li Lin, being a typical bully, was afraid of the tough and slightly aggressive. He didn't dare to provoke Wang Hongjun. Instead, he was negotiating with him. Don't talk about 100. I won't give you a single cent. If you have the guts, sue me. Wang Hongjun was so angry he almost burst a blood vessel, and he said defiantly. Anyway, his family was rich. If needed, he could just pay more later. But he refused to accept this humiliation. Gu Chunyan was originally crying out in pain, but suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, causing her to sweat profusely. Help! It hurts so much. I think I'm going to die from the pain, she struggled and shouted. But no one paid attention to her. Li Lin thought her acting was very convincing, and even gave her a little praise. Wang Hongjun simply wanted to ignore her and let her die from the pain. So Gu Chunyan fainted from the pain. It wasn't until her body was covered in blood that Li Lin realized something serious had happened. Li Lin didn't bother bargaining with Wang Hongjun anymore. He picked up Gu Chunyan and ran to the clinic. Gu Chunyan must not get hurt. The baby must not be harmed. He has nothing left. Where can he find a woman who is obedient, hardworking, and willing to have children? On New Year's Eve, there was no doctor at the clinic, because everyone had gone home for the holiday. Li Lin had no choice but to borrow the clinic's ox cart and take Gu Chunyan to the hospital. On the first day of the new year, Chu Shi, Chu Wang, and Shun Yi went out early to visit relatives. They first went to the village chief's house. "Happy New Year. Wishing you good health in the new year," Chu Shi said. The village chief replied, "Thank you." "Happy New Year." Chu Shi handed small red envelopes to the village chief's two young grandsons. "Hey, Chu Shi, what are you doing?" "They don't want these." The village chief quickly refused, and his son and daughter-in-law nodded in agreement. "Come on, it's the new year. You can't skip giving red envelopes." "Don't worry, these are small ones," Chu Shi said. The village chief didn't stop her. It was her kind gesture. After visiting the village chief, Chu Shi went to visit Sister Sue and gave her a big red envelope. "Happy New Year, Ching Ching. Study hard this year." Chu Shi, she's already grown up. "No more red envelopes," Sister Sue refused. "It's just a small gift for Ching Ching to buy notebooks," Chu Shi explained. Chu Wang and Shun Yi followed behind Chu Shi. When someone asked about her, Chu Shi introduced them, making Chu Wang feel a bit like a monkey in a zoo. "Big sister, are we going to visit Dad now?" Chu Wang asked after returning home from the New Year visits. Last night, because Wang Hongjun interrupted, they couldn't decide what to do, so he asked. "Yes, we'll go. Pack your things soon." "We're leaving tomorrow," Chu Shi replied. She decided to visit her father since he was old and not in good health. "Great. I'll go pack my things now." Chu Wang quickly ran home, leaving Shun Yi and Chu Shi walking side by side in the thick snow. The sound of shoes crunching on the snow was heard as they walked home hand in hand. Chu Shi suddenly remembered a saying she saw long ago. "When it snows, walk with the person you like, because if you're lucky, you'll grow old together." The atmosphere between Shun Yi and Chu Shi was romantic. But the situation at the hospital was not optimistic. When Gu Chunyan was taken to the hospital, her body was as cold as ice. Thanks to the doctor's efforts, she gradually recovered. Because she had been on the ground for too long, the child probably couldn't be saved. "What are you saying?" "No way. That's impossible," Li Lin shouted at the doctor in despair. The doctor was also a bit angry. "We've done our best. The patient has been in the snow for so long. Just being alive is a good sign." She had never seen such a wife and husband. The child was already developed, and being in the snow for so long, it's a miracle if she survives. Doctor, will she still be able to have children in the future?" Li Lin grabbed the doctor, wanting to hear a definite answer. The doctor surprisingly said that Gu Chunyan could never have children again.
How could that be?
If she rests well, there might still be a chance. As a woman, the doctor saw Li Lin's worried look and gave him a little hope. Li Lin let go of the doctor, looking somewhat lost. All he could think about was, his son was gone. He himself could no longer have children. If Gu Chunyan couldn't have children either, what was her purpose besides doing laundry and cooking? In a short time, Li Lin thought a lot. In the end, he didn't look at Gu Chunyan again but left her at the hospital and went home. This patient is so pitiful. She's like this, and her husband doesn't even come to see her. The nurse who changed Gu Chunyan's dressing told her colleague. "You wouldn't know about that," the colleague said mysteriously. "Last night, I heard the doctor tell her husband that she lost the baby, and because she was in the snow for too long, her chances of having children in the future are slim." She quietly glanced at Gu Chunyan on the bed and said, "Who would want a hen that can't lay eggs?" When Gu Chunyan woke up groggily, she heard two nurses talking about this. She didn't open her eyes, but clenched her fists after hearing she couldn't be a mother. "Stop talking." The nurse changing her dressing noticed Gu Chunyan moving and quickly told her colleague to stop. After the nurses left, Gu Chunyan opened her eyes. The heavy feeling in her stomach was gone, her unborn child. She stared blankly at the ceiling, unable to accept this news. "Honey, I'm back." A man's voice came from the hospital room. Gu Chunyan looked happily toward the door, but the reality disappointed her. The man who was speaking walked straight to the hospital bed next to Gu Chunyan. There, a weak woman was lying. Gu Chunyan saw the man gently help her up and feed her some food. Meanwhile, Gu Chunyan was all alone. Compared to that, She felt even worse inside. At this moment, all she felt was regret. Regret for being with Li Lin. Even being with Su Guangwu would have been better than Li Lin. But there is no medicine for regret. While Gu Chunyan was feeling lonely and sad in the hospital, Chu Shi and the others were busy at home. Chu Shi and Chu Wang packed many things, especially Chu Wang, who wanted to move everything to a new place. Shen Yi was holding a map, planning the route. They had planned to buy train tickets, but driving themselves would save time and be more convenient for carrying things. That evening, Chu Shi processed some wild boar meat, making a lot of pork jerky. She sent some to her mother and grandfather, and kept a part for her father. Captain Shen, are you and your dad? Chu Shi didn't finish her sentence, but Shen Yi understood her meaning. Shen Yi said, I don't have a dad. I only have my grandfather. At home, he only considered his grandfather a family member. Others were strangers to him. Shen Yi's attitude made Chu Shi realize how much he disliked his father. Thinking about his past, she couldn't help but hug him. Maybe you can come and be my son-in-law in the future, Chu Shi joked, wanting to cheer him up. Unexpectedly, Shen Yi nodded without hesitation. Yes, okay. Chu Shi. Big brother, aren't you going to think about it a bit more? Seeing Chu Shi looking confused, Shen Yi couldn't help but laugh. He gently tapped her on the head and said, I don't mind whether I marry into your family, as long as it's you. I'll go see how Chu Wang is preparing, Chu Shi said, and ran off. The next morning, the three of them locked the door and left in Shen Yi's car. Chu Simin was sent to a remote village called He River Village. On the way, they took turns driving. None of them were very tired, but Chu Wang still noticed something strange about Chu Shi. She had never driven before, right? But looking at Chu Shi in the driver's seat, she looked just like an experienced driver. Big sister, when did you learn to drive? Chu Wang couldn't help but ask. Chu Shi hadn't expected this question. Learning to drive isn't something you master overnight, and she couldn't use Shen Yi as an excuse. Both Shen Yi and Chu Wang are in the army. When Shen Yi requests a vehicle or goes somewhere, she usually takes Chu Wang along, so Chu Shi definitely didn't learn to drive from Shen Yi.
What should you say?
Chu Shi couldn't think of a good excuse and looked anxiously at Shen Yi. Shen Yi said, Your sister has driven a tractor in the production team. That's how she knows how to drive. Chu Shi did drive a tractor once during the wheat harvest. The person who usually drove the tractor had something urgent, and since others were busy, she had to step in. She didn't let anyone see that she was an experienced driver at the time. Today, she was too relaxed being with Shen Yi and forgot to hide it. But your sister said driving a tractor doesn't look good and affects her image, Shen Yi added.
Haha.
Big sister, you have this skill too? That's impressive. Chu Wang chuckled from the back seat, holding his stomach. His tiny sister was driving such a big tractor. Just imagining that scene made him laugh uncontrollably. Chu Shi saw Chu Wang's expression in the rearview mirror, rolled her eyes, and said, What are you laughing at? If you keep laughing, I might hit you, she threatened, but Chu Wang didn't take it seriously. Still, to save face for his sister, he tried to hold back his laughter, but his shoulders kept shaking, looking very funny. The three of them traveled for a day and a half before reaching Xiao Town. Because the military vehicle was too obvious, they parked it at the guest house. Chu Shi gave each of them a basket filled with things for their father. Her prepared cotton clothes, milk powder, eggs, bread, and more. They all knew that their father's life here wasn't easy. Xia Village is a small town slightly north of the city. Since it's near the sea, most people make a living by fishing. As soon as they entered the village, the three of them could smell a strong fishy odor. Looking at this village, which was even more rundown than Xiao Su Village, Chu Shi made a plan. When we go into the village later, don't say we're here to find Dad right away. Chu Shi advised the two of them that nowadays people tend to dislike those who make mistakes, so it's better to be cautious. Then what are we here for? Chu Wang asked confused. Chu Shi. To check out the market. Things are starting to loosen up and many businesses are gradually developing. We don't have seafood over there. Before Chu Shi finished speaking, Chu Wang understood her meaning. Got it, sister. You're getting smarter. Now we split up. You two walk around the village and find Dad's location. I'll go to the team office. We'll meet here in half an hour and then go see Dad tonight. Chu Wang. Okay. Before leaving, she got a blank introduction letter stamped with the team leader's seal. After writing her purpose clearly, she headed to the team office. The team leader of Shiha village was named Xia. After reading Shi's letter, he greeted her warmly. Shi, come sit quickly. People like Shi, who come to give money to the production team, are naturally treated warmly by the local officials. Team leader Xia, I believe you understand my purpose. I want to learn about the current situation of the production team, Shi said, wanting to find out how her father was doing there. Team leader Xia believed her and started explaining. Our Shiha village has 167 households, with 532 people. Among them, 56 young people have moved to the countryside, and 5 wrongdoers are kept in the cattle shed. This reflects the prejudice of that era against educated people. Only farmers are considered truly respectable. When Shi heard about her father, she couldn't help asking, how are they doing? Team leader Xia looked a bit regretful. Those 5 are quite educated, and they're not young anymore. One of them fell ill a few days ago, and we're not sure if he'll make it. Shi's heart skipped a beat. She was very worried about Chu Simin and couldn't wait to go find him. Team leader Xia will stay in Shiha village for a few days. Sorry for the trouble, Shi politely said. Team leader Xia nodded. No problem. You're welcome to investigate. I'll tell the villagers. It's best not to go near the place where those 5 are held, to avoid getting infected. Shi nodded, but in her heart, she was thinking about sneaking over quietly later to check on him. Chu Wang and Shun Yi are both soldiers, so gathering intelligence is not very difficult for them. Soon, they had a good understanding of the village's situation. After Shi left the team headquarters, with the help of Bawang, he avoided the crowd and went to the place where someone was being held. The place was actually a dilapidated small thatched hut, not protected from the wind in winter or rain in summer. Living there was very hard. Suddenly, a very weak cough sounded, making Shi's heart tighten. It was his father's voice. He heard the voice say, Old Xiao, I don't know if I can hold on this time. If I can't, please help me and give this letter to my family. It was as if he was giving last words. Chu Simin, the professor, was speaking to someone nearby. Old Xiao was the person who was also taken here with him. I won't help. When you get better, you can tell your children yourself, Old Xiao said, turning his head away, unwilling to take the letter. I cough. This time I cough. Chu Simin's cough grew worse and he couldn't finish a sentence. She couldn't bear it anymore. He pushed open the old, broken door and ran to the bed, crying as he said, Dad, Old Xiao, do you think I am going to die? I feel like I see my daughter. Chu Simin asked with a faint smile. Chu Simin fell into memories and continued, the one I worry about the most is her. She's too soft. She's easy to be bullied outside. Only Chu Wang can bully her. Old Xiao was so shocked he couldn't speak. He rubbed his eyes hard, pinched his thigh, and after feeling the pain, he said, So, this is your daughter. Don't comfort me. Chu Simin naturally didn't believe it. He felt he was about to die. This was his last moment of clarity. Shi looked at him with sadness. The bond of blood was truly amazing. He reached out and held Chu Simin's hand. Dad, I am Shi. I came to see you. You won't be in danger. Tears rolled down his face, making Chu Simin realize that the person in front of him was real. His daughter had come. Xiaoxi, it really is you. Chu Simin was so excited he wanted to sit up, but his body was too weak to move. He struggled for a long time, but couldn't succeed. She quickly helped him up. It's me, Dad. I'm here. And Chu Wang, we're here to see you. Good. Haha. Chu Simin laughed loudly, then tilted his head onto Shi's shoulder and stopped moving. She was very worried. Dad. She checked his heartbeat, then felt relieved and gently laid him back on the bed, checking his pulse. Chu Simin had been sent here several years ago. The humid climate and poor conditions in the cattle shed, along with heavy work, had severely weakened his health. This illness happened after he fell into the river while repairing the canal, exhausted. After being rescued, he fell seriously ill and couldn't get better. After understanding her father's condition, Chu Shi told old Qiao, "Uncle Qiao, I can't stay here too long. Please take care of my dad first. I'll come back tonight to see you all." Old Qiao said, "Don't worry, old Chu. I will take good care of him." Chu Shi trusted old Qiao a lot. While others in the cattle shed were earning work points, old Qiao came back to look after her father. Their relationship must be very good. Chu Shi left quickly without bringing much, heading to meet the other two people. "What's wrong? Is the operation not going smoothly?" Shani asked as soon as she saw Chu Shi, noticing her unusual mood. Chu Wang also looked carefully and asked, "Yeah, sister. Why are your eyes red? Did you just cry?" On the way, Chu Shi tried to calm her emotions, but it was too short a time, and the signs on her face still showed. She wasn't a sentimental person, so she simply told them about her father's condition. After hearing this, Chu Wang looked serious. "Sister, Dad will be fine, right? Don't worry. I checked on Dad. Once he recovers this time, he will rest well and be fine," Chu Shi reassured him.
Chu Wan not dead.
Yes. He almost forgot that his sister had learned traditional Chinese medicine from their mother. This time, Dad would definitely be saved. But, Chu Shi continued, "This time, Dad has a fever. It's best to use Western medicine to reduce the fever first. If not, it could develop into pneumonia, which was still deadly in this era." This was their biggest problem now. Chu Shi had medicine in her space, but she didn't dare to use it recklessly. "We saw a health clinic nearby. We can go buy medicine there." Chu Wang thought this problem was easy to solve. Shun Yi thought for a moment and said, "The health clinic's medicine is distributed by the main hospital. I'm not sure if they have any here. Let's check later." "Yes, let's go to our place first," Chu Shi said, noticing it was getting late. She led the two of them to the place arranged by Captain Xia. Captain Xia arranged for the three of them to stay at a youth station not far from the cattle shed. This was because the youth station had two separate rooms for them to stay in, and it was close to the sea, making it easier for Chu Shi and her friends to explore. This arrangement suited Chu Shi's wish as well, especially since they still needed to go to the cattle shed at night. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Captain Xia appeared in front of the three and smiled, saying, "Chu the youth, I've prepared food and drinks to welcome you." Although Chu Shi didn't like socializing, she could handle it. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Captain Xia. We accept your kindness." The dinner was held at Captain Xia's house because it was too far to go to the state-run restaurant, so his wife cooked instead. Besides Chu Shi and her friends, Captain Xia also invited some members of the production team to join. Chu Shi brought 1/2 kilogram of fruit candies and some food to eat. Most of the dishes on the table were seafood, prepared in a traditional way by Captain Xia's wife. Although they had to exchange some polite words, overall, Chu Shi enjoyed the meal very much. They finished eating around 8 o'clock. By then, it was completely dark outside. After leaving, the three of them went back to the youth station to pick up some things for Chu Shi's father. They didn't bring much, just some rice, flour, and some dried meat. Since Chu Si-min's condition was better now, he needed to eat well. Chu Shi also took some herbs, secretly placing a ginseng into the bag. Then she, Chu Wang, and Shun Yi quietly went to the cattle shed. The cattle shed housed 5 people. Chu Si-min and old Qiao stayed in a small room, while 3 others shared a larger room. There was also a room used as a kitchen. When they arrived, Chu Si-min was already awake. Seeing his daughter and son, and perhaps because of their presence, he looked much better than during the day. "Dad," Chu Wang called out, looking at the gaunt, tired Chu Si-min. He couldn't say anything more and quietly started to cry. He hasn't seen his father for a long time. He didn't expect that when they met again, his father would look like this. He felt very sad. Chu Si-min's eyes also turned red for a moment, but he still patted his son's shoulder and pretended to be angry, saying, "Why are you crying? How did I teach you before? Men should be strong. Men don't cry easily," and Chu Wang instinctively answered, but he started crying more and more. Chu Wang is a boy. Since he was young, Chu Si-min had high expectations for him. Chu Wang used to envy his father for loving his sister, but now he understands that his father loves him just as much. Old Xiao wiped his tears and said to them, "You all talk first. I'll go boil some water." Although he didn't know Shen Yi well, Old Xiao felt like an outsider. After the Chu family members calmed down, Chu Simin noticed there was another young man in the room. He asked, "Who is this?" The young man was tall and strong, with a serious face that looked very upright. He seemed to have a good sense of justice. Was he his son's friend or his daughter's boyfriend? Chu Simin wondered. Chu Wang blurted out without thinking, "He's my sister's boyfriend. Also my battalion commander. His name is Shen Yi." After a pause, Chu Wang added, "He did a great job during the flood rescue last time. He'll probably be promoted to deputy regiment commander after the new year." Chu Wang thought to himself, "Brother Shen, I can only help you up to here." When Chu Simin heard that Shen Yi was Chu Shi's boyfriend, his opinion of Shen Yi temporarily dropped a few points. No father would be completely okay with a son-in-law, especially when he might take his little girl away. "Really?" Chu Simin asked Chu Shi. Although he was not in good health, he used to be a professor and was an elder, so he still had some presence. Chu Shi didn't know why, but she felt a little guilty. She touched her nose and said, "Dad, Shani really is my boyfriend." Hearing his daughter say it herself, Chu Simin became more critical of Shani. Besides being good-looking, what else does this guy have? Humph. "Oh, Shani, right?" Chu Simin asked Shen Yi. Before Shen Yi could speak, he continued, "How old are you this year? Where is your family from? Who's at home? If you want to marry my daughter, you have to pass my test. I have high standards." A series of questions. Chu Shi didn't know how Shen Yi felt, but she was a bit confused by Chu Simin's questions. She finally understood where Chu Wang's childishness came from. Turns out it was inherited. And Shen Yi hadn't even spoken yet. Chu Shi couldn't help but cover her face. Shen Yi's face was as expressionless as ever, but Chu Shi noticed that his fingers were slightly curled and resting by his side, clearly showing he was nervous. "Dad, you're probably tired today. We can talk about this later." Chu Shi thought about Shen Yi's family situation and didn't want to say too much now. When her father returned to the city, there would be plenty of chances to talk. Chu Simin, "Are you worried I might bully him?"
Sigh. My daughter is so outgoing.
Although Chu Simin felt a bit wronged, he didn't press the issue further. At this moment, Chu Wang needed to liven up the atmosphere. "Dad, I also contributed to the flood relief this time, so I should get a reward when I go back," Chu Wang proudly said. Chu Simin looked at him with relief. "Good job, but remember not to be proud." "Yes, yes, yes," Chu Wang responded. His father had always taught him to be humble in victory and resilient in defeat, and so on. Little brat, seeing his son's dismissive attitude, Chu Simin couldn't help but say, "He's been like this since he was young. Not sure who he takes after." But inside, he was still happy. "We also brought you lots of food," Chu Wang said as he took things out of the basket. Seeing him take out rice, flour, and even smell the aroma of meat, Chu Simin quietly swallowed his saliva and said, "I don't lack food here. You can take it back." The two children hadn't experienced much hardship before, and their lives were probably not easy either. As a father, how could he let his children support him? "Dad, these are specially brought for you. We have more, don't worry." Chu Shi naturally understood what Chu Simin was worried about and spoke up. Yeah, Dad, you don't know, sister is amazing now. She can do everything. And her cooking is especially delicious." Chu Wang couldn't help but show off to Chu Simin. Chu Simin looked at Chu Shi with some guilt. She had been spoiled by him and his wife before. She didn't just cook and do laundry, she even had to cut fruit carefully. Now that Chu Shi had gone to the countryside, she had learned all these skills after enduring many hardships. "Thank you for your hard work, little Shi." As a father, seeing his daughter's big change, he felt both pain and pride, and he couldn't help but tear up. Chu Shi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that if Chu Simin noticed her differences, he might think too much. Now, it seemed the crisis was resolved. She shook her head and said, "It's not hard, Dad." I don't know when we can go back," Chu Simin sighed. He always believed that one day, Us scholars would get the respect we deserve. Chu Shi and Chu Wang quietly comforted him. Shin Yi couldn't join the conversation, so he said, "Uncle hasn't eaten yet? I'll go cook." Chu Simin snorted but said nothing. Chu Shi smiled and nodded, signaling him to go quickly. Shun Yi reluctantly and helplessly went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, old Xiao was boiling water by the stove, wiping tears from his eyes now and then. Hearing Shin Yi's movement, he quickly dried his tears and stood up. "Young comrade, why are you here?" old Xiao asked. He had just seen Chu Shi's siblings arrive and couldn't help but think of his wife and children. They were far away in Guangshi, struggling just to survive, let alone visit him. "Uncle Xiao," Shin Yi called out to Chu Shi, then said, "Uncle Chu said you haven't eaten yet. I came to cook for you." "No need, I'll cook for you later," old Xiao refused. Besides not wanting guests to cook, they also had limited rice and flour, afraid Shin Yi and the others might see it. Shin Yi took out the rice, meat, and vegetables he brought and said to old Xiao, "Uncle Xiao, you've taken care of Uncle Chu all day. Let me cook and you go rest." Old Xiao wanted to say more but saw Shin Yi's expression and said nothing. He got up and went back to his room. At the same time, Chu Simin and Chu Shi, the siblings, had almost finished their chat. Shin Yi could only make simple dishes. Since Chu Simin still had a fever, he couldn't eat greasy food. He first took 2 century eggs, put them into washed rice, then crushed the eggs and added water to start cooking porridge. When the porridge was ready, Chu Shi cut the lean meat into thin strips and added it to the porridge, cooking it a little longer. He wanted to add more ingredients but lacked enough materials, so he stopped. Soon, Chu Shi smelled the aroma in the room. Since arriving in this world, she hadn't yet tasted Shun Yi's cooked porridge. While thinking, Shun Yi brought in a clay pot. "Uncle Chu, Uncle Xiao, time is tight. I've cooked some porridge. Please have a little first." Uncle Xiao saw the preserved egg and lean pork porridge and happily thanked him. They usually wouldn't make this themselves. If they had it, they would eat it quietly. Although Chu Simin took the porridge, he muttered, "Don't think a meal can buy me." His voice was soft, but Chu Shi heard him clearly. "Ha." Chu Shi couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you laughing?" Chu Simin glared at Chu Shi. He wasn't threatening, just acting like a child. Chu Shi made a shushing gesture, and he was satisfied and started drinking the porridge. Not only did the porridge smell good, but it was also soft and sticky. It had a nice flavor from the pork and preserved egg mixed together, making him very hungry. Since he was sick, he hadn't eaten well. Now that he had an appetite, he felt happy. Chu Simin was so happy that he drank 2 big bowls. Just as he was about to have a 3rd bowl, Chu Shi stopped him. "Dad, you can't drink more. You'll get too full." "Okay." Chu Simin awkwardly put the bowl down and handed it to Shin Yi. His face looked much better than before. Shin Yi said, "Uncle Chu, there's still a lot in the pot. You can drink it tomorrow if you want." Chu Simin nodded, tiredly yawning. He was older, and now he was also sick. He felt a bit exhausted. Everyone else could see it too. Chu Shi said, "Dad, Uncle Xiao, it's late. Rest now. We'll come to see you tomorrow." After Chu Shi and the others left, old Xiao and Chu Simin also planned to sleep. Before going to bed, old Xiao couldn't help but envy Chu Simin. "Old Chu, I really envy you. Your daughter and son can come to see you." Chu Simin knew old Xiao's situation. In his 30s, he had his current son with his wife. Before the son grew up, he was sent away. Now he was probably worried about his wife and son. Chu Simin comforted him. "Don't worry too much. Over the years, you've often written letters and sent things. I believe they're waiting for you to come back." Old Xiao silently wiped his tears in the dark and nodded firmly. Yes, he wanted to live well and return to their side someday. Over the years, he has endured many hardships, and this has been his only support. When Chu Simin woke up the next day, it was already bright outside. Because he was sick, he didn't need to get out of bed, but old Xiao couldn't stay in bed. He hadn't slept so well in a long time. After waking up, he felt much lighter, although his head was still a bit foggy. Chu Simin supported himself as he got out of bed. When he reached the kitchen, he saw a few large buns warming in the pot and beside them was yesterday's porridge. Last night was too dark, so Chu Simin only now saw clearly that the porridge didn't contain any cornmeal, only rice. This made him feel a bit sad. Rice is very expensive, and cooking porridge with just rice isn't really necessary. But thinking of how delicious it was last night, he still picked up the bowl and the big bun, eating them eagerly. While eating, he thought about Chu Wang and Chu Shi, the two children. They really had grown up. Actually, these buns were bought early in the morning by Shun Yi from the state-run restaurant in town. Then he took advantage of the dawn to find Uncle Qiao and give them to him. After all, he is Chu Shi's father in this world. If Shun Yi wants to marry Chu Shi in the future, he will need his approval. Shun Yi now treats Chu Simin as a respected elder. When Chu Shi found out about this, he was wandering around the village with Captain Xia, who was showing him around and explaining the production team's situation. Chu Ziking, look, this is where our villagers go fishing. Now that the weather is hot, you can come here in the afternoon to catch seafood, Captain Xia said. Chu Shi listened carefully and learned about the production team. The villagers mainly rely on fishing, then exchange their seafood for grain. Because this place has more seafood but less grain, the grain is much more expensive here than in the north. Conversely, seafood in the north is even more costly. Based on this understanding, Chu Shi thought about cooperating. According to Bawang's news, after the reform and opening up, this place would develop very quickly and become a large international city. But how to do it? Shipping seafood to the north doesn't seem practical, especially since refrigeration methods at that time weren't very advanced. By the time it reached its destination, it would probably have gone bad. So, how can they bring these seafoods to the north? This is a troublesome matter, and Chu Shi can't think of a solution for now. Chu Jiqing were about done shopping. What do you think? Captain Xia asked.
Chu Si not dead.
Captain Xia, in summer, if we can't preserve the fish we catch, how do you all store them? Captain Xia shrugged. Well, before, we dried some of the seafood or salted it to make salted fish. Those are the most common methods. Is there a way to keep the seafood fresh and also store it for a long time? Chu Shi asked, hoping for that result. Captain Xia was caught off guard. He had never thought about this problem before, and they didn't need long-term storage. After a moment of thinking, he said, sometimes we put leftovers into can jars and they can last a while. Can jars?
Oh.
Vacuum packaging could work, Chu Shi thought. But although vacuum packaging technology exists now, it hasn't become common here yet. And the machinery needed isn't available either. Thinking about vacuum packaging machines, Chu Shi had a bold idea. Captain Xia, I'll go back and discuss with my two companions. We'll talk more later, Chu Shi said, not rushing to give an answer. Captain Xia wasn't in a hurry either. As long as they could help with the seafood here, it was fine. Otherwise, everyone would have leftovers they couldn't sell or eat, which was a big problem. Captain Xia nodded. Yes, yes. If you have questions, just come find me anytime. After parting from Captain Xia, Chu Shi first went to the health clinic. She asked about the medicine she needed. Luckily, they had one box, but it was expensive. Regular herbs cost only 20 cents, but a box of medicine cost $2. The doctor asked, do you want this medicine for $2? Chu Shi still had some money, so she didn't mind. She said, yes. After getting the fever medicine, Chu Shi went to the cattle shed to find Chu Simin. After taking the medicine, she tentatively asked, Dad, do you know about vacuum packaging? Chu Simin was a bit surprised but replied, how do you know about that? That was actually my previous research focus. Chu Shi suddenly remembered that Chu Simin is a professor at Huada Mechanical Institute. Vacuum packaging technology appeared as early as the 1940s, so it's not surprising that they are researching it. That would be great. Chu Shi thought to herself, then asked Chu Simin, Dad, can you design a vacuum packaging machine? Chu Simin thought for a moment and replied openly to his daughter, of course I can. Not just me, Uncle Qiao also worked on this before. How long would it take you to design such a machine? For myself, maybe 10 days to 2 weeks. But if Uncle Qiao helps, it could be much faster, about a week at most. Chu Simin answered cautiously. Chu Shi was quite satisfied with this timeline. She still needed to stay here for a while, So it was a good opportunity to do this project and also help improve her father's situation. First, Chu Shi took out medicine and made Chu Simin take it and rest. Then she sat by his bed and said, "Dad, take good care of yourself these days. In a few days, there will be an important task for you." Chu Simin had a guess in his mind but nodded and said, "Yes, but you also need to watch your health. If there are things you can't handle, don't take on too much." Although he didn't know what his daughter was discussing with the captain, Chu Simin knew her purpose was definitely related to him. He didn't want his daughter to do things she didn't like because of him.
Don't worry, Dad.
I have everything under control.
Chu Si comfort Chu Simin.
The fever medicine contained a sleep-inducing ingredient, so soon Chu Simin felt sleepy. Chu Shi stayed by his side until he fell asleep. Then she turned and went to the kitchen. In the cattle shed, only Chu Simin was there. Uncle Chiao would come back for lunch, so Chu Shi needed to cook for both of them. While alone in the kitchen, Chu Shi roughly checked their supplies. The rice in the jar was enough to count, and there were about 3 jin of white flour. There was more cornmeal, about 10 jin, indicating they mostly ate cornmeal mixed with other grains for their bread. As for vegetables, they only had those grown outside the cattle shed. Chu Shi saw that the only edible ones now were tomatoes and cucumbers. Tomatoes could be stir-fried with eggs, but after searching for a while, she couldn't find any eggs. Chu Shi took out 4 eggs from the storage space and picked 3 tomatoes from outside. Uncle Chiao and Chu Simin ate enough, and since the other 3 people living in the barn always ate together, Chu Shi didn't consider them. In the kitchen, Chu Shi noticed that the oil bottle was almost empty. She wasn't stingy and used half of the oil to fry the tomatoes and eggs. Chu Shi usually cooks the eggs until they are golden and shiny, but this uses more oil. She thought that in a few days, she would replenish these supplies, and since her father and the others really needed nutrition now, she was willing to use more ingredients. After frying the tomatoes and eggs, Chu Shi covered them with a bowl and placed it on the table in their room. Then she picked a few cucumbers and made a simple cold salad. Considering Chu Simin's health, she mainly prepared light dishes. As for the staple food, she made rice. Making steamed buns would be too late. When Chu Shi finished, Uncle Chiao and the others returned. They came back with 3 other residents living there. Compared to Uncle Chiao and Chu Simin, who looked thin and tired, the other 3 people looked healthier. After Chu Shi finished cooking, she stayed in the room, and the others didn't notice her. "Old Chiao, are you still taking care of that sickly Chu Simin?" a man asked Uncle Chiao. This man was Wang Bing, who was also sent down here. When he was young, he had a messy personal life and never found a partner. Wang Bing was almost 40 now and still single. He used to be a teacher with a decent job, so it was easier to find a partner. But now that he was here, no one wanted to be with him. He always disliked Chu Simin because, in terms of appearance and ability, Chu Simin was better than him. When working in the fields, many of his wife and sister-in-law's friends would quietly help Chu Simin. Also, Chu Simin had a wife and children, and his wife often wrote letters and sent things. Wang Bing had nothing. Basically, it was jealousy. Many people couldn't stand seeing others around them being better than themselves. Under the overall circumstances, the 5 people who should have supported each other and stayed united were split into 2 small groups by Wang Bing. The other 3, led by him, all held hostile feelings toward Chu Simin. When Chu Simin noticed their attitude, he didn't force himself to join them. Luckily, everyone was in similar situations and had kept peace so far. However, this time Chu Simin was very sick. Wang Bing listened to his cough every day, but saw no improvement. It seemed he was close to passing away. So, Wang Bing decided to team up with old Chiao to cause trouble. Chu Simin was an easy target, and his family often sent him things. He worked hard and probably had saved some money. Old Chu isn't weak. Old Chiao argued with Wang Bing. Although Chu Simin was not in good health, he wasn't weak either. It wouldn't be right to curse him. The other 3 burst into laughter, and Wang Bing also chuckled. He gets sick every 2 days, then gets better, then sick again in 5 days. Who else is as fragile as him? Seeing their attitude, old Chiao didn't argue further. He went straight to his room but was stopped by Wang Bing. "Hey, Old Xiao, what's so great about Chu Simin? Why are you still protecting him? Wang Bing asked. He had tried to push Chu Simin out before by making friends with Old Xiao, but Old Xiao remained unmoved. Old Xiao looked at him with disdain.
You wouldn't understand.
Move aside, I'm going back inside. His connection with Chu Simin started when he first arrived here. Back then, he was often thrown rotten eggs and vegetable scraps. As a professor, he couldn't tolerate such humiliation. After being hit with a rotten egg again, he finally couldn't take it anymore. He wondered when this suffering would end. Feeling hopeless, he decided to end his life. That night, he sat alone by the sea. His disappointment with his current life overwhelmed his longing for his wife and children. He ran toward the ocean. The water was cold. Once he dived in, he snapped back to reality. He regretted it. He couldn't die, his family was waiting for him. But he didn't know how to swim. Just as he struggled in the water, Chu Simin appeared and saved him. Old Zhou, trembling on the shore, heard Chu Simin ask him this. Death is the easiest thing to do, but what about the people you love when you die? Chu Simin continued. Is living an easy thing for anyone? How much are your pride and face worth? Are they more important than your wife and children's lives? Chu Simin's series of questions made Old Zhou feel ashamed. Yes, he could end everything by dying, but his family would be heartbroken. His wife and children would face even greater hardships. Choosing death is easy but selfish. Chu Simin took a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Only 2 cigarettes remained inside. He handed one to Old Zhou, lit it, and looked out at the distant sea. You must believe that these difficult days will end. The country needs people like us to grow. You need to have faith in it, Chu Simin said calmly and firmly, like a bomb dropping on Old Zhou's heart. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and wiped away tears.
Yes.
I believe you. For the sake of his wife and children, he would keep going. As long as you're alive, nothing is impossible to get through, Chu Simin finally said. Old Zhou kept this in mind. It was this belief that kept him going year after year, and it was the same for Chu Simin. Chu Shi, inside the house, listened carefully to the conversation outside. She silently remembered Wang Bing. She couldn't let Wang Bing find out now. She would take revenge in a few days. Seeing that Old Zhou ignored her, Wang Bing and the others stopped bothering him. They thought that once Chu Simin died, Old Zhou would naturally come to them for help. After Old Zhou entered the house and saw Chu Shi, he quickly looked outside. Seeing that Wang Bing and the others had gone back inside, he relaxed. He closed the door tightly and asked Chu Shi, "Why did you come during the day? Coming at night could get you caught. This kid is really brave." "Uncle Zhou, don't worry. No one found out," Chu Shi said with a smile. She had the cheat device called Overlord. Even the porridge Shun Yi made last night, she had the Overlord remove the smell. Old Zhou just relaxed when Chu Shi said, "Uncle Zhou, my dad just woke up. Come quickly and have some food." Old Zhou finally noticed that the food was already on the table. He had already decided to eat the leftover cornbread from yesterday's lunch. Seeing the hot dishes suddenly made him feel a bit sad. When Old Zhou hesitated and didn't move, Chu Shi called him again. "Uncle Zhou?" Coming." Old Zhou quickly composed himself. He couldn't lose his composure in front of the younger ones. He hurried over and sat down at the table. Both Chu Simin and Old Zhou ate very happily. They hadn't had such proper meals in a long time. They ate quickly and finished everything in no time. Chu Shi ate small bites and occasionally helped them by serving food. When they finished, Chu Shi was almost done eating too. "Dad, Uncle Zhou, you two must take care of yourselves. Don't hold back on eating." They nodded, but in reality, they didn't dare eat too much, as they might be taken away for criticism. Having meat once a month was already a good thing. If they kept this up, their health wouldn't improve at all. Seeing their expressions, Chu Shi knew her words were probably useless. She decided to speed up her efforts to change her father and Uncle Zhou's status here. If she only provided them with supplies, it wouldn't solve the root problem and might cause other issues. She wanted the people here to genuinely accept the scholars from their hearts. The simplest way was to let them see that their father and Uncle Zhou could help improve their lives. After lunch, Chu Shi took advantage of their nap time to go back to her place. When she left, Shun Yi and Chu Wang had just finished eating. Big sister, where did you go? We waited for you but ate first, Chu Wang said quickly when he saw Chu Shi return. Chu Shi replied, I just ate at Dad's place. Big sister, why did you go during the day? Chu Wang raised his voice, then muttered softly, You didn't call me. I also want to see Dad. It was on the way, so I want to check on him. You can visit him tonight, Chu Shi said. Okay, Chu Wang nodded happily. Right now, his biggest worry was his father. He wished he could stay with him every day. After talking to Chu Wang, Chu Shi sat down, poured a glass of water, took a sip, and started to think. To ship seafood to the north during this warm season, the only way is to use vacuum packaging or turn the seafood into finished products, which also require vacuum packaging technology. This technology is now the key to changing Dad's situation. What's on your mind? Shunyi interrupted Chu Shi's thoughts, sat beside her, and naturally took her hand. They hadn't seen each other all morning, so Shun Yi took the chance to be affectionate. Chu Shi pulled her hand back but didn't succeed, so she let him hold it. Then she played with his hair and said, I'm thinking about something important. Hee hee. Shun Yi whispered with a smile. What important thing? His rising tone made Chu Shi get goosebumps. Juicy. Handsome guy, you're tempting me. She moved back a little, cleared her throat, and said, I'm thinking about how to help my dad and Uncle Chiao. Then Chu Shi told Shin Yi about what she saw at the cattle shed at noon. Actually, Chu Simin and old Chiao's situation wasn't as good as they thought. How do you plan to help? I'll tell you, my dad used to be a professor at the mechanical college and his research was on vacuum packaging machines, Chu Shi explained, and Shin Yi understood her meaning. Shin Yi, you plan to have him make a machine like that? Chu Shi shook her head. It's difficult to make one now. There are no mechanical factories here. We can only design it first, then take it back to build and send it over later. This worried her a bit because the process would take quite some time. But I haven't told him yet and the team leader hasn't either, Chu Shi added. No rush. I'll go with you this afternoon to talk about it, Shunyi said, patting her head to comfort her. Since he couldn't help much, he decided to stay with her and support her. In the afternoon, with Shunyi's company, Chu Shi and Captain Xia reached an agreement on the transportation cooperation. They agreed that vacuum packaging technology was needed. Chu Shi mentioned, but Captain, currently, there are no such machines in the country. If we buy from abroad, it will be too expensive. The captain was also puzzled. There aren't any here? Then what do we do? Chu Shi looked regretful and said, I heard from a friend that many university professors in the country who research in this area have been sent somewhere else. It's a pity. Captain Xia thought to himself, We actually have professors here. What do they teach again? Captain Xia quickly returned to his desk and found the files of several people. Chu Simin, a professor in the mechanical department at Huada. Qiao Yuankai, a professor at H University in the mechanical department. Wang Bing, a lecturer in the English department at X University. Captain Xia carefully looked through each one. He realized Chu Simin and Old Qiao are both mechanical professors, so they should be able to help. Great! Captain Xia clapped his hands, feeling very hopeful. Chu Shi waited nearby, watching Captain Xia look through the files. Seeing his expression, she knew her goal was achieved. She asked, Captain Xia, is there a way now? Haraha, we didn't have one before, but now we do. Captain Xia's voice was full of confidence and happiness. Oh? What's the plan? Chu Shi pretended not to know. The captain loved this feeling, knowing something others didn't. Let me tell you, our production team has 2 mechanical professors. We might have a chance to get the machine we need, and if they really design it, it will be the first in the country. He would definitely get a big credit, and there might be a chance for promotion in the future. Captain Xia was feeling very pleased, but Chu Shi suddenly poured cold water on him. Captain Xia, are you really sure they will do it? What if they don't want to? Oh, right. I remember you mentioned that there's a sick person in the barn, right? Has it spread to others? Chu Shi continued to provoke Captain Xia. Surprisingly, Chu Shi's words made Captain Xia think. Yes. Chu Simin was sick a few days ago, and it seemed pretty serious. I need to go check on him quickly. He can't have any accidents now. All right. Chu Jiqing, I'll go see him now and ask if he can help design it, Captain Xia said as he packed his things and prepared to leave, speaking to Chu Shi. Chu Shi replied, okay. Then she left together with Shen Yi. After waking up in the afternoon, Chu Simin felt a bit thirsty. He looked at the broken clock on the wall and realized it was already 3:30. He quickly drank some water and prepared to go out to help old Xiao and the others. He now felt much better physically. Although he still felt weak and sore, he at least had some strength. His head no longer hurt. Just as he reached the door, he ran into Captain Xia coming from the opposite direction. Captain Xia, I'm about to go work, Chu Simin hurriedly said, worried he might be stopped or questioned unfairly. Even though Captain Xia was usually kind to him, he still feared someone might stir trouble. Captain Xia quickly stopped him. Hey, don't rush. I came specifically to see you. Me? Chu Simin pointed to himself, confused. You came to see me? Yes, Captain Xia said, leading him into the house to sit down. Then he asked, Comrade Chu Simin, I heard you were sick a couple of days ago. How are you now? Chu Simin didn't understand why he suddenly cared, but he answered, much better. I should be fully recovered in a few days. That's good. Make sure to take good care of your health. People from the city are usually weaker, so you need to be more careful. Chu Simin nodded silently, waiting for what Captain Xia would say next. Captain Xia asked, what did you teach at school before? Since you've been here for a while, have you had any difficulties adjusting? Chu Simin's heart skipped a beat. Why was Captain Xia asking that? Because he was a scholar, he had been bullied and had vegetables thrown at him before. Captain, no matter what I did before, my only wish now is to serve the people and contribute to socialism, Chu Simin quickly declared, hoping to avoid trouble. Captain Xia chuckled. Relax, I'm not here to cause trouble. I came today because I have great news. Chu Simin looked at him with a puzzled expression, but inside he rang alarm bells. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I need to be careful. Seeing Chu Simin's cautious attitude, Captain Xia simply said directly, I want to ask if you know how to design a vacuum packaging machine. Chu Simin nodded. Yes, I do. That's actually my research focus at school. Really? That's great. Haha. Captain Xia patted him on the shoulder and laughed happily. Chu Simin was a bit confused, but then he remembered that Tong Shi had asked him the same question before, and recently she had been talking with the team leader about cooperation. Team leader? Chu Simin couldn't help but interrupt. Why are you asking this? Captain Xia finally came to his senses. Ahem, it's like this. Our production team needs a vacuum packaging machine. Do you think you can design one? Chu Simin thought for a moment. He was confident he could design it. Just as he was about to agree, he thought of old Xiao and hesitated. He changed his words. Captain Xia, technically, I should help since it's a collective need, but if I do it alone, it might be difficult. Huh? The team leader was surprised by this answer. Right now, there's no mature technology in the country. I've only been researching it, and we're still a bit away from success, Chu Simin explained. The team leader nodded. That makes sense. What if someone helps you? I remember old Xiao also studied this. Chu Simin said, yes, if we work together, the chances of success will be much higher. Great. Then you two don't need to go to work for now. Stay at home and design the plans carefully. If you succeed, you'll make a big contribution. Chu Simin was surprised by this benefit but wanted to confirm. Really? We don't need to go fishing or farm. Captain Xia waved his hand.
No.
You two can't do much anyway. Just focus on designing the machine. That will be a big achievement. Chu Simin agreed and nodded. Okay, I'll tell old Xiao when he returns. All right, I'll go now. Take good care of yourself and finish it early. When old Xiao came back, he was very happy to hear he wouldn't have to do farm work anymore. He was even more grateful to Chu Simin. Thank you, old Chu. I'm not doing this for your thanks. Just go wash up quickly. Tonight, we'll celebrate properly, Chu Simin said. All right, I'll go catch 2 fish later. We'll have a good meal tonight. For dinner, Chu Wang and the others didn't come. The two of them cooked 1 fish by stewing and made sweet and sour fish with lots of sugar, which was quite fancy. They ate until their mouths were shiny with oil. Old Chu, I've realized that your children are really lucky stars. Old Joe patted his full stomach while talking to Chu Simin. Chu Simin also ate a little too much. They are my and Banksia's treasures and also our good luck charms. Haha, yes, since they arrived, don't you think our luck has improved? Old Joe said seriously. Fearing Chu Simin wouldn't believe him, he started counting on his fingers. Look, when you were so sick back then after Chu Shi came, you gradually got better, right? And also, since they arrived, our meals have clearly improved. Now, we don't even need to work, just designing drawings is enough. Isn't that good luck? After saying this, Old Joe patted Chu Simin's shoulder. I really envy you. Looks like you miss your son, Chu Simin said with a smile. Old Joe hadn't seen his son in many years. Old Joe was silent, clearly thinking about something. Chu Simin didn't say anything more, and the atmosphere became quiet. After a moment, Old Joe took a deep breath and broke the silence. All right, now it's our turn to show our skills. This is the good luck brought by Chu Shi's niece, and we can't let her down, Chu Simin. I don't need your reminder. That's my daughter. Haha. Both of them laughed loudly. Because of Chu Shi's arrival, Chu Simin's health quickly improved, which made Wang Bing and others very unhappy. The next day, they wanted to find something to do, but didn't see Chu Simin or Old Joe. Then Wang Bing's eyes lit up, and he quietly went to the team leader. Team leader, I want to report that Chu Simin and Xiao Yuan Kai are slacking off. They didn't come to work today. Captain Xia was at his desk, trying to figure out how to write the so-called planning document Chu Shi mentioned, scratching his head in confusion. Wang Bing came to cause trouble. Oh, I see. Captain Xia responded coldly. This was something he had already approved. Oh, that's it? Why not criticize them? A simple reprimand would do. Wang Bing was still not satisfied and repeated, Team leader, they're slacking off. This is a futile habit. They must be severely punished. Captain Xia didn't look friendly to him at first, but Wang Bing didn't realize his mistake and kept pushing. I said I understand. Can't you understand? Captain Xia frowned. Wang Bing, who usually secretly reports to others, used to turn a blind eye. Now he was in no mood to deal with him. Wang Bing. But Captain, this isn't right. Shouldn't you criticize them? His goal today was to make Chu Simin face punishment. Captain Xia finally couldn't hold back anymore. Why was Wang Bing so annoying? I said I know. I didn't let them go to work. Do you understand? Captain Xia finished in one breath, glaring sharply at Wang Bing. Wang Bing was stunned and took a moment to find his voice. Captain, why? Why can those two not work and we still have to go? Haha. Captain Xia already disliked Wang Bing very much. Because they can operate machines. Can you do that? Then Captain Xia continued. If you can do it too, then you don't have to work either. Wang Bing. I wish I could, but I really can't. Those two are incredibly lucky. Haha, I can't do it either. Wang Bing finally understood why Captain Xia looked so unhappy, so he quickly backed down. His complaint didn't work. Instead, he got scolded. Seeing he gained nothing, Wang Bing hurried to leave. Captain Xia didn't care about him at all. He was busy holding his head and working on the plan Chu Shi asked for. In the past few days, Chu Shi had free time and went to see Chu Simin and Old Xiao openly. This was also suggested by Captain Xia, since Chu Shi had some things to discuss with them. Over these days, Chu Simin and Old Xiao were in good spirits and ate very well. Chu Shi kept finding ways to prepare delicious food for them. Although it wasn't every day that they ate big fish and meat, the meals were nutritious, balanced, and full of flavor and aroma. Old Xiao also thought Chu Shi's medicinal dishes were really tasty. He also discovered that Chu Shi had a very high talent for machinery. Many problems that he and Old Chu couldn't solve, Chu Shi suggested solutions for. This made Old Xiao like Chu Shi even more. Because of Chu Simin and Old Xiao's solid foundation, plus Chu Shi's help, the two of them finished their design drawings very smoothly. It took about a week and they were done. This made Captain Xia very happy. He is currently facing a problem. He finished the design, but making the product is giving him a headache. There are no mechanical factories nearby. Chu Jiqing, we have the design, but how do we make the finished product? Captain Xia asked Chu Shi. Since Chu Shi can represent their production team, he must be capable. Maybe he has a solution. Chu Shi thought for a moment. How about this, Captain Xia? I know someone at a machinery factory. I'll take 2 designers with me to oversee the work. Once it's done, they can bring it back together. What do you think? Captain Xia considered this. It wasn't a bad idea, and he had no other options right now. Okay, let's do that. Chu Shi didn't expect that this time they could also take Chu Simin away. This way, she might have a chance to help her father recover better. After many years living in the countryside, Chu Simin's health had many hidden issues. Chu Shi planned to use this time to help him recover fully. The news Chu Shi brought back excited not only Chu Simin and old Xiao, but also Chu Wang. Dad, that's great. When we go back, I'll take you hunting in the mountains. Chu Simin tapped his head. You little rascal, always sneaking into the mountains. His tone was annoyed, but his smile showed he wasn't truly upset. Chu Shi also said, Dad, if you don't want to go hunting, we can pick mushrooms. There are many herbs in the mountains, and we... Before Chu Shi finished, she suddenly stopped because Chu Simin's face changed. Indeed, Chu Simin thought of his wife, Qian Banya. Her biggest hobby was tending to various herbs and making medicines. He hadn't seen Qian Banya for a long time. She was gentle and strong. He had endured all these years largely because of her. When they parted, Qian Banya said she would wait for him to return. Everyone was silent for a moment. Chu Wang also missed his mother. The atmosphere became a little sad. Old Xiao said, Look at you all. Such good news, and you all look like this. We can leave here, which is already great. There's hope for other things later, right? Old Zhou made a good point. Chu Simin also snapped out of her longing for Qian Bangxia. Yes, let's prepare well. We've been hiding here for so many years. Finally, we can go out. Chu Shi nodded. If conditions allow, I can also visit my mom and grandpa. Of course, she didn't say this out loud. If the timing didn't work out, it would just be a false hope. Thanks to Captain Xia's support, Chu Simin and old Zhou's recommendation letter went smoothly. So, on the 10th day after Chu Shi and her group left, Chu Shi took Chu Simin back to the Shaosu village production team. Chu Shi arranged for Chu Simin and old Zhou to stay next door to her, then took them to the machinery factory to find Bai Qing'an. Shun Yi and Chu Wang had finished their holiday, so after dropping them off at the factory, they returned to the army. From Chu Wang's words, it seemed they would be rewarded this time, and Shun Yi might even get a promotion. Parting is always hard, especially for Chu Shi and Shun Yi, who are in love. Eat on time when you go back, study hard, and soon the college entrance exams will start again. Shun Yi reminded Chu Shi, knowing she would definitely take the exam. Got it. You're not allowed to look at other girls, and you have to think of me every day, Chu Shi said firmly. Shun Yi's face still looked very charming.
Shan, you checked it.
Yes, sir. In my eyes, only you matter. Hee. Chu Shi couldn't help but laugh. Shun Yi's old-fashioned love words sounded cheesy, but she couldn't deny her heart felt warm. All right, go back quickly. If you don't, your father-in-law's gaze will pierce right through me, Shun Yi said helplessly when he saw Chu Simin glancing over now and then. Chu Shi looked back at Chu Simin, who immediately turned to look at the sky, pretending to chat with old Zhou. Old Zhou, look at how blue the sky is. Old Zhou, it's cloudy today. Under Chu Simin's watchful eye, Chu Shi and Shun Yi exchanged a few words and then parted ways. Before leaving, Chu Shi couldn't help but remind him, Remember to call me. Yes. Shun Yi nodded heavily. After they parted, Chu Shi took the 2 of them to Bai Qing'an's office. Chu Shi is here. I've been waiting for a long time. Come on in, Bai Qing'an said on the phone after hearing Chu Shi's message. She was here to discuss the vacuum packaging machine, which is currently only available abroad. It's the first time she's heard of it in the country. If their factory produces the machines, they won't have to worry about orders in the future. So, they're especially friendly to Chu Shi. Director Bai, let me introduce you. This is Chu Simin and Qiao Yuankai, Chu Shi said, introducing 2 people. They are the designers of the vacuum packaging machine. Bai Qing'an extended his hand and shook hands. Hello, Comrade Chu. Hello, Comrade Qiao. I am Bai Qing'an. You are really impressive. It's an honor to work with you. Chu Simin and old Xiao were surprised by Qing'an's enthusiasm, but luckily Chu Shi was there. After they got to know each other, Chu Shi said, "Director Bai, our main goal this time is to make one machine first and see how it goes." Yes, I understand. I will make sure the workshop fully cooperates, Bai Qing'an replied. This is a very important event. Chu Shi didn't expect Bai Qing'an to be so straightforward, but she also remembered to say, regarding the costs, we will follow industry prices so you don't need to worry. Bai Qing'an waved his hand. I trust you, but I have one more request. When you succeed, the future orders will be handled by us, Bai Qing'an said. For Chu Shi, this wasn't a big problem. Her main goal wasn't to make machines, but to help her father. However, Chu Shi still looked at Chu Simin and asked, "What do you think?" Chu Simin and old Xiao looked confused. What? We are not here to help them make machines? Although they looked confused, Chu Simin, being Chu Shi's father, quickly understood her intention. He pretended to think for a moment and then nodded. Yes, that's fine. Haha, that's great. Bai Qing'an was naturally happy. Things went smoothly on Bai Qing'an's side. He arranged for Chu Simin and old Xiao to have new roles as technicians at the machinery factory. Chu Simin and old Xiao went to work at the factory on time every day, and they were very happy because Chu Shi also fed them when they returned. After returning home, Chu Shi spent her time not only cooking for Chu Simin but also studying. She remembered that around October, there would be news about restoring the college entrance exam. At that time, all the educated youth who went to the countryside would be excited, who would want to stay in the village farming for their whole life. Everything was going smoothly. After about a month, Chu Simin and old Xiao successfully built a vacuum packaging machine. As the first in the country, they became famous and received a good prize. During this time, Chu Shi focused on studying. With the help of the overlord, she almost reviewed all the study materials from that year. Chu Shi, you don't have to work so hard. I can find this year's exam questions, suggested the overlord, watching her study day and night. Chu Shi, lying on her exam papers without looking up, said, "No, I want to do it myself." She didn't believe she couldn't solve math problems. The overlord, "All right, as long as you're happy." In her previous life, Chu Shi had learned a lot and was considered an elite, but her biggest trouble was math. To her, math was the hardest subject in the world. Yet, in this era, math was part of the college entrance exam. Most of what she learned in her previous life, she had almost forgotten, so she had to relearn it step by step. After the overlord finished speaking, Chu Shi slumped over her math problems, saying, "Why does such a subject exist? I find it so hard." The overlord started giving advice again. "Maybe you should ask Captain Shen." Back then, many of Chu Shi's exams were tutored by him, and only Captain Shen could handle her.
Yeah. Chu Si not better fully.
At this moment, a phone was needed to help. Beep beep, Chu Shi called Shen Yi. Now, with the overlord's automatic updates, the phone system had been upgraded. They could call each other anytime, and the other person could feel the call. If it was inconvenient, they could just hang up. It was similar to the phone functions later on. After 3 rings, Shen Yi answered. "Hello?" Got stuck again. Shen Yi's teasing voice came from the other side. Chu Shi hesitated, then said a little sadly, "Yes. Vice Captain Shen, math is really too hard." When Shen Yi returned, he had been promoted from squad leader to vice captain. Hee. Shen Yi chuckled softly, then asked, "Where are you stuck?" Chu Shi thought for a moment, looking at the many red crosses on her paper, and grimaced, I don't understand any of it." So Shen Yi resigned himself to the task and started explaining the problems to Chu Shi, again and again. Chu Shi listened carefully and took an hour to understand all the questions. "Got it, Teacher Shen. Goodbye." After finishing the last problem, Chu Shi decisively hung up the phone and carefully checked for mistakes. "Shen Yi, I knew it would be like this again." Every time Shen Yi explained a problem to Chu Shi, she was quickly abandoned afterward. Shen Yi helplessly shook his head and then went on to other tasks. Time passed quickly, and before anyone knew it, more than half a year had gone by. One day in October, the village's loudspeaker announced exciting news. The country is restoring the college entrance exam. Young people, be brave and step forward to face the national talent selection. When the news about restoring the college entrance exam was announced, the young people in the village, hearing the broadcast, dropped their work without caring about their work points and rushed to the village office. When Chu-shi arrived, most of the crowd was already packed in, everyone rushing to get application forms, afraid that if they were late, the forms would be gone. "Village head, give me one," shouted a young person pushing through the crowd. "Why are you pushing? I got here first." "Village head, I want an application form too," another voice called out. This kind of scene happened many times at the village office, with the village head shouting repeatedly. Wang Xiu looked at the situation and felt very anxious. How could this chaos be allowed? Look at how crowded it is. People are even getting hurt. Suddenly, Wang Xiu found a gong and started banging it loudly in the crowd. At a critical moment, the sound of the gong drowned out the noise of the crowd. People covered their ears, and some who were close looked pained. Although it was a bit rough, everyone finally quieted down. Wang Xiu quickly signaled to the village head, who immediately understood. "Cough, cough," the village head cleared his throat and then shouted. "Line up properly. If you push again, no one will get an application form." The young people were reluctant. They valued their time very much. But remembering what the village head just said, they obediently lined up. The village head looked satisfied and signaled Wang Xiu to start distributing the forms. Each production team was given 20 application spots. However, while the young people were lining up to get forms, Wang Xiu noticed that fewer and fewer people remained in line. After everyone in the line had received their forms, Wang Xiu still had many registration sheets left. 5, 6, 7. Wang Xiu counted the remaining forms and found there were still 7 left. She was the last to receive a form. Wang Xiu waved the paper in her hand and said, "Strange, where are they?" Just now, there were so many people getting forms. She was worried there wouldn't be enough. She watched from start to finish and understood what had happened. Many of these young people waiting in line had already started families here. They had stayed in the production team for many years. Many couldn't handle it anymore and got married or married someone. When their families heard the news, they naturally didn't want them to return to the city. Who would want their family to fall apart? So, when they found the young people weren't at home, their families came to the team office and took them back. "I didn't even hear any noise." Wang Xiu was surprised. She thought there would be a fight over this. She was right, but instead of fighting at the team office, they went home afterward. "I won't let you go back. If you do, what will happen to me and the kids? I knew you only married me to avoid hardship. Now that you can go back to the city, are you going to abandon us? Don't even think about it. If you dare abandon my daughter and go back to the city after taking the college entrance exam, I will break your legs." For a while, many families of the young people experienced similar situations because their families disapproved and they couldn't take the college entrance exam. Some young people with good temper and character tried to reason with their families. "I definitely won't leave you. When the time comes, you can come back to the city with me." Of course, their families didn't believe it much. But some, seeing their family's firm opposition, found a chance to sneak away. Anyway, they knew forms could be obtained not only from the production team. The college entrance exam was reinstated, and not only high school students, but even middle school students could sign up at the Education Bureau if they wanted to. So, many young people secretly returned to the city. Suddenly, many families across the country found themselves missing a father or mother.
Ah.
Luckily, the original girl held on. She sighed. Otherwise, she would have had to make a tough choice too. Recently, she heard about many things caused by the college entrance exam, such as Wang Jiqing being injured because her husband physically stopped her from taking it. There's also Li Jiqing, whose wife tore up the study materials he bought for over 200 yuan, and she and their daughter cry in his ear every day. During this time, many people gave up and decided not to take the exam, while others are stubborn and determined to participate no matter what. She can only feel sad about other situations, but Wang Xiu can't help but gossip with her. One day, when Wang Xiu came to find her again, she started gossiping. "I say, Wang Xiu, where do you plan to apply for the exam?" Wang Xiu blushed and hesitated. Qin Xiangjuan told me to apply to Guangshi. His family is from there. Oh, are you planning to be taken home directly? Don't talk nonsense. It's just, the schools there are better, and I hope I can pass the exam. Chu Shi smiled as she saw Wang Xiu blush more and more. Then she said seriously, yes, keep going. Not just for the man, but also to become a better version of yourself. Wang Xiu nodded heavily, then asked Chu Shi, what about you? How are your preparations? She knew Chu Shi wasn't very good at math. Chu Shi was no longer the math novice she used to be. After Shun Yi's intense training, she could solve many math problems now. Sometimes during practice tests, she even scored full marks. Haha, I'm somewhat prepared. Wang Xiu thought Chu Shi didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't press further and just said a few words before leaving. After filling out the application form, Chu Shi suddenly thought of Yi Ge and the others. She wondered if they wanted to take the exam. Since the last harvest, they had been quietly making some money through small trades. But Chu Shi still hoped they would study more, so they would have more options in the future. Since she had nothing else to do now, Chu Shi borrowed a bicycle and went to ask Yi Ge and the others. Taking the exam? Yi Ge was stunned by Chu Shi's question. He had heard about it but never thought about participating. Yeah, do you want to take it? Chu Shi asked. Yi Ge, I can take the exam too? Of course. Even if you only finished elementary school, you can still participate if you want. This was the first time Yi Ge learned about this, and since that was the case, he still wanted to try. Yes. I'll join, he nodded firmly, then, with Chu Shi's help, registered at the Education Bureau. The same situation happened to 3 other people as well. Although they are currently quietly running small businesses and earning a little money, being expelled has always been a painful memory for them. So, if there's a chance to go to college, they naturally don't want to give it up. After registering, the 4 of them started intensive studying. Chu Shi, as their big brother, naturally supervised them. In Chu Shi's yard, the 4 sat on small stools, each with a higher stool in front of them, holding books, paper, and pens. In front of them, Chu Shi was writing on the blackboard. Yellow-haired. Lift your head. Yellow-haired. Why do I have to take college exams? This is such hardship. He has never liked studying. He only signed up for college exams because of Yi Ge and the others. Now he's being forced to study. Oh. Yellow-haired quickly looked up, listening to Chu Shi explaining math problems. Besides yellow-haired, the other 3 listened carefully. They had fallen behind a lot. So they studied almost day and night. This problem is solved like this, with X and Y respectively. Chu Shi explained on the blackboard. At this moment, she felt a great sense of achievement. First, because she could indulge in being a teacher for a while. Second, because she could explain what she had learned, proving she truly understood it. After the resumption of the college entrance exam, the educated youth in the production team found various reasons not to go to work, instead using their time to study. However, many others, because of intense family conflicts, lost the chance to learn and had to accept their fate to work in the fields. In December 1977, over 5 million people participated in the college entrance exam. On the day of the exam, Chu Shi took yellow-haired and the others from home to the exam site in the morning. Finish all the questions you know first, then do the others. Don't be nervous. You've all studied very well. Chu Shi encouraged them before entering the exam room. Go Chu Shi. Yi Ge cheered as their representative. After parting from them, Chu Shi turned around and saw someone who surprised her. Shun Yi was dressed in a military coat, standing behind Chu Shi, not knowing how long she had been there. Why are you here? Didn't you say you had a mission? Chu Shi asked in surprise. She held Shun Yi's face in her hands. His face was cold, and his lips were turning purple from the cold. Why didn't you find a warmer place?
Chu Shi kom lại.
Shun Yi replied, I finished the mission early and came straight here. Chu Wang asked me to cheer you on in his place. Chu Wang was on another mission and couldn't come back, so he asked Shun Yi to help encourage her. Chu Shi hugged him, burying her face in his chest. She wiped her tears on his clothes and softly said, Since you're here, I will definitely do my best. Hee hee. Sheni embraced her, his chest vibrating with a low laugh that reached Chu Shi's ears. In a sarcastic tone, a voice said, in broad daylight, hugging and holding hands, "What's the point of taking exams? Just go home and get married and have kids." At first, Chu Shi and Sheni ignored him, but the person wouldn't give up. How shameless. Still thinking about going to university like this, Chu Shi had been preparing for her college entrance exams for many days and hadn't seen Sheni. She was finally enjoying this rare moment of warmth, but was disturbed by this sarcastic remark. She got up from Sheni's arms and looked at the sarcastic man. The man looked quite fair, wearing glasses, a black padded jacket with patches, and cotton shoes with 2 toes exposed. Chu Shi carefully searched her memory and realized she didn't know this person and had never seen him before. "Comrade, do you have anything to do with this?" Chu Shi asked him. "You have nothing to do with me, but your hugging and holding hands on the street are inappropriate," Wang Jinping said righteously, as if ready to drag Chu Shi and Sheni out for a scolding. Chu Shi found it strange. "Are we doing something illegal? Did we ask for your opinion? You women really are unreasonable." Wang Jinping couldn't argue with Chu Shi. He rolled his eyes and left with a remark. "How can you be so shameless, woman? Not only do you hug and hold hands with a man in public, but you don't even feel ashamed." Chu Shi, is this some old-fashioned relic from a different era? Wang Jinping is not from a different era, but he is truly an old relic. When he was young, he was a boy herding cattle for a landlord and was lucky enough to attend a few days of private school with the landlord's son. Later, when the landlord was overthrown, he became a proud supporter of socialism. Wang Jinping always considered himself superior, thinking he was a learned man and looking down on women. In his view, women should stay at home, taking care of their husbands and children, cooking and doing laundry. Men outside, women inside. In short, he held feudal ideas and was full of himself. Today, he provoked Chu Shi because he couldn't stand women taking the college entrance exam, and Chu Shi just happened to be caught hugging Sheni.
Chu Shi, shame?
Why should I feel ashamed? What's wrong with me being with my partner? Who knows if he's really your partner? Maybe he's someone else's man. Wang Jinping raised his chin and argued back. Chu Shi gritted her teeth in anger. Is this guy an idiot? Have you eaten too much? She thought he was meddling. Having food to eat now is good enough. Who can eat their fill? Surprisingly, Wang Jinping answered her question. This made Chu Shi even more frustrated. What an idiot! Her fists clenched, ready to hit him. But just as she took a step forward, Sheni pulled her back. Sheni held her face in his hands and pressed his lips to her forehead. After doing this, Sheni looked at Wang Jinping with a teasing smile. Wang Jinping was stunned. He had never met 2 people so shameless in his life. You're just shameless. We work hard with our own hands, love with the goal of marriage, study hard, and take the college entrance exam. How is that shameless? Sheni asked him confidently. On the contrary, you are the one insulting us for no reason.
Why?
Who are you to stand on a moral high ground and criticize us? Don't you think your behavior is even more shameless? Sheni said so much, but Wang Jinping couldn't refute him at all. He awkwardly scratched his head in place. Sheni no longer looked at him. She turned to Chu Shi and said, "Hurry inside, the exam is about to start." "I believe in you." "Yes," Chu Shi happily nodded. Sheni was really handsome just now. No wonder she liked him. Chu Shi didn't look at Wang Jinping anymore. She went straight to her exam room. This kind of man is just afraid that women will be better than him, so he tries to suppress them in every way. He's just a petty clown with a poor heart. After Sheni watched Chu Shi go into the exam room, he didn't pay attention to Wang Jinping. He found a guest house nearby. Since he was in a hurry and hadn't had a good sleep, he decided to rest for a while. It just happened to be the time Chu Shi was taking her exam, so he could catch up on sleep. Wang Jinping was completely ignored and stood at the door in a daze for a long time. He couldn't argue with Sheni's words, but he still believed he was right. He couldn't understand why Sheni and Chu Shi were so ignorant and confident. But as the exam was about to start, he didn't want to waste time. He quickly found his exam room and went in. In this world, Coincidences are rare. Wang Jinping's seat was exactly behind Chu. She's on the right side. They were in the same exam room, and their seats were very close. When Wang Jinping entered the room, everyone was already seated. Only he was late. How can you still be so slow for such an important event? If you're any later, you won't be able to take the exam. The proctor's attitude towards Wang Jinping was unfriendly. The college entrance exam is a very important event. If he's not serious, how can he expect to do well? Wang Jinping lost his arrogance in front of the proctor and listened nervously. When he saw Chu Shi, he even glared at her fiercely. If it weren't for Chu Shi, he wouldn't have been almost late and scolded. Being scolded publicly by the teacher is very embarrassing. It's all Chu Shi's fault, this shameless woman. So, without Chu Shi knowing, he suddenly developed a dislike for her. Although the college entrance exam was crowded, people in this era had poor living conditions, so some couldn't endure the exam. Some wore too little and froze, unable to hold their pens. Others fainted from low blood sugar due to poor nutrition. In short, those who managed to finish the exam were very lucky. The exam lasted 3 hours. Chu Shi finished the test an hour early and felt she did well. Worried about Shen Yi, Chu Shi decided to submit her paper early. Teacher, she raised her hand to get the teacher's attention. What's wrong? The teacher approached and asked. I want to hand in my paper early, Chu Shi said, picking up her test. The teacher was a bit surprised because most students wanted more time to finish, but Chu Shi wanted to leave early. Have you checked your work? This exam is very important for you. The teacher tried to persuade her, worried that pride might lead students astray. No need, teacher. I've checked everything, Chu Shi replied firmly. Most students in the exam room looked at Chu Shi, since they had only finished about 2/3 of their questions, some even less. Suddenly, Wang Jinping's voice came from the back right. TSK just showing off. The invigilator warned, candidate, please follow the exam rules. No talking. Chu Shi rolled her eyes and ignored him. She insisted on submitting her paper and then left the exam room. Today was only the first exam. There were 3 more to go, and their exam rooms would stay the same. Wang Jinping looked at his mostly empty paper and thought, she probably didn't do anything and just handed in a blank paper. Some people just like to guess others' intentions badly. If they're not good, they think others shouldn't be either. If they're not kind, they believe others aren't either. Wang Jinping was one of those people. After submitting her paper, Chu Shi didn't want to waste time with Wang Jinping. She called Shen Yi right after leaving. The phone rang, and Shen Yi, who was sleeping, woke up immediately when he heard her special ringtone. He looked at his watch and said to Chu Shi on the phone, Hello? You finished early? Shen Yi's voice was a little hoarse and sleepy, which made Chu Shi's heart melt. Cough, cough. Chu Shi cleared her throat awkwardly through the phone. Where are you now? I'll come to see you, Shen Yi replied. I'm at the guest house, room 205. Just come over and you can rest a bit too. Okay, I'll be there right away. 10 minutes later, Chu Shi arrived at Shen Yi's door. Before she could knock, the door opened from inside. Shen Yi had already taken off his military uniform and was wearing a soft gray sweater. Shen Yi's features are usually sharp, but now his hair was soft, and with the sweater, he looked like a little puppy. Chu Shi couldn't help but ruffle his hair. Shen Yi didn't mind and let her mess with him, then took her hand and led her inside. Shen Yi poured a cup of hot water for Chu Shi. Drink a sip first to warm up. Since it was so cold outside and Chu Shi had just come back, she definitely needed to warm up. She took a sip. Actually, she wasn't very cold, thanks to her secret weapon, the Overlord. Come here, let me see. Chu Shi beckoned him. She wanted to make sure Shen Yi was really safe. Shen Yi shook his head helplessly and stepped forward. I finished my task, just a bit tired from the journey. He explained so much at once, which made Chu Shi even more determined to check on him. Since when did Shen Yi explain so much? There must be a problem. So, under Chu Shi's insistence, Shen Yi had no choice but to take off his clothes, revealing the wounds from his mission. The wound was on his back from his shoulder blade to the middle of his spine, a deep cut. Chu Shi looked at it with worry and pain, touching the wound gently. What happened? It's okay now. The person who hurt me is dead, Shun-yi replied, adjusting his clothes. She was still a little angry. You know I told you to take care of yourself. Your health and safety are the most important. You never listen.
Do you know that I…
Before she finished, Shun-yi's face grew larger in front of her, until her mouth was covered. Shun-yi really loved how much she cared about him, but he couldn't help but want to tease her. This kiss was light and brief, since she had exams in the afternoon and couldn't go too far. Again, she asked, feeling caught off guard. Can you give me a hint next time? Getting kissed so suddenly was embarrassing. She looked at Shun-yi with a pout. If Shun-yi knew what she was thinking, he would definitely say, It's because you're too cute. I can't help myself. What do you want to eat for lunch?
She asked Shun-yi.
With such a big wound, she needed to take good care of him. Whatever you like. Shun-yi thought for a long time but couldn't find a food he particularly liked. On the other hand, she could list many foods he liked. That all right, I'll handle it myself then. She's purpose this time was to check on Shun-yi. Before entering the exam room, she noticed something was off with him. Shun-yi has other wounds on his body, Ba Wang suddenly spoke, startling Chu-shi. After hearing Ba Wang, Chu-shi looked at Shun-yi's pale face and felt rare anger. Why doesn't this person take better care of himself? Are the wounds serious? Chu-shi immediately cared about his health. Ba Wang. To put it simply, he showed you the wounds on his back. Among all his injuries, those are the lightest. First, calm down your anger. Chu-shi entered the space and prepared some food, chicken, duck, fish, meat, eggs, and dairy, anything edible. After preparing everything in the space, she brought it out to eat with Shun-yi. Earlier, Chu-wang had hunted a wild boar, and some parts remained untouched. Since it wouldn't spoil in the space, it was just right now. They used pig liver to make several dishes. Shun-yi looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help but swallow. Not because he was craving, but because he was scared. Celery stir-fried with pig liver, green onion stir-fried with pig liver, green pepper stir-fried with pig liver. Shun-yi, do I look like pig liver? Why are you making so many dishes today? Shun-yi's forehead was sweaty, but he didn't dare wipe it. He asked Chu-shi. Chu-shi smiled happily. I just want to eat. Didn't you say I can eat whatever I want? Well, as long as you're happy. But isn't so much pig liver a bit much? Shun-yi never liked eating pig liver. He thought it had a strange taste. So, during meals, he rarely ate dishes with pig liver. Captain Shun, just eating vegetables isn't enough. Come on, try this. Chu-shi scooped a piece of pig liver onto his plate. Shun-yi didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks, but Chu-shi kept staring at him, so he had no choice but to eat. He swallowed the first bite of pig liver whole. Just when he thought he was done with it, Chu-shi's second chopstick came over. Captain Shun, I heard eating pig liver can help with blood. Your lips are pale, so you should eat more. Come on, try this. Chu-shi placed all the pig liver on Shun-yi's plate, but still looked concerned as he spoke. Shun-yi felt helpless and had to swallow hard. When Chu-shi offered him pig liver for the third time, he finally sensed something was wrong. Did you find out something? Shun-yi tried to ask, hoping to get some answers. Chu-shi smiled faintly. Find out what? Is there something you're hiding from me? Shun-yi thought. Oh no, did I just dig my own grave? But he quickly explained. No, it's not like that. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't done anything to upset you. So you're hiding something from me? From Chu-shi's half-smile, Shun-yi saw a hint of threat. Shun-yi thought. Fine. Honesty is the best policy. He straightforwardly told him the truth. It turned out that Shun-yi's current mission was to go to a mountain to fight bandits. These bandits often caused trouble for nearby villagers and were very clever. Many people sent to deal with them had failed. Recently, Shun-yi was promoted, and this was his first official mission after the promotion. Because he didn't want to miss Chu-shi's college entrance exam, he fought fiercely, attacking when necessary and defending well. But in the end, he was overwhelmed by a fierce counterattack from the bandits. Shun-yi was caught off guard and surrounded by 3 bandits. Although he eventually defeated them, he was badly injured. After completing the mission, he hurried back and didn't have time to properly treat his wounds. That's why he didn't wait for Chu-shi to finish his exam and came straight to the hotel to rest. After hearing his story, Chu-shi was silent. Although Shun-yi spoke calmly, the situation was very urgent and Chu-shi couldn't imagine how dangerous it was. "Why do you always do this?" Chu-shi held back tears but shouted at him. In his past life, Shun-yi was reckless during missions. How could he still be like this now? Was he not afraid of really losing his life? If he died again, Chu-shi didn't know if they would meet in the next world. Chu-shi's red eyes made Shun-yi feel like he was being pierced by needles.
I
didn't mean to. He wanted to explain, but after opening his mouth, he realized nothing he said would help. "What do you mean you didn't mean it? You don't care about your health, but you care more about me, right? Shun-yi, compared to you staying with me, I just want you to stay healthy." Chu-shi's tears couldn't help but fall. "Have you ever thought if you die, would I have another chance to find you?" Shun-yi opened his arms and hugged the crying Chu-shi. "I'm sorry, I won't do that again." Clumsily, he raised his arm and patted her head. "Sheer, don't cry anymore. I promise to take good care of myself in the future." Shun-yi didn't expect that, like him, Chu-shi also worried that one day the other might suddenly disappear. But Chu-shi always hid this worry behind her cheerful smile. This time, she was truly scared and showed her feelings in front of him. Shun-yi patted Chu-shi's back silently, staying with her as she cried in bursts. After a while, she finally calmed down. Their little fuss was about to make the afternoon exams start again. "How much longer do you plan to stay like this?" "The math test begins in 40 minutes. Chu-shi had already stopped crying, but she felt embarrassed about her earlier behavior. She leaned into Shun-yi's arms and didn't want to get up. Now she had to leave, so she shot Shun-yi a fierce look. "If you dare to tease me, I'll get back at you when I'm better." Shun-yi quickly raised his hands in surrender. "I was wrong. Please, Miss Chu-shi, have mercy and don't be mad at me." If Shun-yi was being playful, he could definitely tease her a little. That made Chu-shi feel better. "No, I still don't fully trust you," Chu-shi said as she walked to the door of the room, then hesitated and turned back.
Shun-yi, don't worry about me.
"I'll just sleep for a bit. Look how healthy I am." He patted his chest twice, showing off his good health. Chu-shi didn't believe him at all. "How about this? I'll take you to the exam," she said happily, finally finding a solution. Shun-yi looked confused. "Do you want to freeze me to death, or avenge yourself for tricking me? Is my girlfriend a little too fierce? Feeling wronged?
How
would you take me? What are you thinking about?" Chu-shi looked at Shun-yi's expression and said, "I mean, you can stay in the space. But Wang can take care of you, and I don't want you to be alone at the guest house." Shun-yi, "Okay, I trust you." So Chu-shi took Shun-yi and brought him into the space, then directly pressed him into her own room. "Boss, I'm going to take the exam. You need to take good care of Shun-yi," Chu-shi said to boss. "Shun-yi, you go quickly. I can handle it myself." Chu-shi had an exam in the afternoon. As expected, she saw Wang Jinping again. She didn't want to bother with these petty people, but Wang Jinping was like a persistent rash. "I really don't know how you still have the face to go out," Wang Jinping said. Most people heard him since no one had entered the exam room yet. Only a few curious people looked over, while most were busy reviewing, trying to make the most of their last study time. Although there weren't many people, Wang Jinping felt very proud. He enjoyed being the center of attention. Chu-shi ignored Wang Jinping and didn't speak to him. She was thinking about how to give Shun-yi some nutritious food after the exam. But Wang Jinping wouldn't give up. When Chu-shi passed by him, he reached out and grabbed her arm. "Hey, do you know what shame is?" Chu-shi frowned. "Let go. If you don't, you'll be responsible for the consequences." Wang Jinping didn't seem to care about her warning. As a man, he wondered how much she could do. He was confident he could handle her. He looked at Chu-shi with a challenge in his eyes, thinking, her face is perfect. It's a shame it's not with me. It should be mine. He even thought about grabbing her hand again. Chu-shi was disgusted by his gaze and his actions. She couldn't take it anymore. She shouted, "Rogue," and slapped Wang Jinping across the face. With a loud slap, Wang Jinping was stunned. He was furious. "How dare you hit me, woman?" He lunged at Chu Shi, trying to teach her a lesson. But Chu Shi was not an easy target. She turned and dodged, then kicked him in the backside. Wang Jinping was kicked and fell on the ground, looking embarrassed. He scrambled to get up, glaring at Chu Shi with hatred. For a scholar, this was extremely humiliating. Chu Shi stood calmly with her arms crossed, watching Wang Jinping. For someone like him, who kept staring at her like a stubborn rash, she had already been generous by not hitting him harder. Suddenly, a staff member rang a bell. The exam was about to start. Chu Shi ignored Wang Jinping and turned to walk toward the exam room. During this exam, Wang Jinping was the last to enter. When he passed Chu Shi, he even made a bold statement in front of her. "Woman, just wait and see." He said he would get into university and that she would have to beg to marry him then. Chu Shi didn't know what he was thinking later, or she would definitely want to see inside his mind. Does he only have trash in his head? What is going on with this bossy CEO style? Does he really have that kind of aura? Chu Shi was secretly annoyed, thinking, how can I meet such a strange person during an exam? Luckily, the exam would be over tomorrow. This little incident didn't affect Chu Shi's performance. She still left early to prepare a nutritious meal for Shani. In the later exams, Wang Jinping didn't cling to Chu Shi like before. Instead, he just kept a close distance, like a poisonous snake, staring at her. Chu Shi didn't want to know what Wang Jinping was thinking. In her mind, he was just a crazy, obsessive person and quite creepy too. Finally, the exam was over. When Chu Shi came out of the test room, she saw Shen Yi waiting outside for her. She jogged over, checked his wound, and made sure he wasn't cold and everything was fine before speaking. "Why are you here? Your injury isn't fully healed, right?" Shen Yi wrapped the scarf he brought around Chu Shi and held her hand to keep her warm. "I missed you, so I came to pick you up." Chu Shi. Wang Xiu had also finished her exam. She was with Qin Xiongjuan and came by to find Chu Shi. "See you." Chu Shi waved to them and asked, "How did your exam go? I have to tell you, your notes were so helpful." Wang Xiu excitedly told Chu Shi. She used Chu Shi's notes to review, and many of the questions matched what she studied. Wang Xiu was confident she could get into a similar school as Qin Xiongjuan. Chu Shi was so amazing. Wang Xiu was always chattering when she was with familiar people. Chu Shi and the other two men listened, smiling now and then. The four of them walked back together. What they didn't notice was Wang Jinping, who had come out of the exam room and was blending into the crowd, following them at a close but not too close distance. Wang Xiu asked Chu Shi, "You used Chu Shi's information and did pretty well, so Chu Shi must have done even better." Chu Shi isn't very clear about her future school plans yet. She usually prefers to do things she is very confident about, so she will decide after her scores come out. "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll decide after I see my scores." "Haha, you'll be fine. I think I did well, and you definitely did better. Let's not talk about this now. The exams are over. Let's go eat something nice and relax," Qin Xiongjuan suggested, as Wang Xiu had been excited about eating meat. Before the exams, the two often studied together. In the last few days, Wang Xiu was so nervous, she even wanted to give up. If he hadn't been watching her and comforting her, she might have really quit. Now that the exams are over, it's time to relax. "You two go ahead. I have some things to do with Shen Yi, so I won't go," Chu Shi said, worried about Shen Yi's injury. Plus, the food outside isn't as good as what she can cook.
Ugh.
"Do you think I'm too noisy? Is that why you two are ignoring me?" Wang Xiu teased Chu Shi, but she wisely followed Qin Xiongjuan. Chu Shi chuckled. "What are you talking about? I'm just worried I'll disturb your little world." Later, the four split up. Chu Shi and Shen Yi returned to the guest house. Watching them go inside, Wang Jinping felt even more disdainful toward Chu Shi. Going into a guest house with a man in broad daylight, what a flirt, Wang Jinping thought. After waiting a long time and seeing Chu Shi and Shen Yi not come out, he couldn't stand it anymore and went home. Chu Shi and Shen Yi were upstairs. From the window, Chu Shi saw Wang Jinping leave and couldn't help but complain. "Look at him, what a weirdo," Shen Yi said. "I'm worried he might cause trouble for you. Just him?" A fool full of nonsense. Chu Shi really disliked Wang Jinping more than anyone she had ever met. That guy's kind of funny. Out of nowhere, he just started bothering me. I don't even know him, so why is he so annoying? Shunyi explained. Well, he probably wanted to show off his manners, thinking he was better than others because he read books. But later, I think he was just trying to get your attention. Chu Shi, whether in appearance or clothing, clearly looks like a city person. Most of the people coming to take the college entrance exam are also educated youths. It is very normal for Wang Jinping to have ideas. What? Chu Shi was shocked. Come on, get real. You think I'd notice someone? Using such disgusting methods, Shunyi nodded. There are indeed some people like that, but they are usually insecure or have mental health issues. Ugh. Chu Shi shivered. So, this person actually likes me? But because they think they're not good enough, they use these methods to make me notice them. What kind of strange logic is that? Chu Shi couldn't quite understand. Shunyi nodded again. Yes, you see, he was just following us and waited a long time without leaving. That person is a bit dangerous. Definitely a pervert, a fanatic, Chu Shi said. Yes, so recently you must be careful. If someone like that is watching you, who knows what they might do? Got it. Chu Shi was indifferent. The man was slapped in front of her, but he didn't do anything. What could he possibly do? Seeing her attitude, Shunyi knew she didn't take it seriously. He shook his head helplessly. Well, he should pay more attention to him recently. After completing this mission and taking some time to recover, he had a month off. It was a good chance to stay close and watch over her. All right, forget about those irrelevant people. Let's go. I'll use the space to treat your injuries, Chu Shi said. She had finished her exam and could now use the space laboratory. Healing Shunyi was an easy task. Okay, Shunyi replied. Soon, the two appeared in the space. Chu Shi said, you play for a while. I'll prepare the tools. Although Shunyi didn't need surgery, basic treatment was still necessary. As Chu Shi left, Shunyi told Boang, Boang, you must keep an eye on that man. I'm worried he might do something harmful to Chu Shi. Boang replied, got it. Recently, Boang had been upgraded. Chu Shi also added Shunyi's identity as his master. After the upgrade, Boang could now monitor a 100-mile radius and detect anyone trying to spy on them. After Wang Jinping returned home, he kept dreaming about Chu Shi's perfect face for several days. Sometimes, when he woke up from these dreams, he couldn't help but sigh. Oh, such a beautiful woman. Why isn't she mine? But now she probably remembers me. Thinking of this, Wang Jinping felt strangely happy. No matter what method he used, he had left a mark in Chu Shi's mind. Chu Shi, Cici, he whispered her name, lying on the bed and staring at the dark beams on the ceiling. What a lovely name. Shunyi had been worried about what Wang Jinping might do, but he hadn't done anything. His month-long leave was almost over, and he hadn't seen any action from Wang Jinping. So Shunyi gradually relaxed and returned to the army. Time flew by quickly. Soon, the exam results were about to be announced. In the past few days, the young people in the Xiaosu village production team, who took the college entrance exam, were very nervous. One morning, Chu Shi and Wang Xiu arrived at the youth gathering point, where the other young people waiting for their exam results had assembled. They planned to go together to see their scores. Big sister Chu Shi, I'm so nervous, Wei Qi said to Chu Shi. He hadn't taken an exam in a long time, and this was the college entrance exam, so he was especially anxious. Chu Shi had always liked Wei Qi. He was shy and fair, a little younger brother. She ruffled his hair and said, you studied very well before, so there's no problem. Using the materials provided by Ba Wang, if there were still issues, it would only mean he was very clever, but Wei Qi clearly wasn't. Big sister Chu Shi. Big sister Chu Shi. We're here, several voices called out at the same time. Chu Shi knew without looking that Huang Mao and the others had arrived. These four also took the exam and had worked very hard preparing for it. Chu Shi had made plans to meet them today to see their scores together. Okay, everyone is here now. Let's go. The group had gathered, and they headed to the Education Bureau. In this era, there was no internet to check scores from home, so they had to go in person. Zhu Si. Where are you going? The team leader hurried over to the youth gathering point when he saw them leaving and called out to Chu-shi. Team leader, we're going to see our scores. Ha ha ha, Chu-shi, no need to check. I already know your results, the team leader said happily. Huh, the young men with yellow hair were shocked. The team leader was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. Yes, Chu-shi brought back the top score. Early in the morning, someone came to deliver the good news. Really? Wang Xiu jumped up happily, hugging Chu-shi's arm. Chu-shi, you're amazing. Chu-shi was also a little happy about the result. She expected to do well, but she didn't think she would be the top scorer. Chu-shi, what are you standing there for? Come with me, the team leader said, noticing Chu-shi's lack of reaction. The teachers from Beijing City University were waiting at the team office. Chu-shi felt a bit embarrassed. She wanted to go with them to see her scores. She looked at Wang Xiu and the others, then at the team leader. Where should she go first? Let's go to the team office first, then we can go see the scores together. How about that? Wang Xiu was thoughtful and sensed Chu-shi's hesitation. Everyone nodded in agreement. So, they all headed to the team office together. The place was already crowded with people. Chu-shi had gone to the rural youth station early in the morning, so she missed the people delivering the good news. Chu Jiqing is here, someone among the villagers shouted, making way for Chu-shi. In the team office, Teacher Ding, who was drinking tea with Aunt Su Yun, heard Chu-shi arrived. He put down his cup and stood up to go outside. This was a proud moment. She was not only the provincial top scorer, but also had the highest score in the country for math. When Chu-shi entered, the first person she saw was an old man wearing a slightly faded Zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed. Although his skin was a bit loose due to age, his eyes were very bright. Are you Chu-shi? Ding Zhangwo spoke first. He didn't expect that the person with the highest math score in the country would be such a beautiful girl.
Yes.
I am Chu-shi. She nodded and replied. May I ask who you are? Ding Zhangwo said. I am Ding Zhangwo from the admissions office at the university. I came to ask if you'd like to join our school. Oh? Chu-shi was a bit surprised. Beijing City University was a top university in the country for the future. Zhangwo thought Chu-shi was unwilling, so he quickly offered the conditions they had discussed. Everyone present gasped when they heard about the 1,000 yuan bonus. Just 1,000 yuan. They worked hard all year and only earned about 200 yuan at most. Moreover, they had just heard that the person delivering the good news said Chu-shi received a bonus of 500 yuan after becoming the top scorer. Adding it all up, that's 1,500 yuan. Chu-shi, because of her good grades, suddenly earned 1,500 yuan? Most people with children were thinking, I need to make sure my child studies hard too. The team leader also looked excited. Chu-shi, what are you waiting for?
Just agree already.
Teacher Ding. Chu-shi finally came back to herself. Thank you for coming all this way, but I want to go home and discuss it with my family first. Dingwo wasn't surprised by her answer. Someone like Chu-shi, with her talent, would definitely have many schools trying to recruit her. He could only do his best to persuade her. All right, I'll stay at the town's guest house. If you decide, you can come find me anytime. Dingwo didn't try to persuade her further, because he thought well of her. After seeing Dingwo off, the team leader felt a bit regretful. Such good conditions. Chu-shi smiled silently. Since she already knew her scores, she was clear about what she wanted to study. But she didn't expect that she scored the highest in math. It seemed Captain Shin's math skills were still as strong as in the past, just as impressive as before. Here, this is the top scorer's bonus. The team leader handed Chu-shi a red envelope. The others around, seeing this, were already prepared but still couldn't help feeling jealous. Thank you, team leader. Chu-shi took the envelope and expressed her gratitude, then she and her group went to check the scores. Compared to being watched here, she was eager to find out everyone else's scores. It took some time for the Education Bureau to finish checking the scores. Afterward, everyone's expressions were different. Checking scores always brings mixed feelings, some happy, some sad. Wang Xiu and Qin Xiongjuan had similar results, and both wanted to attend the same university, so that was no problem. Wang Xiu was very happy. She hugged Chu-shi happily like a child. Chu Shi, look.
I did it. I did it.
Chu Shi also felt happy for her. Yes, congratulations. Wei Qi also did very well, ranking 21st in the whole province, which means she can choose a very good school. Chu Shi didn't expect Wei Qi, who usually stays quiet, to perform so well. But she was happy for her. Compared to these people, Huang Mao and the others were not very happy. Surprisingly, Yigo only scored a little over 300 and didn't get into the school. Huang Mao and the others didn't do very well either, but they could still get into a good college. Yigo usually studies very hard and often helps Huang Mao with his homework, but now, with this result, everyone was silent. Seeing the silence, Chu Shi walked over to them and said, "What's wrong?" Yigo opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He stood to the side feeling a bit down. Huang Mao quietly whispered to Chu Shi, "He didn't do well. Only over 300. Chu Shi was really surprised. She thought Yigo was quite steady, but now. She went over and patted Yigo on the shoulder. "It's okay. If you can go this year, then go. If not, we can try again. With this score, he could apply to a vocational college, but it depends on how Yigo chooses." Yigo responded softly, and then turned to leave. Chu Shi followed him for a few steps, wanting to say something, but then thought about Yi Ji's state and stopped. Chu Shi decided to let him calm down first. After Chu Shi and her friends left, Wang Jinping appeared at the entrance of the Education Bureau. He was there to check the results too. Carrying various documents, he finally saw his score and smiled with satisfaction. Out of 500 points, he scored 470, so he could get into a good school. But as soon as he thought of Chu Shi, his smile slowly faded. He heard Chu Shi was the top scorer and didn't expect her to be so impressive. Not only was she beautiful, but she also studied better than him. Most importantly, she looked down on him. All this made Wang Jinping feel a strong desire to conquer Chu Shi. He wanted to get into the same university as her and then slowly find a chance. After Chu Shi returned home, she immediately called Shen Yidong. Beep beep. The familiar sound came through, and the other side answered immediately. "Have you checked your results?" Shen Yi's voice came through. "Yes, and guess how I did?" Chu Shi couldn't hide her happiness when talking to Shen Yi. "Haha, it seems you did very well," Shen Yi said with a smile.
Chu Shi. Well.
"Not exactly." "Huh?" Shen Yi was surprised. "That didn't seem right." "It's really good." "Haha." Chu Shi teased, and Shen Yi shook his head helplessly. "Shen Yi, you're naughty." "Captain Shen, I still need to thank you properly. I scored the highest in the country in math," Chu Shi said excitedly. Shen Yi didn't seem surprised. Very calm. "Aren't you surprised? My math is usually terrible. But I did so well. I'm not surprised. I believe in myself," Shen Yi said, taking a sip of water and setting down his cup slowly. Chu Shi. All right. She's so happy she forgot how Shen Yi used to push her around. "Yes, thanks to Captain Shen. I must thank you properly, Shen Yi." "No need. Just a favor in return will do." After a few more meaningless chats with Shen Yi, Chu Shi finally told her family the good news. Chu Simin had been recalled to school recently, so now Chu Simin and Qian Banxia were both at home. The phone rang and Qian Banxia's voice came through. "Hello? Who's this?" This was the first time in 2 years that Chu Shi heard Qian Banxia's voice. Before, they only wrote letters and sent things. Hearing Qian Banxia's voice suddenly made Chu Shi's heart tighten. Her throat felt like it was filled with sand. Chu Shi cleared her throat and said, "Mom." As soon as she spoke, her vision blurred, tears blurring her sight. She still hoped for parents and family. Qian Banxia didn't expect Chu Shi to call directly. "Xiao Shi, why did you call all of a sudden? Are you out of money? Tell Mom, I'll send you some right away." "No. Is someone making you feel upset?" Qian Banxia asked again.
"Oh."
"Yes. Look at my memory." Qian Banxia slapped her forehead. When she heard her daughter crying, she forgot everything else. "Xiao Shi, I am Dad. Is there something you want to tell us?" Chu Simin quickly took the phone and spoke to Chu Shi. Qian Banxia rolled her eyes at him from the side. "I haven't even spoken a few words with my daughter, and you've already seen her once." Only then did Chu Shi remember the main point. Mom and Dad, the college entrance exam scores are out. I am the top scorer. I knew my girl was the best. Qian Bengxia couldn't help but want to jump up with excitement, hugging Chu Simin and swaying back and forth. Chu Simin still held the phone, about to be teased by Qian Bengxia. All right. You're an adult now. But he was also very happy. No wonder she's my daughter. Old Xiao and the others will definitely be jealous again, haha. They spent quite a bit on the phone call, so after the excitement, Chu Simin and Qian Bengxia started talking seriously. Xiaoxi, when will you come home? Mom misses you. Qian Bengxia's voice. Chu Shi felt a mix of sweetness and a little sourness. The sweetness was that she finally received her mother's care. The sourness was that this care originally belonged to the original owner. She was just an outsider, a lonely ghost. Xiaoxi, hearing no response for a long time, Qian Bengxia called again, her worried voice continuing. Are you out of money? Or have you encountered something? If something happens, don't bear it alone. Talk to Dad and Mom. We'll find a way together. Chu Simin also agreed. Yes, Mom and Dad may not be very capable, but we've lived many more years than you. We can think of a way together. It's better than you carrying everything alone. Chu Shi wiped her tears. Mom and Dad, I'm fine. I just haven't heard your voices in a long time. I miss you too. Qian Bengxia immediately started crying. She covered her mouth and softly said to Chu Simin, Our Shir is so sensible. Chu Simin comforted her nearby. I told you long ago, Xiaoxi has grown up now and can handle things on her own. Thinking about the purpose of this call, Chu Shi spoke. Mom and Dad, I want to discuss with you which school to go to and what major to study. Although Chu Shi has already made her own decision, this is a big matter. So, she should still listen to her parents' opinions. Moreover, Chu Simin is a professor at Huada University, and his advice is very valuable. Well, I think, Xiaoxi, why not study traditional Chinese medicine? Mom is good at it, and your grandfather can teach you too, Qian Bengxia suggested. If Chu Shi chooses to pursue traditional Chinese medicine, with the support they have laid out, it won't be too difficult for her. Chu Shi felt a bit amused and helpless. Parents always want the best for their children and don't want them to face too many difficulties in the future. Mom, if I want to study Chinese medicine, I can just learn from you and Grandpa at home. I want to learn a bit more about other things, Chu Shi said politely. Oh, I see. Qian Bengxia could tell her daughter didn't really want to study Chinese medicine, but she didn't say anything and continued to give suggestions. Why not just apply to your dad's school? Study with him directly. It's close to home, and you can come back often for meals, she said more and more excitedly. And when you graduate, finding a job will be easier. Whether you want to work or continue studying, it's all up to you. Chu Shi sighed internally. Maybe she just can't avoid her parents' wishes. Finally, Chu Simin found a chance to speak. Bengxia, don't say anything for now. Let's hear what Xiaoxi thinks. His daughter was grown up, had her own ideas, and she even had a partner. All right then, Qian Bengxia agreed. Xiaoxi, I was just giving you a suggestion. The main thing is what you want to study. Your parents support you no matter what. Listening to Qian Bengxia talk for a while, Chu Shi couldn't help but smile, but she still needed to tell them. Mom, Dad, actually, I want to study law. As soon as Chu Shi said this, Chu Simin and Qian Bengxia were stunned. Law is not a very popular major in the country right now. Law has never developed much during chaotic times because it is built on a stable system. And their country has just gone through 10 years of turmoil, almost starting from scratch. The legal profession is far from thriving. Xiaoxi, do you know that the legal industry in our country is not doing well at the moment? Chu Simin is a professor who quickly understood the current state of the law. Qian Bengxia is still confused. Should I oppose it or oppose it or oppose it? But what if my daughter is unhappy? I feel so conflicted. Chu Shi nods, although they can't see it, and says, Dad, I know, but it's because things weren't good before that we need to develop it, right? Chu Simin only knew that his daughter could handle things on her own, but he didn't realize she had such a big vision. Still, he feels a bit worried, but it will be very hard for you. If you learn something else, even if it's mechanical with me, it will be better for finding a job in the future than studying law. I know, but I'm not afraid, Chu Shi says firmly. Haha, good. My daughter is amazing. Chu Simin laughs happily, showing the youthful spirit he once had. When he was young, he knew mechanical engineering was hard to learn and domestic technology was behind, but he still faced the challenge, took apart many things, and slowly figured it out. Now, Chu Shi's temper is exactly like his. Their interaction makes Qian Bengxia, standing aside, feel a bit jealous. She stops feeling conflicted and pinches Chu Simin. She is still my daughter. My girl. Then she quickly takes the phone and says to Chu Shi, Xiao Shi, if you like it, just do it. Mom and Dad will always support you. We will always be your backing. Every word from Qian Bengxia touches Chu Shi's heart, making her feel warm inside. Yes. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will be successful in the future and won't let you down. Thinking about what she read before, Chu Shi remembers many parents hoping their children will succeed, and she shares this with Qian Bengxia and others. But unexpectedly, Qian Bengxia disagrees with her statement. Qian Bengxia rarely speaks seriously to Chu Shi. Xiao Shi, you are our treasure. Our biggest hope is that you can live happily. You can do what you love without worries. As long as it's reasonable, Mom and Dad won't interfere. Money, fame, or status are less important to us than your happiness. Qian Bengxia rolled her eyes at Chu Simin. Childish fool. Always trying to learn from me. Chu Shi felt very touched. So this is what family means? She had seen too much of family struggles in the apocalypse. Is this what it feels like to be truly loved and cared for? Yes, I understand, Mom and Dad. When will you come back? Grandpa was just talking about you the other day. Qian Bengxia still urged Chu Shi to return home quickly, even bringing up Grandpa. In a few days, maybe. It's hard to buy tickets now, Chu Shi replied. All right. But if you have free time, go see Chu Wang, that naughty boy. He should come home more often. When he does, just wait and see how I deal with him. Qian Bengxia also missed Chu Wang, but she was usually stricter with boys. I understand, Mom. Right now, the best law school in the country is our university. If you want to study law, I suggest you apply there. Chu Simin finally gave Chu Shi some advice. This suggestion matched Chu Shi's own thoughts, and she felt a little happy. Yes, that's what I was thinking too. Yes, your grades are good enough for that university. Let me tell you. Chu Simin wanted to say more, but Qian Bengxia stopped him. All right. We've been on the phone for so long. Xiao Shi, you need to send money, and there's no rush to talk about everything. She can tell Grandpa when she gets back, her mother said, showing more care. Chu Simin also just realized. Then that's it for now. I'll go tell Grandpa this good news. After hanging up, Chu Shi felt very relaxed. Nothing made her happier than having family standing behind her. In the following days, Chu Shi needed to register for school, choose her major, and respond to invitations for farewell dinners. She was quite busy. Chu Shi declined the school that reached out to her and chose our university, which was less popular at the time. This surprised many people. Even Wang Xiu couldn't help but try to persuade her. Chu Shi, you finally got into university. Why did you choose such a strange major? Chu Shi laughed and said, What do you mean strange? Look at your school's program. They only accepted about 10 students. How will we learn? How will we find jobs in the future? Wang Xiu said with some disdain. These are just temporary. Things will get better in a couple of years. Chu Shi was confident about her country's development. Wang Xiu, I'm quite optimistic, but I don't really believe it. Chu Shi didn't want to explain much. In a few years, the law profession will become very popular. But before it becomes popular, our generation needs to be patient and endure loneliness. Chu Shi didn't want to discuss this further, so she asked Wang Xiu, What major did you two choose? She only knew that Wang Xiu and Qin Xiangjuan applied to H University in Guangzhou, but she didn't know their specific majors. I chose English. Maybe I'll become an English teacher in the future. I really don't want to study math anymore. Wang Xiu still remembers the fear of being controlled by math back then. Fortunately, English doesn't require math. She definitely chose this major. Haha, Teacher Wang is amazing, Chu Shi teased her. People from the north often have a natural admiration and respect for teachers, doctors, and similar professions. Wang Xiu tickled her playfully. Dare to make fun of me. Just watch. I'll get you back. For a while, the two of them played around, knowing their time together was limited, so they made every second happy and fun. Ha ha ha, I was wrong. I won't do it again. After playing for a while, Wang Xiu sat on the ground and sighed. Sigh. Chu Shi asked, "What's wrong?" Wang Xiu got into university with a bright future, even got the male lead. What is there to sigh about? It's still about Qin Xiangjuan, Wang Xiu said, sounding a bit angry. Qin Xiangjuan? I think he's treating you pretty well. Sigh, you don't know. Wang Xiu became even angrier, her face turning slightly red. Chu Shi asked, "Did he do something wrong to you? Tell me, I'll go help you teach him a lesson." Could it be that Qin Xiangjuan was unfaithful? That can't be. As the hero in the original story, he has good character. Wang Xiu said, "It's not him, it's his parents." Chu Shi didn't say anything, waiting for Wang Xiu to continue. That day, I accidentally saw a letter his parents wrote to him. In the letter, they urged him to come back quickly, saying they had introduced him to someone and that he should go back, see her and get married. Really? Chu Shi didn't expect it was because of this. Did he tell you about it? Chu Shi asked Wang Xiu. Wang Xiu shook her head. No, and lately he's been packing his things. He hasn't mentioned this matter or said he plans to take me to meet his parents. Zhu Si. Meeting the parents doesn't have to be so urgent. But when two people keep guessing about each other, it's not a good sign. What do you plan to do? Chu Shi asked. I don't know. I've hinted to him many times about telling our parents about us, but he's vague and just brushes it off. I don't want to bring it up again. Chu Shi usually doesn't interfere in others' relationship problems. Wang Xiu and Qin Xiangjuan have been together for a long time and have gone through a lot together. Surely, they can find a way to solve this. But she thought for a moment and said, if you trust him, wait until he tells you himself. If you don't want to keep guessing, just ask him directly. Anyway, don't overthink it. Being together, the worst thing is probably this: one not asking, one not saying, overthinking, and being completely in the dark. Even the best relationship can't withstand such strain. Wang Xiu nodded listlessly. Yes, I understand. Chu Shi, sigh. Women in love. Knowing Chu Shi is top of the class and that the admissions officer from B University specifically came to find her, Wang Jinping thought Chu Shi would definitely choose B University, especially since the offer was so attractive. So, when applying to schools, she directly applied to B University. Her current goal was to get into Chu Shi's school. But what she didn't expect was that Chu Shi ultimately chose a less popular major, law. When Wang Jinping couldn't find Chu Shi among the new students, she was so angry she smashed 2 chairs in the dorm. Of course, that's a story for later. That day, the young people from the production team gathered around to eat. They came from all over the country. Some had started families here. Others were preparing for college entrance exams. They had been working here for several years. When it was time to part ways, everyone felt a mix of emotions. Good friends. In the future, if you come to Beijing, you must come find me. A young person who had been admitted to a university in Beijing, a little drunk, slurred his words. Everyone echoed, sure. Clearly, they had all drunk quite a bit. Even Wei Qi, who usually doesn't drink much, had a few drinks today. Her normally fair face was flushed, making her look even more adorable. When everyone was toasting each other, Chu Shi went to a corner alone. She watched them chat and drink, some calling each other brothers and sisters, and some even crying together. Wei Qi quietly approached Chu Shi, handed her a glass of water, and sat down. She asked, Sister Chu Shi, why are you here alone? Just ate too much and came to rest for a while, Chu Shi replied. Then she suddenly remembered she didn't know where Wei Qi was going to school, so she asked, Wei Qi, what major are you studying? Wei Qi smiled shyly and rubbed the back of her head. Sister Chu Shi, actually, I'm going to the same university as you. Huh? What major? Chu Shi was surprised. She didn't expect Wei Qi, who looked so sweet and innocent, to choose a law-related school. I also chose law, Wei Qi said. Then we'll be classmates in the future, Chu Shi said happily. Yes, Wei Qi nodded, and they continued chatting casually. During their talk, Chu Shi learned that Wei Qi's parents were both teachers at our university. However, because of the upheaval over the past 10 years, They had been assigned to a school in the Northwest to teach. Wei Qi had always been advised to be careful with her words and actions, worried that any mistake might cause trouble for her parents. "Wow, I didn't realize you were so good at hiding things," Chushi said, unable to help but admire. No wonder she had noticed before that Wei Qi didn't seem as soft as she looked. She was just hiding her strength. Wei Qi's face turned even redder. "Sister Chushi, don't tease me." Suddenly, her phone rang, and she heard the call from Shen Yi. She quickly said goodbye to Wei Qi. "I have something to do, I'll go back first." After thinking for a moment, she added, "Don't drink too much." Wei Qi nodded obediently. Okay. Be careful on your way back, Sister Chushi." Chushi hurried home and called Shen Yi as soon as she entered her space. She hadn't had time to chat with Shen Yi these days because she was busy with one thing after another. Hello. Is my boyfriend there?" Shen Yi answered the call, hearing Chushi say this playfully and mischievously. "Oh, do you have a girlfriend, little brother? If not, would you mind if I became one? If you have something to say, do you mind if I add one more thing?" Although it's an old joke, Chushi still enjoyed playing along. "If your name is Chushi, I don't mind anything." "Haha, that's boring," Chushi said boredly, then told Shen Yi about some recent news. "I signed up for our university to study law in the future." "Yes, Lawyer Chu," Shen Yi responded smoothly. Since Chushi is studying law, he might become a lawyer or work in another legal-related field someday. Shen Yi somewhat understood why Chushi chose law. During the apocalypse, everyone valued strength. Whoever was stronger with their fists was in charge. So there were no laws then. Haha, so obedient. Chushi liked that Shen Yi understood everything. "Also, I want to tell you something. Do you remember Wei Qi? He's the younger brother I told you about. He also applied to the same school as me. Now we'll have someone to keep me company," Chushi continued. When Shen Yi heard Wei Qi's name, a warning bell rang in his mind. "The one you said is fair-skinned and shy." "Yes, that's him. His parents are teachers at that school," Chushi replied. "Is your school in Beijing?" Shen Yi asked. He called today to share good news with Chushi. After his promotion, he received a transfer order. He might have a chance to return to Beijing. Chushi's family is in Beijing, so he was eager to share this news. "Yes, and it's not far from my home," Chushi said. "Actually, it's not far from your home either." She wanted to say that, but after thinking, she didn't. Shen Yi's relationship with his stepmother and biological father was tense, so she decided not to mention it to avoid affecting her mood. "But if I go back to Beijing, I'll be far from you."
Sigh.
"But don't worry, I'll secretly visit you. I have powerful friends, so it won't take much time." "Chu," she kept talking excitedly. "By the way, are you free today?" She called at a late hour after dinner. "I have good news I can't wait to share," Shen Yi said openly, not hiding anything. "Huh? What is it?" "Next, I'll be transferred to Beijing," Shen Yi said with a light smile, dropping a bombshell on Chushi. Chushi even doubted her ears. "Really? Truly? You're not joking with me, right?" She was so happy. "When have I ever lied to you?" Shen Yi asked in a low voice. Chushi thought, "This darn deep voice, it's killing me." Cough cough. Chushi cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment, even though Shen Yi couldn't see her on the other side. "I'm so happy. But when you go back to Beijing, your dad." Chushi hadn't finished speaking when Shen Yi interrupted.
No need to worry about them.
"This time I go back, it has nothing to do with him, and there's no connection." "All right, then I'll bring you home when the time comes."
Chu, she said.
Since that's the case, she might as well introduce her boyfriend to her family.
Hihi.
Okay.
Shen Yi simile 답비례.
Although he had already met Chushi's father-in-law, he hadn't met her mother-in-law yet. People say, the more a mother-in-law sees her son-in-law, the more she likes him. Chushi wondered if her future mother-in-law would like Shen Yi too. "Shen Yi?" Chushi called him. Shen Yi snapped back to reality. What's wrong? What were you just thinking about?" "I want to ask about Chu Wang. Will he come back with you?" Since he was her younger brother, Chushi was still worried about Chu Wang. Thinking about this, Shen Yi paused for a moment and told the truth. "He's not coming back. I wanted him to be my helper and come with me, but he doesn't want to." Chushi understood Chu Wang's feelings. Yeah, boys, when they're young, They need to rely on themselves to succeed. Yeah, he's capable. Shani gave a high opinion of Chu Wang. Aside from the fact that he was Chu Shi's brother, Chu Wang's abilities were quite good. Although he seemed carefree most of the time, he hadn't failed any tasks so far. Yeah, when are you leaving for Beijing? I'll probably go back in about a week, Chu Shi said. She had been away for 3 years, and she missed her family. Then our schedules are about the same. I'll go back with you when the time comes. Shini's transfer order would be issued tomorrow, so they could go back to Beijing together. After they finished discussing, they each prepared to rest. Chu Shi had to visit Sister Sue's house the next day. Early the next morning, Chu Shi went to the space to pick out some things. During her time working in the production team, Sister Sue had helped her a lot. So, Chu Shi went to the space supermarket and picked out 2 cans of milk powder, tore off the packaging, and also took half a jean of white rabbit milk candies. She selected a few shiny little hairpins, all for Su Qingqing. As for what to give to Sue's wife, she chose some eggs. Thinking that Sue's wife was reluctant to use too much oil when cooking, Chu Shi also found a piece of pork voucher, planning to buy a piece of fatty meat later and bring it over. Just as she was about to leave the space, Bawang spoke up. There are many notebooks in the space. Su Qingqing can use them. Bawang's words reminded Chu Shi that Su Qingqing's school notebooks were indeed finished on the front, so she used the backside to save paper. Then I'll bring her more, Chu Shi said. She went back to get a stack of notebooks, at least 20, enough for Su Qingqing to use for a long time. Holding the pork voucher, Chu Shi went to the town's meat shop, chose the fattiest piece, and with the other items she had brought, went to Sue's wife's house. Is your wife at home? Chu Shi knocked on the door and asked. By this time, Su Qingqing was already on winter break. During this period, she stayed inside with Sue's wife, helping her make clothes. Previously, Chu Shi had helped the production team by providing a sewing machine, opening up the market. Now, villagers who meet the standards could go to get tasks to do, and Sue's wife was no exception. Now that policies had relaxed, the production team was preparing to gather funds from the whole village to open a clothing factory, but it was still in the planning stage. Coming, Sue's wife said, putting down her work when she heard Chu Shi's voice. She and Su Qingqing opened the door together. Big sister Chu Shi. Su Qingqing was very happy to see Chu Shi. Every time Chu Shi came, she received many gifts. Sue's wife, Qingqing, Chu Shi also liked this mother and daughter pair. Not only because Sue's wife had agreed to partner with her before, but also because she admired their strong spirit. After entering the house, Chu Shi handed over the meat and eggs to Sue's wife. Sue's wife declined, saying, You came to my place. What are you bringing? Just like coming home. Don't refuse, Sue's wife. Qingqing is growing taller, so you should make more food for her to nourish her, Chu Shi said. She knew that as long as she mentioned Qingqing, Sue's wife would definitely keep her. Qingqing, my sister also has a gift for you, Chu Shi said to Su Qingqing while Sue's wife was putting things down. Su Qingqing just finished her winter holiday and doesn't know that Chu Shi is planning to leave. In her mind, she only receives gifts during the new year. Usually they never get gifts at other times. Chu Shi patted her head. Because Qingqing is so cute, your sister likes to give you gifts. And you can receive gifts anytime. As she spoke, Chu Shi took out something for Su Qingqing. She first showed her a notebook. Su Qingqing was surprised. So many notebooks. Are these all for me? Chu Shi nodded. Yes, they are. Su Qingqing looked at Chu Shi with gratitude. A notebook costs only 5 cents. She didn't want to ask her mom for money to buy one. But Chu Shi gave her so many. Now she could use them for a long time. Also, while Su Qingqing was holding the notebooks, loving them, Chu Shi took out a shiny little hair clip and waved it at her. Wow! Su Qingqing's eyes widened. Girls, no matter their age, can't resist these shiny little things. Is this also for me? Su Qingqing swallowed nervously and asked carefully. It looked very expensive. Of course. It's a reward for doing well in your exams. You should study hard, Chu Shi said. Su Qingqing always did well in school. Chu Shi gave her these gifts to encourage her to study even more.
Yes.
Chu Shi sister, I got first place again this time. Hearing that her success was the reason for the gifts, Sooking accepted the explanation easily. "You're amazing, Ching. She gave her a thumbs up. "Why are you bringing her things?" Su's wife, who had just put some things down, saw Shi and Sooking interacting and the gifts Shi gave, and felt a bit shy. "Sis-in-law, I won't need these things in the future anyway. They're just right for Ching, Shi said. Only by saying this would Su's wife not refuse. That's true, Su's wife didn't refuse. Instead, she asked, "When are you leaving?" She knew about her winning the top scholar title. As a city girl, she wouldn't stay in this small village forever. "In a few days. I'll tell you before I leave," She replied. "Okay. You two go play first. I'm going to cook now. Today, my sister-in-law will make her special dish for you." Sister Su rolled up her sleeves as she prepared to cook for Shi. "Big sister, let me help you," Shi said, recalling how she often helped with cooking when she stayed here before. Sister Su firmly refused. No, you go sit with Ching for a while. I'll have it ready soon." Then she called to Su Ching, "Go boil some red sugar water and bring out some snacks." Ching hurriedly responded. Usually, her mother didn't let her eat these things, but since her mother was a bit more relaxed now, she carefully took them out, arranged 5 small snacks on a plate, and brought it to Shi. "Big sister Shi, come sit over here." Shi couldn't refuse Sister Su, so she sat with Ching. She handed Ching a snack, took one herself, and started eating slowly. "Big sister Shi," Ching called her when she didn't know what else to talk about besides studying. She turned her head in confusion. Ching looked toward the kitchen and quietly said, "Big sister Shi, I saw Su ran in at your door the other day." Hearing that name, Shi paused for a moment. It had been a long time since she heard it. Even a few days ago, when they ate at the youth camp, no one mentioned that name. And along with Su Ranin, the name Gu Chunyan also came up. Maybe everyone at the youth camp knew that Shi didn't get along with them? She had heard Wang Xiu mention that Gu Chunyan was not happy under Li Lin's management. It was hard for her to go out normally, let alone take the college entrance exam. She was a bit curious about Ching's information. She wondered how Su Ranin was doing. "When did you see her?" She asked. "About a week ago, I saw her when I was going to school in the morning," Ching said, sharing everything she remembered with Shi. "Oh, maybe she wanted to see me," Shi nodded, indicating she understood. Su Ranin wasn't a good person in her mind, and Ching was still young. There was no need for her to know many things. "Big sister she's not a good person. You should be more careful," Ching said with a dismissive look. Su Ching's reaction surprised Shi a little. The child was young but knew quite a lot. She became interested. "How do you know she's not a good person?" Su Ching's dislike on her face was even clearer. "That woman is not a good person at all." Then Su Ching told Shi about her and Su Ranin's grudge. It turned out that in summer, Su Ching went around the small shops in town collecting empty soda bottles to earn some money to help her family. Usually, she could earn about $10 a day helping the shopkeeper. But one day, Su Ranin appeared. After Su Ranin showed up, she somehow told the shopkeeper not to let Su Ching collect bottles anymore. So, Su Ching had to go pick up manure to exchange for money. At first, Su Ching didn't dislike Su Ranin much, but later, when they met in the village, Su Ranin stopped her and mocked her. "Hey, isn't that the kid trying to steal my job? Why are you here picking up manure?" Su Ching rolled her eyes and kept her head down, continuing to pick up manure from the ground. Her main goal was to make money first. "Hey, what's wrong with you, talking to me?" Su Ranin, ignored, remembered how she had been treated unfairly by Shi before, and she pushed Su Ching. Su Ching was a child and staggered when pushed, but managed to stand. She wasn't going to be bullied for nothing. "Ma'am, why are you stopping me?" "Ma." "Ma'am? Are you blind? Do I look like a ma'am to you?" Su Ranin was about to explode. Mama. Su Ching made a funny face at her, and then turned around and ran. "Little brat, don't run. I'll beat you to death." Su Ranin, being an adult, ran faster. But Su Ching was carrying a dung basket, and the smell made her dislike her. So she grabbed her collar. "Apologize to me," Su Ranin said angrily. Su Qingqing definitely wouldn't let her get her way. She twisted and turned, pushing the basket behind her toward Su Ranan. Su Ranan was caught off guard and was knocked over. "Little brat, how dare you hit me?" Hearing Su Ranan scolding, Su Qingqing was about to run away. She stopped, took off her basket, and poured all the manure from it onto Su Ranan.
Ah,
Dead kid. Phew, phew. Su Ranan never expected to fall into the hands of a child today. But when she stood up and cleaned off the smell, Su Qingqing was already gone. After that, Su Qingqing only went to school and back home. She never went out alone again. Luckily, Sister Su got a village task to make clothes and earn money. The family's finances improved, and Su Qingqing never saw Su Ranan again. Big Sister Chu Shi, that woman is not a good person. You must not be fooled by her, Su Qingqing reminded Chu Shi at the end. Chu Shi nodded. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Qingqing. Hee. Su Qingqing scratched the back of her head, smiling silly. Why was Su Ranan wandering near her house? What was she planning? Was she up to something again? Many ideas flashed through Chu Shi's mind. Su Ranan and Gu Chunyen probably wouldn't work together again, so was Su Ranan coming alone to trouble her? Chu Shi was guessing, but before she could figure it out, Sister Su interrupted her. What are you thinking? Hurry up and wash your hands to eat. Sister Su waved her hand in front of Chu Shi. Once she saw her come back to her senses, she let her go to eat. Oh, I'll go now. Chu Shi stood up and went to wash her hands in the yard. That meal, Sister Su indeed cooked a few of her signature dishes, braised bamboo shoots with pork and boiled fish. Just these two dishes were already quite delicious. The braised bamboo shoots with pork involved adding dried bamboo shoots into the braised pork so the bamboo could soak up the oil, making it less greasy. The boiled fish was very popular, with bright red chili floating on top, looking very appetizing. The fish was cut into pieces, snow white and tender. In this winter, it was perfect to warm the body. Besides these two dishes, Sister Su also made a cabbage tofu stew. In winter, the most common vegetable to eat was cabbage. She couldn't wait to try the boiled fish. It was spicy and made her breathe hard, but she couldn't help taking a second bite. She also gave a thumbs up to Sister Su. Delicious. Sister-in-law, you really know how to cook. I didn't expect to enjoy Sister Su's special dishes before leaving. She usually doesn't make such things easily. Sister, if you ever open a restaurant, it will be full every day with customers, Chu Shi said as she took a piece of braised pork and a bite of bamboo shoots, eating and talking at the same time. Oh, I don't have that skill, Sister Su replied, never having thought about it. Don't be modest, sister. I've eaten a lot of boiled fish, but yours is the most flavorful, Chu Shi said while eating without raising her head. Really? Hearing Chu Shi say that, Sister Su couldn't help but ask again. Of course. Not just in this era. Even in the end times, I've never had such delicious boiled fish. Really, sister? You see, the country's policies are getting better. Don't you want to earn more money and help Qingqing go to college in the future? Chu Shi put down her chopsticks and spoke more seriously.
Well,
I don't have that ability, Sister Su said, clearly wanting to earn more money. She knew very well what life was like without enough money. Chu Shi didn't force her to open a restaurant but said, Sister, if you really have the idea, find some time to look around outside and then decide. Chu Shi truly believed that Sister Su's cooking skills had reached a professional level. Soon, with the reform and opening up, if she seized the opportunity, she could change her fate on a larger scale. Sister Su was indeed a bit tempted. This time, she didn't refuse directly. Let's not talk about that now. You eat quickly, eat more. Chu Shi picked up her chopsticks again and continued eating, knowing that opportunities like this wouldn't come often in the future. After finishing dinner at Sister Su's house, Chu Shi returned to her own home. She had been here for 3 years, and whenever she had free time, she would pack her things. Just as she reached her door and took out her keys to unlock, Su Ranan appeared. Chu Shi. Su Ranan called her by name first. Chu Shi paused, turned her head, and responded, She didn't say anything more. She had just been talking about her with Qingqing, and now she suddenly appeared. Chu Shi looked at Su Ranan. She was covered in dirt on her clothes and shoes, and it was unclear what she had been through. She looked very different from the impression she had of her before. Su Ranran looked down at her shoes, thinking about how to talk to Chu Shi waited for a while, but grew impatient when she didn't speak. If there's nothing else, I'll go now, Chu Shi said as she prepared to leave and didn't bother to stay. Su Ranran quickly stepped forward and stopped Chu Shi. She wanted to scold her, but remembered her purpose for coming and swallowed her words. Don't go. I have something to ask. Su Ranran finally spoke again. Chu Shi put her hands in her pockets and stayed still, waiting for what Su Ranran would say next. Seeing that Chu Shi didn't seem interested in letting her in, Su Ranran didn't say anything else. It was clear Chu Shi didn't like her.
Chu Shi.
I heard you got the top score, and I haven't even congratulated you. Here, congratulations, Su Ranran said as she took out a necklace from her pocket. Chu Shi didn't reach out to take it. She watched as Su Ranran held up the necklace, which sparkled beautifully in the sunlight. This is a very nice diamond necklace, a commanding voice echoed in Chu Shi's mind. Chu Shi raised an eyebrow. Why does Su Ranran have something so valuable? And from her hesitant look, there must be more to this. Thank you, I understand. Just tell me what you want, Chu Shi said, not accepting the gift. She believed that if someone offers kindness without reason, it's usually for a hidden purpose. Su Ranran awkwardly withdrew her hand and said, Chu Shi, I need to ask you for something. Chu Shi need? Although Su Ranran used to work as a helper for Gu Chunyuan, she was still proud. But now she's using the word need so directly. Go ahead. I want to rent your house after you leave, Su Ranran finally said. If you want to sell it, I can buy it too. Chu Shi wasn't planning to sell the house. To her, it still held part of Hongjia's memory. Aren't you leaving? Most young people are returning to the city now, and since Su Ranran isn't married, it shouldn't be hard for her to go back. A look of pain and regret crossed Su Ranran's face. I can't go back, she said, tears falling down her face. She wiped her tears roughly with her hand, then, in a pleading tone, said to Chu Shi, you're leaving soon. I beg you, rent me this house. Whatever price you want, I'll pay. Now Chu Shi became a little curious. She should have firmly refused Su Ranan's request, as their relationship wasn't very close before. But seeing Su Ranan's expression, Chu Shi didn't reject immediately. She said, I need to think about it. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Chu Shi wanted to understand what Su Ranan had gone through to become like this. Okay, I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Su Ranan seemed hopeful and left after saying this. After Su Ranan left, Chu Shi opened the door and went home. The first thing she did was ask Ba Wang, can you find out Su Ranan's college entrance exam results? Since Su Ranan was a young peasant, she probably wouldn't miss the exam, so Chu Shi started by checking her results. Can't find it, Ba Wang replied. There are too many people named Su Ranan in this era, I don't know which one is hers. Unable to get the information, Chu Shi took a break and then went to the team office. The team leader, or Wang Xiyu, should know these details. Chu Shi, why are you here? Wang Xiyu saw Chu Shi and called out from afar. Although Wang Xiyu had already been accepted to university, the semester hadn't started yet. So she was still working at the team office, partly to hand over her duties to new staff and partly to keep earning her salary. I'm here to see the team leader. Where is the team leader? Chu Shi looked around and saw only Wang Xiyu. The team leader went to the town for a meeting. Our production team has so many college students now, and you even became the top scorer. Probably there to get some praise, Wang Xiyu said. By the way, why are you looking for the team leader? Wang Xiyu asked again. Chu Shi thought for a moment. I want to ask about Su Ranan. Oh, Su Ranan. Wang Xiyu nodded thoughtfully and then answered Chu Shi's question. Before the college entrance exam, Su Ranan rarely appeared in the production team. Everyone thought she was somewhere studying, but until the exam day, she never showed up. Did Su Ranan not take the exam? Chu Shi asked in surprise. Yes, she didn't even fill out the registration form. Wang Xiyu nodded. Then what did she do? Chu Shi couldn't figure it out. She wondered why Su Ranan, who was eager to leave the countryside and finally had a chance to go, would just give up like this. I heard that recently, Sue Rannon was seen with a young boss in town. This young boss is quite good-looking, fair-skinned, and wealthy. He has a good reputation in town. But later, for some reason, the police took him away. Wang Siyu's words gave Chu Shi some clues. It seems Sue Rannon gave up her college entrance exam for love, but the man she chose isn't reliable. The young boss was taken away, so she could go back to the city. Why does she say she can't go back? Chu, she asked again. Listen to me carefully. This young boss was involved in something serious, apparently a spy. Since Sue Rannon was with him for a long time, she must also be under investigation. But the police haven't found her yet. Did she come to see you? Oh, I see. Today, she said she wants to rent my house. Chu Shi told Wang Siyu. What? Call the police now. Wang Siyu said anxiously. Since Sue Rannon avoided police questioning a few days ago, she must feel guilty. Now that she's found, we should call the police right away. Chu Shi thought about Sue Rannon's behavior. No wonder she seemed off, and she was willing to part with such an expensive necklace. Chu Shi decided to listen to Wang Siyu. She said Sue Rannon would come again tomorrow. When she does, call the police with the officers. Yes, I will call now. Wang Siyu said excitedly. This is a good chance to do something helpful. The next day, Chu Shi waited at home for Sue Rannon. Around 10 a.m., she arrived. Unlike yesterday, Chu Shi didn't turn her away. She let her in and even offered her water. Sue Rannon took the glass, took a sip, and placed it on the table. She sat down and waited for Chu Shi to speak. Chu Shi, what's your decision? Chu Shi took a sip of water. Don't be in a hurry. I need to ask, why do you want to rent my house? Of course, to live there, Sue Rannon said without hesitation. Are you living alone? Chu Shi asked further. This time, Sue Rannon didn't answer immediately. She thought for a moment and then said, yes. I will live alone. Then, why don't you go back to the city? As far as I know, you should be able to go back now. If the police investigation clears Sue Rannon, then she can return to the city without any problem. When Sue Rannon heard Chu Shi, she gave a bitter smile and then said sadly, to be honest, I am pregnant. My parents definitely won't agree for me to go back home. Moreover, the father of the baby might not even be able to take care of her. He only left her a place, saying there are treasures hidden there, enough for her and the baby to live comfortably for a lifetime. Chu Shi, another girl with an unplanned pregnancy. Are all these female classmates so love-struck? But from Sue Rannon's appearance, she probably knows some things. Chu Shi asked her, do you know the police have been looking for you recently? I know. I only realized after a few days. I didn't steal or rob anything, so I'm not afraid. I just came back, Sue Rannon said, seeming to answer whatever was asked. Chu Shi. Oh, that's perfect, the police will be here soon. About this house, Sue Rannon asked again. This is the best place she could find. In this era, many rural families have many children and can't even fit in their own homes. She definitely doesn't have a house to stay in. If she wants her own house, she needs a local household registration. No matter what, her household registration still requires her to return to the city. As for the house, let's talk after you finish dealing with the police, Chu Shi said. Before Sue Rannon could respond to Chu Shi, she saw the squad leader's figure, followed by 2 police officers in uniform behind him. At this point, Sue Rannon understood everything. Thinking about her relationship with Chu Shi and the words from the baby's father, she stood up, brushed off her clothes, and walked in front of the police. Let's go, Sue Rannon said, then added to Chu Shi, if I can come back, I hope you'll consider selling me the house. Chu Shi nodded. Okay. Sue Rannon left, and she spent 3 days at the police station. Her dark circles were more pronounced, and she looked even more exhausted than before. Along with her was a man. The man was half a head taller than Sue Rannon. His clothes were a bit dirty and messy, but he had a fair, clean face that looked very pleasant. He held Sue Rannon's hand with one hand, and with the other, gently placed it on her waist, carefully protecting her. Although Sue Rannon looked tired, her eyes were very gentle and showed a hint of happiness. This softer side of Sue Rannon was something Chu Shi had never seen before. No matter what Su Ranan had done before, Chu Shi had not forgotten. She chose not to seek revenge. Su Ranan held the man's hand and came to Chu Shi. Chu Shi, this is my boyfriend. Recently, she had experienced many ups and downs. Thinking about how she had previously teamed up with Gu Chunyan to trouble Chu Shi, she felt a bit ashamed. Chu Shi nodded to show she understood. We talked before about what to do if I came back. Have you thought about the house? Su Ranan was still a bit eager. Chu Shi didn't expect Su Ranan to return so soon or to be so obsessed with the house. Ranan, can I say a few words to Chu Jiqing? The man asked. Su Ranan didn't refuse. She looked at Chu Shi, then worriedly at the man. The man gently patted her hand to comfort her, and she took a few steps back to give them space to talk. Chu Jiqing, can we talk privately? The man asked politely. Chu Shi didn't want to be difficult, so she stepped aside. Say what you need to say, Chu Shi said. Chu Jiqing, I know Ranan may have upset you before. I apologize on her behalf and hope you won't hold it against her. After speaking, the man bowed deeply, about 90 degrees. Chu Shi was startled and took 2 steps back.
He was apologizing right away.
What was his real purpose? Was it just to buy a house in the village? It wasn't surprising. According to Wang Xiyu, this man was not easy to deal with. He had been quietly living in the small town for many years without being noticed. He must be very capable. Seeing Chu Shi's reaction, the man chuckled softly. Chu Jiqing, you don't need to worry. I just want to do something for Ranan. Whether you forgive her or not is your decision. What exactly do you want? Chu Shi asked. The man looked towards Su Ranan and then said, I just want to live a peaceful life. He wanted to grow old with Su Ranan. Ultimately, was it all about this house? Chu Shi realized that after walking around so much, they were mainly here for her house. Yes, but also no.
Oh.
Are they being sneaky? Chu Shi finds this kind of roundabout talk very frustrating. Speak plainly. Chu Shi said impatiently. The man replied, actually, we could find a house nearby, but Ranan only wants to live in your house. So, I want to try to get it for her. Why do you insist on my house? Chu Shi wondered when her place became so desirable. Maybe Ranan feels sorry for how she treated you before and wants to make it up to you in this way, the man explained. Chu Shi might not know, but he knew that Ranan had saved 500 yuan for this house, which could buy several houses in the village. Chu Shi nodded and looked at Ranan. Could it be that this older sister has turned over a new leaf? Well, it doesn't really matter to her anyway. At this point, Chu Shi saw no reason to keep talking. Besides some of her belongings, there was nothing valuable left in the house. She had lived here for so long. If there was any treasure, Bawang would have told her by now. After thinking for a few days, she no longer felt strongly attached to this house. All right, I understand, Chu Shi said, and walked over to Ranan. Ranan, who hadn't heard their conversation, was very anxious. When she saw them coming this way, she hurried to move forward. You. Ranan was eager to speak, but the man behind Chu Shi signaled her to stop. Ranan wisely closed her mouth and waited for Chu Shi's response. If you want to live in the house, I'll sell it to you. But after I leave, I'll check the price in the next few days and we can discuss it then, Chu Shi said. Okay, I understand, Ranan nodded eagerly. You set the price and I won't bargain. I have other things to do, so I won't see you off, Chu Shi said, effectively dismissing them. The two didn't hesitate and left Chu Shi's house. Where they went next wasn't Chu Shi's concern. She now planned to ask the team leader what exactly was going on with these two. Before Chu Shi could leave the house, Wang Xiyu entered. Chu Shi, are you going to the community office? You don't need to go. I can tell you everything you want to know, Chu Shi. As expected of a gossip princess. So Wang Xiyu and Chu Shi went inside. Among the snacks, chips, and sunflower seeds Chu Shi brought out, Wang Xiyu shared some recent gossip she had just learned that morning. This morning, the police came to the community office, specifically to talk about Su Ranan's situation. Since he's a spy, even though he didn't cause much damage, he should at least be detained. Chu Shi. And then? Wang Xiyu spit out a sunflower seed shell. I heard that he was very cooperative and honest in the police station. His life is probably safe now, and Sue Ranan was also questioned there. She was about to go home because she had no problems, but guess what happened? Wang Siyu, like a storyteller, kept the audience curious. Chu Shi asked politely, "What happened?" Before leaving the police station, Sue Ranan overheard two people talking about a man getting many years in prison. She took the initiative to find the police and told them some things they didn't know, asking to free the man. Chu Shi. So this man came back because of what Sue Ranan said? That must have been very important information. Exactly. It was very important, but the police can't tell us what it was, Wang Siyu said regretfully. She knew some things shouldn't be shared.
Oh, I see.
Now I understand. After learning what happened, Chu Shi felt relieved. She was about to go to school, and they wouldn't meet often in the future. Yes, but this man still needs to be watched. By the way, are you planning to sell the house to them? Wang Siyu asked curiously. Chu Shi. Yes, once I leave, I'll have to handle the house anyway. It's easier that way. Wang Siyu stroked her chin and nodded. That makes sense. We're about to go to school soon. There's no point in keeping the house here. It's better to use the money to buy a new house near the school in the future. Chu Shi didn't expect Wang Siyu to have this idea. In the next 20 years, house prices will slowly rise. Houses near schools will be so expensive that even the wealthy might not afford them. Sisters, impressive. Let's do it this way. Chu Shi patted Wang Siyu's shoulder and said seriously. This surprised Wang Siyu a little. Huh? I just said that casually. I think you're right. Huh. The two talked for a while longer. After having lunch at Chu Shi's place, Wang Siyu went home. After Sue Ranan and the others left Chu Shi's house, they went to the cave where they had hidden from the police before. Sue Ranan had been hiding there earlier. The man looked at the simple, broken cave in front of him and felt a bit sad. Ranan, you've been through a lot these days. Sue Ranan covered the man's mouth with her hand and said, I don't feel wronged. Meeting you is my biggest luck. Doing anything for you is worth it. You're so naive. The man stroked her head and sighed. How could you tell the police where the treasure is? I won't die. As long as we're alive, there's still hope. Why be so foolish and anxious? It turned out that Sue Ranan had exchanged the location of the treasure her man told her for his freedom. But during this freedom, there were many restrictions. She hadn't seen the treasure herself. From what the man said, the wealth inside was enough for her and the child to enjoy for a lifetime, maybe even for the next life. Sue Ranan shook her head. I don't think so. I don't want you to miss the birth of our child or her growth. I want our family of 3 to be together. Maybe because she had become a mother, Sue Ranan had become much gentler. The man helplessly shook his head. He held her in his arms and gently stroked her back. I'm so lucky to have met you. I'm the same. I also want to do good deeds for our child's future. They looked at each other happily, like a loving young couple. In the afternoon, Yigo, Huang Mao, the guy with glasses, and the guy with a crew cut came to Chu Shi's house. You're 4 here. Come in quickly. Chu Shi, as the host and their big brother, naturally welcomed them. There were snacks and sunflower seeds on the table. The group didn't hold back and acted like it was their own home, since they had studied here for 2 months before. Chu Shi watched the 4 fighting over snacks and couldn't help but ask Yigo, Yigo, what are your plans next? Among the 4, she was most worried about Yigo. Yigo, Sister Chu Shi, I plan to go to school first. There's a good normal university nearby. I can go there, and after I graduate, I might become a teacher. Chu Shi listened to Yi Ji's words and felt very happy. She always believed that a person needs to learn some knowledge to handle the complexities of life. Maybe going to school won't make life very rich, but it will make your thoughts deeper and your view broader.
Yes.
That's the Yigo I know. The blonde guy proudly patted Yi Ji's shoulder. The others also felt relieved after hearing Yi Ji's answer. They had been worried that Yigo might become upset. Chu Shi asked about the remaining 3 people's situations, and then relaxed. The universities they mentioned are close to where Yigo plans to go. Chu Shi couldn't help but feel emotional, truly good friends. When they saw the 4 people off, Yigo handed something to Chu Shi at the door and said, Sister Chu Shi, this is a gift from the 4 of us. We pooled our money to buy it. Please accept it. Since it was a gift from all four, She didn't refuse. She took it and told them, if you come to Beijing in the future, you can find me at our university. Yes. Sister She, you'll always be our big sister. Before leaving, the blonde guy said this, which made She tear up. Of course. All right, it's getting late. Hurry back now. Take care, Sister She. We're leaving. There are no eternal banquets, but the feeling of parting can be really sad. After seeing the four off, She couldn't help but go into her space, sitting on the swing and thinking about life. Boss, do you think people always have to part ways? She swung on the swing, chatting with Boss. Boss. Yes, birth, aging, sickness, death. These are unavoidable fates for humans. Moreover, many people only appear in your life for a while, walk with you for a part, and then go their own ways. She, I don't know how you, a robot, know so much about this. If Boss knew what She was thinking, he would definitely tell her. Although I am a robot, I am a highly advanced robot from the future. My program contains countless big data. Isn't knowing this knowledge a big deal? Sigh. You see, Siyu is leaving, and Yiga and the others are also going separate ways. Thinking about these things, She felt a bit sad. But you still have family, Shin-Yi, and in the future, you'll meet new friends again. The wise man continued to give encouragement, and these friends who are leaving are not gone forever. You can stay in touch often, and when transportation becomes easier, meeting up will be even simpler. At this moment, the wise man didn't realize he had turned into a life mentor robot. However, thanks to his words, She felt much better. Yes. Every journey is a scenery, and every encounter is a happy meeting. The wise man clapped his hands happily. That's right. Well done. Time always flies quickly. Before she knew it, She was about to leave the production team. Shin-Yi had even set the departure date for this day, so he could accompany her. Many villagers came to see her off. There was the team leader who had always been kind to Shi, Aunt Suyin Wang Siyu, and some other sisters-in-law whose names she couldn't remember. Chu Jiqing, on behalf of everyone, thank you for your help in Xiaosu village. The team leader stood at the front of the crowd, holding a basket, and spoke to Chu Shi. Then he handed her the basket, which contained eggs, some homemade cured meat from the sisters-in-law, and wild vegetables and mushrooms from the mountain. A few sisters-in-law also echoed, Yes, Chu Jiqing, it's all thanks to you. Our house now has a big new house. My family is the same. My children no longer have to worry about school fees. Everyone's words made Chu Shi a bit unsure of what to do, as she had never experienced this before in her previous life. Team leader, please don't do this. Chu Shi bowed to everyone. Thank you all for your care over these years. At this moment, Sheni came over and said to Chu Shi, it's about time to leave. Otherwise, we won't make it to the guest house before dark. From here to the capital, it still takes a long drive. Seeing Chu Shi's uncertain expression, Sheni decided to help her.
Yes.
Let's go. Chu Shi greeted the team leader and others, then followed Shun into the car, leaving Xiaosu village, the place she had stayed for 2 years. After Chu Shi left, she didn't realize that in a small corner among the villagers, Gao Xiaodia's resentful gaze was fixed on her. Chu Shi, you make me unhappy, and I won't let you have an easy life either. Just wait and see. Gao Xiaodai looked at Chu Shi walking away, her anger reaching its peak. Normally, she would have been released in half a year, but because she behaved well in prison and could speak well, she was released early. After coming out, Gao Xiaodai heard that Chu Shi scored very well on her college entrance exam, and with her help, Xiaosu village became richer than before. The villagers spoke highly of her. Gao Xiaodai looked at Shen-Yi, who was caring for Chu Shi very carefully. Shen-Yi was wearing a military uniform and driving a car, so he was definitely an officer. But in her memory from her previous life, she didn't remember this man at all. Could it be that something went wrong with her rebirth? Gao Xiaodai wondered. Just wait. I will find a man who is even better than him. Gao Xiaodai vowed in her heart. Since she came out of prison, she had been hiding and didn't dare go home. It was her fault that her father lost his job and that she lost some money. If she went back, she would definitely be forced to marry an old man by Gao Laifu. Today, after seeing Chu Shi's treatment, Gao Xiaodai suddenly had a plan. Since she had nowhere to go home anyway, she thought it might be better to go all out. Everyone was gathered at the village entrance. Gao Xiaodai looked through the crowd but didn't see her father, Gao Laifu. Instead, she saw her younger brother, Gao Saiping. Gao Xiaodai patted her pocket, where she had secretly hidden 5 mao, small change, before going in. When most people had dispersed, she waved to Gao Saiping and called him over.
Siping.
Gao Xiaodai called him. Gao Saiping didn't have any bad feelings toward his sister. Although their father often told him not to acknowledge this ungrateful sister, he still remembered that she used to give him delicious food. Big sister, where did you go? I missed you so much. Gao Saiping was very happy to see Gao Xiaodai. He ran over and hugged her waist. Gao Xiaodai was suddenly hugged and felt a little uncomfortable. She stiffly pushed away Gao Saiping and said, "My sister went to a faraway place earlier. Here, sister earned money to buy you something tasty." Gao Xiaodai sadly took out 50 cents from her pocket, handed it to Gao Saiping, and gently patted his head. "Saiping, are you studying hard? Are you listening to Dad?" Gao Saiping took the money and saw it was 50 cents. He quickly hid it in his pocket. "I knew it. My sister is so good to me. Dad never gives me this much pocket money." His tone sounded a little sad. When Gao Xiaodai asked him questions, he proudly told her, "Of course. I am obedient. I can now recite the 99 multiplication table." "Wow, Saiping, you're so impressive," Gao Xiaodai praised him. "Saiping, I just went back and saw our door was locked." "Where did Dad go?" Gao Saiping said, "Dad is working outside now and doesn't come home often. I don't know where he is, but I have the key." "Sister, come home with me." Gao Saiping was just a child. When facing a family member who once treated him well, he had no guard and planned to take Gao Xiaodai home. Gao Xiaodai also thought so. Since her father was not at home, she could relax. So she followed Gao Saiping and went back to their old home. When they arrived, Gao Xiaodai found her room had become a storage room. It was messy and cluttered. Seeing her girl's room like this, her anger grew even more. Gao Saiping looked at Gao Xiaodai standing stunned in front of the room and said, "Sister, after you left, third sister also got married. Dad said we don't need so many bedrooms, so..." "Yes, I understand," Gao Xiaodai interrupted him before he finished. Gao Xiaodai thought, "That's fine. Anyway, I no longer have any attachment to this home." Gao Saiping didn't know her thoughts. Instead, he went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of cooked sweet potato. "Sister, have you eaten? There are sweet potatoes here. Eat some to fill your stomach first." It must be said that in Gao Saiping's heart, Gao Xiaodai was his real sister, so he wanted to take care of her. His sincere look made Gao Xiaodia's heart feel like it was pricked by a needle, but it was only for a moment. Thinking about her current situation, she turned her head away. "Yes, Saiping has grown up and now cares about his sister," she said as she took the sweet potato and set it aside without eating. She didn't know when her father would return, so she needed to act quickly. "Yes, when I earn money, I will be even better to my sister." "Sister, please don't get married, okay?" Ever since Gao Xiaoyang got married, only Gao Saiping and Gao Laifu were left at home. Gao Laifu often wasn't there, so young Gao Saiping felt very lonely being alone. Gao Saiping was expressing his attachment to Gao Xiaodai, but she heard his words as a wish that she wouldn't get married. She pushed Gao Saiping away, thinking her action was a bit harsh. She forced herself to change her expression and smiled at him. "Okay, I will wait until Saiping grows up before I get married." Right now, she needed to comfort Gao Saiping first. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Saiping happily went to find food for her. "Sister, wait a moment. I know where Dad hid the cured meat. We will eat it later." Gao Xiaodai nodded, and Gao Saiping quickly ran off to look for something. While Gao Saiping was searching for the cured meat, Gao Xiaodai hurried to Gao Laifu's room. She had known where Gao Laifu hid his money before, but she wasn't sure if it was still there now. When she reached Gao Laifu's room, she found an old poster on the wall, featuring a picture of Chairman Mao. Others might not notice anything special about this poster, but Gao Xiaodai did. She had secretly seen Gao Laifu take down the nail holding it. In the countryside, people hang posters on walls using glue, tape, or thumbtacks. The poster in Gao Laifu's room was fixed with thumbtacks at all four corners. Gao Xiaodai approached the poster, removed the thumbtack from the lower right corner, and lifted the poster. There was no secret compartment or trap behind it. However, it was glued with newspaper and paste, forming a pocket-like space, leaving only one opening at the top, with the other three sides glued shut. This was a clever hiding spot for things like money. Since it was covered by the poster, no one would think to look there. Gao Xiaodai saw the pocket, became excited, and reached in to take out the money inside. It wasn't much, only about 230 yuan. For Gao Xiaodai, who had just been released from prison, the money was enough. Without hesitation, Gao Xiaodai put all the money into her pocket and then restored the painting. She wanted to look at other paintings, but then she heard Gao Siping calling her. Hurrying away from Gao Laifu's room, Gao Xiaodai went to the kitchen to find Gao Siping. When Gao Siping saw her, he stopped trying to find her. "Big sister, where did you go? I thought you disappeared again," Gao Siping said, holding a small piece of cured meat and complaining. "No, I haven't eaten yet," Gao Xiaodai said gently, with more warmth in her voice, because she had money in her pocket. "Look, this is cured meat. We can eat meat at lunch." Gao Siping was good at cooking, but he hadn't learned how to stir-fry yet. So, this meat was for Gao Xiaodai to cook. It was the first time he could eat hot food at home in a long while. Gao Xiaodai didn't refuse. She took the cured meat and said, "Siping, go play for a while. I'll call you when the food is ready." Gao Siping believed her and happily left, thinking he could buy a red hair ribbon for his sister with the 50 cents she gave him. After Gao Siping left, Gao Xiaodai didn't plan to cook. Instead, she quickly packed some of her clothes and put the sweet potatoes and meat into a bundle. When she was about to take all the sweet potatoes, she suddenly remembered Gao Siping's expression earlier. She paused, then left 2 sweet potatoes behind. She thought for a moment and left 30 yuan under the bowl of sweet potatoes. This was the last thing she could do for Gao Siping. After finishing, Gao Xiaodai left the house without looking back, leaving Xiaosu village and heading north. Gao Siping went to the supply store and carefully picked a red hair ribbon for Gao Xiaodai. He put it in his pocket happily, thinking it will look great on her, but what he didn't expect was that, after returning home, he wouldn't find his sister, but instead was greeted with Gao Laifu's bamboo shoot stir-fry. Gao Xiaodai, the heroine of the original story, was indeed lucky. Just as she left, Gao Laifu came back. Seeing the door open, Gao Laifu called out to Gao Siping, "Siping, Siping." This little rascal went out to play and didn't lock the door. Without hearing Gao Siping's reply, Gao Laifu muttered to himself. As noon approached, Gao Laifu went into the kitchen to prepare food.
Sigh.
There still needs to be a woman at home. Gao Laifu rolled up his sleeves and thought about whether he should marry again. Before he started cooking, he saw a bowl of sweet potatoes on the stove, with 3 big bills underneath. He was very surprised. His first thought was that it was a lucky surprise from this guy, who had come over, eaten 2 sweet potatoes, and left so much money. In storybooks, there are always kind-hearted people like the girl with the snail shell. What's wrong with having more good people? It must be said that Gao Laifu's daydreaming ability is truly unmatched. He put the 30 yuan into his pocket happily and started cooking. Gao Laifu thought, "Today I found 30 yuan for free. I should take out some preserved meat and have a good meal with Gao Siping." He looked everywhere but couldn't find the preserved meat. He started to worry. Could there be a thief in the house? But who would leave money for the owner after stealing? Gao Laifu trusted his hiding spot for money, so he didn't think Gao Xiaodai would come and take everything. While Gao Laifu was still searching for the meat, Gao Siping came back excitedly. He ran in, shouting, "Sister, look what I bought for you. If you take it, you'll be the prettiest in the village. I told you many times, your sister is already married." "Stop shouting," Gao Laifu scolded Gao Siping. Seeing Gao Laifu and being scolded, Gao Siping looked a bit wronged. I didn't call the wrong person. I saw my second sister today. Look, she even gave me money. He waved his headscarf and the remaining money. What did you say? Gao Laifu's heart suddenly tensed. He thought, this isn't good. He quickly grabbed Gao Siping, his face looking a little scary. Gao Siping. Ahem. I saw my second sister today. Dad, didn't you see her? Isn't she cooking at home? Gao Laifu, having lived for decades, was not as simple-minded as Gao Siping. He let go of Gao Siping and hurried back to his room, heading straight to the painting. He couldn't wait to tear down the nails slowly. He grabbed the drawings and tore them apart, only to see the scene he feared most. The money in the pocket was indeed gone. He touched the 30 yuan in his pocket and felt a bit of irony. Dad, what's wrong? Gao Siping knocked on the door outside. Dad's face just now looked so scary. What happened? Gao Laifu heard Gao Siping's voice and was furious. He suddenly opened the door and slapped Gao Siping. Smack! Without reason, Gao Siping was hit. He covered his face and started crying. Wow.
Dad, why did you hit me?
Boo-hoo. Cry, cry, cry. You still dare to cry. Gao Laifu was annoyed by the crying. Didn't I tell you? That ungrateful girl, Xiao Dai, is not your sister. Why did you bring her home? Gao Siping didn't understand what was happening. He only heard Xiao Dai's name. He still remembered her. She is my sister. She even gave me money to buy good food. She cooks for me. Dad, why don't you acknowledge her? Gao Laifu was so angry he laughed at his foolish son. She gave you money. The money she gave you was stolen from me. And the food? The bread in the pot was made by me. Didn't you say she was your sister? Where is she now? Gao Laifu's voice grew louder, confusing Gao Siping. Since he came back, he hadn't seen Xiao Dai's shadow. Hearing Gao Laifu's shout, Gao Siping forgot to cry. He didn't bother to wipe his tears and looked around for Xiao Dai. Sister. Second sister, come out. Xiao Dai didn't appear. It's time to eat. Stop playing hide and seek with me. Come out quickly. Still no sign of Xiao Dai. Gao Siping slowly realized that his sister might have really left. He was still holding a red hair tie, meant for Xiao Dai. He lowered his head, a small boy, unable to understand why his sister left so suddenly. Why did sister leave? She promised to stay with me. Gao Siping softly said, tears falling heavily and hitting the ground. Promised? That ungrateful girl, Xiao Dai. Only a fool like you would believe her. Gao Laifu looked at his son and became even angrier. Do you know? She stole 200 yuan from home. All of this was saved by us over the past 2 years, planning to pay for your school. He was still foolishly waiting for her and even feeding her meat. You are just a fool.
Sigh.
Hai Laifu finally felt sorry for his son and stopped after saying a few words. What can be done now? His life is really hard, having such a selfish daughter. It's a pity he once thought he could get rich through her. Gao Siping stood at the door, holding a red hair tie tightly in his hand, like a statue, not moving at all. No one knew what Gao Siping was thinking or experiencing inside his small heart. When someone mentioned Gao Xiaodai again, his eyes were full of hatred, with no other feelings. Gao Xiaodai took over 200 yuan and left quickly while Gao Laifu was not home. After leaving the house, she headed up the mountain. Since her goal during the day was too big, she planned to go into the mountain first and wait until it got a little darker before heading to the town. Anyway, she still had enough to eat for now. Chu Shi and Shen Yi had been on the road for 3 days and were finally close to the capital. They took turns driving and were exhausted. Do you want to rest for a while? Chu Shi listened to the GPS and knew they would arrive soon. She asked Shen Yi, who was driving.
Shen Yi. Yes, okay.
As they got closer to the city, Shen Yi felt more reluctant because arriving in the city meant he would have to interact with his biological father, stepmother, and those so-called brothers and sisters. Later, we won't rush home. Let's first try the famous roast duck here. Chu Shi patted Shen Yi's shoulder and said. She could tell Shen Yi was reluctant, so she wanted to change the subject and distract him. Sure enough, Shen Yi chuckled. Okay, what else do you want to eat? We'll try everything later. I remember from the books that their fried noodles are also very special. All these delicacies were from the apocalypse era, which they had read about in books. They had been drooling over them back then. Now that they had a chance to try, they definitely wouldn't miss it.
Yeah.
Those who understand me, Shani too.
Ha ha ha.
Boss, how's the strength? Chu Shi was in a good mood, massaging his shoulders more vigorously, even improvising a little. Shin Yi also played along, leaning back to find a more comfortable position, and said, a little more to the left with more force. The two rested for about half an hour. Shin Yi also adjusted his mindset. They first went to a famous roast duck restaurant and tasted the legendary delicious dish. Facing the sliced roast duck, the aroma of the duck, the spices, and the pancake kept wafting into Chu Shi's nose. She didn't hold back and started eating directly. The roast duck here not only tastes good, but also looks very appealing. The orange-yellow duck skin covers tender, crispy meat inside, making mouths water. Wrapped with white scallion strips and dipped in sweet sauce, then rolled into a pancake, it leaves a fragrant, delicious taste in the mouth. After finishing one pancake, Chu Shi couldn't help but comment, the meat is tender, the flavor rich, not greasy at all. Truly the best delicacy in the world. These ancient people really knew how to eat. Shin Yi, you have to try this. It's so good, it's explosive. Chu Shi enthusiastically recommended, even rolling one herself and feeding it into his mouth. Shin Yi finished eating, nodded, and said, yes, it's delicious. The two of them finished a whole roast duck and also drank a few sips of duck bone soup provided by the restaurant before feeling satisfied and getting up to leave. There's no more place for fried sauce noodles here. Chu Shi patted her round belly, a bit regretful. Shin Yi couldn't help but laugh at her. Who told you to stop when you found something so tasty? There are still many more delicacies here. We can enjoy them slowly. They walked for about 2 more hours before reaching Chu Shi's home. Because Chu Shi had called ahead, when they arrived, they saw Chu Simin and Qian Banya standing at the door waving at them. Chu Shi's home is in an alley. Shani drove slowly, and Chu Shi was in the car. From afar, she saw Qian Banya standing at the door, who looked like her mother from her original memories. Seeing her wave, Chu Shi's eyes couldn't help but turn warm. Shen Yi just parked the car when she eagerly opened the door and rushed into Qian Banya's arms.
Mom.
This was the first time she called her mom in her 2 lives. She thought it would be hard to say, but after seeing Qian Banya, she couldn't hold back. Qian Banya's eyes also reddened.
Hey.
She pulled Chu Shi out of her arms, looked at her, and gently stroked her face. Xiao Shi, you've suffered. You've lost so much weight. Chu Shi said, Mom, I've become stronger. Look at how energetic I am now. Chu comforted Qian Banya and even showed off his biceps to her. Qian Banya smiled through her tears and said, you really are. Just like when you were a kid. Before they could finish talking, Chu Simin, standing nearby, interrupted, let's go inside and talk. Why stand here crying at the door like that? His words made him feel like crying too. Oh, really? Shun Yi was standing behind Chu Simin. When Qian Banya heard Chu Simin speak, she realized what was happening. Seeing Shun Yi, she quickly said, yes, let's go inside. After the 4 of them entered the house, Shin Yi handed something to Qian Banya. Hello, Auntie. I am Shin Yi. Qian Banya knew Shun Yi was Chu Shi's boyfriend, but she wasn't ready to accept that yet. She interrupted him, saying, Little Shin, why did you bring things? Just come in. Shun Yi seemed to remember where he had heard that phrase before. Why are you just standing there? Come in and sit down, Qian Banya urged Shin Yi, who was still hesitating. Shun Yi's prepared introduction was cut off by Qian Banya, leaving him momentarily speechless and standing still. Hearing her call, he finally responded, yes, thank you, Annie, and then followed her into the living room. Captain Shin, your nerves aren't very good, Chu Shi teased him as she followed. She saw Shun Yi sweating nervously, and it wasn't even summer yet. Shun Yi looked at her helplessly. It's natural to be nervous when facing future parents-in-law. Chu Shi covered her mouth and laughed. Then Captain Shen, dear best. After saying that, She jumped next to Qian Banya, holding her arm, showing her playful, childlike side. You're an adult now, but still acting like a kid. Qian Banya suddenly saw Chu Shi holding her arm and couldn't help but say something, though she was happy her daughter hadn't become distant after being away for so long. Chu Simin had already gone inside ahead of them. When Chu Shi and the others sat down, he brought out some tea. Little Shen, come sit and have some fruit, Qian Banya said, taking the tea from Chu Simin and passing it to Shen-yi, telling him not to be polite. Then she sat down herself. Shen-yi sat straight across from Qian Banya, with his back straight and hands on his knees, looking like a disciplined soldier. Chu Shi saw his expression and almost burst into laughter. She couldn't help but tease the boss. Boss, look at Shen-yi. When did Captain Shen become so obedient? Haha, the boss. I don't want to bother with this woman. Chu Simin had already met Shen-yi before, so he didn't have much to say to him. But Qian Bangxia was different. Little Shen, what do you do? Where is your home? Your family? Qian Bangxia asked like she was checking household registration, making Chu Shi cover her face. Mom. Be more restrained. Chu Simin tugged at her clothes. Your girl just came back. Don't ask her first. Do you know how many times she ran to the door in 10 minutes? Qian Bangxia blushed and patted him. You're the same. Besides, I just want to ask little Shen how he's doing. Isn't he Xiao Shi's boyfriend? Chu Shi had called earlier, saying Shen-yi might arrive today, but they didn't know the exact time. To avoid missing her daughter's return, Qian Bangxia and Chu Simin kept going to the door whenever they had time, worried they might miss her. The parents argued nearby, while Chu Shi and Shen-yi listened quietly. They seemed quite interested, especially Shen-yi, who looked a bit envious. Chu Shi secretly nudged him with her arm. Will we be like that someday? Shen-yi. No, whatever you say is right. I will definitely listen to you. His answer made Chu Shi a little happy. Turns out, Captain Shen wasn't such a straightforward guy. But what Chu Shi didn't know was that Shen-yi's feelings weren't about survival instinct. He genuinely thought this way. In Shen-yi's heart, he liked Chu Shi and was determined to accept and protect her, never letting her suffer any unfairness. But having such a happy family like that, Shen-yi added, even though they often argue, that's just how they are. Even when they fight, it doesn't change how much they care for each other. Compared to his own father. Thinking of his dad, Shen-yi's eyes were filled with mockery. Mom, Dad, where is Grandpa? Chu Shi, hearing that they were almost done talking, interrupted. She had looked all around the house, but couldn't find Grandpa. You should know, Grandpa used to love her and Chu Wang very much. This time, when she returned, she specifically brought many gifts for her grandfather. Chu Simin said, Oh, your grandfather is in the nursing home. Chu Shi worriedly asked, Huh? What's wrong with Grandpa?
Is he sick?
Is it serious? Qian Bangxia gently patted her hand to comfort her, saying, Don't worry, Grandpa is fine. He's a comrade of your grandfather. He lives in the nursing home, and your grandfather visits him every now and then. Chu Simin added, Yes, it's your Grandpa Shen. He even held you when you were little. Chu Shi nodded, vaguely remembering this Grandpa Shen. Oh, I see. But why did Grandpa Shen go to the nursing home? Didn't his son have a high position? It was said that Grandpa Shen's son was a brigade commander. With such a high rank, how could he let his father stay in a nursing home? People back then usually took care of their parents at home. Don't mention it. Your grandfather said it was because of his daughter-in-law causing trouble. Qian Bangxia sighed. She had heard some things about the Shen family, but didn't want to say much now. A daughter-in-law causing so much trouble? Making her father-in-law go to a nursing home? Chu Shi wanted to ask more, but Chu Simin gave her a look, reminding her that Shen-yi was still here, so she didn't say anything. All right, let's not talk about this now. You've traveled a long way and must be tired. Sit for a while. Mom will go make some food for you. Qian Bangxia also asked Shen-yi, Little Shen, do you have any food restrictions? Shen-yi responded obediently, Andy, I don't have any restrictions. I'll eat whatever you make. Good, not picky. Such a good boy. Unlike that brat Chu Wang, Qian Bangxia muttered as she headed to the kitchen. In the living room, only Chu Shi, her father, and Shen-yi remained. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Chu Simin had been somewhat nicer to Shun Yi when he was in the countryside, but after returning home, he couldn't help but dislike him more, especially when he thought about his own family's vegetables being taken away by Shun Yi. Shun Yi sat straight on the sofa, facing Chu Simin. Both looked at each other quietly. Chu Shi watched them and felt that staying here was not a good idea. Dad, I'm going to help Mom cook. You too. Just chat first, Chu Shi said quickly, and went to the kitchen. Before leaving, she gave Shen Yi a look that said, "Good luck, Captain Shen. It's not that I don't want to help you, but this is a problem between the two of you, and I really don't know how to help." Chu Shi thought to Shen Yi, pretending that Shen Yi could hear him. Shen Yi knew what Chu Shi was thinking, but the current situation with his father-in-law was difficult to solve. The good impression he had built up in the countryside was probably gone now. So, what should he do? Shen Yi prepared himself for a confrontation but saw Chu Simin smiling as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. "Xiao Shen, here, have some tea." Shen Yi nervously took it, took a sip, and then placed it back on the table, searching for words to praise the tea. His father-in-law was a professor, so if he commented on the tea, he wouldn't be at a loss for words. However, it turned out that Shen Yi's worries were somewhat unnecessary. Chu Simin was not someone who followed the usual rules. After Shen Yi put down his tea, he asked, "Xiao Shen, how long are you staying in Beijing this time?" Chu Shi only told them that Shen Yi was coming along, and they all thought Shen Yi was just here to send Chu Shi back, not considering any other reason. After all, promotions in the military were quite difficult. Shen Yi replied, "Uncle, I came to Beijing for a promotion. I think I will stay here in the future." "Oh, promoted again? You're so young. That's impressive." Chu Simin praised him a few words, but inside, he was quite pleased with Shen Yi's excellence.
Hehe, Shen Yi kalplisi millet.
No, I have to thank Chu Shi and Chu Wang for their help this time. Chu Simin nodded happily. "Where are you living in Beijing?" Shen Yi hadn't been in Beijing before, so he might not have visited often. Shen Yi said, "My mother left me a house in Beijing. Recently, I've been staying at the military district guest house. Once the house is ready, I'll move in." This surprised Chu Simin. It turned out that Shen Yi's father, Shen Feng, had divorced his stepmother Liang Guizhi from his first wife and felt guilty about it. He gave her a house, but she refused to take it, so Shen Feng put the house in Shen Yi's name. "Huh? Your mother is from Beijing?" Chu Simin became curious, as Shen Yi had never mentioned this before. "My mother is not from the capital city, but my father is." Shen Yi thought for a moment and decided to be honest with Chu Simin. "Uncle, my dad's name is Shen Feng." After Shen Yi finished speaking, he saw Chu Simin take a sip of tea. Suddenly, Chu Simin spat out the tea with a puff. Cough, cough. "What? You say your dad is who?" Chu Simin found it hard to believe. Is Shen Feng really the son of Uncle Shen? How did he become Shen Yi's father? Shen Yi explained, "Shen Feng, my grandfather's name is Shen Yaozu. We live at XX Alley, XX Lane." Shen Yi carefully told Chu Simin the address of his home, word for word. Now Chu Simin couldn't doubt it anymore.
How?
"How did you become Shen Feng's son?" Chu Simin asked, still surprised. The only people known to know Shen Feng were his son and daughter. Could Shen Yi be an illegitimate child? "Yes, but I am not an illegitimate child," Shen Yi quickly explained, then told Chu Simin about his family history. Long ago, Shen Yi's grandfather died saving Shen Yaozu, leaving only Gu Xiaoni alone and lonely. Shen Yaozu couldn't bear to see her suffer, so he took her into his home, planning for Shen Feng to marry her. When Shen Feng married Gu Xiaoni, he thought she was beautiful and didn't refuse. But after Shen Yi was born, Shen Feng gained a certain status in the military. Shen Feng started to dislike Gu Xiaoni, criticizing her for not being able to go out, for being from the countryside, and even started to dislike Shen Yi. Shen Yaozu argued with Shen Feng many times about this. But as his son grew older and became an official, how could he just listen to his father? Later, Shen Feng simply stopped coming home and lived in the military. When couples are apart for a long time, problems tend to increase. Sure enough, not long after, Shen Feng came home and insisted on divorcing Gu Xiaoni. No matter how much anyone tried to persuade him, he was determined to divorce. Later, Shin Yazu found out that Shin Feng was having an affair with a woman from a cultural troop in the military, and that woman was already pregnant. No matter how Shin Yazu tried, he couldn't persuade her. After Gu Xiaoni divorced, she took Shin Yi to the countryside and eventually died from overwork. Shin Feng also achieved his wish of marrying a beautiful woman, Liang Guizhi, and they had a son and a daughter. When Shin Yi was young, he often dreamed of being carried on his father's shoulders, playing games with him, and even secretly visiting Shin Feng. Although he understood his mother's hardships, he still longed for his father's love. But he was destined to be disappointed. At that time, the Shin family had not yet moved to the capital. When Shin Feng faced little Shin Yi, his attitude was as cold as ice. But when he turned to his mistress's son, he was all smiles. Since then, the role of father in Shin Yi's heart became just a name, something that didn't really exist. If anyone in the Shin family still made Shin Yi feel nostalgic, it was only Grandpa Shin. When his mother and he moved to the countryside, Grandpa Shin often helped them. So, you're Shin Feng's biological son. Chu Simin summarized after hearing Shin Yi's background. He didn't expect Shin Yi's life story to be so complicated. But the Shin family's wife was not an easy person. He wondered if Shin Yi would suffer.
Yes.
But I have no connection to the Shin family now, Shin Yi said, showing his stance to Chu Simin. Chu Simin didn't reply. He had his own thoughts. Shin Yi was still young and already a deputy regiment leader. Shin Feng's son and daughter were known to be irresponsible. Would the Shin family let Shin Yi return home? If he went back and Chu Shi married Shin Yi in the future, she would have to face a mother-in-law like Liang Guizhi. Although she was a stepmother, outsiders wouldn't care whether she was a biological mother or a stepmother. For a moment, Chu Simin felt conflicted.
Dad.
What are you thinking? I've been calling you for a while. Chu Shi's voice pulled Chu Simin out of his thoughts. Huh? Call me? Mama said she can't find the rock sugar. She asked you to help look for it, sigh. After so many years, they still couldn't find it. Chu Simin complained as he got up to help my Bengxia look for the rock sugar. Chu Shi went to Shin Yi and saw he was feeling down. She asked, "What did you talk about with my dad? You look so unhappy." Shin Yi gently rubbed her head and said, "It's nothing. I just told my uncle about my family background." Chu Shi no wonder. Suddenly, Chu Shi had a bright idea and quickly grabbed Shin Yi's hand. "By the way, is Grandpa Shin your grandpa too? Could it really be such a coincidence?" Shin Yi was stunned for a moment, then understood. "If everything goes as expected, then yes, he is my grandpa. That's great. I was just telling my mom earlier that I plan to visit Grandpa this afternoon, so you can go too." "Okay." Shin Yi nodded. "That's good. Then he wouldn't need to visit Grandpa Shin at the Shin family house. Come over here, you two. Wash your hands and eat." Chu Simin called out from the kitchen, urging them to eat. When Chu Shi got home, Qian Bengxia had prepared many of her favorite dishes. Chu Shi ate until her stomach was full and said, "Mom, your cooking is still so delicious. You're so good at talking." Qian Bengxia pinched Chu Shi's nose, clearly very happy to be praised. After dinner, they rested for a while before heading to the nursing home to visit Grandpa. The nursing home was located on the outskirts of Beijing, a military district facility surrounded by mountains and water, with lush trees and a very nice environment. After passing several checks, Chu Shi and Shin Yi finally saw Grandpa Chu. When they arrived, the two grandfathers were sunbathing by the lake at the nursing home, occasionally exchanging teasing words. "I say, old Chu, why don't you come home? What are you doing here alone? So annoying." Grandpa Chu sighed and scolded Grandpa Shin, though he knew old Chu was worried he might be too upset. "Home is nice, but no one to play chess with me. Otherwise, who would I beat?" "Ha ha ha," Grandpa Shin said mischievously. "I knew you had bad intentions," Grandpa Shin said proudly. "Look at you, always frowning."
What are you so serious about? We still have a few good years left. At your age, you shouldn't be so uptight. Grandpa Shin sighed. Sigh.
"I really made a mistake back then, letting that woman into the house. It's so frustrating. In recent days, Ai Gua, who was here, also heard Shin Yazu talk about this incident. It turned out that Shin Yi's half-brother, Shin Bing, had slept with a girl outside and was then confronted by her. If she was from an ordinary family, Liang Guizhi could have used her status as the wife of a military commander to threaten and persuade, helping her son resolve the issue. She had done similar things many times before. This time, Shin Bing got involved with the Li family, a family that the Shin family cannot afford to offend. Shin Bing slept with Li Xiu, the youngest daughter of the Li family. When the Li family came to confront him, Li Xiu was already pregnant. In Beijing, there are 4 major families, and the Shin family is one of the families that cannot be offended. The Li family is also one of them. If Li Xiu were to marry into the Shin family, it would be considered a dowry marriage. Why would a girl from the Li family agree to that? Liang Guizhi was somewhat happy when she heard that the Li family wanted to marry off their daughter. Over the years, Shin Feng had been secretly and openly investigating the eldest son's situation, probably because he was worried about the younger son not being capable. If Shin Bing could marry a supportive wife, with his father-in-law's help, he wouldn't have to worry about his future. But Liang Guizhi's happiness was short-lived. Shin Bing was not happy about this at all. Shin Bing strongly opposed Li Xiu marrying him. Before the Li family left, he started shouting, "Li Xiu is no good. Everyone in the circle knows that. Now she's pregnant and trying to blame me? No way." Shin Bing had been spoiled by Liang Guizhi and Shin Feng since he was young, and he openly said such things in front of the Li family, without any regard. Liang Guizhi was shocked and didn't have time to stop him. The Li family looked furious, their faces dark as ash. Li Xiu was so angry she was trembling. She liked to have fun, but no one dared to speak about her openly like that. Shin Bing was really bold. Li Xiu immediately decided she would marry Shin Bing, just to annoy him and make him wear a green hat. Shin Bing didn't care about the Li family's feelings. He lazily said, "I won't marry Li Xiu. Whoever wants to marry her can do so." After saying that, he left the house, not knowing where he went to have fun. As a mother, Liang Guizhi had to clean up the mess her son left behind. After repeatedly apologizing and even trying to please the Li family, they finally stopped causing trouble and left Shin's house. But Li Xiu gave Liang Guizhi 2 options. Either Shin family marries her, or Shin Bing goes to jail. Liang Guizhi would never let her son go to jail, but since the situation had become so serious and she couldn't handle it alone, she told Shin Feng after he returned. When Shin Feng heard about this, he immediately tied up Shin Bing and gave him a good beating. He was furious and said, "How many times have I told you not to cause trouble? You never listen. And now you've gone and upset the Li family." He knew he was at a critical point in his career. Now, everything is settled. If the Li family uses this matter to cause trouble, he won't have any good options. Just keeping his position would be a good result. Shin Bing was beaten and crying loudly, but he was very firm about Li Xiu. "I won't marry her. I would rather die than marry her. I don't want such a broken girl." Shin Feng fought back and got tired. Liang Guizhi quickly let go of her son and carefully applied medicine to his wound. "Mom, look how harsh my dad was this time. It hurts so much." Shin Bing complained, mainly hoping to get some money since going to dance halls costs a lot. Liang Guizhi rolled her eyes and said, "Trying to ask for money again? I tell you, until your dad calms down, you can't go anywhere. To solve this problem, Shin Feng needs to handle it, so he has to show good behavior." "Oh," Shin Bing responded gloomily. Shin Feng was so angry he didn't even eat dinner. After calming her son, Liang Guizhi brought a bowl of porridge from the kitchen to Shin Feng's study. "Brother Feng, anger is bad for your health. Eat something first." "What to eat? I'm full of anger. What did that brat do? Even if he was set up, he deserves it." Shin Feng was unusually angry and scolded Liang Guizhi. Liang Guizhi placed the porridge in front of Shin Feng, looking a bit wronged, but still gently pressed his temple with her hand. "Brother Feng, don't be angry. Bing is still young and doesn't understand. Look, he's been punished already. If you get too upset and get sick, what will happen to us? It must be said that Liang Guizhi had her own way of dealing with Shinfeng. With a few words and her gentle, soft hand massage, Shinfeng's anger eased a lot.
Alas,
this is hard to solve. The Leaf family clearly wants to find a scapegoat for their daughter, Shinfeng sighed, holding Liang Guizhi's hand with some helplessness. Liang Guizhi had her own plans. Seeing Shinfeng like this, she suddenly held his hand and said, "Brother Feng, there might be a way to solve this." Shinfeng looked at her in surprise.
Huh? What way?
Tell me quickly. Liang Guizhi hesitated but then asked, "Brother Feng, do you love Bing the most?" Shinfeng didn't understand why she asked that. At this moment, he thought these questions were useless. Without hesitation, he nodded. Of course. If I don't love him, who else could I love? Clearly, Shinfeng has already forgotten about his eldest son, even though he once knew how talented he was and considered bringing him back. Brother Feng, the Leaf family only said they want to marry their daughter to our Shin family, not that she must marry Xiaobing. Liang Guizhi finished speaking and looked at Shinfeng nervously, afraid he would get angry, since Shen Yi is also his biological son. If he doesn't marry Xiaobing, then who can he marry? Shinfeng started to object, but suddenly remembered he had another older son he had forgotten. No way. Shinfeng refused. Shen Yi is so talented that he will surely be helpful in the future. There's no way he would marry such a woman. Hearing Shinfeng's refusal, Liang Guizhi was not surprised and continued to persuade him. Brother Feng, do you think Xiao Yi is very good and he should marry someone better? Shinfeng remained silent, clearly thinking so. Liang Guizhi broke his thoughts. But Brother Feng, Xiao Yi grew up with his sister and his personality.
Sigh.
Look at him all these years. When has he ever come back? A hint of doubt appeared on Shinfeng's face. Liang Guizhi saw this and added more. I know you want him to come back. I want him to come back too. I secretly asked him several times, but he doesn't want to return. Liang Guizhi was obviously lying, but she was confident she wouldn't be caught. Shen Yi certainly wouldn't bother explaining such issues to Shinfeng. She squeezed out a few tears. Brother Feng, even if Xiao Yi comes back, he probably won't be on our side. Saying this was quite clearly an attempt to sow discord, but Shinfeng still took it seriously and considered it carefully. Liang Guizhi stopped talking after that, quietly wiping her tears. After a difficult decision, Shinfeng finally spoke. Let Shen Yi marry her. That's not impossible. But what if Shen Yi doesn't want to come back to this family? Hearing Shinfeng relax a little, Liang Guizhi clearly sighed in relief and continued to give him advice. Brother Feng, tell me, in this family, who does Xiao Yi care about the most? Shinfeng. Dad? In this family, the only person Xiao Yi still thinks about is his father. Over the years, although Xiao Yi hasn't returned home, he has been writing letters and sending things to Xin Yaozu every year. Well, we can ask Dad to intervene and persuade Shen Yi to come back. We can remind him of the marriage arrangement made since childhood. Since he is now in the military, if he marries the Leaf family girl, it will be easy for him to get promoted in the future. Liang Guizhi painted a hopeful picture for Shinfeng. She knew what Shinfeng cared about most, and sure enough, Shinfeng was moved. Okay, I will go talk to Dad, Shinfeng said quickly, worried that delaying might make him change his mind. Shinfeng went to Xin Yaozu's room. Xin Yaozu was about to sleep and asked when he saw him. It's so late. What are you here for, Dad? Shinfeng swallowed nervously. Dad, I miss Xiao Yi. I want him to come home. Huh? Xin Yaozu scoffed, showing no concern for his son's feelings. He asked, You, as his father, haven't cared for him all these years, and now suddenly you want him to come back? What do you want? Earlier that afternoon, when the Leaf family came, the old master was out playing chess, so he didn't know about the Leaf family's visit. I don't want to do anything special. I just heard Xiao Yi was transferred to the capital and thought he should come home to live. Otherwise, if others find out, they might gossip. Afraid of gossip? Then you shouldn't have done such things in the first place. Xin Yaozu snapped angrily, but he didn't dwell on it. Dad, Shen Yi is your grandson. Can you really bear to see him outside? Shinfeng appealed emotionally. He's of marriageable age now. If no elders watch over him, what if he marries someone unsuitable? What Shinfeng said was true. Xin Yaozu was worried about that. But he still didn't want to show kindness to his son. Humph. Even the worst won't be worse than the one you found. Shinfeng. Dad, just say what you mean. Why are you bringing Guizhi along? Shinfeng tried to defend Liang Guizhi in front of his father, which made Xinyaozu even angrier. Humph. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my sleep. Xinyaozu didn't want to talk more with Shinfeng and shooed him away. Shinfeng could only leave in disappointment. His failure to persuade his father was expected by Liang Guizhi, but she wasn't worried. She knew the old master was most concerned about his eldest grandson. As long as she stayed patient, he would definitely call him back. She even comforted Shinfeng. Brother Feng, don't worry. Dad cares so much about Xiaoyi. He wouldn't want him to suffer outside. Let's wait a bit longer. Well, I guess that's all I can do. Shinfeng felt a bit hopeless. As a father and a son, he felt he hadn't done well in either role. Suddenly, a pleasant smell reached Shinfeng's nose. He sniffed deeply and realized it was the scent from Liang Guizhi. He asked, "What is that smell?" "It's so sweet." Liang Guizhi blushed and smiled shyly. "Isn't it always this smell?" she said. She wouldn't tell him that it was a special, exciting, essential oil she prepared just for Shinfeng. Yes, yes, yes. I almost forgot how sweet my little sister is. Shinfeng suddenly hugged Liang Guizhi tightly. Come on, let me taste it. So, amidst her playful resistance, the two shared a moment of close intimacy. The next morning, Shinfeng woke up full of energy. During breakfast, he mentioned to Xinyaozu about bringing Shini back, but he was still refused. However, remembering Liang Guizhi's advice, Shinfeng decided not to get upset even if his father refused. He planned to find another chance to talk. As long as his father was worried about Shini, he would surely call him back. In fact, the couple's plan was quite clever, but they forgot about Xinbing, who was a troublemaker and often caused problems. Xinbing was grounded at home and couldn't do anything. Bored, he called his friends and talked about Li Xiu. He also complained about his father not being able to handle his cheap, older brother.
Sigh.
That old man really is. He can't even get my brother to come home. I'm such a obedient son, it's rare. He didn't know what was said on the other end, but Xinbing said, No need to worry. My mom said that when the time comes, she wants my cheap brother to marry her. That kind of trashy girl, I definitely won't marry her. It would be good if my brother didn't get a green hat in the future. Xiningzu overheard every word clearly. He was about to go out to walk his bird, but when he came back to grab a hat, he heard Xinbing's words. Suddenly, he understood why Shinfeng was acting so strangely, wanting to bring Shani home. It was to clean up his little brother's mess. That night, Xinyaozu questioned Shinfeng. Tell me the truth. Why do you want to bring Shini back? Shinfeng hesitated, then hardened his heart. Dad, why are you asking now? Of course, it's because I worry about him. After all, I am his father. Slap. Xinyaozu slapped Shinfeng across the face, his chest heaving with anger. Worry about him? Do you want your youngest son to marry the girl from a Li family?
Dad.
Shinfeng wanted to explain. Do you still have the nerve to call me Dad? I think you're bewitched. Liang Guizhi also spoke up. Dad, you misunderstood. Brother Feng is doing this for Xiaoyi. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Xinyaozu looked at Liang Guizhi, furious. It was clearly this woman who was stirring trouble. Liang Guizhi looked very wronged, but she didn't say anything more. With the current situation, Shinfeng didn't dare to speak either. When Xinbing heard the noise, he came downstairs. Seeing Liang Guizhi being bullied, he was unhappy. Grandpa, my mom usually doesn't say anything bad about you. You're bullying my mom in her house. That's too much. Xinyaozu was so angry at his grandson's words that he almost had a heart attack. He forcefully pounded his cane on the ground. Fine, fine. This is your home. I'm leaving. He turned to Shinfeng and said, Pack your things. I'm going to a nursing home. Dad, Xiaobing doesn't know what he's saying. Don't take it to heart. Shinfeng quickly comforted him, seeing that Xinyaozu was really angry. Liang Guizhi also had to apologize. Dad, Xiaobing is still young. He didn't mean it. Humph.
Who knows how you usually teach him?
The couple's explanation seemed weak in front of Shen Yaozu. Everyone, you don't need to say more. I'm moving to the nursing home tomorrow. Shen Yaozu no longer paid attention to the family of three and went back to his room. The remaining family members looked at each other in silence. Liang Guizhi was even more disappointed. This son really can't do anything right. He's more trouble than help. Despite Shen Yaozu's insistence, Shen Feng still sent him to the nursing home. A few days later, Chu Aigua couldn't find anyone to play chess with and learned that Shen Yaozu had gone to the nursing home.
Sigh.
After hearing Shen Yaozu's story, Chu Aigua didn't know what to say. He could only sigh and pat his old comrade's shoulder. You don't need to comfort me. Actually, I've come to terms with it these past few days. I've lived a long life, and now my biggest wish is to see Xiao Yi grow up, get married, and have a family.
Who isn't like that?
Chu Aigua said, just like him. After they finished talking, they both fell into silence. Grandpa. Chu Shi saw the old man sunbathing by the river from afar and shouted loudly. Old Shen, do you think I have a problem with my ears? Why do I hear my granddaughter calling me? Chu Aigua didn't expect Chu Shi to come at this moment and asked Shen Yaozu nearby. Shen Yaozu. I think I also heard the little girl's voice. As they spoke, Chu Shi had already come from behind and stood in front of them. Now Chu Aigua no longer doubted. Seeing his granddaughter, he was filled with happiness. Grandpa. Grandpa Shen. Chu Shi cheerfully called out. Hey, Shen Yaozu, who had always liked this little girl, couldn't help but praise her. Wow, Chu Shi has become even more beautiful as she grows up. Of course. She's my granddaughter, and her looks come from her grandmother. Chu Aigua proudly said. Humph. Shen Yaozu, who disliked his boastful attitude, snorted. But then he saw the young man behind Chu Shi and froze.
You.
Who are you? Shen Yaozu looked at Shen Yi with excitement, his voice trembling. Shen Yi looked exactly like his father when he was young. Who would have thought that the child he had been missing for days would suddenly appear in front of him? Seeing his reaction, Chu Aigua was confused and looked at Chu Shi and Shen Yi without understanding. Old Shen, what's wrong? Chu Shi patted her grandfather and then introduced Shen Yi properly. Grandpa, this is Shen Yi.
He
is also Grandpa Shen's grandson. Now it was Chu Aigua's turn to be stunned. Is this the grandson I just talked about with old Shen? I must say, he's really quite good-looking. Chu Shi, Grandpa. Is this the main point? Meanwhile, Shen Yaozu's eyes had turned red. He shakily reached out and grabbed Shen Yi. Shen Yi quickly bent down to support him and softly called. Grandpa. Hey? Hey. Shen Yaozu responded excitedly, and when he looked up, tears were streaming down his face. He hadn't seen this grandson since he left with Xiao and I over 10 years ago. He even thought he might never see him again in his lifetime. But unexpectedly, heaven gave him such a big surprise. Cough, cough, I say. Old Shen, it's good that the child is back. Look at you. Are you ashamed? Chu Aigua looked at his old friend and felt a bit uncomfortable. Shen Yaozu, rarely, didn't argue with him this time. He wiped his tears and said, I'm just so happy. Let's go, let's go. We'll go back inside first. It's cold outside. Chu Shi and Shen Yi each supported one person and followed into the house. Once inside, Chu Shi looked around and observed the environment. In the nursing home, Shen Yaozu and Chu Aigua lived next to each other. They came together, and Chu Aigua's room was small but had basic facilities. It was also kept clean and tidy by the caregivers. Sunlight shone through the window, making the room warm and cozy. It was clear that the two elders were living comfortably here. Xiao Shi, why did you come here with Xiao Shen? After everyone sat down, Chu Aigua finally remembered to ask the main question. Chu Shi had just come in with Shen Yi. At this moment, Shen Yaozu had also calmed down and was no longer so excited. Hearing Chu Aigua's question, he became curious too. Yeah, you too? Shen Yaozu's gaze paused on Shen Yi for a couple seconds, then looked at Chu Shi. The young girl was quite nice. If she became his granddaughter-in-law, that would be great. Shen Yaozu was happy thinking this, not noticing Chu Aigua's unhappy face. Since the grandfathers asked, Chu Shi naturally wouldn't hide anything. She confidently introduced Shen Yi. Grandpa, Grandpa Shun Yi and I are dating. Chu Shi spoke openly, but Shen Yi, for some reason, quietly blushed. Just now, in front of Chu Shi's parents, she hadn't introduced herself so formally. Seeing her grandson's useless look, Shen Yaozu couldn't help but think, this kid. It seems he's completely taken by Chu family's granddaughter. That's actually good. At least he won't be like his unfaithful father. Shen Yaozu felt quite relieved. Chu Aigua, hearing that they were dating, immediately changed his attitude toward Shen, just like when Chu Simin first met him. Oh, very cold and distant. She couldn't help but cover her face. Does her family have a long-standing grudge against sons-in-law? Still, she felt happy inside. Their reactions showed they valued and cared about her. Shen Yi didn't say much the whole time. After she finished introducing him, she gave him a subtle look. He understood and went out to bring in the things they had brought. They had prepared these items back when they were in the collective farm, including mountain produce from the mountains and some medicinal herbs for foot baths and health. In addition to these, Shunyi also bought some local specialties from the market. He carried big and small bags and handed everything over to Chu Aigua and Shen Yaozu. You kids, why do you bring so many things? It's enough that you can visit us old folks often. Shen Yaozu looked at Sheni, who was so thoughtful, and felt very happy. Since she was his granddaughter's partner, Chu Aigua naturally wanted to check him carefully. Even though he was the grandson of an old comrade, he still had to pass this test. So Shen Yi went through a round of questions from Chu Aigua, similar to what Chu Simin had asked before. Little Shen, what are you doing now? How much is your salary? Do you have a house in Beijing? He knew Shen Yi's status in the Shen family. Basically, he had no status. So many things depended on Shen Yi's own efforts. He had to think about these questions for his granddaughter. Chu Aigua asked directly, and Shen Yi respectfully answered each question. Grandpa Chu, I am now a deputy regiment leader, just transferred to Beijing. I have a house in XX and my current salary is 1,200 yuan a month. Chu Aigua was quite satisfied with Shen Yi's answer. He nodded, then heard Shen Yi continue. My salary will be kept by Chu Shi in the future, and I also listened to Chu Shi. When Chu Shi heard what Shen Yi said later, she smiled brightly. Although she already knew and believed Shen Yi could do it, hearing him say it in front of elders made her even more excited. Seeing his granddaughter's expression, Chu Aigua couldn't help but tease Shen Yi. What a clever young man. On the other hand, Shen Yaozu was very different. He was extremely pleased with Shen Yi's approach. He had originally thought that Shen Yi, who grew up in the countryside with his mother, might be a bit narrow-minded. But unexpectedly, Shen Yi was not only handsome but also, at a young age, already comparable to his father Shen Feng. If he kept going like this, he would eventually surpass Shen Feng. No wonder that woman Liang Guizhi was trying every possible way to hold him back. But seeing Shen Yi like this, he didn't have to worry for now. You'd better keep your word. Chu Aigua suddenly realized. If he kept asking, he might be giving Shen Yi a chance to show loyalty. So he decided not to ask anymore. Alright, you two, go back now. Don't disturb me talking with my granddaughter. Chu Aigua started to shoo them away. His precious granddaughter hadn't been back for many years, and he still had many things to say. Okay, let's go back to my place first, and then come back later. Shen Yaozu also had something to discuss with Shen Yi, so without delay, he took Shen Yi to his house. Little Yi, what are your plans now that you're in Beijing? After returning to the room, Shen Yaozu asked Shen Yi. He wouldn't let Liang Guizhi, that woman, succeed. Shen Yi didn't understand at first, but he honestly replied, work hard, save money to marry Chu Shi. After thinking for a moment, he added, and I will visit Grandpa often. Hearing that his grandson's future plans included him, even though it was just added, Shen Yaozu couldn't help feeling happy inside. However, Shen Yi didn't mention Shen Feng, which made him feel a bit sad. No matter what, both of them were his family. Your dad misses you very much. Shen Yaozu tried to encourage Shen Yi to visit Shen Feng. Although Liang Guizhi wasn't a good person, Shen Feng was still his biological father. Oh, that has nothing to do with me. Shen Yi didn't want to talk about this so-called father. Even if Shen Feng thought of him, it was only because he saw that Shen Yi was doing well now. Otherwise, Shin Feng wouldn't remember having a son. Shan Yazu opened his mouth to say more, wanting to persuade Shin Yi, but after thinking about what had happened these days, he finally gave up. But from Shin Yi's attitude, he didn't need to worry too much. Shin Yi wouldn't be tricked by Liang Guizhi. Tell me about how you and your mom have been these years. Shin Yazu looked at his handsome and steady grandson, wishing he could make up for all the time lost. So Shin Yi started telling his grandfather stories. Meanwhile, Chu Shi and her grandfather were also whispering. After Shin's family was driven away, Chu Aigua first grabbed Chu Shi and looked her over from head to toe several times before speaking. You've lost some weight. Life in the countryside isn't easy. Chu Shi thought, why does everyone think she suffered? Although life in the countryside was indeed not as good as in the city. Grandpa, I call that being healthy. I think going to the countryside to train is good. And now that I'm back, you shouldn't worry about this anymore, Chu Shi said helplessly. Yes, it's good you're back. By the way, I heard from your dad that you got into university. As expected of my granddaughter, haha. Chu Shi replied, yes, Grandpa, you're wise and mighty. As your granddaughter, I definitely can't slack off, right? I must say, Chu Shi has a natural talent for making people happy, and Grandpa Chu was very pleased. After feeling happy, Chu Aigua remembered to discuss Shin Yi's situation. Xiaoxi, how much do you know about Shin Yi's family? Chu Aigua wasn't sure if Chu Shi knew about Shin Yi's background. As her grandfather, he needed to be cautious. Shin Yi is a good person, but if they are to get married, family matters should be handled properly. Yes, I understand, Grandpa. Chu Shi nodded, indicating she knew enough. Chu Aigua nodded. Good. So, what do you think? Although he asked, he knew Chu Shi probably wouldn't mind. Grandpa, Shin Yi is Shin Yi, and his father is his father, Chu Shi said, showing her attitude. But if any problems come up in the future, I will face them with him. Chu Shi's answer was expected by Chu Aigua, but he still warned her, Shin Yi's stepmother isn't an easy person. I understand, Grandpa. Shin Yi knows, Chu Shi replied. For now, she probably wouldn't meet Liang Guizhi. Chu Shi and Shin Yi stayed at the nursing home until nightfall before returning to the city together, stopping to eat the fried noodles she didn't get to eat last time. Shin Yi accompanied Chu Shi for 2 days of eating and walking, then had to return to the army, leaving Chu Shi alone again. In Beijing, Chu Shi was still not very familiar with the city. So, during the few days before school started, with Bawang's help, she explored the entire city. Time flew by quickly. Soon school was about to start. A few days before, while wandering through Gulyua Lane, Chu Shi unexpectedly ran into Wei Qi. When she saw Wei Qi, Chu Shi was at a sugar sculpture stall, watching an old man skillfully make a small mouse figure, pulling its tail and blowing it up with his mouth. Soon, the mouse shape appeared. Chu Shi had never seen this sugar art before and watched for a long time. Until Wei Qi called her name. Sister Chu Shi. Chu Shi turned around and saw Wei Qi. She was wearing a white shirt and a military green cap with a 5-pointed star, standing straight nearby. Chu Shi said, Oh, Wei Qi, what are you doing here? Taking my sister out for a walk, Wei Qi shyly said, then a cuter little girl jumped out from behind him. Chu Shi finally noticed that Wei Qi also brought his younger sister. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, with twin ponytails, fair skin, bright eyes, and a cheerful smile as she greeted Chu Shi. Hello, sister. I am Wei Zi. She had 2 small dimples when she smiled. Hello, Wei Zi. I like this cute little sister, Chu Shi said, holding a newly received Sun Wukong sugar figurine and offering it to her. Thank you, sister. Wei Zi was not shy and took the sugar figurine, thanking Chu Shi. Wow. Brother, look, it's Sun Wukong. Wei Qi shook his head helplessly. Yes, but you can only eat this one. Oh, Wei Zi's happiness from earlier faded quite a bit. After talking to his sister, Wei Qi turned to explain to Chu Shi, she's teething. This time, my mom specifically told us not to give her too much candy. Chu Shi felt a little embarrassed, having been busy comforting the child and not noticing anything else. She touched her nose awkwardly and said, I see. It's okay. She usually sneaks some candy anyway, Wei Qi said, waving his hand to show he understood Chu Shi's embarrassment. Chu Shi spent a little more time shopping with the Wei siblings before heading home. The new school term was about to start, so it was better to prepare. Since Shen Yaozu had gone to the nursing home, Shin Feng and Liang Guizhi had been feeling gloomy for a few days, wanting to bring their father back. But as days passed, without their real father watching over them, Shin Feng and Liang Guizhi gradually lost the desire to bring him home. As for Shin Bing, he was even more indifferent. His grandfather was the head of the family, the one who scolded and managed him the most. Shin Bing wished his grandfather wouldn't come back. "Brother Feng, when are we going to bring Dad back?" Liang Guizhi asked Shin Feng during dinner. Although she didn't want to bring that old man back, only by doing so could Shen Yi come back. Otherwise, her son would have to marry the girl from the Li family. Shin Feng was caught off guard by Liang Guizhi's question. He had almost forgotten that his own father was still in the nursing home. He cleared his throat to hide his awkwardness and said, "What do you think? Dad should be calmer now, right? Should we go see him later?" Liang Guizhi cautiously suggested. "If it weren't for the pressure from the Li family, I might have wanted to keep delaying." "All right, after dinner, we'll leave," Shin Feng agreed. Then he looked at Shin Bing, who was eating his rice. "Xiao Bing, go apologize to Grandpa later. Remember to be polite." Shin Bing paused with his chopsticks in midair, reluctantly replying, "Okay, I got it." Seeing Shin Bing's attitude, Liang Guizhi secretly kicked him under the table. "Still want Shin Yi to take the blame for you." Shin Feng was very unhappy with Shin Bing's attitude. He still wanted to appear respectful in front of others and always considered Shin Yaozu. "What's with your attitude? If you hadn't made Grandpa angry, he wouldn't need to go to the nursing home." Shin Bing was kicked by his mother and scolded by Shin Feng. He suddenly got angry, threw down his chopsticks and said, Yes, it's all my fault. I'll go apologize to Grandpa. Should I kneel and beg him to come back?" After saying that, Shin Bing ran back to his room. He felt wronged. "Isn't what I said right?" Shin Feng also slammed the table, feeling even more troubled by his younger son. Liang Guizhi came over to comfort him. "Brother Feng, Xiao Bing is just rebellious now. Don't be mad at him. I'll talk to him later." "Humph, just spoil him then." Shin Bing returned to his room and lay on the bed, feeling upset. Why should all the blame be on him? It was clearly because of Dad. He wanted Grandpa to bring his younger brother back, which made Grandpa angry. Liang Guizhi entered and saw her son's expression. She sat on the bed and asked, "Xiao Bing, do you feel wronged?" Shin Bing said, "Mom, don't I feel wronged? Grandpa going to the nursing home isn't entirely because of me, right? I know you feel wronged, but think about why we want Grandpa to come back." Shin Bing thought. The Leaf family's problems hadn't been solved yet. He didn't dare go out. If he went out to play, people in his circle would laugh at him. "Mom, do you think Shin Yi would agree to marry her?" Shin Bing didn't know much about his older brother, but he had a feeling this wasn't going to be easy. Liang Guizhi said, "You don't need to worry about that. Just apologize to Grandpa properly and get him to come home. I'll handle the rest. Remember, you must have a good attitude. Even if you're pretending, you need to act properly. Otherwise, just prepare to marry Li's daughter." Liang Guizhi reminded Shin Bing again. Yes, I understand. You should go now. By the way, later, go make a cup of tea for your dad. He was also upset with you earlier." Liang Guizhi walked to the door and reminded him again. Shin Bing, okay, I got it. Why is this so annoying? Over the years, under Liang Guizhi's guidance, Shin Bing has maintained a good image in front of Shin Feng. So, most of the things Shin Bing does privately Shin Feng doesn't know about. Now, Shin Feng is drinking the tea Shin Bing brought, watching his son stand obediently in front of him, looking sorry and feeling very pleased. All right, it's good that you know you made a mistake. My side is easy to handle, but when you see your grandpa later, you must also sincerely apologize," Shin Feng said earnestly. "Got it, Dad," Shin Feng replied obediently. Then, the family of 3 drove to the Beijing suburb sanatorium. When they arrived, Shen Yaozu was playing chess with Chu Aigua. I made a wrong move. I'll redo it," Shen Yaozu said, picking up his knight to undo his move. Chu Aigua definitely didn't agree. "Hey, old man, what's wrong? Don't you know to regret a move after you make it?" Who made the move? I haven't put it down yet. Look, see? I haven't placed it. Shen Yaozu lied. Chu Aigua. You old chess fool. I won't play chess with you next time. Haha, if I don't play with you, no one else will either. Shen Yaozu said proudly. Since Shen Yi visited him last time, he's been in a much better mood.
Dad.
Grandpa. Just as Shen Yaozu was feeling proud, he heard Shen Feng's family calling him. Shen Yaozu turned to see his son. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. He looked annoyed at the family and said, What are you here for? Are you here to see when I die? Dad, what are you talking about? We're here to take you back, Shen Feng said helplessly. Uncle Chu is still here too. Chu Aigua also thought it was better not to get involved in their family affairs, so he prepared to leave. Shen Yaozu stopped Chu Aigua from leaving. If nothing unexpected happened, Chu Aigua was his future father-in-law, so he naturally wanted to show his stance.
This
isn't very good, Chu Aigua said helplessly. What's wrong with that? You're not an outsider, Shen Yaozu insisted. Shen Feng didn't expect that his father and Uncle Chu's relationship was already this good. But considering the purpose of their visit, he forced a smile and said, Dad, let's go home first. That's your family. I won't go back. I'm quite comfortable here. Someone takes care of me. I can play chess with others, and I don't have to watch my manners. It's very relaxing. At this, Liang Guizhi felt a bit wronged. Dad, what you're saying really hurts me. If others hear it, they might think I mistreat you. She then wiped her tears. Chu Aigua watched from the side, amazed. Was old Shen's daughter-in-law a performer in her past life?
Humph.
You don't need to play tricks on me. If you want to visit me, I welcome it. But don't even think about making me go back, Shen Yaozu said directly, not bothering with further words. Seeing his father so stubborn, Shen Feng knew he was still angry. He quickly waved to Shen Bing, signaling him to come forward. Shen Bing had been told by Liang Guizhi and Shen Feng all along. Although he felt upset seeing his mother cry, he remembered what she said and held back. He stepped in front of Shen Yaozu and immediately hugged his grandfather's leg. Grandpa, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things. During the time you were away, my mom wouldn't let me eat well and scolded me every day. Look, I've become so thin. Shen Yaozu replied, There's no need to be like that. I really didn't notice you lost weight. Looking at their attitude, it seems they're determined to make him go back. This shows they still haven't given up on Shen Yi. Shen Yaozu didn't respond. He let Shen Bing cry and cling to his leg without letting go. Shen Feng then said, Dad, I've already scolded Xiaobing. Please come back with us. If the neighbors find out, who knows what rumors will spread. Right now is a crucial time for his promotion, and he can't allow any problems to happen. Chu Aigua watched Shen Feng's family silently from start to finish, but couldn't help feeling sad for his old friend. From the moment they entered, they never asked Shen Yaozu if he was feeling well, if he was eating properly, or if he had any health issues. They only cared about their reputation and some hidden goals, wanting to bring him home. Get up first, Shen Yaozu, annoyed by Shen Bing's crying, said helplessly. I won't. Grandpa, if you don't go back, I won't get up. I'll stay here and keep you company. Shen Bing acted stubbornly. But such a stubborn Shen Bing made Shen Feng and Liang Guizhi secretly give him a thumbs up. Well done. Shen Yaozu's heart softened a little when looking at his grandson. After all, he was his own grandson. Although he favored Shen Yi, he still cared for all his grandchildren. I'll go back with you. Get up first. A man shouldn't cry like a baby, Shen Yaozu scolded, but in the end, he decided to go home with them. Chu Aigua seemed to have known all along that Shen Yaozu would choose this way. He slowly stood up and said, All right, I'll go back to my room now. Call my son to come pick me up. This made Shen Yaozu blush. Chu Aigua was supposed to be here just to keep him company. Just now, he confidently told old Chu to stay, showing his determination.
But now, sigh.
His son's future and the harmony of his grandchildren are more important than face. Shen Yaozu comforted himself. Shen Feng's family successfully achieved their goal and brought Shen Yaozu home. Shinbing also completed his task perfectly and received a 50 yuan reward from Liang Guizhi. In the blink of an eye, Chu Shi arrived on the first day of school. The day before school started, Qian Bengxia took some time to go shopping with Chu Shi at the department store. She also bought a large suitcase. Before Chu Shi left, Qian Bengxia packed many things into the suitcase. Besides clothes she bought for Chu Shi, there were snacks, candies, and other small items.
Mom.
It's already full, Chu Shi said, covering her head as she watched Qian Bengxia keep stuffing things into the suitcase. Qian Bengxia was still holding a bunch of daily necessities, including a towel, a porcelain teacup, and even a wash basin. Seeing that the suitcase was too full, she said a little regretfully, "I should have bought a bigger one. There are still so many things to pack." Chu Shi said, "Mom, these are enough. Let's not put in any more. I'm not far from home, so I can just come back and get whatever I need." Qian Bengxia thought for a moment and nodded reluctantly. "All right, that works too." Even so, on the day of school, besides a big suitcase, Chu Shi also brought a large canvas bag. Because Chu Simin also had to go to school, he didn't come to see her off. Qian Bengxia was busy at the hospital and couldn't leave, so Chu Shi was ready to go to school by herself. However, just as Chu Shi was about to leave, she saw her dear boyfriend, Shunyi, standing at her door. Today, Shunyi wasn't wearing his military uniform. Instead, he wore a navy t-shirt and deep blue pants, making him look much younger. The moment Chu Shi saw Shunyi, her face showed surprise and admiration. She couldn't help but think, no matter what, her boyfriend always looked handsome. Chu Shi dropped her luggage and ran toward Shunyi. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming? If I had, there wouldn't be any surprise." Shunyi playfully pinched Chu Shi's nose, teasing her. Chu Shi said, "But you seem a little different today." Different in a good way. Ha ha. Chu Shi's cheesy pickup line made her laugh herself. "Shunyi, even though I know it's cheesy, I can't help but feel happy." "Yeah, you look good too." Shunyi, running out of cheesy lines, just went along with Chu Shi's words. Chu Shi laughed loudly, eager to hug Shunyi and give him a big kiss, but since they were at her home's front door, she held back her impulse. Cough, cough. Chu Shi was smiling happily when Chu Aigua came out and interrupted their moment. "Grandpa Chu," Shunyi was the first to call out, acting very obedient. Taking Xiaoxi to school?" Shunyi nodded confidently and admitted, "Yes, Grandpa Chu. It's getting late, so we should head out now. Grandpa is leaving now. I will come back often to visit you," Chu Shi said to her grandfather as she followed Shunyi. With Shunyi, the guardian of flowers, accompanying her, Chu Shi arrived at her school. University are standing at the school gate. Chu Shi looked at the grand entrance and couldn't help but feel emotional. As a university with 100 years of history, the worn-out marks on the gate tell the story of many years of change. Sigh. Chu Shi sighed, making Shunyi turn to look at her curiously. "What was wrong?" Chu Shi said, "If only we had phones now. We could take a photo here." During the apocalypse, neither of them went to college. They stayed in the base and learned from the instructors. "Maybe Boang has a camera," Shunyi whispered to Chu Shi. Chu Shi also leaned close to Shunyi's ear and quietly said, "But we can't take it out now." Shunyi patted her head gently and comforted her. "It's okay. We'll have a chance later. First, let's see about class assignments, okay?" "Yes, let's go," Chu Shi said, carrying her luggage and heading to the student registration area. On the first day of school, many students were registering. Chu Shi was busy for nearly 2 hours sorting out all the necessary documents before she finally could go to her dorm. Chu Shi's dorm was in Building 2, Room 208. After getting the key from the dormitory auntie, she took her luggage upstairs. Since Shunyi was a boy, the dormitory auntie only helped him carry his luggage upstairs before sending him away. "Find a nearby restaurant to sit in for a while. I'll finish packing and then come find you for dinner," Chu Shi told Shunyi. Shunyi looked at his watch. It was almost 11 o'clock. He nodded and said, "Okay, take your time. No rush for dinner." After watching Shunyi leave, Chu Shi dragged her luggage and opened the door to room 208. "Huh, someone else has arrived." A clear, bright voice was heard. Then Chu Shi saw a small girl quickly run over to her and help carry her luggage. "Thank you," Chu Shi said, thanking her and glancing at the girl. The girl had medium-length hair, was small in size, with smooth, fair skin. Her big eyes curved into a smile, making her look very friendly. My name is Jiang Yu. I come from Guang Province. You are very beautiful. Jiang Yu cheerfully introduced herself and also complimented Chu Shi's looks. Chu Shi smiled and said, Thank you. You are also very pretty, especially your eyes. When you smile, they shine. My name is Chu Shi. I am from Beijing. Haha, from now on, we will be roommates. Look at which bed you want to stay in. Jiang Yu said happily, excited about Chu Shi's compliment, and then she pointed out the beds. Chu Shi looked around the dorm. It was a 4-person room with 2 bunk beds. 2 of the lower beds already had luggage on them. Chu Shi chose an upper bunk and placed her luggage there. Seeing Chu Shi pick her bed, Jiang Yu said, You are the 3rd person here. Your lower bed will be available soon and you'll see it then. Chu Shi nodded and started making her bed. Halfway through, her roommate came back. A girl with 2 braids entered. She had small but lively eyes, slightly darker skin, and wore patched clothes. Besides, simple. Chu Shi couldn't think of any other words to describe her. Hello, I am Chu Shi. I will be on your upper bunk. Chu Shi greeted her first. Wang Ximin looked a bit shy, quietly rubbing her hands and said, Hello, I am Wang Ximin. From now on, we will be roommates. Now we just wait for the last cute girl to arrive, Jiang Yu said happily, watching the others get to know each other. Yes, yes, Wang Ximin nodded, feeling a little excited about the last person. After Chu Shi finished making her bed, it was almost noon. She told the other 2, My boyfriend is waiting downstairs for me. I'll go find him for lunch. How will you eat? Jiang Yu smiled teasingly and said, My brother is also waiting downstairs. We'll go to the cafeteria. Wang Ximin also said, Yes, I'll finish packing and then go to the cafeteria too. Wang Ximin just placed her luggage on the bed and has now finished tidying up. Shen Yi was waiting for Chu Shi at a small restaurant near the school. After arriving, he sent her the location. Chu Shi followed the directions given by the guide, and soon she found Shen Yi. Next to every school, there are always places to eat. Now that policies have relaxed, many affordable and authentic small restaurants have appeared. Chu Shi and Shen Yi ate a little and planned to go back to school together. Suddenly, Shen Yi said to Chu Shi, Wait here for me for a moment. I'll be right back. Huh? Oh, okay. Chu Shi was a bit curious but obediently agreed, sitting in the restaurant waiting for him. After Shen Yi ran out, Chu Shi, feeling bored, rested her chin on her hand and chatted with the guide. Guide, where do you think Shen Yi went? He seems so mysterious. Hard to tell. Human thoughts are too hard to guess, the guide replied honestly. Chu Shi made a face of dislike. TSK, then what are you good for? They only talked for a little while when Shen Yi hurried back, panting. Chu Shi poured a glass of water from the table and handed it to Shen Yi. Captain Shen, where did you go? You look exhausted. Shen Yi took the water, drank it all in one gulp, then took out a black camera from behind and handed it to Chu Shi. Chu Shi's eyes widened in shock. She took the camera and couldn't help asking, Where did you get this? Could it be that Shen Yi just disappeared to find the camera? Nothing much this morning, just wandered around nearby. I found a photo studio here, Shen Yi explained. So I made an appointment with them to rent their camera. Chu Shi couldn't quite describe what she was feeling right now. Full, sweet, and she couldn't help but smile. Captain Shen, you're so sneaky. Feeling remembered for such a small thing made her incredibly happy. Do you like me a little more now? Shen Yi leaned closer and asked her. Chu Shi felt a bit flustered, but nodded naturally. Yeah, I like you more and more. Shen Yi took advantage of Chu Shi not paying attention and kissed her on the forehead, then said, Let's go, I'll take some photos of you. Next, Shen Yi and Chu Shi took many beautiful photos together, some at the school gate, and some of the 2 of them together. After they got tired of taking pictures, they strolled around the campus. Although people are slowly beginning to open their minds, they still do not behave overly boldly in public. Therefore, Chu Shi and Shen Yi are just walking side by side. Shen Yi really wants to hold Chu Shi's hand and tell everyone that she is his girlfriend. Big sister Chu Shi. While Chu Shi and Shen Yi were strolling, someone called her. She turned around upon hearing the voice and saw Wei Qi walking toward them from afar. Chu Shi has always liked Wei Qi. Wei Qi, what are you doing? Wei Qi was followed by a few boys, each carrying some books. Wei Qi was no exception. In a moment, they all reached her. Big sister Chu Shi, these are our class textbooks. We brought them over first. Later, remember to go downstairs to pick up your textbooks, Wei Qi said. While Wei Qi was talking to Chu Shi, the boys behind her kept staring at Chu Shi. They thought she was very beautiful. Wei Qi was so focused on talking to Chu Shi that she didn't notice their reactions, nor did she see Shunyi, who was sulking nearby. What Shunyi feared was happening. Although he trusted Chu Shi, seeing the boys' reactions made him feel a little jealous. Ahem. Shunyi cleared his throat, interrupting Wei Qi and Chu Shi's conversation. Then he grabbed Chu Shi's hand to show he was hers. Shunyi's sudden action made Chu Shi freeze for half a minute. When she saw the disappointed looks in the boy's eyes behind Wei Qi, she finally reacted and let Shun-yi hold her hand. Childish guy, Chu Shi muttered. Shun-yi whispered with a smile, no matter what, it's all your fault for being so good-looking. Wei Qi finally realized what Shun-yi was upset about and quickly called out, brother-in-law, while signaling to the boys behind her. The boys, quick to catch Wei Qi's signal, also called out, hello, brother-in-law. Shun-yi felt a little embarrassed and blushed slightly. He cleared his throat and said, hello. I'll help you carry the books. Shun-yi thought for a moment and added. Wei Qi knew that her brother-in-law was trying to send them away, so she didn't hesitate anymore. Big sister Chu Shi, brother-in-law, we're leaving now. We're still waiting for you to distribute the textbooks. After saying that, he quickly ran away with his brothers. Shun-yi didn't stay long either. He left with his camera. After leaving, he went to the photo studio to develop the pictures and arranged a time to pick them up with the owner. When Chu Shi returned to the dorm, Jiang Yu and Wang Ximin had already finished eating and were back. They were sharing the snacks they brought, which were their local specialties. Chu Shi, you're back. Come quickly, try our special treats, Jiang Yu called out as she ate the sweet potato chips Wang Ximin brought. Wang Ximin also grabbed a handful of sweet potato chips and handed them to Chu Shi. My mom dried these herself. They're very sweet. Try one. Chu Shi suddenly felt like visiting relatives during the new year, where elders would insist she take candies. She took the sweet potato chips from Wang Ximin. They were very dry, shiny gold with a hint of red, some transparent, looking very tasty. Chu Shi picked one and put it in her mouth, feeling a burst of sweetness inside. So sweet, Chu Shi couldn't help but praise, and she kept eating. Hee, I'm glad you like it, Wang Ximin said shyly. Jiang Yu wasn't willing to be left out. She grabbed a handful of small dried fish. I have some too. Try these, and also our local sweet shrimp. Chu Shi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the pile of local treats in front of her. After finishing her share, she naturally wanted to reciprocate. Chu Shi opened her suitcase and quietly took out a few chocolates and some white rabbit candies from her space. She hadn't prepared any local specialties from Beijing. Oh, it's a bit embarrassing to admit. She handed the chocolates and candies to the two of them, especially to Wang Ximin, grabbing a big handful. Eat some candy. Wang Ximin took the candies carefully, peeled one open, and popped it into her mouth, her eyes happily squinting. So sweet and fragrant. This was her first time trying white rabbit candies and chocolates. After eating, she carefully put the rest into her pocket. Her parents hadn't left yet, so she could give some to them later. Just as the three of them were happily enjoying their treats, the door of room 208 was pushed open. A tall, cold-looking beauty walked in. Wang Ximin was the first to see the girl, who entered. Because her cool demeanor was so strong, the small fish snack she was holding fell onto the table. The girl who came in was named Su Yan, the last one in dormitory 208. Chu Shi looked along Wang Ximin's gaze and couldn't help but comment, this girl clearly comes from a well-educated family. She casually stood at the door, and it was like seeing a plum blossom blooming in winter. Bright and fiery, yet cold as ice. When Su Yan appeared, everyone was briefly surprised. Jiang Yu was the first to react. She quickly stood up, approached Su Yen and warmly said, "Hello, I'm Jiangyu, your roommate."
Su Yen nodded gently, her red lips slightly parted. "Hello, I'm Su Yen."
Her voice was as gentle as her temperament, soft but with a touch of coolness. Wang Ximin and Chu Shi also stepped forward. "Hello, I'm Chu Shi."
Su Yan, I'm Bang Ximin.
After everyone introduced themselves, the three helped Su Yen carry her luggage. Su Yen thanked them and started to organize her things on the side. Su Yan's arrival made the cheerful atmosphere of dorm 208 suddenly drop below freezing. Jiangyu watched Su Yen carefully make her bed and couldn't help but start a conversation. "Su Yen, where are you from?" Jiangyu asked. Su Yen paused slightly while making her bed and softly replied, "I'm from Beijing." She answered directly, without extra words. Jiangyu said, "What a coincidence. Chu Shi is also from Beijing. I'm from Guangzhou, and Ximin is from Shandong." Hearing that Chu Shi was from Beijing, Su Yan looked up at her and nodded slightly at Jiangyu. Yes, what a coincidence. Then she continued to organize her belongings. With such a cold attitude, even Jiangyu, who was very friendly, felt a bit chilled and stepped back. Although she wasn't resistant to this kind of aloof beauty, she didn't want to keep talking. Jiangyu quietly returned to her seat. Just as she sat down, Su Yan finished organizing her things and spoke up voluntarily. "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Su Yan from Beijing, 24 years old. Nice to be your roommate." Even though Su Yan spoke with a blank expression, it didn't affect Jiangyu and the others' happiness. They weren't worried about Su Yan not fitting in with them.
Happy.
"I'm very happy too." Jiangyu almost jumped with joy. Chu Shi and Wang Ximin also look happy. "Yes, we are all happy." Su Yan smiled slightly, then quickly returned to a neutral expression. The fleeting smile was caught by Chu Shi, who thought this girl had something special. Su Yan looked at the three of them easily accepting her. She felt a little relieved. Since her previous incident, it had been hard for her to get close to others, but now she didn't feel as much rejection from her roommates. Su Yan thought that there was still a long way to go, and she could slowly get along with the three of them. Now, all four of us are finally together. "Oh, right, Chu Shi, I just remembered, you're the top scorer, right? The one with the highest math score?" Jiangyu suddenly clapped her hand to her forehead, excited. Chu Shi was suddenly called out, so she had to say helplessly, "It should be me." Was news spreading this fast in this era? Wang Ximin and Su Yan both turned to look at her. Wang Ximin, feeling envious, said to Chu Shi, "Chu Shi, you're amazing. If I had half your math skills, I wouldn't need to study law." Wang Ximin got to know the others better and gradually relaxed. Sometimes she would speak a few words in her hometown dialect. Chu Shi asked, "Don't you want to study law? It's great not having to study math as a major." "Of course not." Jiangyu spoke before Wang Ximin could. "I chose this major because my scores weren't high enough, and I didn't want to go to other schools." Although Su Yan didn't speak, she nodded constantly to show her support for both of them. Chu Shi silently thought, so these people were like this? Of course, Chu Shi wouldn't tell them that law is a very popular and promising major. Once they studied it themselves, they would understand. "Chu Shi, did you choose this major voluntarily?" Jiangyu asked. With Chu Shi's grades, she could get into the best university, so why did she choose this one? Chu Shi nodded. "Yes. Why did you pick this major?" Wang Ximin also couldn't understand. Chu Shi didn't know how to explain specifically, so she said, "Well, I don't have to study math. And I want to become a lawyer in the future." Such a lofty goal. Someone with such good math skills doesn't like math? That's crazy these days. Jiangyu covered her face, pretending to be helpless. Wang Ximin nodded like a chick pecking rice. Exactly, exactly. This was a time when people were simple and honest. Otherwise, she would definitely think that Chu Shi was showing off. The four of them were chatting in the dormitory. Before they knew it, night fell. They went together to the restaurant for dinner, ending their day. The next day was the official start of school. Early in the morning, Wang Ximin was already awake. Su Yan followed closely behind. After Chu Shi got up, Jiangyu yawned and got out of bed. Their dormitory's shared washing area was at the edge of each floor. Since it was used by everyone, when Jongyu finished dressing and washing, it was already crowded.
Ah.
Wait for me, please. I'll be done soon, Jongyu shouted as she sat in the dorm waiting for the others. She was so anxious, she almost pulled out her hair, but she still couldn't get in. She thought to herself, next time, I must wake up early. After 15 minutes of effort, Jongyu finally finished. The four of them headed to the classroom together. As soon as they left the dorm building, they heard a sarcastic voice. Hey, isn't that Su Yan? Su Yan, you also came to this school? I thought you were going abroad. Weren't you planning to study abroad with Brother Xian? This voice sounded very sneaky. The four of them stopped and looked toward the sound. Seeing the speaker, Su Yan frowned. Chu Shi looked at Su Yan's reaction and then at the girl talking. The girl was dressed in the latest fashionable coat, with her hair curled into tight ringlets, bright red lips, and heavy makeup. She didn't look like a first-year student at all. From Su Yan's expression, it seemed she knew this girl. So, the others in room 208 didn't speak first, waiting for Su Yan to say something. Su Yan looked at the girl, but didn't say anything. She simply told Chu Shi and the others, let's go, and started walking forward. Su Yan left, and Chu Shi and the others naturally followed. So, Zhang Miao was ignored by everyone. Hey, what are you so proud of? Brother Xian doesn't want you anymore, Zhang Miao shouted from behind, attracting the attention of students passing by. Hearing her shout, Su Yan paused for a moment. Just as Chu Shi and the others were worried, she nonchalantly continued walking forward. When a few people arrived in the classroom, most students were already there. There were nearly 40 students in the class. Because they arrived late, Chu Shi and 3 others had to sit in the back row. People in this era still preferred sitting in the front during class. They were eager to learn. The first lesson was a class meeting. The counselor was an older teacher in his 50s, with some gray hair at his temples. Once everyone was present, he began the meeting. Students, let me introduce myself. I am your homeroom teacher, Wang Weiji. I will be with you for the next 4 years, Teacher Wang said. Then he added, many of you might complain about this major or feel unhappy with it, but students, our country is developing. You are the first group of legal professionals, the talents the country needs. Our job is to use our knowledge to contribute to the nation. So I hope everyone can have the right attitude, study hard, and improve every day. The students clapped, many with tears in their eyes. Chu Shi also couldn't help but applaud Teacher Wang. She knew he was involved in drafting the country's constitution and stood at the forefront of national law. Later, during a movement, he was sent to a school in the Northwest and worked as an English teacher for many years. Despite that, he still loved and believed in the legal profession. All right, now we will choose class leaders. They will help me manage class affairs and serve classmates. We will do voluntary nominations, free elections, and then secret ballots. Anyone interested in running can come up to the stage now. Teacher Wang quickly moved on to the main topic. After he finished, everyone started whispering. Many wanted to run but were shy and afraid to step forward. She wasn't interested in being a class leader. She had already made up her mind. Her goal wasn't as grand as reaching the stars, but she wanted to be wealthy. She planned to make the most of this prime time to develop her career and work hard to earn money. The other 3, Su Yan, who clearly wasn't interested in these things, Wang Ximin, who lacked confidence and didn't dare to go up, and Jiang Yu, who was restless but undecided, waited anxiously. Everyone was afraid to be the first to step forward, worried about being the first to take the risk. She watched Jiang Yu look conflicted and couldn't help feeling worried for her. She asked Jiang Yu, "Why are you just sitting there? Come on, go ahead." Jiang Yu frowned. Everyone hasn't moved yet. If I go first, won't that seem a bit strange? That was her concern. She held back her urge to roll her eyes. Why not? Going first can leave a good impression on the teacher. Don't forget, the teacher still has 5 votes. Jiang Yu seemed convinced but still didn't move. Seeing this, She exchanged a glance with Su Yan, then pointed behind Jiang Yu and said, "Look, someone is about to go." Jiang Yu wanted to turn around and see who it was. At that moment, Su Yan stood up and gently pulled Jiang Yu out of her seat. Because the three of them were sitting close together, with Jiangyu in the middle, it looked like Jiangyu was leaving her seat to go on stage. Teacher Wang was the first to clap and said, "Very good. This student is brave. I look forward to your speech." Jiangyu, who am I? Where am I? What is happening? After a brief moment of confusion, she steeled herself and walked to the podium to give her speech for the election. "Hello, everyone. My name is Jiangyu. I am running for class monitor." After Jiangyu finished, some classmates seemed inspired and also went up to give speeches. Teacher Wang nodded with satisfaction. Among the candidates, Chu Shi also saw Wei Qi. She looked at the once shy younger brother, now confidently speaking on stage, and felt a wave of happiness. She then remembered Chu Wang. They were similar in many ways. She hadn't seen Chu Wang in a long time and wondered how he was doing. At this moment, Chu Wang, who Chu Shi was thinking about, was lying on a farmer's bed, covered in blood and unconscious. A girl was taking care of him. Perhaps sensing Chu Shi's longing, Chu Wang, who had been unconscious for days, finally moved his fingers. You're finally awake," the girl exclaimed happily. She then hurried to take care of him. Meanwhile, Chu Shi sighed. After a secret ballot, the results were quickly announced. Jiangyu was elected as class monitor, and Wei Qi successfully became the Youth League secretary. Besides these two, there was also the study committee member Liang Shiyu and the arts committee member Xie Mingyue. After settling the class affairs, Chu Shi and her friends officially began their college life, and their relationships quickly deepened. On the weekend, Wang Ximin went to a nearby restaurant early in the morning to work part-time. Jiangyu was also called away by the teacher. When Chu Shi finished breakfast and returned, she found Su Yan curled up alone on her bed. Chu Shi noticed that Su Yan looked very unwell. She was hiding in the corner of the bed, her face pale, eyes tightly closed, and her teeth clenched as if she was holding back something. "Su Yan," Chu Shi tentatively called her, but Su Yan seemed not to hear and didn't respond. "Ba Wang, what's wrong with Su Yan?" Chu Shi asked Ba Wang. Since they shared a dorm, Chu Shi rarely talked to Ba Wang or entered the space. Ba Wang replied, "Her body temperature is very low, and she has had injuries before, so she probably isn't feeling well." Chu Shi called again, "Su Yan? Su Yan, how are you?" "Hang in there." As she spoke, Chu Shi covered Su Yan with a blanket and then poured hot water into her hand. When Su Yan touched the hot water, she slowly regained consciousness. She could hear Chu Shi calling her earlier, but her body was in pain and numb, so she couldn't move. After the pain subsided, she gradually regained awareness. Chu Shi asked, "Su Yan, what's going on? Are you sick?" Su Yan forced a small smile and said slowly, "As you can see, I have a strange illness. It was caused by a very absurd and unbelievable reason." Chu Shi was silent. No matter when, a friend being sick was never a happy thing. Seeing Chu Shi's expression, Su Yan said, "Thanks for earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I would wake up." Her illness came suddenly without warning. The symptoms were coldness, numbness, and weakness all over her body. It took a long time to recover on its own. But if she could soak in hot water during an attack, she would recover quickly. Chu Shi asked, "It's okay. What exactly happened?" She had never seen this kind of illness before, and Ba Wang's data didn't show any similar symptoms. "It's a long story," Su Yan said helplessly, then turned her head to look out the window, seeming reluctant to say more. Although Chu Shi was curious, she knew that if Su Yan didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't ask further. So, she gently tucked the blanket around Su Yan and took the cup from her hand. When she took the cup, the water inside was still warm, not cold. Chu Shi quietly noted this detail. "Chu Shi," Su Yan called out as Chu Shi was about to leave. "Can you please keep this a secret?" Su Yan asked, hoping Chu Shi wouldn't tell anyone. She didn't want to be seen as strange. She came to university because her family, especially her grandfather, was against it. After many pleas, her grandfather finally agreed, but with one condition: she must not let anyone find out about her situation. Chu Shi wasn't someone who liked to gossip. After Su Yan finished speaking, she said, "Don't worry, I didn't come back today," and then she turned and left the dorm. Only after she left did Su-Yen relax her body and sit on the bed. She thought about the reason for her illness, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, and her eyes filled with anger. After leaving the dorm, she had nowhere to go for a while. She found a quiet corner and slipped into her space. Su-Yan's situation made her very curious. She wanted to look up some information to see if there were any records about it. She hadn't entered her space for a long time. When she did, she saw a person watering the plants. She tentatively called out, "King." The person turned around. She saw a strange, boyish face. The person replied, "Yes, it's me." She was surprised and asked, "How did you become human?" Although he was still short and small, with that cute, chubby face, he looked very adorable, didn't he? "Besides me, didn't you notice anything else different?" King didn't answer her question directly, and instead reminded her. Hearing King's words, she looked around, and indeed saw something unusual. Originally, the space contained a farm, a ranch, a warehouse, and a library. Due to time passing, there used to be a lot of food stored there, but now she only saw a little, not even 1/10 of what was there before. Besides these, there are also some other things in the space. The creatures that appeared in the space before were very common in daily life. Now, however, some more demanding creatures are appearing, like the winter caterpillar fungus in front of Chu-Shi. "What's going on? Why has it changed like this?" Chu-Shi asked curiously. "Judging by how the space looks now, has it upgraded?" "Yes, the space has upgraded," the Overlord confirmed. But why did the space upgrade? She wondered. She hadn't done anything special. Usually, other people's spaces upgrade because they earn money, use gold and jewels, or collect various beliefs. Why did her space upgrade so suddenly and mysteriously? Chu-Shi couldn't figure it out. The Overlord first asked Chu-Shi, "Do you know why creatures appear in this space?" Chu-Shi shook her head. It was already amazing that she had traveled here, so she didn't think much about it. "You had 5-element abilities before, but they disappeared later, right?" the Overlord said. Chu-Shi nodded. "Yes, is there a connection?" "Yes, probably. Your abilities might not have disappeared but been absorbed by the space, which is why creatures appeared. Then why did it upgrade suddenly? Your abilities could have been used to absorb crystal cores for upgrades. The large amount of food produced in the space disappeared, possibly becoming its food for upgrading," the Overlord guessed. Chu-Shi was still trying to process this idea when the Overlord continued. "As for my change, I chose it myself. I had an option to select my appearance in the program. The previous look was a bit boring, and since the space was changing, I decided to change too. I think this new look is better." Chu-Shi thought that I didn't realize you cared about looks. The space suddenly upgrading on its own was unexpected for Chu-Shi. She looked at the suddenly appearing things inside the space, which now stretched beyond her sight. She was too lazy to count everything carefully. She even felt that the space was now somewhat useless for her. She didn't dare to go in often, and when she did, it was hard to take things out or explain what she took out. Most importantly, she no longer lacked anything. She was no longer the Chu-Shi who was short of clothes and food. Chu-Shi returned to her room in the space. The library hadn't changed much. After sleeping for a while, she finally remembered her main goal for coming here, to find relevant information. "Boss, quickly search and see if you can find any records about Su-Yan's condition," Chu-Shi said while flipping through a book, not forgetting to tell Boss. Boss searched for 5 minutes, almost burning out the circuits, but finally said, "No records found. You might find something in the library's collection. During the apocalypse, many things were lost and not recorded." Chu-Shi sighed. "All right, I'll look myself." She looked outside and saw it was already dark, but still couldn't find any relevant records. She calculated the time and decided she needed to go out. When Chu-Shi returned to her dorm, the other 3 people in room 208 were already there. Seeing her, Jong-yu quickly said, "Chu-Shi, come quickly. We're just waiting for you." Confused, Chu-Shi was pulled by Jong-yu's arm to sit at the table. "What's going on?" She couldn't help but glance worriedly at Su-Yen. Seeing that Su-Yen was fine, she then focused her attention on Jong-yu. Jong-yu whispered mysteriously, "I have big news." When I went to see the teachers today, I overheard them saying that our school is going to hold a debate competition. The three of them leaned in curiously, eager to hear her secret. But when they heard it was a debate, their curiosity was not fully satisfied. Oh, a debate, Su Yan said expressionlessly. Wang Ximin said, "Is that the big news you mentioned? And you only tell us after she comes back, that's it?" All her early preparations for curiosity were wasted. The neighboring school was also holding a debate competition. They had heard about it before, and some students from their class had even gone to watch. She didn't speak, clearly not very surprised by the news of the debate. "I haven't finished yet." Seeing the three of them showing little interest, Jiangyu continued, "I heard from the teachers that this time, our school's big competition has prizes for the top three." When she mentioned prizes, the others became interested, especially Wang Ximin, who was very eager. "What kind of prizes?" "Cash." If it was cash, Wang Ximin would definitely participate, aiming to win it herself. Of course, cash prizes. "And I tell you, this time the prizes are very generous." Shi asked, "How generous is it?" Jiangyu replied, "The first place team gets 200 yuan, second place gets 100, and third place gets 50. There are also bonus points. With such rewards, not only Wang Ximin but even she couldn't help feeling a little tempted. Her small savings had almost been spent, and since the country hadn't opened up yet, she had nothing she could do for now. There's no need to say more. "I'm signing up," Wang Ximin decided immediately after Jiangyu finished speaking. Jiangyu said, "You can't sign up alone. There are rules this time. A team must have at least 4 people." See, Jiangyu looked at Shi and Su Yan. Wang Ximin understood her meaning naturally. As class monitor, Jiangyu would definitely join. Shi. Wang Ximin looked at Shi with a sad expression, clearly hoping she would agree to join. Shi was also interested in signing up, so she didn't refuse. "I'll sign up too." Jiangyu and Wang Ximin exchanged satisfied glances, then both looked at Su Yan. Su Yan felt their gazes and shivered, but considering her own situation, she refused. "I won't participate." "Su Yan, beautiful Yan." Jiangyu pouted and begged Su Yan. Wang Ximin had always been afraid of Su Yan's cold attitude and didn't dare get close, but Jiangyu liked the cool beauty. Although Su Yan wanted to join, she couldn't guarantee she would stay strong or not have a health issue on stage. She couldn't take the risk. So she firmly refused. "I don't want to go on stage." "Find someone else. I'm going to sleep now." After saying that, Su Yan went to bed. Jiangyu and Wang Ximin looked at each other, both seeing deep disappointment in each other's eyes. She saw Su Yan's expression and guessed her worries, but this wasn't something she could control. Sure enough, the next day in class, Teacher Wang announced the debate competition. As soon as the news spread, many students quickly formed groups, all wanting to win first place. Jiangyu and Wang Ximin looked dejected. Sigh. "We're still one person short." They didn't want anyone from their dorm to be absent. While they were worried, a voice suddenly spoke up. "Can I join you?" Shi looked up and saw Wei Qi standing in front of her. She couldn't help but smile. Why hadn't she thought of this before? Wei Qi is also a talented girl. Shi looked at the others in room 208 and, after confirming they had no objections, said, "Of course, I would be happy to join." Wang Ximin and Jiangyu looked at each other. Although Su Yan couldn't sign up, which was a bit disappointing, they had managed to gather enough people. Their next focus was to prepare well for the preliminary round. Perhaps because she received a positive answer, Wei Qi left feeling very happy. She didn't notice that, although Wei Qi was standing in front of her, her gaze was always on Su Yan. In the days following, the students in room 208 spent their time studying and preparing for the debate competition, which was scheduled a month later. On the weekend, Shi packed some things and planned to go home. Being close to home was a big advantage of studying locally. "Hey, Shi, where are you going?" Jiangyu called out as Shi left with her bag. Shi stopped and replied, "Oh, I'm going home for a bit. I'll stay there tonight so you don't need to leave the door open for me." Jiangyu said, "You're going home? Did you memorize the materials I gave you? If not, remember to do it when you get there." Shi thought, "Why do I need to go home? Just to hide from your relentless study pressure." Jiangyu somehow found a bunch of materials and made everyone memorize them, saying the debate topics might come from there. So, Chu Shi and the others were busy every day, feeling overwhelmed. The rules of the debate were simple at first. 2 people compete, and the loser is eliminated immediately, while the winner moves on to the next round. The debate topics were chosen by the event staff. Chu Shi was suspicious of Jiangyu's materials. She thought the topics were probably based on luck. Chu Shi assured herself, "Don't worry, I won't mess up." She was confident in herself because she had studied so hard, even after the end of the world. Jiangyu kept nagging, "Don't take this lightly. The first round is knockout. If we lose, our prize money will be gone." Chu Shi quickly slipped away. It was surprising how Jiangyu, despite being so small, could talk so much without taking a breath. R is very close to Chu Shi's home, only an hour by bus. This time, Chu Shi returned home without telling her parents in advance. She originally wanted to surprise them, but after she arrived, the atmosphere at home was very gloomy. At Chu Shi's house, Chu Aigwa sat on the sofa in the living room. Opposite him were Chu Simin and Qian Banya. All 3 looked serious and silent, as if they were dealing with a difficult problem. Qian Banya broke the silence first. "Dad, Simin, just let me go. How can I rest easy otherwise?" Chu Shi, about to open the door, heard Qian Banya's words and froze in place. Chu Aigwa, leaning on his cane, pounded it on the ground. "No, you can't go. You're a woman and you're not familiar with that place. How will you find anyone?" Chu Simin also said, "Yes, Banya, I know you're worried about Xiao Wang, but you have to think practically. Even if you go, you might not find him." Qian Banya couldn't even wipe her tears. She shouted at Chu Simin, "Then just let me wait like this? What if? What if?" Qian Banya couldn't say anymore. She couldn't bear to think of such a worst-case scenario. Seeing his wife crying so sadly, Chu Simin felt bad inside, but given the situation, he truly couldn't agree. "Don't worry first. We will find a way. We will definitely find Xiao Wang." Hearing this, Chu Shi couldn't help but push open the door and run in front of the 3, anxiously asking, "Grandpa, Mom, Dad, did something happen to Xiao Wang?" The 3 of them were clearly surprised that Chu Shi had come back at this moment. Qian Banya quickly wiped her tears hurriedly. She didn't want Chu Shi to worry too. "It's nothing, just a small matter. Your dad, Grandpa, and I are discussing it." How could Chu Shi fall for such a lie meant for a 3-year-old? She said, "Mom, what exactly happened to Xiao Wang? Tell me quickly. If you don't tell me, I will go find him myself." Chu Aigwa and Chu Simin both sighed helplessly. Finally, Chu Simin spoke. "This morning, the army called and said they couldn't find Xiao Wang." "Can't find what you mean?" Chu Wang's mission this time was to rescue women and children who had been kidnapped. However, the criminals were organized and planned carefully. When Chu Wang and his team were retreating after saving the people, they were ambushed. Chu Wang fell into the river and disappeared without a trace. Chu Simin finished speaking and couldn't help but tear up. He thought Chu Wang might be in serious danger. Otherwise, why would the army call at this time? Chu Wang is missing? Or already, Chu Shi thought about this and suddenly felt a sharp pain, like being pricked. Chu Shi forced herself to stay calm and asked, "What did the army say? Is he injured? How many days has he been missing? Where did he disappear?" She wanted to find as many clues as possible and go look for him herself. She believed Chu Wang would be safe. She was determined to bring Chu Wang back home. In the morning, it was Chu Aigwa who answered the phone, so he responded to Chu Shi's questions. 3 days ago, when Xiao Wang fell into the river, he was already injured. I don't know how serious, but he was covered in blood. The place of their mission was a small mountain village in Yun province, but they didn't give the exact location. "Grandpa, Mom, and Dad, I want to find Chu Wang," Chu Shi said firmly after remembering this information. The first to oppose was Qian Bengxia. "No, you're a girl and still in school. How can we let you go look for him? We can't be sure it's safe." Chu Aigwa and Chu Simin nodded in agreement, clearly sharing her concerns. Chu Shi knew she wouldn't be in danger, but she couldn't tell her family about her martial arts skills or her special ability, Bawang. "Mom, Chu Wang and I are siblings. We have a special connection. Right now, the only person who can most likely find him is me. Chushi tried to persuade Qian Bengxia. Seeing her wavering, Chushi continued. Chu Wang has been missing for 3 days. Mom, we can't wait any longer. I promise I will come back safe and sound. I'm very capable now, asked Dad. Chushi also convinced Chu Simin by hinting at her abilities. Seeing her determination, Chu Simin nodded reluctantly, recalling how he had seen her change when she was being punished before.
Mom, just agree, okay?
Otherwise, unless you lock me at home, I will definitely go find Chu Wang. And I will bring him back home. Finally, Chushi said this, and Qian Bengxia couldn't refuse anymore, so she reluctantly agreed, saying, All right, but remember, Mom and Dad want to find Xiao Wang, but your safety is just as important. Qian Bengxia looked at her daughter's face and suddenly felt like an unfit mother. She hadn't taken good care of her son. Something happened, and now her daughter had to risk herself to find him. Mom, just put your mind at ease. I promise to bring Chu Wang back. You stay at home and cook the dishes we like and wait for us to return, Chushi said softly, hugging Qian Bengxia. Qian Bengxia held back her tears and nodded, agreeing. Chu Aigua and Chu Simin stepped forward, patting Chu Shi on the shoulder. Shi girl, you must be careful. Chu Shi looked at their faces and nodded firmly. The reason she insisted on finding Chu Wang herself, besides him being her younger brother, was also for her grandfather and parents. They were her family, caring for her in every way, and she didn't want to make them sad. So, she was determined to find Chu Wang. After making her decision, Chu Shi didn't bother to go back to school. She asked Chu Simin for leave, left a letter explaining the situation to the people at 208, and then left. After leaving home, Chu Shi didn't go straight to Yun Province. Instead, she went to find Shini, who used to be Chu Wang's superior. He should know more information. Moreover, if Shani had known about this earlier, he should have told her. She couldn't understand why she felt angry just thinking about this possibility. At the military district gate, Chu Shi called Shani. Soon after, Shani came out. She didn't have time to explain everything to him slowly. She spoke eagerly. Shani, how much do you know about Chu Wang? Shani didn't expect Chu Shi to ask about this right away. He didn't want to lie. After a moment of silence, he finally said, Chu Shi, listen to me. You've been knowing about this all along, haven't you? Chu Shi interrupted him, questioning. Shani, yes, but he wanted to explain, but Chu Shi didn't want to hear it. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. There's no need to say more. Just tell me everything you know. I need to find him. Shani knew that Chu Shi was angry. He had planned to send someone to find Chu Wang first, but the distance was too far, and he lacked the strength. He thought he would tell Chu Shi if he couldn't find him, but unexpectedly, Chu Shi found out so quickly. This time, their mission was in Magong Village, Beiyang County, Yun Province. Chu Wang disappeared in the nearby woods, which are dangerous with fast-moving water. Chu Wang fell there. Shen Yi explained everything he knew to Chu Shi, and he added, Wait for me a moment. I'll go with you. Chu Shi rolled her eyes. No need to bother Deputy Commander Shen. I can bring Chu Wang back myself. Shen Yi could tell from her reaction that Chu Shi was angry at herself for not telling her sooner. Chu Shi, listen to my explanation. I don't have time to listen now. The earlier I go, the more likely Chu Wang will be rescued. Deputy Commander Shen, you'd better not upset me now. After saying this, Chu Shi turned and left, leaving Shen Yi standing alone at the door, stunned. It was only after Chu Shi's figure disappeared that Shen Yi left the door and returned to the military district. At this moment, Shen Yi felt a bit confused inside. Since being with Chu Shi, this was their first argument. Did I do something wrong? Shen Yi asked himself. But his original intention was simply not to worry Chu Shi and to help find Chu Wang. While Shen Yi was feeling wronged and reflecting, Chu Shi was also feeling the same way on the road. She knew she shouldn't have lost her temper with Shen Yi over this, but at that moment, her emotions got the better of her, and she couldn't help but complain about Shen Yi. But now, Chu Shi had no time to think about her and Shen Yi's issues. She needed to reach the place where Chu Wang had an accident as quickly as possible to find clues. After leaving the military district, Chu Shi headed straight to the train station and bought the earliest train ticket. However, she didn't get on the train. Compared to taking the train, her own vehicle was faster. Buying the ticket was just to explain her whereabouts later. After purchasing it, Chu Shi entered her space, which contained many items from the apocalypse. Things she might need. Boang, find the small apocalypse rocket. I want to use it to go to Yun province, Chu Shi ordered Boang. The so-called end-of-the-world small rocket is a name Chu Shi gave it. It is a small, fast aircraft that can carry one person. Soon, Boang found the small rocket. It looks different from modern rockets, being only a little taller than Chu Shi, and is very easy to operate. Once inside the cockpit, controlling it is similar to driving a car. It can fly high and fast, making it hard to be caught during the day. After finding the small rocket, Chu Shi waited until nightfall and then flew toward Yun province. Chu Shi traveled all day and night and finally reached Mugang village, the place Shenyi mentioned. It's deep in the woods, a place few people visit, which made it easier for Chu Shi to stop the rocket and store it in her space. When Chu Shi arrived, Chu Si-min had already gone to school to ask for her absence and had left a note for Chu Shi for Jiang Yu. That night, at 208,
Jiang Yu?
Chu Shi suddenly left, and I don't know when she'll come back. What will we do about the competition? Jiang Yu felt overwhelmed. She always saw Chu Shi as the most promising team member, especially since Chu Shi's high school exam results were well known. Wang Ximin also looked worried when she heard this. Sigh. If Chu Shi doesn't join, where will they find someone at this time? Jiang Yu whimpered for a while, then suddenly noticed Su Yan lying silently on the bed, staring intensely. Even though Su Yan is usually cold, she couldn't stand being stared at like that. It was like being watched by a hungry wolf eyeing a piece of meat. Jiang Yu, why are you looking at me like that? Su Yan couldn't help but speak, feeling a bit scared. Jiang Yu chuckled. Hee Su Yan, look. Since Chu Shi suddenly left, we're missing a team member.
You.
Do you want to join us? Su Yan. No, she replied firmly. Jiang Yu pointed at Su Yan. I didn't expect you to be so unloyal. I really misjudged you. You'd better listen to me and join us, or I'll show you what I can do. Jiang Yu took a step forward, approached Su Yan and suddenly hugged her thigh, crying loudly. Su Yan, please join us. It's so frustrating. Also, during the days when Chu Shi isn't here, you can just take her place for now. I really can't feel at ease without her, Jiang Yu added. If you don't want to go on stage, you don't have to. Chu Shi will probably be back in a month. Just help out with the kids, she pleaded. Jiang Yu was so humble that Su Yan couldn't bear to refuse her anymore. She said, Jiang Yu, please let go. I won't let go. If you don't agree, I won't either, Jiang Yu stubbornly insisted. Su Yan sighed helplessly. All right, I agree. But remember, no matter whether Chu Shi can come back or not, I won't go on stage. Yes, I understand, Jiang Yu quickly agreed, feeling a bit relieved. At this moment, she was just praying that Chu Shi would finish her work quickly and return on time. Meanwhile, Chu Shi, who Jiang Yu was worried about, had already reached the riverbank where Chu Wang had fallen. She was carefully searching for any clues. The forest here was very thick, and the river was located deep inside it. Because the terrain was uneven, the water was deep and the current was strong. Chu Shi followed the riverbank and found a patch of blood. The blood had darkened and was mottled, which made Chu Shi feel uneasy. Based on her guess, this blood was definitely Chu Wang's. To be safe, she used a cloth to collect some and stored it in her space. Boss, check if this is Chu Wang's blood, Chu Shi said eagerly after entering her space. After giving this instruction, Chu Shi went into the warehouse to find some diving equipment. She had just thought of a method while standing by the river. Even though she wasn't sure if it would work, she still wanted to try. Once she gathered the equipment, Boss's results came back. He asked Chu Shi, is it Chu Wang's blood? What do you plan to do? Chu Wang fell from there. He was definitely swept away by the river. Since that's the case, I'll go in and see where I can be carried to, Chu Shi explained her plan. The program told him that this idea was a bit silly, so he suggested to Chu Shi, "Why don't you go along the riverbank and look around? See if there are any houses nearby or downstream. Maybe Chu Wang was rescued by someone there." Ba Wang's advice made sense. Chu Shi thought for 2 minutes, put down the equipment he had found, and said, "Okay, let's go quickly and look around nearby." With Ba Wang's help, Chu Shi started searching along the riverbank. "There's a house 500 meters ahead." Ba Wang used his detection function to tell Chu Shi. Chu Shi jogged to the house's door, knocked for a long time, but no one responded inside. Just as Chu Shi was about to give up, the door opened. With a creak, an old woman, hunched over, opened the door. When she saw Chu Shi, her wrinkled face showed a mix of surprise and impatience. "Who are you, and what are you doing at my house?" the old woman asked rudely. Chu Shi was anxious to find someone and didn't mind her tone. "Ma'am, we got lost nearby. Can we have some water to drink?" Chu Shi spoke sincerely. Although the old woman looked impatient, she still said, "Wait. So troublesome. Ba Wang, is there anyone else inside?" Chu Shi asked while the old woman went inside. Ba Wang replied, "No, only the old woman lives here." Chu Shi was worried and even thought about jumping into the water and letting the current carry him away. Here, the old woman brought a bowl of water and handed it to Chu Shi. Chu Shi took the water, drank a sip, and asked her, "Ma'am, how much further is it downstream to Tugong village?" The old woman listened, thought for a moment, and said, "Are you heading to Tugong village downstream?" Chu Shi didn't know about Mugong village, but he nodded. "Yes, I am looking for my brother." The old woman paused for a moment after hearing this and then said, "You look pretty, girl. I advise you, if you go there, it's better not to face it with this face. Bring back the bowl." Chu Shi finished and continued speaking to her. "Downstream at Tugong village and upstream at Mugong village. Both are famous monk villages. Especially Tugong village, where there are many men and few women, and life is hard. If a girl as pretty as you goes there, she might end up in a dangerous place. I understand what to do now." "Thank you, ma'am," Chu Shi said gratefully. "Yes, follow this river. When you reach the first bend, go east. After 2 more kilometers, you'll arrive at Tugong village." The old man pointed out the way. Chu Shi scooped some mud from the ground, smeared it all over her face, then messed up her hair. She said goodbye to the old man. "Thank you very much, ma'am." The old man waved his hand, watched Chu Shi leave, then brushed off the dust from his clothes and went back inside. "I hope this girl doesn't get into trouble." Of course, Chu Shi didn't hear what the old man said. She followed the path he pointed out and headed toward Tugong village. Thinking about what the old man said, she decided to change her clothes in her space. She put on a boy's outfit, used a band to flatten her chest, and wore a hat to make herself look less like a girl. After dressing up, Chu Shi didn't walk far before reaching the village the old man mentioned. Although called a village, from her perspective, the scattered mud houses looked quiet and empty, not like there were many people. To be safe, Chu Shi knocked on the door of the outermost house. Knock, knock, knock. After a short while, the door opened. "Who are you looking for?" The woman who opened the door looked at Chu Shi with suspicion, noticing she was a stranger. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm looking for someone nearby, but I got lost. Can I have a glass of water?" Chu Shi used the same approach. But the woman didn't seem as friendly as the old man. No, there's no water here. You'll have to ask someone else." Chu Shi hadn't finished speaking when the woman hurriedly shooed her away and quickly shut the door. At that moment, Chu Shi saw a small child inside the house walking toward the door, but the woman pushed the child back inside. Chu Shi continued knocking on the second and third doors, but the situation was mostly the same. Every door was opened by a woman. Some houses had children, others did not. "This village feels a bit strange," Chu Shi said to Ba Wang. "Well, almost every house in the village is empty, and there are hardly any men." Ba Wang told Chu Shi about what he detected. "But didn't the older woman say that all the men in this village? What's going on?" Chu Shi's main goal here is to find Chu Wang. Whether the village is strange or not, she can't deal with that right now. "Let's go find Chu Wang first. After we find him, if there's time, we can look around," Chu Shi finally decided. As it was getting dark, Chu Shi planned to leave the village and keep searching. But she saw a girl sneaking out of a house at the edge of the village. She instinctively followed her. Her gut told her that following this girl might lead to something useful. The girl carried a small basket. When she left her house, she first looked around to make sure no one was watching, then stepped outside. She walked along a small path, glancing around to see if anyone was following her. She kept a close but not too close distance, thanks to Boang. After about 15 minutes, the girl stopped in front of a big tree. Near this village, there are large forests with very thick trees. The tree in front of the girl was so big that 2 people would need to hug it to go around. The girl went to the tree, picked up a stone, and hit the thick trunk hard. Then she took a rope from her basket, with something hanging on the other end. She couldn't see what it was from where she was. The girl threw the rope onto a branch. Once it was hooked, she hung her basket on the other end of the rope. She pulled the rope down hard, making the basket rise up. When the basket reached the branch, she saw clearly that a hand reached out from among the dense branches, took something from the basket, and then disappeared. Eat your stuff carefully. I can't come see you these days. Take care of yourself and don't let anyone find out, the girl said to the person in the tree. The person in the tree didn't reply, but the girl didn't mind. After finishing, she packed up her things, took her basket, and left. She stayed silent the whole time. After the girl left, she stepped out from behind another big tree, ready to climb up and see what was happening. Boang, who do you think is up there? She's intuition suggests that the person in the tree might be Wang, but she needs to go up and check for herself.
Bawang?
No danger detected. You can go see. With Bawang's reassurance, she no longer worries. She skillfully climbs the tree. When she was below, she only saw that the tree was big, but after climbing up, she realized there was more to it. At the top of the tree, hidden among the branches and leaves, was a small treehouse. It wasn't large, but completely covered by leaves and branches. She looked at the door of the treehouse. Instead of pushing it open immediately, she knocked gently. Inside, Wang heard the knocking and found it strange. Had she just left? Why was she knocking again? Could she have been discovered? The knocking only sounded twice before stopping. Wang had just returned to her bed with a basket, and now, feeling some pain, she slowly moved toward the door. She moved to the door, leaned against it without opening, and carefully peeked outside through the crack. Nothing seemed unusual. Maybe it's just another careless bird, Wang thought. She had been here a few days and often encountered such situations. Just as Wang was about to go back, the knocking started again. After knocking once, she turned around and looked around the treehouse. From her position, she could only see leaves and a few small animals now and then. After checking, she didn't wait for the door to open and knocked a few more times. This time, she stayed still, feeling nervous and waiting. Hearing the second knock, Wang's worry was less than before. If the villagers had found her, they wouldn't have knocked so politely. Creak. She heard the door open. She kept her eyes wide open, waiting for the person behind the door to appear. When Wang saw the person at the door, she felt strangely familiar, but she was sure she had never seen this person before. Who are you? Wang took a step back, ready to defend herself, and asked cautiously. Seeing Wang, Chuxi's tense heart suddenly relaxed. She couldn't wait to step forward and check on Wang. But when she saw Wang's reaction, she suddenly remembered. She had disguised herself when she arrived. Since it's already confirmed that Wang is safe, Chuxi also had the idea of teasing his brother. Brother, I finally found you. It was so hard to find you, brother. Chuxi stepped forward excitedly, grabbing Wang's arm. Wang wanted to fight back, but Chuxi didn't give him the chance. He quickly grabbed Wang's hand, making him realize that if they fought, not only would his injuries matter, but even if he were healthy, he wouldn't be a match for this crazy person in front of him. That's right. Wang already thought of this man as a crazy person. Who would call someone a relative just after meeting? Feeling suppressed, Wang was annoyed with Chuxi and rolled his eyes. Crazy? Who are you calling brother? Don't just claim relatives. Wang relaxed a little, since this person didn't seem to mean him any harm. Otherwise, he would have been dead already. He felt no pressure and even felt happy. These past few days, he hadn't spoken to anyone, and it was really lonely. Seeing Chu Wang's disgusted look, Chu Shi held back his laughter and said seriously, "I didn't mistake it. The moment I saw you, I knew you were my brother. Stop talking nonsense." Chu Wang, not caring about his reputation, swore at him directly. Chu Shi, "Hey, look at you. Why are you swearing? You are my brother, right? Do you have a round birthmark on your left arm?" Chu Wang, "He does have a birthmark. How does this person know?
Could it be?"
No way, he only has an older sister. Who is this person, and how does he know so much about me?
You.
How do you know? Does your brother also have a birthmark? Chu Wang asked uncertainly. I definitely know. I told you you're my brother, Chu Shi said confidently. Chu Wang, if I weren't sure that my mother only had me, I would suspect you're my long-lost older brother. But who exactly is he?
How does he know so much about me?
Hearing what Chu Shi said, Chu Wang suddenly became very angry. Ignoring his own wound, he took advantage of Chu Shi not paying attention and grabbed her neck, demanding an explanation. Chu Wang absolutely would not allow his family to be threatened by unknown dangers. No matter what, he would protect his family with his life. Chu Shi, being choked, didn't feel nervous at all. If she hadn't wanted to, how could Chu Wang have had the chance to get close to her? But seeing how angry this child was, Chu Shi decided not to tease him anymore. She changed back to her normal voice and said to Chu Wang, "It's me, Chu Shi." Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Wang loosened his grip on Chu Shi's hand a little, but he didn't let go completely. Your voice. It sounds so much like my sister's. After experiencing this life-and-death crisis, Chu Wang had become much more mature. When facing such potential danger, he was very cautious. Although Chu Shi was pleased with this Chu Wang, she still wanted to roll her eyes because she needed to prove once again that she was his sister. I'm really your sister. I'm Chu Shi. I don't believe it. Then let me go first and I'll prove it to you, Chu Shi suggested. Chu Wang was still considering whether Chu Shi's words were believable. He hesitated for a few seconds. Chu Shi, however, didn't have that much patience. She used a clever move and broke free from Chu Wang's grip. Before Chu Wang could react, Chu Shi was already standing a meter away. Despite the pain from his wound, Chu Wang wanted to chase after her. Hey, you better not move. I really am your sister. Chu Shi quickly stopped him, then took off her hat. Her hair, which she had tucked into the hat earlier, suddenly spilled out. Seeing Chu Shi's actions, Chu Wang temporarily believed her. He stayed where he was, waiting for her next move. After removing her hat, Chu Shi started wiping the dirt off her face. Her previously covered smooth, fair skin gradually appeared, revealing her true face. Chu Wang kept watching as Chu Shi, like performing magic, transformed from a dirty, disheveled man into his sister. At that moment, Chu Wang's heart was filled with shock that words couldn't describe. Shock, happiness, and deep emotion mixed together. When he was injured and close to death, the last thing he regretted was that he hadn't returned home in a long time or seen his family. After being luckily rescued, he woke up from his coma several days later. He was prepared for the possibility that his family might have received news of his sacrifice. He was very anxious and even thought about leaving here as soon as he recovered to go home and report his safety. But he never expected that Chu Shi would come here to find him. Suddenly, Chu Wang was overwhelmed with emotions and couldn't hold back his tears, crying openly. Big sister. Boo-hoo. In front of Chu Shi, Chu Wang cried like a child, expressing all his worries, fears, and even feelings of unfairness. Chu Shi walked over, gently touched his head, and said, It's okay now. Your sister is here. Everything is fine now. She quietly stayed with Chu Wang for 10 minutes until he finished crying. Afterward, he wiped his tears messily and asked, Sister, why did you come? Did the team call you? Chu Shi didn't rush to answer, but first took Chu Wang into the treehouse to check his wounds, since it had been a long time. Inside the treehouse, Chu Shi looked around. It wasn't big. After placing a small bed, there was barely space for one person to stand. "Take off your clothes," Chushi ordered as she sat him on the bed. "Hurry up, stop hesitating." "I need to see your wounds," she said, annoyed at his hesitation. Chuwang couldn't resist Chushi and slowly took off his clothes. One reason was that his wounds hurt a lot. The other was that he hadn't undressed in front of his sister for 10 years. As his clothes came off, his wounds were revealed. Chushi never imagined that Chuwang's injuries were so serious. On his back, there were several fierce knife wounds. Although they had started to scab, the hot southern weather and lack of medicine had caused some areas to become infected and pus-filled. Besides the wounds on his back, near his heart, there was a deep cut. It was because of this injury that Chuwang was nearly lost. Because of Chuwang's recent movements, this wound was bleeding slightly. Chushi suddenly regretted that she had delayed checking his injuries. Just for fun. "Sister, I'm fine. Grandpa always says that after great hardship comes good fortune." Looking at Chushi with teary eyes, Chuwang gently comforted her. Chushi nodded. "Yes, you rest for a while. I'll go get medicine to treat your wounds." "Okay, just in case, I hid the things I brought somewhere else." "Wait for me a little while, I'll be back soon," Chushi said. Before leaving, Chushi also checked Chuwang's head to make sure he didn't have a fever. She placed a communicator next to the treehouse so she could stay updated and then left with peace of mind. Chushi took some medicine from her space, including anti-inflammatory pills and healing ointments. To help him regain strength, she also caught some wild game and collected bird eggs from the forest. When she returned to the treehouse, Chuwang was still lying on the bed, wide awake. Although very tired, he didn't dare sleep, afraid that when he woke up, his sister would be gone. "I'm back." Hearing Chushi's voice, Chuwang finally relaxed and obediently let her clean and bandage his wounds. "All done. This medicine is something I learned from my grandfather. It works very well. You'll be fine in a few days." Chushi wiped the sweat from her forehead and told Chuwang. "Thanks, sis." Chuwang couldn't help but say. Chushi playfully tapped Chuwang's forehead. "I'm your sister. No need to be so sentimental." She opened the basket sent by the girl, which only contained a few dry, hard cornbreads. Chushi couldn't help but ask Chuwang, "Tell me, how did it become like this?" The food was indeed a bit pitiful. But given Chuwang's situation, having anything to eat was already quite good. Chuwang touched his nose. "Our mission this time was to destroy a kidnapping village and rescue women and children who had been trafficked. But the intelligence was wrong. They weren't just in one village. After rescuing the women and children hiding in the village, we were about to retreat. The 5 of us stayed behind to cover the escape, but unexpectedly, we were attacked by people from another village. So, you, the little soldier staying behind to protect your teammates, sacrificed yourself?" She was a bit angry. She could guess what Chuwang's choice was at that moment. Chuwang didn't speak, clearly agreeing. "At that time, I thought I was good at swimming and could leave via the river, but I didn't expect." Chuwang shrank his neck, trying to defend himself. "The result shows that it's better not to make excuses at all. Didn't expect to be attacked? Or did you almost lose your life?" She was already angry. As a family member, she didn't want Chuwang to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Chuwang continued to act like a quail, letting Chushi scold him. Seeing Chuwang's attitude, Chushi didn't bother to argue further. She knew that even if Chuwang had to choose again, he would still unhesitatingly choose to save others at his own expense. "So, how did you get here?" Chushi remembered the girl who came with her. Chuwang. "Well, when I woke up, I was already here. Then, Xiao Yunxi kept coming quietly to take care of me. Big sister, Xiao Yunxi was also sold here. We must take her out and help her find her family." Chuwang thought about Xiao Yunxi's situation and couldn't help but tell Chushi. Chushi didn't expect that girl to also have been sold here. But since she was Chuwang's lifesaver, she definitely had to save her. However, Chushi remembered that the girl looked quite young. If Chuwang hadn't told her, she would have thought Xiao Yunxi was from the village herself. "How much do you know about her?" Chushi asked Chuwang. This Xiao Yunxi was still young, and surviving in the village was not easy. Chuwang carefully recalled the scene when he first met Xiao Yunxi. He had been unconscious for 2 days. When he woke up, the first person he saw was Xiao Yunxi. Xiao Yunxi's first impression of Chu Wang was that she seemed a bit fierce, or maybe a little sinister. Although her features were delicate and she looked pretty, her eyes made Chu Wang feel a chill down his spine. "Don't speak yet. You're not completely safe now. Someone could be searching for you at any moment," Chu Wang said. Even before questioning Xiao Yunxi, the girl spoke first. Chu Wang was silent, looking at his well-treated wound. He knew she had saved him, so he said, "Thank you, Xiao Yunxi. Don't thank me so quickly. I helped you, but I have conditions." Her words shocked Chu Wang. He looked up at her, unable to move now. "What can I do now? You're the one rescuing the people from Magong village, right?" Although it was a question, Xiao Yunxi's tone was certain. "My condition is that, when you recover and leave, you take me with you." Chu Wang was very curious. Since Xiao Yunxi could save him, it was likely that she was from this village, or at least knew the people nearby. If she wanted to leave, could she also have been kidnapped? Chu Wang asked, "Were you kidnapped?" "Yes, I was kidnapped." "It's been many years," Xiao Yunxi answered, her tone sad and tinged with anger. Chu Wang listened quietly as Xiao Yunxi told her story. She was only 16 now. 8 years ago, she was kidnapped and brought to this village when she was just 8 years old. At that time, she was still in school. When school ended, her mother didn't come to pick her up, and she was forcibly taken by human traffickers. She was sold to an old couple. Usually, traffickers prefer to kidnap younger boys to sell to families wanting sons, or older girls to sell into remote mountains to become someone's wife. But the old couple who bought Xiao Yunxi had no money and no children. They only wanted a child, regardless of gender. So, on that day, the traffickers happened to pick up Xiao Yunxi, and she was forcibly sold to a place thousands of miles away, a well-known kidnapping village in the area. "That means you've been in this village for 8 years, Chu Wang asked, unable to help but inquire about her experience. 8 years, that's a very long time. Chu Wang wondered how she had managed all these years. He felt a little sad for the girl in front of him. Xiao Yunxi showed no emotion. "Yes, 8 years and 26 days. She was always thinking about going home. In the first few years, she tried to escape secretly but was caught and beaten badly. Later, she learned to pretend and stopped trying to escape. She appeared to accept her life as the old couple's daughter, but her desire to return home grew stronger each day. Because she behaved well and never tried to escape again, after 2 years, the old couple gradually relaxed their guard. Seizing this chance, she explored her surroundings thoroughly and even found the secret hideout, the treehouse, and rescued Chu Wang. When Xiao Yunxi was fetching water by the river, she saw Chu Wang drifting along the water. At that moment, Chu Wang was covered in blood, his military uniform torn and tattered. Xiao Yunxi knew this was her chance to escape. So she worked very hard to rescue Chu Wang from the river, hiding him in the grass by the riverbank. When night fell, she quietly left to move him away. "Your foster parents." Chu Wang wanted to ask about the old couple who bought her. "Xiao Yunxi, they are not my parents." Her voice was full of anger. She hated that old couple. If it weren't for their demand, so many people wouldn't have been trafficked. Seeing Xiao Yunxi's reaction, Chu Wang fell silent. His main task now was to heal his wounds. Only after he recovered could he think about other things. "Do you agree or not?" Xiao Yunxi asked Chu Wang. Chu Wang's face was pale. When he heard the question, he couldn't help but smile. "You saved my life. How could I not agree? But I don't know when my injury will heal. Yes, I've waited 8 years. You can rest here and recover. It's safe here for now," Xiao Yunxi said to Chu Wang. In the following days, whenever Xiao Yunxi had time, she would come to see Chu Wang, mainly bringing him some food. There was no medicine in the small mountain village, so although Chu Wang didn't die, his wound hadn't really healed. "Big sister, Xiao Yunxi is very pitiful. When we leave, let's take her with us," Chu Wang finally said. After hearing Xiao Yunxi's story, Chu Shi looked at her with new respect. Being sold to this cannibalistic village was very unlucky, but this girl was strong. Even after 8 years, she still wanted to go home, showing she had a strong will. Chu Shi knew that many girls in later generations, after being trafficked, would initially try to escape. But after being beaten or forced to have children, they would gradually become numb, and their original hope would fade over time. Fortunately, Qiao Yunxi was not sold to someone else as a wife. Many women, after having children for years, even if rescued later, would find their children a barrier to returning home. Of course, she's also a poor girl. Chu Shi couldn't help but sigh, then continue to Chu Wang. You should rest well. We'll go back sooner or later. Chu Wang nodded. Actually, he wanted to say that if possible they should take all the trafficked people away together. But he also knew that only he and his sister could not do it alone. His plan was to first heal his wounds and then bring others to help rescue them. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I will go to the nearby town to buy some food and also check in with our parents to let them know we're safe. Since he found Chu Wang, he naturally wanted to inform his family. Yes, I will take good care of myself. You go ahead and rest assured, sister. That night, Chu Wang wanted Chu Shi to sleep on the bed, but Chu Shi forced him onto the bed. Chu Shi spent the night outside the treehouse, making do with the space and the cheat device, so he didn't feel too uncomfortable. The next morning, Chu Shi woke up to the chirping of birds. The environment here is really good and the morning air is very fresh. Chu Wang was still asleep. Chu Shi left a note for him, arranged things around, and after disguising himself, he left the place. He followed the same route back to the town to find the post office. It took about an hour for Chu Shi to reach the town. The local post office didn't have a phone, only telegrams. Chu Shi sent a telegram to her family. Found, returning soon. The 6-character telegram cost 3 yuan. Chu Shi's generous gesture surprised the postal workers, but she didn't care what others thought. She needed to buy supplies quickly. After sending the telegram, Chu Shi went to buy food. The supply store here had many items that looked like they had been sitting for a long time. Chu Shi checked her pockets and took out the remaining tickets and money she hadn't used. Since returning to the city, she hadn't been to this supply store in a long time. Luckily, she had stored these items in her space before. Chu Wang couldn't eat fire, so Chu Shi decided to buy some snacks or steamed buns and dumplings, ready-made food. She spent 5 yuan on several pounds of snacks, a few meat buns, and many plain steamed buns. She also took out 10 salted duck eggs from her space. Carrying all these, she returned to Chu Wang. When Chu Shi arrived, Chu Wang was already awake. He had been eating dry food all these days. Seeing the meat buns, even though he wasn't hungry anymore, he couldn't help but eat them eagerly. Eat slowly. No one is snatching from you. Seeing Chu Wang gobbling the food, Chu Shi couldn't help but say, After your wounds heal, what do you plan to do? Chu Shi asked. What should we do? Take Qiao Yunxi with us, then return with the main group to fully rescue them. Chu Wang swallowed a bite of bun and told Chu Shi. In the village, everyone knows which women's children have been kidnapped or are temporarily hidden with plans to sell them elsewhere. Qiao Yunxi knows all of this. So, to rescue them completely, Qiao Yunxi must be involved. Chu Shi asked, but have you thought about what will happen if Qiao Yunxi leaves with you and disappears from the village? Qiao Yunxi has lived in the village for many years. If she suddenly vanishes without reason, people will definitely suspect something, especially after what happened in Magong village recently. Chu Wang hadn't thought of this before. Hearing Chu Shi's words, he started to think seriously. The best plan is probably for us to leave first and then bring people over later. That's the best idea Chu Wang could come up with. Chu Shi nodded and said, You should rest well these days. When Qiao Yunxi comes again, tell her about our plan. From Chu Wang's description, Chu Shi thinks Qiao Yunxi is a smart girl with her own opinions. So if Chu Wang disappears in the future, it's not because he's unreliable, but because he's going to get help. Chu Shi also considered staying here with Chu Wang and sending someone to find his troops, but she didn't feel safe. The village isn't safe, and Chu Wang is weak now, so she can't fully trust him. Qiao Yunxi appeared 3 days later at the treehouse. When she pushed the door and saw Chu Shi, she couldn't help but scream. Ah! Chu Shi quickly covered her mouth and said, I'm not a bad person. If you stay quiet, I'll let you go. Just blink if you agree. Seeing Chu Wang nod at her, Qiao Yunxi blinked at Chu Shi. Chu Shi let go of her, and she asked, Chu Wang, who is this? Seeing Chu Shi's rough beard and worn-out clothes, Qiao Yunxi thought he was someone Chu Wang had picked up somewhere. To make it easier to go out, Chu Shi had been pretending for the past few days, so it's no wonder she scared Qiao Yunxi. Chu Wang smiled at Qiao Yunxi and then pointed to Chu Shi, saying, This is my sister, Chu Shi. Sorry for scaring you just now. Qiao Yunxi asked, What did you say?
She.
She's your sister. A sister? My sister doesn't normally look like this. She only pretended to be like this to make it easier for me. Her real appearance is just as beautiful as yours, Qiao Yunxi, Chu Wang explained. As soon as Chu Wang said this, Chu Shi couldn't help but glance at him. She thought, I didn't realize this kid was quite clever. Seeing Qiao Yunxi blush from the compliment, she felt a bit surprised. That's not true. Qiao Yunxi blushed and looked down, feeling very happy inside. She looked at Chu Shi and said, Hello, sister. Chu Shi replied, Hello. Thank you for saving Chu Wang. No matter what Qiao Yunxi's original purpose was in helping him, saving Chu Wang's life was an undeniable fact. Qiao Yunxi quickly waved her hands. I helped him because I had my own reasons. I want him to take me away. She had nothing to hide and told Chu Shi directly. Yes, I know. Chu Wang told me about it. But before he takes you away, there's something we want to discuss with you. Qiao Yunxi looked at Chu Wang with confusion. Does this mean you changed your mind? Now that your family is here, do you no longer want to take me away? Chu Wang gave her a reassuring look and told her to sit down first. Listen to my sister first. Don't worry, I won't go back on my promise. Yes, don't worry. Chu Wang promised to take you away, so we will definitely do that. But Chu Shi hesitated, unsure how to tell her. But what? Qiao Yunxi felt nervous about whether she could leave this terrible place, and was a little tense. Chu Shi explained, Chu Wang is a soldier, so he wants to rescue all the people in the village who are about to be sold. Okay. Qiao Yunxi nodded. If she had the ability, she would help them escape too. But her strength was limited, so she could only secretly assist them. In recent years, many women and children in this village would come here to transfer or hide before being sold. Often, they would ask Qiao Yunxi to take care of them. Before something happened in Magong village, they kept the people in one place, bringing food and water regularly. After the incident, the main criminals scattered the people to different homes and then ran away to avoid trouble. Or, they ran out to find more prey, and after the fuss died down, they returned to continue their work. So, what do you want to discuss with me? Rescuing them is a good thing, but Qiao Yunxi couldn't understand why it mattered to her. Chu Shi said, When Chu Wang wanted us to leave, he planned to take you directly. But I think that might not be the best idea. Qiao Yunxi has now calmed down. Although she was confused by Chu Shi's words, she didn't show much reaction and waited for her next move. Chu Shi continued, You're very familiar with this village, and the villagers probably know you well too. If you suddenly disappear without a reason, they might start to worry or prepare for something. Qiao Yunxi thought for a moment. That was possible. She had tried to leave many times before. She knew she needed to report her plans in advance, and secretly, someone might be watching her. She wasn't sure if that was still happening recently. So, what do you plan to do, sister? Chu Shi's concern was understandable. If possible, she didn't want to miss the chance to save others just to leave herself. She hated this hellish place and didn't want to stay even a minute longer. Chu Shi said, I plan to leave with Chu Wang as soon as possible, find the person in charge, and then bring others here. Worrying that Qiao Yunxi might overthink, she added, Once we find the leader, we will come back to take you out. I could go look for help first, but I'm worried about Chu Wang's injury. Qiao Yunxi chuckled softly at Chu Shi's nervousness and said, I understand. Chu Wang, standing nearby, was also anxious, waiting for Qiao Yunxi's answer. Hearing her light words, he couldn't help but ask, Does that mean you agree? You're okay with us leaving? Qiao Yunxi nodded and asked back, If I don't agree, will you stay here? Chu Wang shook his head seriously. No, I will leave quietly. But after I rescue you, I will apologize. Chushi thought, what kind of straightforward answer is that? Xiao Yunxi smiled. That's fine. I've been here long enough. These last few days don't matter much. She felt relieved. Even if things got worse, it wouldn't be worse than when she was sold here in the first place. Now, besides choosing to trust, what else could she do? Let's just take a chance and gamble. Chu Wang looked at Xiao Yunxi's carefree smile, like a sunflower striving toward the sun. He felt a little moved and promised her, don't worry, I will come back to save you. I won't betray your trust. Xiao Yunxi softly replied, I believe in you. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere between them, Chushi suddenly felt a bit unnecessary. Oh, by the way, I told you my sister went to town to buy some meat buns. You probably don't eat much meat here. Here, try one. Chu Wang, like a proud child showing off a treasure, handed a bun to Xiao Yunxi. Xiao Yunxi was a bit unsure and took the bun, glancing at Chushi. Chushi covered her face, thinking, what a mischievous little brother. Amused by Chushi's reaction, Xiao Yunxi happily took a bite. She actually envied Chu Wang, having family members who traveled a long way without hesitation to find him. When she was kidnapped, did her family look for her the same way? After all these years, do they still remember her? Do they have new children now? Xiao Yunxi often imagined what it would be like if she returned home one day and found her family had new younger siblings. What would she do? Would her parents still be searching for her? She felt conflicted. She wanted a younger sibling to ease her parents' pain from losing her, but she also feared that a new sibling might take her place in their hearts. Thinking of this, Xiao Yunxi felt very sad, and the bun in her mouth didn't taste as good anymore. Is it not tasty? Or, do you not like it? Chu Wang's gaze was always on her. Seeing her reaction, he couldn't help but ask. My sister also bought some snacks. Later, you can take some home, Chu Wang added. Xiao Yunxi shook her head. No, it's very good. I can't take the snacks with me. They know I have no money, so they probably couldn't buy these. Oh. Then eat more later. Chu Wang looked at her with concern. When are you leaving? Xiao Yunxi asked Chushi. Seeing Chu Wang's situation, now that he could move normally, they should be leaving soon. Tomorrow or the day after. Hopefully, we can leave now and go to the hospital for a checkup, Chushi replied. That's good. I'll wait here for your return, Xiao Yunxi said. Chu Wang, my sister bought some gifts and snacks for you. They're all here. When you want to eat, you can come here. Thank you, Chushi, and Chu Wang's kindness was still felt by Xiao Yunxi. After speaking for a while, Xiao Yunxi stood up to leave. I can't stay out too long, so I'll head back first. When you leave, I won't see you off. Have a safe trip, okay? Chu Wang nodded heavily, already making a promise in his heart to keep his word. After Xiao Yunxi left, Chu Shi and Chu Wang began packing up to leave. Suddenly, Chu Wang remembered something and blurted out, Sister, why did you come alone this time? Where's Brother Shin? Chu Wang's question made Chu Shi pause her packing for a moment, then she calmed down again. Oh, Shin Yi, he can't come. I came by myself. Chu Wang saw Chu Shi's reaction clearly. Knowing Shan Yi well, he believed Shin Yi would do everything possible to come with Chu Shi. Even if he really couldn't come, Chu Shi's reaction wouldn't be like this. But now her reaction was strange.
Could it be?
They had a fight? Did you two have a fight? Chu Wang asked directly. Chu Shi didn't want to talk about it now. Don't guess randomly. It's an adult matter, so don't ask so many questions. I'm just a few minutes younger than you, okay? Chu Wang couldn't help but argue, but he was more sure now. Chu Shi and Shen Yi must have argued. Are you two breaking up? He asked on purpose, wanting to see her reaction. Hearing this, Chu Shi felt inexplicably annoyed. She couldn't help but slap him on the head. I told you not to guess. We are not breaking up. Ouch. Chu Wang rubbed his head where he was hit. Since you're not breaking up, why do you react like that when I mention Brother Shin? I thought you were heartbroken. Chu Wang's careless muttering reached Chu Shi's ears, making her heart tremble. Yes, would she and Shen Yi break up? She had never thought about this before. From her past life to this one, Chu Shi had never considered separating from Shen Yi, unless it was death. If they wouldn't break up, then what problem couldn't be solved? She couldn't help but start reflecting. The main reason for this fight was that she was too anxious to find Chu Wang. Did Shen-Yi do anything wrong?
No.
Thinking this way, the feeling that had been weighing on Chu-Shi's heart suddenly eased. Since she had made a mistake, she decided that when she returned, she would have a good talk with Shen-Yi and admit her fault. Once she let go of her worries, Chu-Shi felt much happier, visibly so. Seeing her cheerful mood, Chu Wang was stunned. "Sister, are you feeling so sad that you're acting strange?" He was slapped again on the head. "What are you thinking about every day? If you keep overthinking, I'll sign you up for study class." "I'm sorry, I was wrong, sister." Chu Wang quickly admitted defeat. As long as he didn't have to study, he was fine with anything. If he hadn't just helped her out, Chu-Shi definitely wouldn't let him off so easily. The sister and brother were in a good mood, but the topic of their conversation, Shen-Yi, was not doing so well. Since Chu-Shi argued with him and left that day, Shen-Yi had been very anxious. He had never been in love before, not in his past life, and this was his first relationship. The first argument was also his first. In the past few days, Shen-Yi kept wondering what to do. How could he make Chu-Shi forgive him? Although he kept reflecting on himself, he couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. Should I admit my mistake first? Shen-Yi asked himself. If I do, Chu-Shi will be angry. As her boyfriend, how can I make her mad? But then he changed his mind. No, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I admit fault? If I do, then next time something like this happens, I'll have to admit fault again and again. In these days, Shen-Yi was tangled in these thoughts many times. In the end, he still hadn't decided what to do. And to make things worse, someone kept bothering him while he was so confused. One day, Shen-Yi was sitting in his office. After finishing his work, he couldn't help but think of Chu-Shi. It had been 3 days since she left, and he missed her. Before he could get too caught up in his thoughts, a soldier knocked on the door. "Report." "Come in." Shen-Yi put down his pen and sat up straight, signaling the soldier to enter. "Reporting to Deputy Commander Shen. Commander Shen asked you to come over." Commander Shen was Shen-Yi's father, Shen Feng. Shen-Yi moved to the capital city, and Shen Feng had been eager to see him. He privately asked him to come home, but Shen-Yi never responded. He didn't expect Shen Feng to find him at this time and place. Recently, a high-ranking officer in the military was about to retire, and his subordinates had already started to act. Shen Feng was one of them. Shen Feng reaching out to him now was probably to gain his support, right? Shen-Yi thought for a moment, and then told the young soldier, "Okay, I understand. I'll go soon." Honestly, Shen-Yi wasn't really ready to meet Shen Feng. He calmed his mind and thought to himself, just treat him like an ordinary leader. In front of Shen Feng's office, Shen-Yi knocked on the door, stood straight, and loudly announced, "Report." Hearing Shen-Yi's voice, Shen Feng stood up from his seat, personally went to open the door, and saw Shen-Yi. He greeted him with a smile. "Xiao-Yi, you're here. Come in quickly." Shen-Yi sidestepped to avoid Shen Feng trying to pull his arm and walked in without looking sideways, standing aside and waiting for Shen Feng to speak. "Xiao-Yi, Dad hasn't seen you in many years." Shen Feng looked at Shen-Yi, who was tall and handsome, and felt a deep emotion. He was proud of his most outstanding son. He never expected that Gu Xiaoni, a rough rural woman, could raise such an excellent child. On the other hand, looking at Shen Bing, who was spoiled and delicate, Shen Feng thought he was a useless kid. Compared to Shen Bing, Shen Feng's affection for Shen-Yi grew even more, and his tone became gentler and more loving. "Where do you live now?" "Living alone outside must be inconvenient. Come back home when you have time." "Commander Shen, if you called me here just for these trivial matters, I'll take my leave now." Since there was no third person in the room, Shen-Yi didn't plan to give Shen Feng any face. Shen Feng was momentarily stunned by Shen-Yi's words. His father's authority made him angry. "Shen-Yi, I am your father, your elder. Didn't your mother teach you how to speak to elders?" Unfailingly, Shen Feng hit a nerve in Shen-Yi's heart. In Shen-Yi's mind, Shen Feng was the least qualified to criticize Gu Xiaoni. "My mother taught me to respect the elderly and love the young, but I was very young when my father died. I never had the chance to learn how to speak to him. Shun Yi's words were ruthless. Shun Feng's face nearly turned green with anger. Is this brat cursing him to die? Although he now feels some regret about abandoning Shun Yi, he wishes he had kept him at home, knowing how talented Shun Yi would become. Instead, he let him go with Gu Xiaoni.
You.
Have no manners at all, Shen Feng pointed at him, angry and speechless. If you're here just to talk about my manners, I won't stay. The political officer is looking for me for something, Shani said, feeling there's nothing more to say to this man. He turned to leave. Shen Feng shouted, Stop. Even if you don't want to acknowledge me, doesn't your grandfather also refuse?
He keeps talking about you.
Is this how you treat your grandfather's grandson? Shen Feng mentioned Shen Yaozu, and Shun Yi indeed stopped. To Shen Feng, this showed Shun Yi was soft-hearted and conflicted, a person who cares deeply. Maybe, in the future, he could have a chance to get Shun Yi to acknowledge him again. Your grandfather often talks about you, and I know he has helped you a lot over the years, Shen Feng said softly. Shun Yi didn't reply, waiting for Shen Feng to continue. Your grandfather's biggest wish now is for you to come home and have a family dinner. Can't you fulfill that wish? Before, I secretly asked you to come back for dinner, just to let you see your grandfather. When you refused, I had no choice but to come find you here. Even if you don't acknowledge me, your grandfather didn't do anything wrong. Can you really bear to see him sad? Shen Feng softened his tone, saying a series of emotional words to persuade Shen Yi to go home. He suddenly realized that Liang Guizhi was right. Shen Yi only temporarily hated him. He didn't need to rush to get Shen Yi to acknowledge him now. First, he needed to settle the Li family's issues. Liang Guizhi said that when dealing with someone as stubborn as Shen Yi, it's better not to argue directly. The softer the tone, the better the effect. Sure enough, after hearing Shen Feng's words, Shen Yi showed a struggle on his face. Shen Feng watched, feeling a bit excited inside. I know you don't want to see Aunt Guizhi. If you're willing to go back, I won't let her appear. What do you think? Shen Feng said almost humbly. Shen Yi originally stayed to see what Shen Feng really wanted to do. He didn't expect Shen Feng to change his attitude so quickly just to get him to go back. Thinking this way, he decided to find out what Shen Feng was really up to. Recently, because of Chu Shi's matter, he felt a bit anxious. If someone was careless and bumped into him, he wouldn't be polite. Shani thought this and replied to Shen Feng, Okay, don't let that woman appear. I'll go back. For Shen Feng, this was like music to his ears. He didn't mind whether Liang Guizhi was being targeted or not. Liang Guizhi wouldn't care either. As long as Shen Yi was willing to go back, that was enough. According to Liang Guizhi's plan, as soon as Shen Yi returned, she would invite Li Xiyu to come to the Shin family on that day. With Li Xiyu's personality, seeing such a talented and handsome Shen Yi, she would definitely want to get close to him. That way, she wouldn't have to keep an eye on Shin Bing anymore. In the end, even if Shen Yi was very outstanding, as long as Liang Guizhi was around, Shen Feng still favored Shin Bing in his heart. To achieve his goal, Shen Feng rubbed his hands and said, Okay, when are you free to go home? I'll ask Andy to prepare in advance. Shani didn't know when Chu Shi would return, but he still wanted to wait until she came back to discuss it with her. After thinking for a moment, he said, Next Sunday? I don't have time this week. Good. Shen Feng's tone clearly became lighter. Shen Yi still looked expressionless as usual. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. It's nothing. You can go now. Shen Feng smiled happily and waved his hand. He couldn't wait to call Liang Guizhi and share this good news. After Shani left, he still felt a bit curious. He thought Shen Feng was going to talk about supporting him, but he didn't expect him to mention that at all. What Shen Yi didn't know was that, compared to the support from the Li family, Shen Yi's strength was still a bit weaker. The next morning, before dawn, Chu Shi quietly left with Chu Wang. They walked along the river, without stopping. When they bought bus tickets and left, Chu Shi finally felt relieved. Because Chu Wang's injury hadn't healed yet, they didn't dare to rush. When they returned to Chu Wang's unit, it was already 2 days later. By then, 9 days had passed since Chu Shi left home. At this time, Chu Wang's comrades were still immersed in the sadness that Chu Wang might have sacrificed. During training, they were much more fierce than usual, determined to avenge Chu Wang. Upon hearing that Chu Wang had returned, everyone stopped focusing on their training. As soon as training ended, they eagerly gathered at the leader's door, hoping to see if Chu Wang was really back. At this moment, Chu Wang was sitting across from the leader, reporting the information he received from Qiao Yunqi. He asked the leader to send more people to help eliminate the criminal gang and rescue women and children who had been kidnapped. The leader said, "Comrade Chu Wang, I understand this matter. We will handle it from here. Your main task now is to rest and recover." From the leader's words, it seemed they didn't plan to let Chu Wang go with them. But Chu Wang insisted on going because he remembered his promise to Qiao Yunqi. "Leader, please let me join this mission. I just came back from there and no one knows the area better than I do," Chu Wang argued. The leader paused and looked down thoughtfully, then asked worriedly, "But your injury?" "Don't worry, leader. I won't hold everyone back," Chu Wang assured him. Thanks to Chu Wang's insistence, the leader agreed to let him join, so he could guide everyone. "Leader, I think we should act immediately. They probably don't expect us to return at this time," Chu Wang suggested. The leader nodded. "All right, there's no time to waste. Let's leave now." Chu Shi had been waiting outside for Chu Wang. She didn't know his plans and didn't expect that he would rush back so quickly after just returning from there. Right now, Chu Shi was feeling bored when she saw a group of young soldiers approaching her. "Hey, look. That female officer looks just like Chu Wang." One young soldier spotted Chu Shi from afar and pointed at her, talking to his friends. "Really? Do you think she's Chu Wang's sister?" someone guessed. Yes. That's Chu Wang's sister. Chu Wang always brags about her. "We have to find out, but she is really pretty," said a young soldier who had never seen Chu Shi before. Seeing the group pointing and talking about her, Chu Shi asked Bawang, "Hey, Bawang, what are they saying? Are they talking about me?" With Bawang's help, Chu Shi heard everything clearly. She was happy and thought, "Finally, I didn't waste my affection for that little brat Chu Wang." When Chu Shi was feeling happy, a young soldier, blushing, walked up to her and shyly said, "Comrade, hello. May I ask if you are Chu Wang's sister?" The young soldier looked about 17 or 18 years old. Chu Shi looked up and smiled at him. "Yes, I am Chu Wang's sister. Hello, sister. I just want to ask how Chu Wang is doing now," the soldier said with obvious worry on his face. Chu Shi replied, "Chu Wang is fine. Thank you for caring about him. It's okay. Brother Chu Wang is very good to us," the soldier said nervously. Before Chu Shi could say anything more, Chu Wang came out of the leader's office. A group of people quickly gathered around him, and Chu Shi couldn't get in. "Brother Wang, you finally came back. Brother Wang, I missed you so much." "Boo-hoo, Brother Wang, I thought you would never come back." Hearing everyone's concern for him, Chu Wang felt warm inside. It was worth risking his life to protect them and make sure they could leave. He punched the crying young soldier on the shoulder. "Come on. I'm back safe and sound. You guys better hide the good food, or when I get better, I'll find it all." Chu Wang also liked to joke around. He had a nose as good as a dog's, so no matter how secretly they hid their supplies, he always found them. Hearing Chu Wang say this, everyone looked at him with a mix of dislike and helplessness. Sigh. "Brother Wang is still so sneaky. All right. I'm fine now, so you should go back to training. I'm still a patient," Chu Wang said, quickly shooing his sister away from the crowd. After everyone left, Chu Wang finally went to Chu Shi. "Sister, we're leaving for Tugong village tomorrow." Chu Shi's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" "We just got back," Chu Wang nodded. "Yes, that's right. Aren't you going to take care of your health?" Chu Shi asked angrily. Even if he wanted to keep his promise, he didn't have to be in such a hurry. "Sister, I know my body. It's definitely fine. Besides, the leader said I don't need to do anything special, just guide the way." Chu Shi, "You've already made up your mind. What else can I say?" Since Chu Wang insisted on going to Tugong village, Chu Shi had no choice but to follow him. She also added some of the best trauma medicine from the apocalypse to the medicine she prepared for Chu Wang to ensure his safety. On the day Chu Wang left Tugong village, Qiao Yunxi secretly went there to watch the brother and sister leave. She watched their backs for a long time and couldn't bring herself to look away. At that moment, she really wanted to go with them, but she couldn't. Over the next few days, she counted the days eagerly, hoping Chu Wang would return. Because she thought of Chu Wang, Qiao Yunxi was distracted while working.
Her foster parents, surnametli, namet herli uefen.
Qiao Yunxi was her original name, and she never dared to forget her real name. Qiao Yunxi was distracted. While washing dishes, she accidentally broke a bowl, which made her foster mother scold her. You broke a bowl just by washing it. Do you know how much this bowl costs? After that, she was still upset and pinched her arm while continuing to scold her. Why did I buy you such a bitter face? You're always causing trouble for me. Qiao Yunxi was unhappy living there, so she didn't smile much. The Li couple was very dissatisfied with her. When she was scolded and hit, Qiao Yunxi just pretended not to hear. She was used to this situation, and she believed this woman wouldn't be arrogant for long. Thinking this, Qiao Yunxi quietly picked up the broken bowl and looked at her foster mother with a calm expression. Why are you looking at me? I'm not one of those men, so I won't listen to your nonsense. The woman suddenly seemed to remember something and smiled proudly at Qiao Yunxi. Since you look so good, you could be Brother Bao's wife. Brother Bao has money. If you marry him, you'll live a good life. Brother Bao is the leader of a trafficking gang. He originally came from Tugong village. Now he's in his 30s, with a greasy belly, 2 gold teeth, and several children. He uses Tugong village and Magong village as bases. He is generous to the villagers and doesn't come back often. This time, because of the tight security, he returned secretly. Hearing her foster mother say this, Qiao Yunxi finally showed some reaction. Brother Bao's children are already 13 years old. Qiao Yunxi is only 16, and she couldn't believe her foster mother was so heartless. So what? As long as you follow Brother Bao, his money will all be yours. If you're lucky and have a son, then you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. When that time comes, my husband and I can also enjoy some happiness with you. The foster mother looked forward to this future life as a noble lady, not remembering how Qiao Yunxi originally came here. Her words made Qiao Yunxi feel very sick inside. Suddenly, she regretted not leaving with Chu Wang. What's your reaction? Are you unwilling? The foster mother pouted. Many people want to be with Brother Bao, but they can't. Since you have this face, you should use it well. Do you understand? While she spoke, Qiao Yunxi's foster father also came back. Hearing his wife's words, he thought there was nothing wrong with it. Yes, you effin, many people envy being with Brother Bao. We're doing this for your good. Ugh. Qiao Yunxi looked at their faces and felt her stomach turn. She wanted to vomit and couldn't help showing it. Li's couple looked at each other and saw suspicion in each other's eyes. Could it be? She's pregnant? That's not good. You little troublemaker. Who did you secretly get close to? Now you're even pregnant. Her foster mother didn't ask questions and immediately accused Qiao Yunxi. Qiao Yunxi initially felt unwell and wanted to explain, but hearing her foster mother's angry voice, she decided to go along with it. I didn't. Qiao Yunxi lowered her head, her eyes darting around, her fingers clutching her clothes tightly to show her guilt. At her age, some girls in the village already have children. If she didn't do this, even if she avoided Brother Bao, her foster parents would find someone else to marry her. If she married someone, her life would be ruined here. She wouldn't allow that to happen. You say you didn't? If you don't tell the truth, I'll beat you to death, you little brat. Her foster mother couldn't stand her attitude and reached out to hit her. The slap kept landing on Qiao Yunxi's shoulders and back. She dodged while begging, "Stop hitting me.
I didn't do anything."
Still not telling the truth? Her father, "Bring my fire poker. I want to see if she'll admit it today." No matter what, her foster mother was determined to punish her. If Qiao Yunxi has a child, she will be considered an unclean woman. Her hope of climbing up by using Qiao Yunxi to get close to Brother Bao will be completely gone. How can she not be angry? She must give Qiao Yunxi a good beating to vent her anger.
Ah.
Better not hit her anymore.
If she gets hurt, it will be bad, said her foster father. Won't they have to spend money on her treatment if she gets hurt? Although all the money Qiao Yunxi earns is in their hands. Qiao Yunxi looked at the two people like they were acting in a play, one playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. Tears started to fall from her eyes, and she looked very wronged. This confirmed her pregnancy even more. The Li couple looked at her and became even angrier. Such bad luck, said her foster mother, then pushed her husband. What do you think we should do now? Her foster father took out a cigarette, rolled one for himself, and smoked a couple of puffs. After thinking for a moment, he exhaled a smoke ring and said to Qiao Yunxi, You effin, your father and I have raised you for so many years. We can't raise you for nothing. If you can't get the child's father to marry you with a bride price, we will arrange something for you. After saying that, he also told his wife, The village head once told me he wanted to marry you effin and offered a bride price of 150 yuan. It's not as much as following Brother Bao, but it's still a good amount. Yes, but she's now a worn-out woman, and she's pregnant. Can the village head still pay that much? Her foster mother worried. The two of them discussed this in front of Qiao Yunxi, not caring at all about her feelings, or whether she wanted this. Why not? Yuefin is the prettiest girl in the village, they said. Listening to their conversation, Qiao Yunxi's face was tearful, but inside, she was planning how to escape from these two, and how to sell herself out of this situation. The best plan now was to delay for a while. Once Chu Wang arrived, she could get away from this disgusting couple. Tell me, can you get your lover to bring the bride price? The woman asked Qiao Yunxi with ill intent. Although they had raised her for many years, she never felt close to Qiao Yunxi. Of course, Qiao Yunxi felt the same way about her. She wiped her tears and looked very helpless, as if she didn't know what to do. I don't know. He said he would go out to make big money. I will write to him to ask. When Qiao Yunxi said this, the woman felt a bit gleeful and said, Making a lot of money? Ha! If a man earns a lot, who will remember you? The woman from this village? No, he won't. He will definitely come back to find me. Qiao Yunxi loudly argued. What are you shouting for? If a man truly cares about you, he wouldn't cheat on you with someone else. Qiao Yunxi didn't reply anymore. She looked like she was overwhelmed by her foster mother's words, but deep inside, she knew that the image of this man was already in both their hearts. 3 days. Give you at most 3 days. If there's no news, get ready to marry Dazhang. Actually, it's fine if you marry him. We're from the same village, and in the future, your father and I can still take care of you, said her foster father. Tears filled Qiao Yunxi's face. Hearing this, she silently nodded. Chu Wang and his men hurriedly traveled and finally reached near Tugong village after a day and a half. Everyone split into groups of 3 and hide in the woods. Wait for my signal, Chu Wang told everyone. Then, Chu Wang and Chu Shi, after disguising themselves, headed toward Tugong village. After entering the village, Chu Wang went straight to Qiao Yunxi's house. He knocked on the door, and the two of them waited outside. Here they come.
Who are you? Coming at this time.
So annoying. When Chu Shi and the others arrived, it was noon. The foster mother was taking a nap and was annoyed to be disturbed. She mumbled as she came out from the inner room to open the door. When she opened the door and saw strangers outside, she was stunned for a few seconds.
Who are you?
What's the matter in the middle of the day? As she spoke, her eyes carefully examined the two people. Seeing that they were dressed nicely, she wondered if they were Qiao Yunxi's friends. Thinking this, she suddenly spoke. Are you her boyfriend? Compared to Chu Wang, who looked tired and unwell because of his injury, Chu Shi looked more like a man. So, the woman naturally thought that Chu Shi was the one who got Qiao Yunxi pregnant. Chu Shi and Chu Wang were also confused. Who is Yufan? And what does boyfriend mean? They had only been gone a few days. What had happened? But Chu Shi responded quickly, following her words. Yes, I'm here to find her. Come in. The woman thought for a moment and decided to let them in. Right now, in her eyes, these two were like walking money. Wait a moment, I will go call Yuefan over. The Li family is very poor, and they have been for many years.
Xiao Yunxi doesn't have her own room. She only has a bed in the kitchen separated by a curtain for sleeping. Since she wants to ask for more money, Xiao Yunxi's situation must not be known to Chu Shi. She stays in the room while the woman goes to call Xiao Yunxi. When Chu Shi and the others knocked on the door, Xiao Yunxi became nervous. She thought it might be Chu Wang returning, but she couldn't quite believe it. After all, Chu Wang had just left a few days ago, and he was injured. How could he come back so soon? Yuefan, you really are capable. Your lover has come, and I want to tell you, we can't ask for too little bride price. After all, you're now two people, her foster mother said, sounding more friendly than usual.
No.
That was something made up out of nowhere. How could it really happen? Xiao Yunxi felt a bit strange, but nodded politely. You're such a good daughter, her foster mother said happily when she saw how obedient Xiao Yunxi was. Xiao Yunxi followed her to their room. When she saw Chu Shi and Chu Wang, even though she was usually calm and composed, she couldn't help but feel her eyes warm and tears well up. She couldn't help but run to Chu Wang. Seeing the tired look on Xiao Yunxi's face, Chu Wang also wanted to catch her. To prove she was pregnant, Xiao Yunxi played her part very well, looking worried and not eating or sleeping well. Fen, are you so excited to see me? I should have come back earlier to find you. Chu Shi interrupted halfway, hugging Xiao Yunxi before they could speak. While talking, Chu Shi winked at Xiao Yunxi. She was clever and understood Chu Shi's meaning immediately. She quietly wiped her tears, punched him lightly, then stepped out of Chu Shi's arms. What nonsense. All right, I was joking. Making a beauty cry is my fault, Chu Shi said like a young master, trying to comfort Xiao Yunxi. Her foster mother was happy to see the scene. The more Chu Shi valued her, the more chances she had to get a higher bride price. She watched with a smile. Son-in-law, her foster mother suddenly called him. I heard Yuefan say you went out to make big money. I wonder what you were doing? This was a female son-in-law, and Chu Shi did not argue, which made her foster mother even happier. Well, I didn't do much, just bought a mountain and found a gold mine inside, Chu Shi said, recalling the gold mine she had previously discovered. In her foster mother's mind, Chu Shi's situation was much better than Brother Bao's. She felt she had found a treasure. She never expected Xiao Yunxi could be useful in this way. She couldn't wait for her husband to return and went straight to discuss the bride price with Chu Shi. Son-in-law, look, Yuefan is pregnant now. When do you plan to get married? Chu Shi now understood what kind of person her foster mother was. Their main goal was to take Xiao Yunxi away. But Chu Shi hadn't thought about Xiao Yunxi being pregnant. She looked at her suspiciously, seeing her sitting properly, looking serious. Seeing this, Chu Shi understood her situation. Chu Shi pretended to think deeply, as if she hadn't considered this question. Meanwhile, Chu Wang was overwhelmed with shock, his eyes wide open. He felt like his heart was breaking. At this moment, he finally realized that he might feel differently about Xiao Yunxi. Look, I haven't even asked how old you are, son-in-law, or where your family is from. Is it a nearby town? She had never seen this person in the nearby village. I'm 20 years old, and my family is far away, he replied. This answer made the foster mother suspicious. Then how did you meet Yuefan from our family? I got lost while visiting here, and when I couldn't find my way, I met a fairy, Chu Shi said, glancing at Xiao Yunxi. Xiao Yunxi lowered her head shyly, acting cute, which made the foster mother feel a bit jealous. But thinking about the money she would soon receive, she held back her feelings. That must be fate, the foster mother clapped happily. Yuefan can't be delayed anymore. Why don't you two get married soon? You are you. Yufan's mother. I've wanted to marry her for a long time. If you have no objections, I would love to marry her quickly, Chu Shi said. The name Yuefan was still a bit hard for her to say. Yufan's name was simply incomparable to Xiao Yunxi. That's great then. The foster mother couldn't wait any longer, saying, but look at this bride price. The bride price is up to you. I have no objections, but I have one condition. Chu Shi replied happily. As for the bride price, once everything is settled here, it won't be a problem. Condition? When Chu Shi mentioned it, The other 3 people present looked confused. Chu Wang had always been a quiet person, but even he couldn't understand his sister's plan. "What is the condition?" the foster mother asked. "My parents said that if I marry someone, I must first bring her home for them to see. Also, the wedding must be held at my house. What do you think?" That's no problem. But about the bride price, the foster mother had only been concerned about money from the start. Whether they held a wedding or where didn't matter. As long as she received the money, she could immediately let Xiao Yunxi go with him. "What are your local customs?" Although she had no strong opinion about the bride price, she didn't want it to be too high. The foster mother's eyes flickered a few times. Thinking about the 150 yuan offered by Dad, she made a firm decision. 200. She had already prepared herself mentally. She thought this woman might ask for a lot, but she didn't expect her to be a lion who hadn't tasted meat yet. No wonder. For someone who had always lived in a small mountain village, 200 yuan was a huge amount. Chu Shi and Chu Wang exchanged a glance, clearly thinking the same thing. Chu Shi, if possible, I should see more of the world. If I can't go out, I should study more and read more books to broaden my horizons. The outside world is bright and beautiful. Although sometimes there are conflicts, if you don't see them, you'll never know. When the foster mother asked for money, Xiao Yunxi wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Chu Wang had come back to help her because she was grateful for saving her life, but if Chu Wang had to pay, she wouldn't want that. Xiao Yunxi signaled Chu Shi with her eyes not to agree to the foster mother's condition, but Chu Wang and Chu Shi didn't pay attention to her at all. "All right, no problem," Chu Shi agreed quickly. Then she asked, "My parents are waiting for me to go home. What do you think?" As long as you give the bride price, Yufan is yours. You can take her anywhere you want. Oh, by the way, I have one more thing to tell you." It seemed like Chu Shi suddenly remembered something and said to her foster mother, "Why is this person so troublesome?" Her foster mother muttered silently, annoyed at being asked for money and hesitating. Although she was worried inside, she still smiled and asked Chu Shi kindly, "Good son-in-law, is there anything else you want to tell your mother-in-law?" Chu Shi could easily guess her anxious expression, so he remained calm and slow, saying, "I left in a hurry this time, and I don't have more than 200 yuan on me." Before he finished speaking, her foster mother's face darkened. "You didn't bring enough money and still tell me? If you don't have money, just leave quickly. Don't delay me finding a husband for Yufan, Chu Shi and Chu Wang. Also, I want to tell you that Yufan already has your child. If you don't want your kid to call someone else dad in the future, you'd better hurry and get the money. Otherwise, if Yufan marries someone else, don't come crying," her foster mother added. Chu Shi touched his nose, not surprised by her reaction. "Ma'am, I haven't finished talking. I may not have money, but I have a lot of gold," her foster mother. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Then, the 3 of them watched her foster mother's face change again. Suddenly, her face lit up with a bright smile. "See? I was just worried. I don't want to lose such a good son-in-law like you." Xiao Yunxi had been watching her foster mother's reaction and couldn't help but cover her face in frustration. Although she was sold here and disliked everything around her, she knew that these parents had raised her for many years. Before leaving, she even wanted to leave some of her private savings for them. Now it seemed she was a bit too soft-hearted. Chu Wang saw his sister playing tricks on this woman and shook his head helplessly. Xiao Yunxi, from her earlier confusion, gradually understood Chu Shi's intentions.
Sigh.
"I should go exchange the gold for money first," Chu Shi said, shaking his head, then turned to leave. Her foster mother wouldn't let him go so easily. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed him. Son-in-law, I'm just saying this to motivate you. You can't be so petty with a rural woman like me." Chu Shi had no intention of leaving, but after she pulled him back, he went along with it. Time was running out, so he quickly took Xiao Yunxi away, and then they could act. "All right, since ma'am doesn't mind, I won't go." My foster mother's face was full of wrinkles that looked like a blooming flower. She smiled and said, "That's more like it." Then she rubbed her hands together and asked, "Son-in-law, when do you plan to take Yufan away?" At this moment, Xiao Yunxi looked at her foster mother as if she were a stranger, watching her with cold eyes as she humbly and almost pleadingly tried to flatter Chu Shi in front of her. Chu Shi took a piece of gold out of her pocket, about the size of her palm. It was shiny and golden. When she took it out, it almost blinded her foster mother with its brightness. While Chu Shi and her foster mother argued, Ba Wang worked overtime to make this fake gold. Her foster mother rubbed her eyes hard and swallowed hard, asking nervously, "Son-in-law, this big piece. It's worth more than 200 yuan, right?" Chu Shi proudly lifted her head, showing off her confident attitude. "Of course. Honestly, this gold's quality and weight are worth at least 1,000 yuan. What? 1,000 yuan? Her foster mother couldn't believe her ears. This big piece, is it for me?" she asked cautiously. Xiao Yunxi and Chu Wang also looked at the large piece of gold with curiosity. Xiao Yunxi didn't expect Chu Shi to go to such lengths for her. Chu Wang felt heartache. This big piece could buy several houses. He even guessed that it might be the gold they found in that mountain cave before. "Yes, I only have these on me now. Here." Chu Shi threw the gold to her foster mother. Her foster mother quickly caught it and couldn't help but bite it gently. She wasn't unfamiliar with gold, but she'd never seen such a big piece. Biting it left a mark of her teeth. Satisfied, she hurriedly put it away. All right. Her foster mother pushed Xiao Yunxi toward them and said, "I'll leave her to you. I won't stay any longer." She was eager to hide the gold, and everyone in front of her was annoying her. Her foster mother started to shoo them away. Xiao Yunxi hadn't spoken much. When her foster mother pushed her, she staggered slightly. Chu Wang quickly stepped forward to support her. "I'm fine," Xiao Yunxi whispered to Chu Wang, then released his hand. She walked toward her foster mother, staring at her without blinking. Her foster mother felt a bit guilty under her gaze and, nervously clutching the gold, shrank back and looked at her defensively. You don't want the gold too, do you? Once you marry him, you can have as much gold as you want. Why fight over this little bit with your mother?" Looking at the foster mother, Xiao Yunxi hesitated but didn't ask what she wanted to say. She walked up to Chu Shi and Chu Wang and said, "Let's go." Chu Shi and Chu Wang waited for her decision without saying anything to the foster mother. They simply turned and left without looking back. After leaving Xiao Yunxi's house, Chu Wang walked beside her and asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing her look, Xiao Yunxi gave a small smile and said, "I'm fine." Actually, Chu Wang tried to comfort her, thinking that she still had feelings for her adoptive parents. Xiao Yunxi replied, "Yes, I know. Thank you. You came back to help me even though you're hurt. And your sister too." Chu Wang looked down shyly and said, "It's nothing. I'm fine. We'll need your help soon for our plan." Xiao Yunxi nodded and said, "Yes, let's go quickly." Xiao Yunxi followed Chu Wang to meet the mission leader, where she reported what she knew about the situation and the village layout. While Chu Wang and the others were planning their attack, Xiao Yunxi's adoptive father finally returned home from outside. "Master, look at this." The foster mother couldn't help but show off the gold she found, holding it up for her husband. It was a big piece of gold. He probably hadn't seen anything like it before. Sure enough, her adoptive father was very surprised, his eyes wide open. "Is this gold? Where did you get such a big piece? Could it be found nearby?" He suddenly realized his voice was loud, so he looked around and then closed the door. He went back inside with his wife and asked, "Where did you get this?" Then he noticed Xiao Yunxi was not there and guessed, "Did you sell Yuefan to Brother Bao?" Besides Brother Bao, he couldn't think of anyone who could give her such a big piece of gold. "It must be worth a lot." The foster mother gave him a proud look. "Of course not. I tell you, this little girl is quite clever. She managed to get herself a rich young man." "What? A rich young man? What's his name? What does his family do?" The man kept asking questions. When he asked this, the foster mother finally realized she didn't know her good son-in-law's name. I didn't ask his name. I only knew he had a lot of money and was quite generous with the payments. So you just let him take Yuefan away?" the man said angrily, disappointed. "Such kindness, without understanding the situation. You let her go without knowing the facts. Since he came from a wealthy family with resources, he could have gotten even more money. How could they just use a small piece of gold to let her go? The woman looked a bit upset. What could I do? They said this gold was a bride price, and she was supposed to go back for the wedding. Hearing this, the man suddenly realized something was wrong. What? The wedding isn't even happening here, he glared at his wife. Did he invite you to the wedding as Yuefin's parents? No. The woman suddenly understood. She had only been focused on the gold and forgot about such an important matter. Is that true? I knew it. Yuefin is not an easy girl, the man said, seeing his wife's expression. He knew she hadn't been invited, and this daughter had been a waste of his effort. Give me the gold, the man said angrily. Now, only the gold could comfort him. The woman, feeling guilty, knew she was wrong. She shrank back and handed him the gold, still reluctant to let go, staring at it longingly. She really wanted to turn it into earrings. Give it to me. The man snatched it away. But after holding it, he felt something was off about the weight. He shook it again. Why is it so light? Clearly, it wasn't the weight of real gold. He was more experienced than his wife and immediately sensed something was wrong. He picked up the gold and bit into it hard. Suddenly, he bit off a piece. What was revealed inside was a dark, chocolate-like substance.
Ah!
What is this? The woman exclaimed, staring in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes and shouted loudly. The woman who was slapped didn't dare to complain about her feelings. She could only cover her face and cry, saying, I don't know if this is real. I didn't expect her to lie to me like this, that little brat. Stop crying. When did they leave? Hurry, and send someone to bring them back. I want to punish them, the man said angrily. About 2 hours ago, the woman replied. The man's face darkened even more. 2 hours ago, even if they walked on 2 legs, they would have gone far by now. And these people, clearly planning this, would be even harder to catch. Smack. The man hit himself in frustration. He slapped his wife again. She didn't dare to speak up. When her husband was angry, she knew better than to provoke him. The couple from the Li family, the man was sulking at home, and the woman was silently cursing Qiao Yunxi. Damn little brat. Meanwhile, Qiao Yunxi, who was being watched by the two, had already led a large group of people to raid Brother Bao's hideout. In a modest house in the village, Brother Bao and his gang were now under control of well-armed soldiers. They also found women and children being held in the cellar. Since the village of Magong was raided, Brother Bao hadn't heard any news for a long time. The women and children they had dispersed to different households had already been brought back. This was their usual way of doing things, dispersing people into different homes. They paid some money, and even if someone investigated, the villagers wouldn't betray them for the sake of the money. Qiao Yunxi counted the rescued people and nodded at Chu Wang, indicating everyone had been saved. Finally, it's over. Chu Wang suddenly leaned back after receiving her signal. Luckily, Chu Shi was right behind him and quickly caught him. Seeing Chu Wang faint, Qiao Yunxi hurried over, worried. Is he okay? Will he be all right? She asked Chu Shi. When Chu Shi caught Chu Wang, she could feel he was burning hot. She checked his forehead and confirmed he had a fever. He has a fever, probably because he was in such a hurry to leave, and his wound reopened, Chu Shi guessed. Hearing this, Qiao Yunxi felt mixed emotions inside her. Chu Wang was so eager to leave because of her. She had lived so long, and no one had ever cared for her this much. She had red eyes and was holding back tears. Chu Shi sighed and said, Sigh. We are no longer needed here. Let's go to the hospital first. Qiao Yunxi quickly nodded and followed Chu Shi. After greeting the leader, Chu Shi took Qiao Yunxi and left. At the hospital, the doctor gave Chu Wang a full checkup. He couldn't help but complain to Chu Shi, the patient is badly injured. Why didn't you bring him earlier? And from the look of the wounds, this isn't the first time they've reopened. How are you taking care of the patient? Faced with the doctor's scolding, Chu Shi couldn't argue and lowered her head silently. Qiao Yunxi felt even more guilty. Doctor, he's a soldier. He got hurt trying to save someone. Please, save him quickly. There's no point in complaining anymore. It won't help. Outside the ward, Chu Shi sat on a chair. Qiao Yunxi paced back and forth anxiously. Chu Shi couldn't stand it anymore and said, Girl, can you rest for a while? You're making me dizzy from all this pacing. I'm worried about Chu Wang. Xiao Yunxi said anxiously, her eyes fixed on the door of the ward. Chu Shi comforted her. Don't worry, Chu Wang will be fine. Even if something really happened to him, Chu Shi could save him. Xiao Yunxi hesitated, but didn't say anything. Over the past few days, Chu Shi had been watching Chu Wang work hard for Xiao Yunxi. She could guess Chu Wang's feelings. Taking this chance, Chu Shi asked Xiao Yunxi, "What are your plans for the future? Are you going to find your family or do something else?" "I want to find my family first," Xiao Yunxi said. "But I want to wait until Chu Wang gets better. Can you let me take care of him?" Xiao Yunxi asked Chu Shi. She wouldn't feel at ease if she couldn't see Chu Wang recover with her own eyes. Yes. Then I'll leave my brother in your care. I have some things to do at school, so I'll go back first, Chu Shi said. She was happy to see this scene. She remembered how she took care of Shen Yixing when he was sick. There were many things that happened back then. Thinking of Shen Yi, Chu Shi suddenly remembered she hadn't contacted Shen Yi in many days. Since their argument, neither of them had reached out to the other. Is Shen Yi also angry? Chu Shi couldn't help but worry and asked the Overlord. The Overlord replied, I don't know about that. Human feelings are so complicated, I can't say for sure. Sighing, Chu Shi wondered what to do if Shen Yi really got angry. She had never thought Shen Yi would truly be upset with her. Thinking of this, Chu Shi decided she didn't want to delay any longer. After saying goodbye to Xiao Yunxi, she hurriedly left the hospital and headed to Beijing. Shen Yi didn't know that Chu Shi, whom he cared about deeply, was coming to him. He was still thinking about how to apologize to her. As for Zhou Tian's plan to go home for dinner, he didn't pay it any attention. In his office, Shen Yi called his aide. But after calling him in, he didn't speak for a long time. Xiao Wang was confused and sweating nervously, scared by Shen Yi's silence. Xiao Wang wondered, why did the deputy leader call me? I haven't done anything wrong lately, have I? Can he just tell me what's going on? Just as Xiao Wang was about to ask, Shen Yi finally spoke, coughing lightly. Xiao Wang, I heard you have a partner? Xiao Wang nodded first, then suddenly felt something was off. Why did the deputy leader suddenly ask that? Was there no rule against having a partner? Thinking about Shen Yi's usually cold and strict attitude, Xiao Wang decided to stay quiet. Seeing Xiao Wang nod, Shen Yi hesitated a bit but then continued. Have you ever argued with your partner? Xiao Wang looked at Shen Yi in shock. Shen Yi was trying to act casual, but Xiao Wang understood. Maybe the deputy leader was having trouble with his partner and didn't know what to do. This thought made Xiao Wang braver. After all, no matter how tough Shen Yi was, he was still a man who was afraid of his partner getting angry. We argued, of course. Who doesn't argue in a relationship? Xiao Wang said confidently, acting like an experienced person.
Shen Yi nodded.
Yes, couples arguing is normal. So, what do you do after an argument? I have a friend who argued with his partner and now doesn't know what to do, Shen Yi asked, seeking advice. Xiao Wang thought to himself, I suspect he's making this up, but he still confirmed his guess. He was very experienced in comforting partners. It depends on what caused the argument. If the mistake was on the deputy group's part. No. If it was your friend's fault, then you need to find a way to admit the mistake quickly. There are many ways to do this, like buying her favorite clothes, food, or things she wants. If that doesn't work, picking a few flowers is also fine. The main thing is not to do nothing. Hearing this, Shen Yi's face looked unhappy. Cough, cough. I've been delaying admitting my mistake for several days. What should I do? As a service soldier, Xiao Wang knows how to read people's feelings. Seeing Shen Yi like this, he knew it wouldn't be easy. If it's because of the other person's problem, then as men, we should be generous and admit the mistake first.
Give the girl a way to step down.
After making up, your relationship will be better. What if my friend doesn't admit the mistake in time?
Shen Yi asked. Well.
Xiao Wang didn't expect him to guess that. In that case, deputy group leader, your friend should act quickly. Don't delay. The longer you wait, the more it might seem like you're being stubborn. She'll get angry. But, deputy group leader, you must tell your friend that at this time, men should remember to be thick-skinned. Don't be afraid to lose face in front of girls. And in front of your partner. Why worry about these things? As long as she still cares about you, she'll forgive you. No, I mean your friend will. Shin-yi touched his nose. So that's how it is? Okay. I'll thank you on behalf of my friend. You can go now, Shin-yi said, then told Xiao Wang to leave. After leaving, Xiao Wang patted his chest and was still surprised. Today I just realized even deputy group leaders can be down to earth sometimes. I can brag about this for a long time. Back in the office, Shin-yi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Fighting over love can be complicated. But right now, what he should do is contact Chu-shi immediately. He acted quickly, took out his transmitter, and dialed Chu-shi's phone. It rang for a long time, but she didn't answer. This made Shin-yi even more uneasy. Did Chu-shi want to leave him? Or was she in danger? Or maybe she was still angry and didn't want to answer his call. In an instant, Shin-yi thought of many possibilities, but none of them were what he wanted to see. At first, it didn't work. Shin-yi tried a second time, but there was still no response from Chu-shi. When he tried a third time and still got no reply, Shin-yi temporarily gave up, picked up the clothes at the door, and hurriedly left. Didn't Xiao Wang say he would prepare something she liked?
He's going to do that now.
When Shin-yi was making a call, Chu-shi was rushing to get back quickly. To do so, she chose to ride a small rocket. Chu-shi landed not far from Shin-yi's team, put away the small rocket, and headed toward the team's gate. Chu-shi, Shin-yi just called you. He called 3 times about 40 minutes ago, the boss reminded her after landing. Hearing this, Chu-shi's lips couldn't help but curl up. She was definitely upset inside, but she still said harshly, "Oh, that man. Did Shin-yi calling her mean he also wanted to talk to her? She would see him soon. What might he say?" To surprise Shin-yi, Chu-shi didn't return his call. Instead, she registered at the gate and went straight to Shin-yi's office. Shin-yi wasn't in his office at the moment, so Chu-shi missed him. Shin-yi was in a very good mood. He had just prepared a gift for Chu-shi. He looked all over the city for roses, but couldn't find any. He saw some garden roses that looked similar and picked a big bunch. Although this was a bit impulsive, he thought about how happy Chu-shi would be to receive flowers. Flowers were rare during the apocalypse, and Chu-shi rarely received any. Giving her flowers was definitely fine. Half an hour later, Shin-yi appeared in his office. As he pushed the door open, he noticed signs of someone entering. The chair behind his desk was still moving. He gently placed the flowers on the coffee table and slowly moved toward his desk. He wanted to see who was so bold as to come in without his permission. If it was related to his cheap father, he wouldn't let that person go. When he was half a step from the desk, Shin-yi suddenly made a move, lunging toward the person in the chair. At that moment, Chu-shi had just finished picking up her things and straightened up. Shin-yi, but how could it be Chu-shi? Chu-shi, how come I didn't hear anyone come in? Shin-yi's body was already unable to stop moving forward. He could only try to tilt his body slightly. Chu-shi was just straightening up at the same time, so bang was the sound of Chu-shi's head hitting Shin-yi's chest. Chu-shi covered her sore nose, feeling a bit wronged. Why do you walk so quietly? You almost knocked my nose off. Chu-shi's nose was very straight. In her later life, it was a model nose made by a plastic surgery clinic. If he had damaged it, she would definitely explode Shin-yi's head. Shin-yi lightly placed his hand over his chest, seeing Chu-shi look upset. He couldn't help but reach out and pat her head, then took her hand away and looked closely at her nose. It's okay, it's okay. It's still fine. His gentle tone and careful actions made Chu-shi suddenly feel a lump in her throat, her eyes turning red. Even when they argued, Shin-yi still held her in his arms. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? My fault. I'll be more careful next time. Seeing Chu-shi on the verge of tears, Shin-yi couldn't help but feel anxious and unsure of what to do. Chu-shi couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly hugged Shin-yi's waist, pressed her face against him, and mumbled, "It doesn't hurt." Shin-yi was even more confused by her sudden intimacy. Is it uncomfortable? Or did I do something wrong? If I made you angry, you must tell me. I might not be good at dating, but I'm willing to learn, to stay with you forever. Shinyi's words entered Chu Shi's ears one by one. For some reason, she just felt like crying. Her tears soaked his clothes. How could she be so unfair? I'm sorry. Chu Shi buried her face in Shinyi's waist and awkwardly said these 3 words. After saying it, she clearly felt Shinyi stiffen.
소리, Shinyi.
I shouldn't have lost my temper with you, or used silent treatment, ignoring you all the time. Feeling Shinyi's stiffness, Chu Shi continued. Once she started with the first sentence, the rest was easier to say. Shinyi didn't expect that when he was trying to apologize to Chu Shi, she was also reflecting on herself just like him. Looking down at Chu Shi's fluffy head, it reminded him of the little kitten Chu she had found earlier. He chuckled softly. Is there more? Chu Shi, huh? Is there more? What is this reaction? Probably nothing anymore, right? No, probably not. Chu Shi said obediently. She carefully reflected on herself. Besides pouring fire on Shin-yi before leaving and not contacting him in the meantime, there were no other issues. Shin-yi took Chu Shi's arm away from his waist and looked directly into her eyes. He spoke slowly. I think there is still more. You went alone to find Chu Wang, didn't care about your safety, didn't consider that I would worry, and made me scratch my head, thinking about how to make you angry or make you leave me. See, you're so terrible. Shin-yi was complaining, and Chu Shi's previously stopped tears started to flow again.
I
never thought about leaving you, Chu Shi said. Shin-yi brushed her messy hair behind her ear and softly replied, Yes. I know, but I just can't help but worry and feel scared. Are you still angry with me? Chu Shi grabbed Shin-yi's hand and asked. Shin-yi shook his head.
Sigh.
I've never been angry with you, he thought to himself. She really defeated him. Chu Shi finally smiled through her tears.
Yes.
Let's never argue again, okay? This feeling is just too bad. Shin-yi said, You should ask yourself that. I know someone who often gets anxious and angry, attacking indiscriminately. I really feel sorry for her. Hearing Shin-yi's teasing, Chu Shi touched her nose and smiled at him kindly. Hee, I'll pay attention next time. I'll try to control myself. Shin-yi lightly tapped her nose. You must be hungry after rushing back. Go wash your face quickly. Later, I'll take you out to eat. According to Chu Shi's personality, she would definitely keep rushing back to see him, otherwise she wouldn't ignore his calls. Of course, all Shin-yi's guesses were based on Chu Shi saying she never thought about breaking up. Chu Shi finally realized she was indeed hungry and hurried to wash her face. While Chu Shi was washing up, Shin-yi quickly wrapped the roses he picked. He didn't have the delicate wrapping paper from later stories, so he chose a large red notice paper instead. Shin-yi hurriedly wrapped the flowers, and when he heard Chu Shi's footsteps returning, he quickly turned around and hid the flowers behind him. Shin-yi's actions didn't escape Chu Shi's eyes. Hey, what are you secretly doing? I didn't do anything. At this moment, Shin-yi was no longer as confident as before, even showing a hint of guilt. What's hidden? Chu Shi looked at his broad back and couldn't help but want to go and grab it. Shin-yi dodged twice, but Chu Shi wouldn't give up. The more he tried to hide, the more she wanted to take a look. In the end, Shin-yi helplessly took out the flowers from his hand. Seeing the big red flower wrapped in red paper, Chu Shi couldn't hold back and burst into laughter.
Ha ha. Chu Si lao get lao li.
Captain Shin, where did you get this? It's so adorable. Shin-yi's face turned slightly red. So adorable. Ha ha. Chu Shi still couldn't stop laughing. Tears even came out. She wiped her tears and said, It's cute. Captain Shin, you're too adorable. Shin-yi. Where's the romance I was expecting? Looking at the messy flowers in his hand, Shin-yi felt like throwing them away. He glanced at the trash can. Knowing Chu Shi well, he knew she wouldn't keep the flowers. She quickly snatched the flowers from Shin-yi and hugged them. Why are you doing this? Aren't these for me? You can't throw them away. Chu Shi held the flowers, looking at Shin-yi cautiously. But Shin-yi wanted to say something.
No buts.
I like them very much. Even if they're roses, I like them. All right, let's go eat, Shin-yi said. Since Chu Shi liked them, he decided to keep the flowers. After wasting so much time, it was time to eat. Chu Shi placed the rescued flowers on the table and obediently followed Shen Yi to the cafeteria. Since Shen Yi was transferred to the capital, this was the first time Chu Shi visited his territory. Shen Yi, as the youngest deputy regiment commander, had a bright future and a good appearance, which made many female soldiers admire him. So when Chu Shi and Shen Yi appeared holding hands in the cafeteria, they immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Wow.
Look. Why is Deputy Shen with a woman? A girl eating nearby said sourly. Exactly. Deputy Shen is known for not being interested in women. I heard that Guan Zhaochun wanted to date him, but he rejected her. Guan Zhaochun was the most beautiful female officer in the military, and her father was Commander Guan. Whether in terms of ability or family background, she was the dream girl of many soldiers. Look at this woman. I think she looks even better than Guan Zhaochun, said the third girl. Deputy Commander Shen definitely can't pursue her, but she can still admire her. Also, look at how nervous Deputy Commander Shen is. Is that how he shows he's interested? Shen Yi held Chu Shi's hand and found a seat for her to sit down. He said, sit for a while. I'll go buy some food. Chu Shi nodded politely. Okay. A moment later, Shen Yi brought over 2 trays of food and placed them in front of Chu Shi. She looked at the food and saw that it was all her favorite dishes. The men and women around, watching Shen Yi take care of Chu Shi so attentively, looked at them like they were watching animals at the zoo. Feeling a bit shy under their hot gazes, Chu Shi was about to say something, but Shen Yi casually helped her serve some food. Captain Shen, you're so popular. Look at the girls around. They almost want to eat me up. You're really attracting a lot of attention, Chu Shi said, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Shen Yi replied, that's not true. Even the mosquitoes around me are male. He was denying it strongly. Chu Shi chuckled. Look at how the girls are staring at me like I'm a giant panda. They just haven't seen enough. Don't mind them, Shen Yi said. Actually, Shen Yi brought Chu Shi here to eat for his own reasons. Besides showing her status, there was something more important behind it. Shen Yi wanted to tell his cheap father that he already had someone. Shen Feng had gone to great lengths to get him to come home, even threatening to involve their grandfather. Shen Yi didn't believe he had no purpose. After thinking it over, Shen Yi suspected Shen Feng's real goal was to use him to strengthen his own position. He was reluctant to let go of his youngest son and was trying to arrange a marriage. So, Shen Yi also wanted to warn Shen Feng not to cause any trouble. Sure enough, after Shen Yi confidently appeared with his partner at the cafeteria, Shen Feng received the news shortly after. Did you hear that Shen Yi brought a very beautiful woman and took good care of her? Shen Feng asked the person who relayed the message. The person nodded. Yes. It's obvious that Deputy Commander Shen is very good to her. I've never seen him treat any girl this well before. Shen Feng. Okay, I understand.
You can go now.
Report back to me if there's any news next time. After the person left, Shen Feng began to think. Shen Yi already has a partner, so dealing with a girl from the Li family seems more complicated. He needs to find out more about this woman first. Although he knew it would be troublesome to carry out, Shen Feng never thought about giving up on using Shen Yi. Shen Yi and Chu Shi finished their sweet meal happily. Chu Shi hurried home afterward. Chu Wang is now fine, and Xiao Yunxi will definitely take good care of him. When Chu Shi got home, Qian Banya was cooking dinner. After finding her brother, Chu Shi quickly reported to the family. Although she was worried, she was no longer as anxious as before. Seeing Chu Shi return, Qian Banya quickly put down the vegetables she was chopping, pulled her around a few times, and said, You worked hard, little Shi. Chu Shi. Mom, I told you, I am very capable now. As for how capable, I might scare you if I say it. Yes, since you were little, you've been the most capable. Qian Banya pinched her nose. Since I'm cooking now, come help. Chu Shi happily followed behind Qian Banya. Since helping her cook in the kitchen last time, Chu Shi had fallen in love with this activity. The whole family was in the kitchen, chopping vegetables and cooking. Occasionally, they chatted a little. Chu Shi felt warm and comfortable. So, when Qian Banya asked her to come into the kitchen, She was very happy. Mom, I want to tell you, Chu Wang and I made a big contribution this time. Chu, she said while chopping vegetables. Qian Banya glanced at her while rinsing rice. What big contribution? Chu Wang and I took down a village involved in trafficking women and children.
How about that?
Pretty impressive, right? Thinking back to that scene, Chu, she still felt a bit excited. This was her first big achievement in this world, even more memorable than her first mission during the apocalypse. My babies are really amazing, Qian Banya praised her. But then she asked, so, how dangerous was it back then? Chu Shi. It was really unexpected. She didn't speak for a while. Qian Banya turned to look at her. Haha. Mom. Chu Shi forced a laugh, trying to act cute and change the subject. Don't try that on me. How did I tell you to find Chu Wang? Your safety is the most important thing. Is the kidnapping village really that easy to get into? Yes. Chu Shi knew in her heart that Qian Bengxia was worried about both of them. She lowered her head and listened to Qian Bengxia's scolding.
Oh, Mom.
Don't be angry. Look, I've come back safe and sound. Humph. If you dare to do that again, I'll be careful to punish you. Qian Bengxia said irritably. If the children are capable, she worries about their safety. If they are not, she worries about their well-being. When they become capable, she still worries about their safety. Being a mother is really not easy. Chu Shi briefly told Qian Bengxia about what happened these days. Although both of them came out unharmed, Chu Shi still couldn't escape a scolding from Qian Bengxia. So, after staying at home for a night, Chu Shi hurried back to school. Staying at home is fine, but having a mother who loves to lecture can be a bit overwhelming. Chu Shi hadn't been back to school for half a month. The happiest person to see her was Jiang Yu.
Chu Shi.
Little Shi, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Jiang Yu ran over and hugged her tightly. Chu Shi was almost out of breath. Cough, cough. Jiang Yu, let go of me first. The other two, especially Su Yan, also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chu Shi back. After helping Chu Shi break free from Jiang Yu's grip, she said, You're finally back. If you don't come back soon, I'll be exhausted from her. Chu Shi couldn't help but laugh and cry. What exactly happened during these days she was away? Wang Ximin also nodded. Yes, add me too. Chu Shi, you have no idea. We've been living through tough times. Hey, what's going on? Chu Shi just got back and is already reporting. Jiang Yu was unhappy. I was just strict with you. And it's all for us to get the bonus. Jiang Yu turned excitedly to Chu Shi and said, Chu Shi, I have to tell you, our school's debate competition seems to have attracted a very wealthy sponsor. Not only did they increase the bonus amount, but they also expanded the competition to several nearby schools.
What?
How much has the bonus increased? The scale doesn't matter much to Chu Shi right now, but the amount of money directly affects how much effort she'll put in the future. Jiang Yu excitedly held up 3 fingers. Has it increased to 300? Chu Shi looked uninterested. It was only 100 more than the previous prize, and although 100 yuan could buy quite a few things now, it wasn't enough to really attract Chu Shi's interest. Jiang Yu shook her head.
No.
It's tripled. It's now 3 times as much, which is 600 yuan. If they win, each person will get over 100 yuan, enough to cover next year's tuition and living expenses. This number caught Chu Shi's attention. That's quite a lot. Are there any changes to the rules of the competition? As class president, Jiang Yu knew these details very well. The format of the contest hasn't changed much at our school. It's still a tough knockout round, with questions chosen randomly. The losing team is eliminated. Okay. Chu Shi nodded. Right now, 10 teams are participating from our school. After the first round, 5 teams remain. These 5 teams will compete in pairs. The winner of each match earns 1 point. The loser loses 1 point. In the end, teams are ranked by their scores, and the top 3 will represent our school in a match against other schools. How many schools are participating? And what are the rules between schools? It can't still be a knockout, right? Chu Shi asked. I know 5 schools are taking part. B University, Q University, R University, M University, and ours. The competitions between schools are divided into 3 groups: S, A, and B. Teams draw lots to decide which group they belong to. Within each group, teams compete against each other. The top team from each group advances to the final. The final involves 2 matches between the top 3 teams, and the team with the highest total points wins the championship and the prize money. The competition format isn't very complicated. She understood it, but it seemed like they still had a long way to go if they wanted to win the championship. What about the questions for the competition? Since it's a contest, there should be some rules about the questions, right? Jiangyu replied, the questions for the internal school competition are set by each school based on the number of teams they register. For our school, the student council has prepared 5 questions. A few days before the contest, each team will send a representative to draw lots. Teams that draw the same question will be opponents. As for the inter-school matches, I haven't heard much about that yet. They might explain it later. Jiangyu took a sip of water and continued. I've looked at all 5 questions our school provided.
Ugh.
I think they're all really hard. For example, there's a topic called, Should College Students Study English Seriously? Such strange and unusual topics. Jiangyu finally couldn't help but complain. Chushi. That suddenly, I really want to know what the other 4 topics are. Nowadays, English isn't used much. So many people naturally think there's no need to learn it. But in the future, English becomes very important. After listening to Jiangyu talk so much, Chushi got a general idea of the competition. Their main task now, besides attending classes, is to read more books and gather materials to prepare for the contest. From what I understand, our school's team is made up of top students from different colleges, and they are very strong opponents. So, we need to prepare well. We must win first place, Jiangyu said very confidently. Su Yan and Wang Ximin. Is that why you make us memorize everything? Recently, these 2 have often been pulled by Jiangyu to go to the library. They looked for all kinds of information for the 5 topics, both for and against, and memorized everything in detail. God knows how hard Su Yan and Wang Ximin have been memorizing. Su Yan is a backup team member. Now that Chushi has returned, she finally feels relieved. Now that Chushi is back, I can step back for a while. Tomorrow, she can finally sleep in. Jiangyu nodded. Yes. Chushi didn't understand and didn't know what awaited her tomorrow. She also nodded, while Su Yan couldn't help but give her a sympathetic look. Although Jiangyu didn't force Su Yan to keep memorizing, Su Yan didn't know if her biological clock was set, but she still got up early the next morning with them. Chushi and Wang Ximin were woken up by Jiangyu before 6 o'clock to read books. Jiangyu looked at the already awake Su Yan and smiled kindly at her. Su Yan felt a chill down her back. Hee. I will go buy breakfast for you. What do you want? Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, or flour rolls? Thinking about the terrifying memorization sessions with Jiangyu, she quickly chose to leave her line of sight. After Su Yan finished speaking, she didn't wait for the others to reply and ran straight to the dining hall. Hey, why are you running so fast? I wanted to ask you to buy some soy milk too. Seeing Su Yan run so quickly, Jiangyu felt a bit regretful. However, this small incident did not affect Jiangyu's main task. She didn't dwell on it for long and quickly returned to memorizing her lessons. Nearby, Chu Shi and Wang Ximin exchanged sympathetic glances and continued studying. Su Yan went to the cafeteria, bought 4 servings of fried dough sticks and soy milk at the window, planning to go back to her dorm to eat with them. But before she could take a few steps away, someone stopped her. Hey, isn't that Miss Su? Why is Miss Su bringing food for others? Zhang Miao Miao's voice rang out. Su Yan ignored Zhang Miao Miao and tried to walk past her. But Zhang Miao Miao didn't want to let her go. She stepped to the left, blocking Su Yan's way. Su Yan held back her anger and looked directly at her. Move aside. Miss Su, we're in school now, not in your Su family. Do you think everyone listens to you? Zhang Miao Miao snorted coldly. From the moment Su Yan saw Zhang Miao Miao, she knew she was looking for trouble. They had been childhood friends, but then... Why don't you speak? What happened to your skills, Miss Su? Without your bodyguards, you're too scared to say anything. Zhang Miao Miao's words grew more harsh. Su Yan said, You should know this is a school. Don't you have any manners? Did your mother not teach you? You're insulting me. Zhang Miao's face turned green with anger. Just as she raised her hand to hit Su Yan, her eyes suddenly caught sight of someone approaching from behind. Su Yan was holding fried dough sticks and soy milk, not in a hurry to fight. She was ready to step back, but Zhang Miao's next move stunned her, causing her to stop in her tracks. Zhang Miao swung her hand, changing direction in midair, and brushed past Su Yan, finally covering her face. Sister Su Yan, we've known each other since childhood. Do you really hate me that much? I just wanted breakfast, and you won't even let me have it. While Su Yan was still shocked by her change in attitude, a tall man hurried over, holding a freshly bought bun. Miao, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? The man rushed to Zhang Miao's side, his eyes only on her. Seeing the man appear, Su Yan couldn't help but step back again. She never expected to see Deng Xian here. Deng Xuanji's eyes were only on Zhang Miao. Talking about Deng Xuanji, he was a childhood arranged marriage for Su Yan, set by her grandfather. Su Yan saw him once when she was young. He was bright, handsome, gentle like jade, and captured her heart. Later, Su Yan worked hard to become better. Even during the years she was sent away, she never gave up studying. Her parents were scholars, but during that political movement, they couldn't hold on. After returning to the city, only she and her grandfather remained at home. When they came back, both families agreed to set a wedding date for the children when the time was right. Su Yan had no objections. She remembered liking the boy since childhood. On the day of the engagement, she was happily waiting for Deng Xuanji to arrive. She even invited her best friend, Zhang Miao, to the important day. But her so-called best friend brought her a blow that could ruin her life. Before the ceremony started, Su Yan was so nervous she drank a lot of water and had to go to the bathroom many times. The elders cared about the ceremony, and her wedding dress was very complicated. Since there was still some time, Su Yan didn't rush to change clothes. After returning from the bathroom, Zhang Miao found her while she was changing. Yen, Zhang Miao ran in excitedly. Su Yan stopped what she was doing and asked, "What's wrong?" Because of her polite upbringing, she spoke softly, which made Zhang Miao even more lively. "I just saw your fiancé." "Wow, he's really handsome. No wonder you can't forget him," Zhang Miao teased. Su Yan felt a little shy and lowered her head, blushing. She couldn't help but gently push Zhang Miao and said, "Stop talking nonsense." But as her good friend, she wanted to share her feelings. When Zhang Miao thought she wasn't looking, she rolled her eyes. "Oh, by the way, your little sweetheart asked me to tell you something." Zhang Miao quickly adjusted her mood and told Su Yan. Su Yan's face turned even redder, but she couldn't help asking, "What did he say?" "Guess." Zhang Miao playfully wanted to see Su Yan get anxious. She had always lived under Su Yan's shadow. She couldn't match her family background, and in terms of looks, whenever they walked together, she was always the one in the background. Even her marriage partner, Su Yan, easily found such an excellent man. She felt unbalanced and was determined to get Deng Xianji today. Su Yan trusted him and anxiously asked, "What did he say?" He replied, "He asked you to go to the wine cellar later. He has something to tell you." Go to the wine cellar? Now, Su Yan found it strange. The ceremony was about to start. Could it not wait until after it was over? "I don't know," Zhang Miao said. He looked pretty anxious. Zhang Miao's serious tone made Su Yan believe a little more. Could Deng Xianji's brother really have something urgent? Thinking this, Su Yan decided to go see for herself. Miao, stay here and watch for me. I'll go check and come back soon," Su Yan said before rushing to the wine cellar. Zhang Miao watched Su Yan's figure leave and sneered slightly. Then she picked up the dress Su Yan was supposed to wear for her engagement, took out a pair of scissors, and started cutting. At this moment, Su Yan arrived at the wine cellar. The temperature underground was much colder. She rubbed her arms and, in the dark, saw no one, but she couldn't help but move forward. "Brother Xianji," Su Yan tried calling out. No one responded.
She took a few more steps inside.
"Brother Xianji? Are you there?" Still no reply. By now, Su Yan was trembling from the cold. She couldn't help but think, maybe Deng Xianji didn't wait for her and had already gone back. Just as she planned to go back upstairs, the door to the wine cellar wouldn't open. Is anyone there? Anyone? Open the door. Su Yan pounded hard on the door, trying to call someone to rescue her. But today was her engagement day, and everyone at home was busy with the banquet. Few would come to the wine cellar at this time. In the dark wine cellar, Su Yan was getting colder and colder. At this moment, she was unusually clear-headed, especially about her good sister, Zhang Miao Miao. Clearly, Deng Xianji hadn't left her a message, but Zhang Miao Miao had lied to her to come to the wine cellar. The door was still shut, and all this, if it was just a coincidence, she simply couldn't believe it. She kept knocking on the door of the wine cellar until her hands went numb and her feet lost feeling. Desperate, she leaned against the door and slowly slid down. At this time, the Su family was in chaos because they couldn't find Su Yan. The ceremony was about to start, but the bride was nowhere to be seen. After cutting off her clothes, Zhang Miao Miao went to find Deng Xuanji. When she saw him, she hadn't spoken yet. Deng Xuanji grabbed her and asked, "What did you do?" Deng Xuanji could sense that Zhang Miao Miao had been trying to flirt with him, but compared to her, he still preferred Su Yan, even though he didn't like her very much. Zhang Miao Miao's arm was grabbed, and she looked scared and helpless, her eyes wide. She nervously but calmly said, "What are you talking about?" "I didn't do anything." Deng Xuanji didn't believe her and warned, "Better not to do anything." After saying that, he planned to go find Su Yan. But Zhang Miao Miao shouted from behind, "Hey, didn't you think about the fact that she might have run away on her own?" Her shout made Deng Xuanji stop and turn around to look at her. He asked, "What do you mean?" "Just go check her bedroom," Zhang Miao Miao said, walking up to him and whispering close to his ear. Deng Xuanji was doubtful, but still pulled her along towards Su Yan's bedroom. Meanwhile, the people of the Su family were searching everywhere for Su Yan. No one noticed what these two were doing, so they easily reached Su Yan's room. Seeing the messy room and the torn clothes, Deng Xuanji felt a rush of anger and his head throbbed. His fiancée had torn her clothes on the day of the engagement and then disappeared. Deng Xuanji felt like his mind was about to explode. When did she leave? Deng Xuanji closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and asked Zhang Miao Miao. Zhang Miao Miao saw that her plan was working and replied, "I don't know. I was outside helping to entertain guests. You knew all along?" Deng Xuanji remembered her subtle attempts to flirt and couldn't help but ask. "She's my good sister." Zhang Miao Miao didn't answer directly, but her response made Deng Xuanji start to overthink. At this moment, in the Su family living room, Deng's parents and the old master of the Su family sat facing each other. Deng Xianji's mother, Su Qin, asked, "Old Master Su, has Su Yan been found? Today is such an important day. Why isn't she here?" Old Master Su was also worried. Hearing Su Qin's words, he couldn't help but look up at her. This glance made Deng Ruxing pull Su Qin aside and shake his head at her. Deng Ruxing said, "Old Master Su, Xianji has gone out to find Su Yan too. I believe they'll find her soon. Don't worry." Old Master Su was worried that Su Yan might have had an accident. The girl liked Deng Xianji very much. Others might not see it clearly, but he understood it very well. "Yes," Old Master Su replied. While they were talking, Deng Xianji held Zhang Miao Miao's hand and walked over to the group. Zhang Miao Miao was walking behind Deng Xianji, trying to break free from his grip from time to time, but he held her even tighter. When Deng Xianji reached the living room, he suddenly knelt in front of the three people with a loud thud. He said, "Mom, Dad, Grandpa Su, I like Zhang Miao Miao. I want to get engaged to her." His words were like a bomb dropped into everyone's hearts. Deng's parents were so frightened that they quickly looked at Old Master Su. His face was pale green, showing he was very angry. Old Master Su placed his cane on the ground with a loud bang and tremblingly pointed at Deng Xianji.
"What did you say?"
"Say it again." It was outrageous. On the day of the engagement, openly holding the hand of the girl's close friend, wanting to change the fiancé. What does the Su family think of this? Old Master Su also knew how much Su Yan liked Deng Xianji. If they found her and she learned about this, she would be very sad. Deng Ruxing and Su Qin were also shocked by their son's actions. They quickly went to him. Su Qin even pretended to slap him. What nonsense are you talking? We haven't found Yan Yan yet. Deng Xianji sneered. Humph. I think she doesn't want to come back, does she? What do you mean? Deng Ruxing asked his son, seeing his expression.
He must know something.
Mom, Dad, do you know what I just saw in Su Yan's room? Deng Xianji said almost through gritted teeth. Now, not only Deng's parents, but also old Master Su wanted to hear what Deng Xianji had to say. The three of them waited silently for him to continue. I found the damaged dress in Su Yan's room. It was the one she was supposed to wear today. I wondered why she was late and not showing up. Perhaps she didn't want to marry me and ran away secretly? Still upset, I kept thinking, maybe Miss Su already has a lover. Since I have no interest in her, that's perfect. I can be with Meow Meow instead. Deng Xian's words were full of meaning, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Deng stunned. Once they reacted, Deng Ruxing looked at Old Master Su first. Old Master Su, what exactly is going on? Deng Ruxing clearly believed his son and wanted an explanation from Old Master Su. Old Master Su knew Su Yan wouldn't do such a thing. He firmly said, Impossible. Yan Yan would never do that. Su Qin looked at her husband and son, then at Old Master Su. She stepped forward and said, Don't worry yet. There might be some misunderstanding. Compared to the man Meow Meow brought, Su Qin hoped Su Yan would become her daughter-in-law. Su Yan was well-mannered and beautiful, and her feelings for Xianji seemed genuine. She didn't believe Su Yan could do such a thing. While everyone in the living room was still tense, the Su family sent someone to find Su Yan in the wine cellar. But before they could go in, another worker stopped them. Hey, what are you doing? You can't go in. I need to find Mississippi. How can I not go in? The servant argued.
Miss?
Why would she come here today? I've been watching this place. No one has come, said the person guarding the wine cellar. Seeing the person looking for someone was unsure, he added, If you really want to find Miss, go look somewhere else. Don't waste your time here. Hearing this, the man thought it made sense. He decided to look elsewhere. Before leaving, he asked, Are you sure you didn't see Miss? Yes, I really didn't see anyone come here. After he left, the person guarding the wine cellar took out the money Meow Meow gave him and happily counted it. Just a little work, and he earned so much. Miss Meow was very generous. So, the best chance to find Su Yan just disappeared like that. At this moment, Su Yan had been underground for a long time. Her whole body was stiff, and her lips had turned purple. In the living room, the confrontation was still ongoing. The Deng family couple had some doubts about Su Yan because of their son's words, but they didn't say much out of respect for Old Master Su's status. However, Deng Xianji was different. As the person involved, his only thought now was to get engaged to Zhang Miao Miao and take revenge on Su Yan. Grandpa Su, since Su Yan is also not interested in me, why don't we take this opportunity to end the engagement? In the future, if the boy and girl marry, they will be strangers. Deng Xianji spoke up because his parents didn't say anything. Old Master Su looked at this young man. Although he wore glasses and looked refined, his face was red from anger, and his features were twisted. His handsome face looked somewhat fierce and frightening. Are you so sure that the dress was cut by Yan Yan herself? Are you so sure that Yan Yan has no feelings for you? Old Master Su asked sharply. Obviously, Deng Xianji hadn't thought about this question. He looked surprised and hesitated. He hadn't considered this possibility. But what does it matter? The fact was, on the day they were supposed to get engaged, Su Yan disappeared. This caused him and his parents to lose face in front of many guests. Fortunately, the two families didn't hold a big celebration, just invited a few close friends and relatives. Otherwise, they might have been laughed at. Seeing Deng Xianji's surprised expression, Old Master Su understood what was going on. He shook his head. He couldn't hand Yan Yan over to such a young man. He was too easily influenced, lacked his own opinions, was impulsive and quick-tempered, and didn't listen to others. If he married Yan Yan, he probably wouldn't give her happiness in the future. Old Master Su didn't look at Deng Xianji anymore. Instead, he turned to Deng's parents and asked, "Is that what you think too? Do you want to end the engagement?" Well, Deng Ruxing and Su Qin looked at each other, feeling a bit troubled. On one side was their son's lifelong happiness, and on the other, the Su family's wealth and status. They were really conflicted. "Old Master Su, maybe there has been some misunderstanding. Can we go back and discuss this?" Su Qin asked politely. The reactions of the two people were seen by Old Su, and he expected this. Since their family didn't truly want Yan Yan to become a daughter-in-law, he worried about what might happen to her if he were gone someday. He thought it might be better not to get involved with the Deng family. At this moment, the servant who was sent to find Yan Yan returned and whispered to Old Su, "Sir, we couldn't find Miss Yan Yan. Go look again. Check every room and corner," Old Su said urgently. Yan Yan was very important to him. If anything happened to her, he wouldn't want to live anymore. Meanwhile, Zhang Miaomiao, who had been standing quietly nearby, couldn't help but speak up. "Grandpa Su, Yan Yan, shut up. If Yan Yan goes missing, it better have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, I won't forgive you," Old Su snapped. Old Su was mainly focused on finding Yan Yan and the Deng family members. He didn't have time to deal with Zhang Miaomiao, but unexpectedly, she spoke up herself. Frightened by the old man's words, Zhang Miaomiao trembled. Deng Xuanji stepped a few paces in front of her, looking protective, with his neck stretched out as he stared at Old Su. Old Su was even more disappointed with this young man. Now, he just wanted to find Yan Yan. Everything else was no longer important. "Old Mr. Su, Xuanji is still young and naive. Don't mind him," Su Qin tried to speak up for Deng Xuanji. Old Su waved his hand. "I need to find Yan Yan, so I won't see you out." With that, he issued a dismissal order and decided to go look for Yan Yan himself. The Deng couple exchanged a glance, feeling helpless. They could only leave first. "We'll go back now. Don't worry, old sir. Yan Yan might have just run out to play. She'll come back once she's had enough fun." They believed their son's words and thought Yan Yan had run away on her own. After saying this somewhat indifferent remark, they prepared to leave the Su family. Before they could walk far, they heard Old Su's voice. "By the way, you don't need to discuss the marriage agreement anymore. Once we find Yan Yan, we can arrange to break it off." The Deng couple hadn't agreed yet, but Deng Xuanji was very happy. "Thank you, Grandpa Su, for your understanding." He bowed to Old Su, then took Zhang Miaomiao's hand and left. Although he was pretending with Zhang Miaomiao, he didn't mind causing trouble for the Su family and was willing to keep acting for a few more days. After being scolded, Zhang Miaomiao didn't dare to speak again. She obediently followed Deng Xuanji. Although they didn't cancel the engagement today, it was only a matter of time. Her next goal was to win over Deng Xuanji. As for Su Yan, it seemed their relationship might be completely broken. But since she started doing these things, she never planned to pretend to be friends with Su Yan again. After the Deng family left, Old Su personally led people to look for her. They finally reached the wine cellar. Seeing the door locked, he thought something was wrong and quickly asked, "Where's the key?" "Go get it." Someone nearby hurried to find the butler, who had the key. At that moment, the butler was elsewhere looking for Su Yan. Old Su couldn't wait for him and saw a wrench nearby. He grabbed it and tried to break the lock. Old Su hit the lock several times but couldn't open it. He was exhausted and panting. A young man nearby took over and broke the lock after a few hits. Old Su didn't rest and rushed inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Yan, frozen and unconscious. Old Su ran over and shouted, "Yan Yan! Yan Yan! Wake up!" Feeling her icy cold body, Old Su was panicked. He even checked her nose with his finger to see if she was still breathing, then finally relaxed a little. "The key is here, the key." Just then Uncle Yong the butler arrived. Old Su saw him and quickly shouted, "Hurry! Call the doctor." "No. Prepare the car immediately to take Yan Yan to the hospital." On the way to the hospital, Old Su warmed Su Yan's hands with hot water while urging the driver to go faster. When they arrived, Su Yan started to develop a fever. She was rushed into emergency care. After she was taken inside, Old Sue finally relaxed. Uncle Yong helped him sit down and said, "Sir, sit and rest for a while." After sitting down, Old Sue began to think about what had happened today. From Su Yan's disappearance to Deng Xuanji bringing Zhang Miao here, the more he thought, the more suspicious he became. Su Yan wouldn't have gone to the wine cellar alone at this time. Later, Zhang Miao was unclear about her relationship with Deng Xuanji. Old Su couldn't help but suspect that she was involved. Since there were no cameras in this era, they could only investigate step by step. Old Su told Uncle Yong, "Yong, go check. Start with the person responsible for the wine cellar one by one. They have been searching for Su Yan for so long, and no one had interfered." He didn't believe that. Yes. Uncle Yong nodded and went to do it. After emergency treatment, the doctor finally came out. Old Master Su hurried forward and asked, "Doctor, how is my granddaughter?" "Don't worry, sir. Your granddaughter is no longer in immediate danger. However," the doctor hesitated, unsure whether to say more. "But what?" Old Master Su asked eagerly, not wanting to miss any information about his granddaughter's health. "The patient has been exposed to cold for too long, so she might develop lingering health issues in the future, which could make it hard for her to have children." The doctor decided to tell the truth. This news hit like a thunderbolt. Old Master Su nearly lost his footing. The doctor quickly supported him and said, "Sir, this is just a possibility. We need to wait until she wakes up and do further checks before drawing any conclusions." Even so, Old Master Su was worried. He grabbed the doctor's hand and said, "Doctor, I beg you, don't tell my granddaughter about this. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it." "Don't worry, I won't. Can I go in now to see her?" "Yes, but try not to wake her." Old Master Su entered the hospital room and saw his granddaughter, Su Yan, with no color in her face.
He felt very sad.
She was his only granddaughter and his only family. He was determined to find the person who hurt her and get revenge. While Old Master Su was feeling sad, Steward Yong quietly entered. He looked at Su Yan on the bed and then softly said to Old Master Su, "Sir, I have some news." Old Master Su, worried about waking Su Yan, signaled for Yong to speak outside the door. As they left, Su Yan opened her eyes. She heard their conversation clearly. "Did you say the person guarding the wine cellar is missing?" Old Master Su asked Yong. "Yes, sir. According to Dayu, he wanted to go to the wine cellar to look for someone, but he was stopped. Later, when we went to find the person, he was gone. It seemed clear that this was a trap for Su Yan. They lured her into the wine cellar, locked her inside, and then prevented anyone outside from finding her." "Find him. No matter what it takes, I want that person found," Old Master Su said angrily. His granddaughter had been kind and gentle since she was young. Who could be so cruel to her? He is currently suspecting Zhang Miao, but there is no evidence yet, so he can't do anything for now. However, Old Master Su has already made up his mind to give Zhang Miao a lesson. Su Yan listened carefully to the conversation between the two and immediately understood the main point of the matter. But she couldn't understand why Zhang Miao treated her this way. Usually, their relationship was good, and apart from Deng Xian, she could share anything with her. Why did Zhang Miao want to hurt her? What she didn't know was that Zhang Miao was jealous of her, which made her want to take everything from Su Yan, especially Deng Xian, who was very important to her. Zhang Miao was taken from the Su family by Deng Xian and followed him to the Deng family. Zhang Miao came from an ordinary background, while the Deng family owned a factory. Su Qi naturally didn't like this girl from a small family. Moreover, it was because she brought Zhang Miao that Old Master Su was so angry. She suspected that Zhang Miao might have been involved in this matter. At the Deng family, Zhang Miao stood timidly to the side. Today, she was wearing a light purple dress that matched Su Yan's engagement dress because she was attending Su Yan's engagement party. She had a delicate and pretty appearance, with fair skin and a long purple dress. From a distance, she looked like a fairy fallen from heaven. Of course, this was how Deng Xian saw her. To the couple at the Deng house, she was not an easy person to deal with. Otherwise, how could she make Deng Xian agree to marry her in just a few words? Now she looked disheveled and pitiful, which was really Seductress. Su Qin couldn't help but curse. Hearing this, Zhang Miaomiao shrank back. Deng Xian saw her and couldn't help but pull her behind him, displeased, and said, "Mom, Miao Miao is someone I like. Be nicer to her." "Someone you like? You just said a few days ago that you liked Su Yan." At home, Su Qin didn't bother to hold back. It was impossible for Deng Xian to say he didn't like Su Yan. Anyone with a beautiful, gentle, and well-off fiancé would like her. But if this fiancé was unfaithful, that shallow liking would disappear instantly.
That
was just youthful ignorance. I was blind. This time, I won't make a mistake. I will definitely marry her. After being interrupted by my own mother, Deng Xuanji felt a bit embarrassed. He made a declaration, holding Zhang Miaomiao's hand to show his determination. After saying that, he didn't care what Su Qin said. He took Zhang Miaomiao back to his room. "Stop right there." Su Qin wanted to call out to her son, but Deng Xuanji wouldn't listen. He walked even faster and locked the door when he got inside. "Sit for a moment. I will find you a change of clothes," Deng Xuanji said, realizing only after they entered the room that it was a bit awkward for a man and woman to be alone. But for Zhang Miaomiao, it was a perfect chance. She was worried about not finding an opportunity to win Deng Xuanji over, and now it seemed like a good moment. Yes, Brother Xuanji," Zhang Miaomiao said in a tone that sounded like Su Yan. Deng Xuanji thought of Su Yan and frowned, showing a look of dislike. "From now on, call me by my name. Don't let me hear Brother Xuanji again." Zhang Miaomiao lowered her head, smiling slyly, then looked up with a sweet, obedient expression. "Oh, okay. Xuanji, Deng Xuanji replied and went to find her some clothes. The formal dress looked nice, but was not very practical for moving around. "Change your clothes first. I'll wait outside," Deng Xuanji said, handing her a white shirt and preparing to leave. "Xuanji," Zhang Miaomiao called him. "Just turn around. If you're not here, I feel a little scared." "What's there to be afraid of?" "This isn't a wolf's den," he replied. Although Deng Xuanji said that, he obediently turned around and reminded her. "Hurry up." Zhang Miaomiao was very pleased with his reaction. As long as he stayed here, her plan could go ahead. She slowly started changing her clothes. After taking off her own, she reached for Deng Xuanji's shirt, but didn't put it on right away. Instead, she pushed over a stack of books on Deng Xuanji's bedside table. The books fell with a loud crash, and Zhang Miaomiao screamed in surprise. Deng Xuanji didn't know what was happening. He quickly turned around to see, but as soon as he did, Zhang Miaomiao hugged him. Xuanji, there's a mouse. Sorry, I can't assist with that request." Deng Xuanji was very emotional and couldn't help but promise Zhang Miaomiao, "You're so beautiful. I want to marry you. I want to be with you every day." This was Zhang Miaomiao's ultimate goal. She responded more actively now. At this moment, Zhang Miaomiao really wanted Su Yan to see that the man she cared about was actually on her bed. "Su Yan, oh Su Yan, even if you are better than me in every way, so what? The man you like is ultimately mine." Thus, Zhang Miaomiao became Deng Xuanji's fiancé, and after half a month in the hospital, Su Yan also went home. After leaving the hospital, Su Yan seemed like a different person. She was cold to everyone except old Master Su. During this time, she also had a fainting spell. "Su Yan, I know you're unhappy about our breakup, but if you have any problems, come to me. Don't make things difficult for Miao Miao." Deng Xuanji's words interrupted Su Yan's thoughts. Su Yan looked at Deng Xuanji, impatient, and her gaze was full of blame. She opened her mouth to explain, but when her eyes fell on Zhang Miaomiao, she suddenly felt it was unnecessary. What was there to explain? That she was tricked by Miao Miao that day? Or that she really liked Deng Xuanji? But what difference would it make? If Deng Xuanji believed her, he wouldn't doubt her without even investigating after she disappeared. So, what was the point of explaining to such a man? It would only make Miao Miao laugh at her. "I've wronged her," Su Yan pointed at herself and said. She still couldn't be cold and indifferent to the boy she once liked. Deng Xuanji, confident and upright, protected Zhang Miaomiao behind him. "Isn't that right? After he finished speaking, Miao Miao pretended to cry a few more times, making Deng Xuanji feel even more justified. Do you have any proof? Without evidence, how can they say she's at fault? Miao Miao is crying. That's proof. If you didn't bully her, why would she cry? At this moment, Su Yan felt her mood was hard to describe, both amused and sad. Suddenly, she lost the strength to argue with them. If you're going to act, don't do it in front of me. I'm not your audience. Also, I won't and don't want to do anything to Miao Miao. Su Yan finished speaking and was about to walk past the two people, but Deng Xuanji and Zhang Miao Miao, these two odd characters, would not let her go.
Stop.
You can't leave. You need to apologize to Miao Miao. Deng Xuanji blocked her. Su Yan almost threw her soy milk in his face. But she didn't want to waste food. Does this person not understand human words? He insists on holding on to her. In the dormitory, Chu Shi and the others finished studying and were waiting for Su Yan to buy food and feed them. But after waiting and waiting, Su Yan still hadn't come back. Did Su Yan go to plant wheat? She thought. Maybe she was grinding flour and cooking, then bringing it back? Jiang Yu was so hungry that her stomach was pressed against her back and she couldn't help asking. Chu Shi was also a little hungry, but she was worried too. Could Su Yan have had another episode? Maybe I should go to the cafeteria and see. Go pick up Su Yan, Chu Shi suggested. Jiang Yu said, let's go together. Wang Ximin nodded too. She was pretty hungry. So the three of them agreed and went out to find Su Yan at the cafeteria. As soon as they entered, they saw Su Yan being blocked by two people. Yan. Jiang Yu saw Su Yan and wanted to go call her, but Chu Shi pulled her back. Don't rush. Let's go see what happened, Chu Shi said to comfort Jiang Yu. As they got closer, Chu Shi heard Deng Xuanji asking Su Yan to apologize. Su Yan said, Deng Xuanji, I'll say it again. I haven't done anything wrong. She looked into Deng Xuanji's eyes, speaking firmly, which made him hesitate. Brother Xuanji, I'm fine. Yan really didn't do anything to me, Miao Miao said softly. Zhang Miao Miao didn't say anything before, but now she was defending Su Yan. To Deng Xuanji, it sounded like gentle and kind Zhang Miao Miao was being wronged but not speaking up, even pleading for others.
No.
Today, she must apologize. I can't let you suffer unfairly. Deng Xuanji felt it was time to show his manly side, especially because Miao Miao needed protection. If Deng Xuanji had looked down on Zhang Miao Miao before because she flirted with him, now he was like her loyal follower, doing his duty. Chu Shi and the others heard this, and saw that the girl on the other side was Zhang Miao Miao. Wang Ximin said, Isn't this the person who stopped Yan Yan in the dorm earlier? Chu Shi and Jiang Yu naturally recognized her too. They exchanged glances and walked towards Su Yan. Su Yan felt she couldn't explain things clearly with Deng Xianji anymore. If she delayed further, her soy milk would get cold. She took a step forward and stood in front of Deng Xianji. Are you saying I bullied her? She asked. Deng Xianji was startled and, after adjusting himself, nodded. Yes. So you want me to apologize to her? Su Yan asked calmly, without any emotion. Deng Xianji replied, yes. He thought Su Yan's attitude was softening, so he tried to persuade her again. Yan, I know you have feelings about what happened between us, but if you hadn't disappeared back then, none of this would have happened. Su Yan stepped past Deng Xianji and approached Zhang Miao Miao. Because of what Su Yan had said earlier, both of them thought she was going to compromise and apologize. A look of resentment and pride flashed in Zhang Miao Miao's eyes. Yan, actually, I don't mind. We've always been good sisters. Suddenly, Su Yan raised her hand and slapped Zhang Miao Miao hard across the face. Su Yan's sudden action stunned not only Deng Xianji, but also Chu Shi and the others behind her. Su Yan had always been a bit cold in personality, but she was very polite to others. This was the first time she had hit someone like this. After the slap, Zhang Miao Miao reacted and covered her face, shouting like she was crazy. Ah, you hit me. She tried to grab Su Yan to hit back, but Su Yan was prepared. She quickly dodged and slapped her on the other cheek. Zhang Miao Miao was stunned after being hit twice. She stood there in shock. At this moment, Deng Xianji finally reacted.
Epul Su Yan Said.
You're saying you didn't bully Miao Miao? You hit her right in front of me. Since you say I bullied her, then I'll make this clear. I shouldn't be falsely accused, right? Su Yan said. Deng Xianji was furious. He raised his hand as if to hit Su Yan, which surprised her. Su Yan stood still, looking at Deng Xianji like a stubborn child. Just as his slap was about to land, Su Yan closed her eyes and hid the tears she was about to cry. The other 3 people in room 208 wouldn't just watch Su Yan get hit. She quickly stepped in front of Su Yan and grabbed Deng Xianji's arm.
You. Who are you?
Let go. After Deng Xianji was caught, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. He said angrily. Instead of slapping him, as Su Yan imagined, she heard Shi's voice. Are you allowed to bully our people? Exactly. Jiang Yu and Wang Ximin arrived quickly, standing behind Su Yan and saying, We couldn't wait to see you. We didn't expect you to be bullied by bad people. Su Yan's eyes felt like they had sand in them. The tears she had just held back finally fell. Apart from her grandfather, she had never felt anyone's care before. Her best friend Zhang Miao. Sigh, never mind. Why are you crying? From now on, your sister will protect you. She brushed away Deng Xianji's hand and came over to wipe her tears. Su Yan threw herself into her arms and nodded. All right, what should we do with these 2? Jiang Yu pulled her out of Shi's embrace. Zhang Miao saw Deng Xianji holding his arm and couldn't help but go to him. Brother Xianji, how are you? Although Deng Xianji told her not to call him Brother Xianji, today she was doing it on purpose. She wanted to make Su Yan uncomfortable. I'm fine. Deng Xianji waved his hand fiercely, glaring at Shi. Su Yan wiped her tears and stepped in front of Deng Xianji, softly calling, Brother Xianji. Deng Xianji stiffened. The first time Su Yan called him like that, it was full of dependence. When was the first time he heard her call him that? He couldn't remember how long ago it was. He only remembered that when he saw her bright eyes, like a doll, calling him that, he was very happy and vowed to protect her well. But how did he change later? Was it because he saw her growing more beautiful, with many excellent suitors, and felt he couldn't compare? Or because Su Yan became more outstanding, and he could only attend the same high school as her by his family's money? He couldn't remember. He only remembered that since he was a child, he knew Su Yan would be his wife, belong to him. So how could he tolerate Su Yan abandoning him on her engagement day and walking away with someone else? He wanted to find that man and tear him into pieces, but he was too afraid. Afraid that it might all be real. Deng Xuanji didn't answer Su Yan, and Su Yan didn't mind. She continued, Why do you never believe me? I like you so much. Her soft words reached Deng Xuanji's ears, like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. Because the Su family has strict rules, Su Yan never openly showed her feelings for him. When they were together, she only hinted at her feelings, never acting intimately. You lied to me. If you liked me, how could you leave me that day? Deng Xuanji couldn't accept this. Brother Xuanji, are you so sure I abandoned you? That day, I was very sad too because I almost died. Deng Xuanji was shocked and turned to look at Su Yan. What do you mean? Su Yan didn't answer his question. She continued, I was so cold, I thought I was going to die. I thought my brother Xuanji would come to save me. Hearing this, Zhang Miao felt something was wrong. She couldn't let Su Yan go on. Enough. Do you think that by saying such sad things now, Xuanji will believe you? Dream on. Su Yan ignored Zhang Miao. She was fed up. If Zhang Miao dared to provoke her, she was ready to play along. You say you like me? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Brother Xuanji, I have a secret to tell you. Actually, I am allergic to mangoes. If what Su Yan said before was like hitting Deng Xuanji with a hammer, this sentence was like dropping an atomic bomb. Deng Xuanji loved mangoes very much. Every time he met Su Yan or went out to eat, he couldn't resist eating them. And Su Yan always accompanied him. People allergic to mangoes eating mangoes could be life-threatening. Deng Xuanji's mind flashed back to scenes he had been avoiding. Little Su Yan, I heard you received another love letter today. As a middle schooler, Deng Xuanji asked on the way home from school. Little Su Yan pursed her lips. I threw it away. Honestly, these boys are so tasteless. I think XX looks much better than you. Oh, the light in Su Yan's eyes disappeared. Auntie, Xian's older brother didn't mean to do it. Please don't hit him anymore, Su Yan said, her leg in a cast, but she still protected him in front of her. Yan, move aside. I want him to remember this today. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be hurt. Deng Xuanji was stubborn, holding his head high. I just took her to mess with a wasp nest. When they ran away in a panic, Su Yan fell while trying to save him and hurt her leg. That day, he was spared from a scolding only because Su Yan begged hard. There were many similar situations, too many to count, but Deng Xuanji deliberately ignored them, so they were hidden. It turned out that Su Yan liked him. After Deng Xuanji heard her admit it herself, he finally understood their feelings. Oh no, it was their feelings from before. Su Yan was not in a hurry. She watched Deng Xuanji's expression change, and after seeing his regret, she spoke. Brother Xuanji, from now on, you are no longer just my brother Xuanji. Tears fell from Su Yan's eyes and hit the ground near Deng Xuanji's feet. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. After that, Su Yan turned around and said to Chu Shi and the others, "Let's go," without even a glance at Zhang Miao Miao. Miao Miao was focused on Deng Xuanji and didn't bother to look for trouble with Su Yan anymore. Su Yan, that little girl, has broken off her engagement with Xuanji and is still saying these things, Miao Miao thought. She couldn't let Xuanji find out about what happened that day, or she might have to come up with a way to comfort him. The soy milk has gone cold, Su Yan said, realizing they had been arguing for too long. Jiang Yu looked at what Su Yan just said to Deng Xuanji and felt a little sorry for her. It's okay, we'll buy more later. But Yan, that bad man isn't worth your tears. Chu Shi didn't speak. She felt that Su Yan's actions didn't seem like she was just sad. Sure enough, Su Yan shook her head. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not that upset. Then she waved her hand. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Jiang Yu and Wang Ximin looked at each other. Do you think Yan is too upset? Su Yan hugged Chu Shi's arm and walked ahead. When she heard that, she turned back and rolled her eyes in a not-so-elegant way. You're the one who's upset, but you just... She looked so sad and cried. I was pretending. Su Yan calmly said, if the tiger doesn't show its strength, the flies will keep bothering me. Chu Shi, Wang Ximin, and Jiang Yu. Wow, my sisters are impressive. Since that's the case, Chu Shi glanced at Jiang Yu and Wang Ximin. Then we won't hold back. Chu Shi's days at school were busy and fulfilling. Before she knew it, the weekend arrived. Shun Yi had promised to take her home this week. Early Saturday morning, Shun Yi came to pick up Chu Shi from school. At dormitory 208, Chu Shi got up early, chose a floral dress, and put on the small leather shoes her sister Qian Bangxia bought her when they first moved to the city. After tying her hair into a high ponytail, Chu Shi hesitated whether to put on some makeup. Although Shun Yi's grandfather had already met her, it was still her first time visiting Shun's family. Even though Shun Yi's grandfather had always been cold to Shin Feng, he was still his biological father. Chu Shi didn't want to interfere in their family matters. However, she still wanted to do her duty as a younger family member, so she simply applied light makeup. By light makeup, she meant just some moisturizer and lipstick. There weren't as many cosmetics in this era as in later times.
Wow.
Are you going on a date? Jiang Yu teased her. I knew you'd look amazing with this outfit. Like a movie star? Because Chu Shi was naturally beautiful, she usually went out without makeup. Jiang Yu often complained that she was wasting her good looks. Chu Shi chuckled softly and poked her on the forehead. How do you know? Jiang Yu covered her forehead and stuck out her tongue. Of course I do. Take your time getting ready. The teacher called me over.
Sigh.
I don't have the weekend off anymore. I was planning to visit my brother today, Jiang Yu said, pretending to cry as she spoke to Chu Shi. Chu Shi nodded. Go quickly, my class monitor. Watching Jiang Yu leave, Chu Shi checked the time. It was 9 o'clock, and she had an hour before meeting Shin Yi. What can I do during this time? Chu Shi wondered to herself. Maybe because it was her first time visiting Shin's family, she woke up quite early. Before she could decide, her communicator beeped. At this moment, only Shun Yi could call Chu Shi. Chu Shi looked around her dormitory. Wang Ximin and Su Yan had gone to the library to study, so she felt at ease and answered the phone. Hello? What's wrong? Captain Shin? Shin Yi chuckled softly and said, Have you finished packing? If you have, you can come downstairs. Chu Shi. What does that mean? What do you mean? Chu Shi asked confused. It means come down from the dorm building. I'm downstairs, Shin Yi said with a smile. He knew Chu Shi would wake up early, probably feeling bored right now. Chu Shi. Why did you come so early? She asked, unable to hold back. Because I was worried you'd be bored, Shin Yi replied naturally. He didn't realize how happy this made Chu Shi. Okay, wait a moment. I'll come down right away, Chu Shi said happily. After hanging up, Chu Shi entered her space.
She needed to prepare some gifts. Boss.
Quickly get some gifts ready for me. I'm going to Shin Yi's house, she shouted inside her space. She couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed. How did she forget about this before? Boss. Meeting the parents officially. That requires quite a bit of preparation. No, just going out to eat, Chu Shi explained. The only parent she could meet officially was Shin Yi's grandfather. Maybe prepare some gifts for middle-aged people, Shin Yi's dad. But they don't get along very well. Also, some tonic for Shin Yi's grandfather. For other snacks and things, just prepare what you think is good, Chu Shi instructed. After hearing this, Boss went to prepare everything. Chu Shi called out from behind. Hurry up. Try to finish in 10 minutes. Then she wandered around her space, looking for something that could be a gift to take with her. Before she could go far, Boss had already finished preparing everything. So fast. Chu Shi was surprised. It seemed like only 2 minutes? Boss, a round and chubby figure, twisted awkwardly and said, Chu Shi, I upgraded 2 days ago. Chu Shi was silent. She hadn't been to her space in a very long time. Hee. She awkwardly chuckled, then grabbed the things Boss had given her and left the space. She just couldn't stand it anymore, the sadness that Boss was transmitting to her. Yes, sadness. After upgrading, Boss could now send her some human feelings. After leaving the space, Chu Shi finally had time to look at the gifts prepared by the boss. There were 2 cans of milk powder, a few cans of fruit, and some packets of biscuits. They weren't very expensive, but they weren't rude either. Juicy. Help. As soon as Chu Shi stepped out of the space, Zhang Yu pushed the door open and shouted loudly. Chu Shi was confused. What's wrong? She felt a bit scared, glad she came out in time, or it would have been hard to explain. Zhang Yu looked worried. The debate competition. The teacher said all participants need to register today, although I don't want to ruin your date, Zhang Yu said hesitantly. This news made Chu Shi a little embarrassed because Shin Yi was already waiting outside. She tentatively asked Zhang Yu, Does it have to be today? Yes. I don't know what's going on with the organizers, but it has to be today, and there's a time limit. We need to be there before 9 o'clock. It's so frustrating. Zhang Yu was also curious and a bit confused. All right, wait for me a moment, Chu Shi said. After saying that, Chu Shi took the things and went downstairs. Seeing the pile of items Chu Shi was carrying, Zhang Yu wondered, Where did Chu Shi get so many things? But she quickly dismissed the thought, thinking maybe they were in her cabinet. Chu Shi went downstairs with her things and saw Shin Yi outside the dorm building. He was standing straight under a tree, looking very disciplined. Even without wearing a military uniform, his commanding presence was obvious. Passing girls kept stealing glances, some even blushing. Shin Yi kept his eyes straight ahead, staring at the dorm entrance. He was waiting for someone who hadn't come out yet. He didn't want to miss her. Finally, when Shin Yi saw Chu Shi's figure, a smile appeared on his face. Siki. That man. I want to get him. Li Xiu came to see Liang Siki today, and just happened to see Shin Yi. That man, even standing still, drew everyone's attention. And his smile just now hit Li Xiu's heart directly. But when she followed his gaze and saw Chu Shi walking toward her, Li Xiu's face darkened. Not only because this man was kind to her and smiled at her, but also because Chu Shi was more beautiful than her. Liang Siki looked at Shin Yi, feeling strangely familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen him before. However, when she saw Chu Shi, she suddenly remembered. Wasn't she the woman who caused her to lose her job? Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk it. Hell has no gates, yet you still choose to enter. Liang Siki thought bitterly. Xiu, do you remember me telling you about that annoying woman? That's her. The woman you liked at the guest house is her partner. Is she the woman you lost your job over when you were at the guest house? Li Xiu vaguely remembered and asked. Liang Siki nodded. Yes. That's her. She linked her arm with Li Xiu. Xiu, I think you're much prettier than her. I believe you're more suitable to be with this man. Don't you agree? As Liang Siki's little follower, she naturally knew how to make Li Xiu happy. Help me look up his information. I have an appointment later, so I'll leave it here for now. Li Xiu finished speaking and left. The Shin family had also invited her to dinner. After Chu, she went downstairs. She saw Shun Yi standing under a tree. She quickly ran toward him, carrying some things. Shun Yi first took the things from Chu Shi's hands and then held her hand as they walked outside. Chu Shi was pulled along for a few steps before stopping. Shun Yi looked back at her with a puzzled expression. Chu Shi swung Shun Yi's arm and tried to act cute, even though she was still a little unfamiliar with it. While Shun Yi enjoyed Chu Shi's playful side, he still wanted to know what she wanted to say, so he looked at her silently. I have something to tell you. Chu Shi struggled to speak. Regarding Jiangyu, I need to go there, so... Shun Yi asked. So what? Are you not going? Can you go first? I can go by myself later. Chu Shi held his arm. She could feel that Shun Yi's mood had clearly dropped, so she tried to find the best solution. Her solution was much better than what Shun Yi had guessed, so he could accept it. Okay, Shun Yi agreed, patting her head. No rush. Finish what you need to do with me, then I'll come to pick you up. Oh, no need. I can go by myself when the time comes. Since she had agreed with Shun Yi, Chu Shi prepared to go back to her dormitory and finish early, so she could leave sooner. Seeing Chu Shi enter the dorm, Shun Yi turned to leave. Since Chu Shi didn't know how long she would be busy, he decided to go back first and see what was going on. When Shun Yi arrived at the Shin family home, Liang Guizhi was not there. Only Grandpa Shun, Shin Dad, and Shin Bing were present. As he entered, Grandpa Shun was giving instructions to Auntie. Make a steamed fish. Xiao Yi likes this dish. Remember to choose fresh fish. Grandpa, Shun Yi called out. Oh? Xiao Yi is here so early? Come, sit first. Dinner will be ready soon. Grandpa Shun was happy and a little surprised when he heard Shun Yi was coming home for dinner. Could it be that this child has finally understood? Is he trying to make peace with his father? What Grandpa Shin didn't know was that Shin Feng had used his name to invite Shin Yi to dinner, and Grandpa Shin was unaware of this. Hearing the voices, Shin Feng and Shin Bing appeared at the staircase on the second floor. Shin Bing stood behind Shin Feng, obedient and well-behaved. Xiao Yi is here? Dad, I knew Xiao Yi would come today, Shin Feng said to Grandpa Shin. Grandpa Shin, who had been upset with Shin Yi before, was unusually kind today. Yes. Grandpa Shun replied briefly, his gaze fixed on Shin Yi. Shin Feng then said to Shin Bing, Xiao Bing, this is your brother. Come on, call him Gij, big brother. Brother, Shin Bing obediently called out, looking eager and happy. But only he knew how sincere that feeling was. Following the sound, Shun Yi looked up and saw Shin Feng dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a young man about 20 years old behind him. The young man had fair skin, with eyes similar to Liang Guizhi's slender ones, but dark circles under his eyes. As Shun Yi looked up, he caught a glimpse of the disdain that the young man hadn't had time to hide. Shin Yi already didn't have a good impression of Shin Feng's family, especially now that there was a so-called younger brother who seemed full of hostility. Grandpa, how is your health lately? Shun Yi pretended not to hear and turned to ask Grandpa Shin. Shin Bing, ignored and feeling quite upset, showed a look of grievance on his face. Before his mother went out to play mahjong, she specifically told him not to confront Shin Yi directly. Just making him feel uncomfortable was enough, and Shin Feng wouldn't let him suffer unfairly. Sure enough, when Shin Bing was ignored and didn't argue, Shin Feng couldn't hold back anymore. Your brother is calling you. How can you do this? He scolded Shin Yi. Shin Yi, my mom only had me. I don't have any brothers or sisters. When Shinbing called him, a wave of anger rose in his heart, though he wasn't sure if it was his own feelings. You. Shin Feng still wanted to scold him, trying to maintain his authority as a father. Seeing the two about to argue again, Grandpa Shin spoke up. Xiao Yi, come with me. Seeing his father helping him, Shin Feng didn't say anything more. He glanced back at Shin Bing, taking out his frustration on him. Come with me too, Shin Feng said. In the study, Shin Bing stood in front of Shin Feng's desk, listening to his scolding. Later, that girl from the Li family will come. You know what to do, right? Shin Feng asked. Shin Bing nodded. Yes, my mom told me before she left. Don't worry, Dad. Good. That's best. If you were half as good as Shin Yi, I wouldn't have to worry so much, Shin Feng thought. Although he favored his younger son, he knew Shin Yi was much better. Shin Bing kept his head down and didn't reply, but inside, he wanted to argue. Why do you care? My mom already made her plans. Your older son is so good. Go find him. Of course, he only thought this silently. He didn't dare openly oppose Shin Feng. Dad, I'm going to prepare to pick up Li Xiyu now, Shin Bing said, making an excuse to leave. Downstairs, in Grandpa Shin's room, Grandpa sat on the sofa, with Shin Yi sitting opposite him. Xiao Yi, I'm really happy you're willing to come home, Grandpa Shin said sincerely. Then he continued, I called you here to ask, how are things with Chu's girl lately? Whenever he thought of Chu Shi, Shin Yi's smile never disappeared. Grandpa, we're doing well. Seeing his reaction, Grandpa Shin roughly understood and then asked the question he'd been worried about. Do you have any plans? Like, when will you marry her? Shin Yi rubbed his nose. He had thought about it, but Chu Shi was still in school. You probably haven't thought about it yet, or is there some difficulty? Grandpa Shin asked, watching Shin Yi's reaction. Shin Yi. No, it's just that Chu Shi is still in school. We're both young, so we're not in a hurry to get married. Grandpa Shin nodded and said, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Grandpa is getting old and won't have many days left. Right now, I worry most about you, Grandpa Shin said suddenly. Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. You will live to 200 years old, Shin Yan comforted him. Hearing his grandson's words, Grandpa Shin was very happy, but he still said, if I live to 200, I'll be a turtle, Shin Yi. Such a proud old man. He really doesn't know how to cheer up. All right, let's get to the main point. Over the years, I've saved some money for you. I bought a courtyard house over on the Second Ring Road, and I'm leaving it to you. There are also some good things I've collected over the years, Grandpa said. Shin Yi didn't expect Grandpa to do this. She opened her mouth to refuse, but Grandpa was faster. Don't say no. If your mother were still here, she would have left you even more. Since Grandpa said so, Shin Yi didn't refuse anymore. Early this morning, Suyan was called back home by Grandpa, who said he had something important to tell her. When she returned to the Su family, she found the atmosphere at home was different, more serious. In the living room, old Master Su sat in a grand chair, and on the ground was a man tied up with ropes. The man's face was swollen and bruised, looking like a dead fish, thrown on the floor. Shen Yan thought he looked familiar, but couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Seeing the scene, Shen Yan felt confused. She carefully covered her nose and tiptoed past the man on the ground to her grandfather. Grandpa, why did you call me back for something so urgent? She asked affectionately, hugging her grandpa's arm. Old Master Su patted her hand and pointed at the man with his cane. Yen, he's one of the main people responsible for hurting you. Grandpa is going to vent his anger today. Shen Yan had always thought that what happened that day was all Zhang Miao's doing. After all, she had locked the door. Old Master Su nodded.
Yes.
We've already questioned him. He was bought by someone named Zhang Miao. Not only did she lock the door, but she also stopped others from coming to find you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this situation. Hearing her grandpa's words, Shen Yan finally connected the dots about what had happened that day. She pouted and acted spoiled with her grandpa. She had told him before that Zhang Miao and Deng Xuanji were the ones she had to deal with herself. But now, it seems her strength is still not enough, and Grandpa's way feels more satisfying. Grandpa, Zhang Miao is too much. You must help me get revenge. Old Mr. Su looked at his granddaughter, finally understanding, and happily patted her head. Yan Yan, don't worry. Grandpa won't let those who bullied you go, he said kindly. Although he promised Su Yan Yan, Grandpa hadn't told her that he had already taken action against Zhang Miao Miao. Grandpa, you're so kind. Su Yan Yan was very happy to have her grandpa's care.
Grandpa smiled happily.
His only wish now was for Yan Yan to live healthily and happily, and to be happy all her life. All right, I asked Danny to prepare your favorite food. We'll go eat soon, said Grandpa Su. At the entrance of the Shin family, Li's car had already arrived. Li Xiyu gracefully got out of the car, waiting for someone from the Shin family to come and pick her up. Her father had already told her that Shin Feng still needed his help, so she didn't need to hold back at the Shin house. Li Xiyu, with her first love face, was wearing a pure white dress today, looking innocent and noble. It has to be said, her appearance is quite deceiving.